Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There's a slight moderation delay. We should be able to get to them fairly quickly, but there's a bit of a moderation delay. Please see the description for all of the triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you for the test there, Ampy Gaming. Appreciate it. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. A quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Follow us on Instagram. What's bugged? Okay. That's our merch store. If you want to get yourself a t-shirt or a hoodie, whatever it is, follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. Total tragedy. Pressing issue, really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for those are in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. That's discord.gg/whatever. We got the BTS tab. We got the whatever bingo. Yep, there it is. And also, we're kind of playing World of Warcraft a little bit. So we're going to be raiding Molten Core December 12th. If you guys are playing Anniversary Realms, World of Warcraft Classic, if you guys want to join the whatever guild. And then, let's see. That's it. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rogue. I'm 32 years old. I am a student going into radiology. I also work at a plastic surgery office. I do OnlyFans, and I also teach pole dancing. That's a new thing. I had to add that on there. So, yeah.
Can you? And you're 32, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get your bachelor's degree?
I'm working on that now. I have my associates in science.
And
currently.
Did you say where you're from?
Reno.
Reno. Okay.
Sorry, Reno.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Maya. I'm 24. I live in California, but I moved from Michigan a few months ago, and I do OnlyFans, and I would love to take a pole dancing class from you. I'm so bad at it.
You said you're 34, is that correct?
24.
Oh, 24, my mistake, my mistake. And you said you're from Michigan, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of content do you do on OF?
I do anything you ask me to do.
Okay.
Maya Nixon. Okay, bye.
All right. What about you?
Hello, my name is Sienna, and I'm 21 years old, and I live in Torrance, California, and I'm currently a student at El Camino College.
All right. Sorry, your age again?
21 years old.
21. Okay. What are you studying? You can go ahead more. Just go ahead.
Well, I'm just kind of finishing all the...
Just grab it. Go ahead.
I'm just finishing all the requirements first for me to be able to go into my major, which is most likely going to be psychology.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Kiki. I'm 20 years old. I live in Los Angeles, and I'm currently a student. I study digital marketing.
All right. Welcome. What about you?
I'm Alyssa. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I do social media coordinating and what was the other question? I'm from LA.
And sorry, age again?
23.
23, okay. And you're from LA?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. School at all?
I went to massage therapy school. I'm a certified massage therapist.
All right. Are you doing that for work or?
Not currently. Right now I'm a social media coordinator for a nail company.
Okay. Did you ever do that as a profession?
Massage?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I
Okay.
went to school. I practiced for a bit, but my job takes up most of my time.
All right. Are you ever going to go back to it or?
Possibly.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Hey, I'm Madison. I'm from San Francisco, California. I do OnlyFans, I teach Pilates, and I also work in a dental office, and I'm 35 years old.
All right. Any schooling or anything like that?
Yeah, I have multiple associate's degrees
In what?
in natural science and dental hygiene.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm Alexis. I'm 23. I live in Los Angeles. I'm a flight attendant and a bartender.
All right. You said 23, right?
Yes,
All right. How long you been a flight attendant for?
for a year and a half.
And do you do international? What kind of flights?
International, but mostly domestic. with my
Mostly
airline.
domestic?
Mhm.
Okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Gianna. I'm 18. I'm from Los Angeles, and I'm a model.
All right. Welcome. All right. Andrew, what about you?
What kind of model?
I do runway and print modeling.
Okay.
All right. That's everybody's introduction. We're going to go around the table once more. What's everybody's relationship status? So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, married, whatever it is? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the... Hold on. Let me take... Yeah, we might have to figure that out. Andrew is echoing. Is it bad, chat? Is it bad? We're testing out a different audio thing.
Hang on. Sometimes it sounds like I'm echoing for just a couple of seconds, and then the echo will go away.
Okay.
That's just the way that Discord works. So, because I did hear a bit of an echo right at the beginning, but it should be fine now.
Okay. I'm going to step away for a moment to go figure that out in just a moment. But for now, we'll just get everybody's relationship introductions. Go ahead.
I am a bisexual polyamorous person. So I have a boyfriend currently looking for a girlfriend, and I've been with my boyfriend for almost 4 years.
Okay. Is this the longest relationship you've ever had?
No, my longest relationship was 7 years, and I was married before.
All right. What about you?
I'm single, and I've been single for 2 years.
All right. Longest relationship?
2 years.
Was that the relationship that ended 2 years ago?
No.
All right. The most recent relationship that ended 2 years ago, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
And then the 2-year relationship, your longest relationship, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Okay. And then you've been single for 2 years. During that 2-year period, what's the longest period of time you were seeing anybody in any capacity?
I've gone a few months with like 1 or 2 people, but I've mostly just been I've just been at home with my cat mostly. I've just been on my own little thing.
Okay. Are you currently, is there any guy in the picture currently in any fashion?
There's not a single person.
So there's multiple people.
I don't know. No. I don't even talk to anybody right now.
Okay. So you just invite them over, you guys
Well,
grunt,
actually, I met a nice
talking.
cowboy like a week ago, and I do have a crush on him, but we're not like seeing each other.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. And then what about you?
I'm single, and I've been single since November 8th.
So like three weeks?
Yes.
Okay. Longest relationship?
2.5 years.
Is that the one that ended 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
All right. Who broke up with who?
I'll just give a simple answer.
Sure.
I was the one that ended it officially, even though it was on and off for the last few months, and after that it was like we were either exclusive or something, but yeah, I ended it for the time being. I'm the one that did that.
Okay. And let's see. Huh? Yeah, that's fine. What about you?
I currently have a boyfriend, and yeah.
Okay. How long you been in a relationship?
We just started dating.
She's like all lovey right
She has the glow.
Sorry, sorry, you said how long?
Like a month, if that. So
1 month. Longest relationship?
I was on and off with somebody for 5 years.
Okay. When did that end?
A couple months ago.
Couple months ago.
Yeah, I can't-
like 3 months ago?
No, I don't know, like just a couple months.
Okay. And then you said you've been in a relationship for 1 month.
Yeah.
How long did you know this guy prior, though?
We met at LA Fashion Week, actually.
Okay, so you guys just...
We just met, yeah.
Okay. So what was the period of time between the end of your 5-year relationship and then meeting this new guy?
Well, it's really complicated because...
How so?
So obviously I was dating that guy, like officially, my ex, for a long time. Then we broke up, and we were like kind of just more like friends, honestly. It's kind of a situation where you meet somebody really young, not really young, but like you meet them, you date, and then you'll love each other as friends forever, and you can't accept the fact that like you shouldn't be together, but you're still good friends. So he's been my friend forever, but I feel like I've been single in my heart for a very long time. But him and I would still hang out as friends, my ex, like until a couple months ago, really. But yeah, I've been single for like maybe 2 years. So him and I would just like hang out.
I see. Single for...
like 2 years.
2 years. Okay.
Then I have a boyfriend.
All right. What about you?
Single.
All right. How long you been single for?
A month.
Longest relationship?
4 years.
Is that the one that ended a month ago?
Sure is.
Have you ever been on and off again with the 4-year guy?
Yes.
What's the longest period of time you've been off with him?
5 months.
When's the last time you spoke to him?
Yesterday.
Did you see him in person?
No.
When's the last time you saw him in person?
A month ago.
A month ago. Why did you speak to him yesterday?
Because I needed him to get out my apartment.
You guys still live together?
Nope, I moved out a month ago.
But you said you need him to...
He was in my apartment. I moved in with my sister.
He broke into your apartment?
No, we were living together.
As of yesterday?
No, I moved out last month when we broke up. Moved in with my sister.
Oh.
And we've been broken up for this month.
But it's your apartment?
It is my apartment.
Wait, and this is 4 years, that's your longest relationship, right? But it was on again, off again?
On again, off again for 4 years.
How many times was it off and on?
Like 3.
3 times? And then going back to you really quick, you said your 5 years...
Countless.
How many times?
Literally
was
countless.
It off and on?
Like countless.
Countless times.
Like,
okay.
we met when we were 14, so it's like kind of crazy.
More than 10?
Yeah.
More than,
maybe, I don't know.
More than 50?
We've been, I don't know. We dated like solidly for like 2 years, I don't really know. It's been forever. I'm 20. I was 14. That's crazy.
I'll say like 10 plus then, and for you it's 3. You guys are in the process of breaking up. I need to get up for a little bit, so perhaps you can do a bit of an extended explanation of your relationship. The nature of the breakup, why you're breaking up with him, he was living, the living situation, if you can go into that.
Yeah, so he is an addict, so obviously I wouldn't deal with that. I tried to keep him clean for 4 years, but that didn't work out. So this last time he relapsed, I was like, yeah, no, this isn't gonna work. I gotta do me.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
Go girl.
Yeah.
Was he an addict when you met him?
Not that I was aware. I wasn't aware he was an addict, not to the extent that he was.
How many times did he relapse?
3.
3 times, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Over how many years?
4.
Over 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of drugs was he on?
Fentanyl.
Oh, jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Damn. Okay.
Well, hopefully you leaving him shakes him out of that.
He was floating it up, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's none of my business, though.
Yeah.
What do you mean it was none of your business?
It's not my concern anymore.
Oh, anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
When you guys had originally met, was he using?
Not that I was aware of.
Were you guys both using?
No.
You're not
Never.
doing any drugs or anything like
Nope.
that? Okay. So you guys had an apartment together.
Mm-hmm.
But were you living there and then he moved in with you?
We moved in together last year, And then when we broke up, it was my apartment. It's all in my name.
Mm-hmm.
And then he moved back in like a few months ago when we got back together.
Was he paying you rent?
Yeah.
Okay. But initially when you guys moved, even then it was in your name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're trying to get him evicted, or what's the
No,
status?
he's gone now.
Oh, he's just
out,
willingly leaving?
Thank God, yeah.
But I mean, technically he was a tenant, right? So
Technically, California protects people who are staying in a house for like over 30 days or if they pay money.
But so he willingly left because you wanted him out.
Yeah.
Okay. How soon into the relationship did you learn that he was an addict?
I want to say like 5 months.
5 months in?
Mm-hmm. It
And
got
was
progressively worse.
Progressively worse insofar as like the types of
Yeah. Type of
substances
drugs.
or?
Yep.
Okay. And were there any concerns that early on about the longevity of the relationship, or?
Definitely it crossed my mind, but at that point in time, I was young and dumb, blind, so I didn't see it as much of a problem until it got really bad.
Okay. And how did you guys meet?
Instagram.
Instagram. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You slid into his DMs?
Nope, he slid into my DMs.
He slid into your DMs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Rapper?
Maybe.
No way.
SoundCloud rapper?
Stop.
He was on Spotify. I'll give him that.
How many face tattoos did he have?
None.
Neck tattoo?
No.
Penis tattoo?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was on his belly.
Don't know him then. All right, that's cool.
I'm waiting to find a guy with one of those.
That's a thing. It was cute.
So, I guess 2 final questions then. You guys went on 3 separate breaks, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys remain loyal during those breaks? Like, did you date other people?
There was, this last time, yes.
You were dating someone else?
Yeah, because it was 5 months we were apart, so yeah.
Okay. And then were you still involved with that new guy when he came back, or how did that work?
A little bit, because I was unsure of if we were going to continue talking. I didn't really want to, but he kind of finessed, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I was still talking to the last guy I was talking to.
Okay.
Until we made it official.
Sure. And you've been single for 1 month. Any rebound?
No.
Nothing?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. All right. What about you?
I am married. My longest relationship is my marriage, and it's been 17 years.
Ooh.
Wow. Well, we've been together 17 years. We haven't been married 17 years.
How long?
Did you say that you were on OnlyFans though?
Correct.
Do you do content with your husband?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And Rogue.
So he's so he's on OnlyFans as well?
Yes.
Okay. And does he do other types of that kind of work?
You mean like in the adult industry?
Mm-hmm.
No.
He should, though.
Yeah, he really should. He's gifted.
We love that.
Word. Do you do any other types of content like with other people besides each other?
We always work together, or myself just with other females. We work with other couples, but we don't do stuff like completely separate, like where the other one isn't there at all. Even if they're not in the scene, they're like in the room, maybe holding the camera or adjusting the lighting. So it's always a team effort.
Ooh,
Yeah,
so
but do you do like BBG and BGG content?
It's more like BGBG type stuff, like couple swaps.
Okay.
Do you shoot content with other men?
Only in the form of another couple, but not single men.
You're poly, correct?
Not exactly. I mean, we play with other people together, but we
Swinger?
don't date. Yeah, you could
Swinger.
also swinger, I guess.
Rogue, you're poly or a swinger, or?
I would say poly.
Okay.
Yeah, because I would be dating, like, I want to date another girl.
So how long married?
8 years.
8 years. Together 17. And so you guys met, hold on.
When I was 18.
18.
Yeah.
Like high school?
You're trying to do the math, yeah.
High school sweethearts, or?
My high school sweetheart. I was just about to graduate from high school, but he's older than I am, so.
Yeah, he was like.
26.
You met, wait, did you guys meet when you were 18 though?
Yeah, I was 18.
You were 18 when you met?
Yes.
Okay. Huh. And then, hey, 18, you know. Okay, and then how soon into the relationship were you guys, I guess, engaging in orgies or whatever?
That started in like 2020, so it's in its long-term scheme of things, it's relatively recent for us.
So you guys were monogamous for the first, essentially 13 years of your relationship. Yes. No cheating?
No.
No opening?
No.
Okay. And then who brought to who that you guys wanted to, I guess, open things up?
I think it was like a really slow conversation. We both were kind of into the idea that just like evolved over time, and ultimately we both decided we wanted to have a threesome with a girl, but didn't really know where to start. So it was a lot of talk for a long time. So I guess the idea started more maybe like 2017. So like 3 years before we ever actually acted on anything. And then COVID hit, and we're like, F it, let's hit Tinder, world's ending, let's just do it.
How long have you been doing sex work?
Since 2021, so you know, like a year and a half.
So no like stripping before that or anything like that. Okay, so you went pretty much right into the OF, is that correct?
Yeah.
Any sort of like sugar daddy stuff or anything?
No.
Okay. All right. But you've never done a scene with another man absent your husband.
Correct.
Okay. What about you? Into the mic.
I'm single. I've only been in 2 relationships, 1 situationship that felt like a relationship, but 2 real ones. The first one lasted 4 years. We were all through high school together. And then my second boyfriend was, I met him through Bumble.
Okay. So you've been single for how long?
Damn. Since 2021. So
3 years?
There you go.
Longest relationship?
4 years.
4 years? Is that the one that ended 3 years ago?
No.
The 4-year relationship, who ended it?
Me.
The one that ended 3 years ago, who ended it?
No, that one, he did.
All right. Okay. Gianna, what about you?
Single. Last relationship was a few years ago, and it was like about a year or so.
All right. So you've been single for 3 years, you said?
Yeah, about.
Okay. So you were 15? Okay. Ended 1 year ago. Any guys currently in the picture?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Zero?
Zero.
Last time on a date?
A few months ago.
Last time hanging out with a man with either romantic and or sexual interest?
A few months ago.
A few months ago. Celibate for how long? Didn't you say a month ago?
A minute, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Oh, so you did hang out with somebody a month ago where there was unless you fucked a guy with zero, that you had zero romantic or sexual interest in, which I suppose happened. Was it the woman? Could have been, was it a woman?
It wasn't, no.
Huh, okay. And what else? Oh, what about you? Any guys in the picture?
Right now?
Currently, anything?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Nothing?
No, just, whoever I want to hit up for some fun in that moment, but that's it.
When's the last time you did that?
Last week.
Okay. And is this like a sneaky link, like you've seen them previously?
I've known him for like 2 years already. Yeah, we're just good F buddies.
How often do you guys link?
How often? Not that often, because he just moved to California. He used to live in Chicago. We met in Vegas during EDC weekend.
Okay.
And we just talked ever since. Like, he's cool. He's really cool.
Is the audio
Why don't I date him? I know. He's he's just, I don't know. Do I want...
Not hubby material.
No. I feel like he still has a lot to learn.
Just banging material.
And just banging material. He's really good at sex. That's all I have to say.
Damien in the audio mixer, scroll it over and enable the Twitch alerts. I think that's... Or wait. Hold on. Hey, chat, tell us if you get... tell us if you get echo on this.
Metro Mac donated $200. Men, delete your of accounts. Let's send the simp D-mic. We control the power to return the world to a functioning order. This needs to be pushed more.
Can I say something to that?
Sure.
You donated $200 just to say that, and like you could get so much for $200 on OF, or you could just not spend the $200. So I'm just saying.
She's like, subscribe.
I'm just saying 200 is a lot just to say that.
I mean, he had a he had a windfall recently with Doge and Pepe and Shiba Inu. Andrew, it seems like you might have a response here. Thank you, Metro Matt, by the way.
Yeah, why would he want to go and subscribe to nasty prostitutes on OnlyFans? Like, why would he want to do that?
Rogue.
That's super gross.
Or he could just not. I mean, I wasn't saying. Actually, I did say that, I guess, but I wasn't saying like it's this or this. But like $200 to say something is crazy.
Yeah, $200 to support the type of content that you like to support, where people can have conversations from all over the world. It's very interesting. They enjoy that. But then to kind of immediately assault the value structure by saying, oh, no, you should go watch prostitution, that just seems kind of counterintuitive, right?
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
That's it? That's all you guys got?
That's all I got. If you want to, if that's how, yeah. You can spend your money however you want, whether it be OnlyFans or...
Well, it seems like a lot of people spend a lot of money on OnlyFans. Like, porn and all that is $1 billion industry. So, I mean, it seems like a lot of people like it. If there wasn't a demand for it, it wouldn't be around.
Millions and millions. It's true.
Who here does OF?
I'm not sure that it's a great statement, though, to say that, well, because lots and lots of people do bad things, then that means that we should continue to perpetuate bad things.
What would you constitute as something that's bad, though?
Well, here, let's just see if we can't break it down. So we'll start with me, right? So I smoke cigarettes. I'd say that that's probably bad. For instance, if my kid came to me and said, hey, Dad, can I have a smoke? I'd be like, no, you can't have a smoke, okay? Smoking's bad. I probably shouldn't smoke, right? I'm trying to quit, that kind of thing. So let me just ask you, if your, 18-year-old daughter came to you and said, hey, Mom, I was thinking about being a prostitute on the internet, would you be like, oh, okay, sounds good?
I'd be like, it paid my way through college.
So yes.
Well, I do think that smoking has like an actual physical harm on your body. I do it too, so like whatever. But like that has an actual. I mean, I'm not saying that sex work can't have a physical harm on your body, because it can. But I wouldn't tell any of my children to do any of that stuff. Just saying, I'd let them just do what they want. If they came to me at 18 and said, "Hey, Mom, I want to join OnlyFans," I would say, you know what, here's a list of reasons why, it might not be the best idea. Here's a list of reasons why I found it, like why I liked it and did it for this long. And I let them make their own decision because they're 18.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I know that they can make their own decision. Nobody's saying that they can't do that. Adults can make their own decisions. The question is, you as the advisor, right? So me as the advisor in the advisor role, I can point to behavior I have that's probably not pristine and say, I would advise you not to do that. It's probably not the best idea. Can't stop you from doing it, but I would advise you against it. Would you advise your daughter? Would you advise your daughter against it?
I wouldn't advise her against or to do it. I would just say, here's my experience. Take what you will. Like, I've had good and bad experiences. If this is what you would like your experience to be, then like you're 18, you're of age, make your own decisions. I'll just tell her what my experience is.
I feel like OnlyFans is OnlyFans.
Yeah, but she's looking for advice.
Scoot to the table.
She's like, Mom, I'm conflicted. What should I do?
I feel like if you're conflicted, you shouldn't do it.
I'd say write about it, go to therapy, talk to somebody about it. They're talking to me.
To you, you're
yeah,
a mom.
She's talking to me, and I'd say, hey, I told you what I'd say to her.
I would say
you're just gonna give her a neutral take.
I would say if you're conflicted, don't do it.
She's an adult.
Because it is not something that anybody should just jump into lightly.
I agree.
But however, it's not something that's causing physical harm.
Metro Matt donated $200. Share 2, you literally sell yourself for a McDonald's
sometimes
cheeseburger.
Less. So
sit down.
Tune in.
All right. Thank you, Metro Matt.
Why is the standard here this idea of only physical harm, right? Nobody's saying that this causes direct physical harm, though I'd argue it can. But rather, there's no society that's made better anywhere on planet Earth with the usage of rampant prostitution. There's not a single society you can point to that's made better because of that. And there's never going to be one. that you can point to that's made better because of that.
I mean,
and so if we collectively are making decisions as a society for what we want to see in it, I think that it's pretty obvious that because of the overwhelming amount of trafficking, human trafficking that comes with sex work, which is, it's overwhelming, the evidence on behalf of that. And this is only in countries which legalize it. It's pretty obvious that it's something that collectively people should be pushing back against, right?
I would argue that decriminalizing things helps with that. Like, just for an example, the weed industry, nobody buys weed from drug dealers anymore. They go to the store, it's regulated, it's safer, and then just buying it off the street.
But the places that have criminalized prostitution have less human trafficking than the places that have legalized prostitution.
But do they have statistics on rape, and if rape has increased?
Oh my God, bro. You guys do not listen
Sorry.
to the fucking pre-show information. Holy shit.
Yeah, don't just use SA, please. It just stands for sexual assault. Just use SA instead. It's because we're on YouTube. We want to comply with the terms of service. So.
Oh yeah, that's all I had to say.
All right, I'm just moving onwards then. Katerina, you're below the threshold, but you got to DM out whatever.
Whatever fan donated $200. Her F-buddy is a great lay but not husband material, and guys are totally cool with that. But women get mad when we say 304s are not wife material and don't deserve long-term commitment.
What's 304s?
Hoes.
Oh.
I don't get mad when people say that. If that's what
Who's this directed to?
To me.
To you?
Yeah.
Do you have a response? Or?
I don't know. I'm reading. I'm trying to process
I think
y'all can talk.
I think the person who has the best answer for this would be Madison, because she's been in the longest relationship at this table, and she does OnlyFans. Do you feel like this has changed your relationship at all with your husband?
It has made it better. It's enhanced it. We were exploring new things, and it's been a shit ton of fun. And I challenge Andrew on the fact that sex work is inherently bad. I agree, it certainly can be bad. Human trafficking is horrible, and certain people maybe are very desperate and do it for the wrong reasons and do put themselves in harm's way, but that doesn't mean that's how everybody's going about doing it, and that is an all-encompassing truth for all sex work.
Let me show you how divisive this is. I'll explain. So when you say things like, when you're talking about harm, people tend to only look at harm from their own personal metric of what they think would or wouldn't be harmful. They never really externalize how things that they do affect other people. So for instance, I find it harmful that you call yourself married. That's not a marriage. That's an abomination. From my perspective, total abomination is not a marriage. It's a joke, right? But think about this. You might not, like, from your perspective, you think, that's really harsh, or that's mean, or that's this, or that's that. But isn't it harmful to the value structure of the millions of men who think like me that you would cheapen and destroy the thing that we sanctify that much by calling it marriage? Like, and you just don't care, right? Because from your perspective, well, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. It's similar to when you OF girls will wear crosses inside of your porn shoots. And it's like, okay, well, let's just take the very symbol of this entire religion and pervert it to the maximum extent, right? And we're supposed to just be like, oh, well, that's okay. We're just pushovers and doormats, right? It's like, so anytime you're talking about harm, you seem to only internalize it. You never extend it out to how it actually does affect other people.
Well, I'm not a Bible thumper, so I don't believe in things being all holy and sacred.
Yeah, I know. See what I mean? You're internalizing
It's
harm.
a completely...
You only look at it from the prism of self.
Okay, now you're interrupting me. I was in the middle of my argument.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
just explaining real quick, though, that's going to my point. That's all. But go ahead.
Marriage can mean a lot of different things to different people, and we stood in front of our family and friends and committed our lives to each other, and we get to pick the terms on how that turns out. And if we're both consenting adults and are completely happy with it, more power to us. I don't need God or whoever you believe in to agree with that, because to me that means nothing.
Yeah, but
and I don't wear a cross in my OnlyFans.
You see how this makes my point for me. That when you think about things like harm or the principle of what you're doing in society, you think of it from the position of yourself, only from the position of you. Well, I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not doing anything wrong. We're two consenting adults. We should be able to do whatever we want. It's like, okay, but what about the greater duties that happen inside of society, or forming societies towards things that we want to see for future generations, which we do have a duty for. We do have a duty to do this. So the idea here is like, sure, you can say whatever you want. You can say this is a legitimate marriage. This is a thing which is true and proper, and it can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. It's like, that's fine, but let's not pretend that it's not a complete and total assault on the values of millions of people who consider it to be an abomination, and that's just dismissed because you just don't agree with those values. And it's like, okay, well, that's not really you taking into account a harm principle. That's just you taking into account the me principle. It's all about me and what I want.
Well, I think maybe actually we're doing the world a service by showing them that there are alternative lifestyles available, and maybe that'll make you even happier than the one that society set you up to believe that you had to have.
Yeah.
And I would argue that Christianity can be very harmful.
Any horrible person on planet Earth can make the same argument. You know, like a drug addict can be like, hey, you know what? All I'm doing is showing future generations and the people around me that, hey, being a drug addict is just an alternative lifestyle, man. And it could even be a better lifestyle than the one you're currently in, bro. Literally anybody can make that argument for any value structure that they want. And so what we do is we take a holistic approach. We look at society as a whole. We go, is this really good for it, or is it really bad for it? And any category you put OnlyFans or pornography into, it's basically always bad for it. Very few yields of good. Most people who come out of it are damaged, right? The mental illness rates are over the top. The amount of STDs are over the top. It promotes a lifestyle which is completely solipsistic or self-absorbed, where you become the center of the universe. There's no greater duties to society or to family. It's not a good lifestyle to promote. Never has been. So you think, well, this is an attack on my values or what I believe. It is. But to be fair, right, the very fact that people engage in it is an assault on the values of millions who think like me. So it's like, why is the harm only just one-sided? That's what I've never understood. It's like, it's very
I agree
clear
the harm is dual-sided.
Not just one-sided.
And I think that a lot of your values are harmful to society, and that's the beauty of America. We all get to have our opinion, our freedom to follow whatever religion we want to, or no religion at all, and you get to have your values, and I can have mine. And I would also argue that sex workers are very safe because the amount of testing and prevention and conversations that take place over the average hookup in the regular dating world makes it a lot safer.
Can I also make a point that
hang on, before you get in, let me respond to both the arguments. So you can jump in. The first one is like, okay, if that's what you value in America, that you can kind of do as thou wilt because right now you're allowed to, then you better value the rest of what America is, which is the value of the vote. And the fact that millions more people begin thinking like me as they get absorbed with degeneracy all around them than like you. And what we do is we vote out things like abortion, and we vote out things like women's rights, and we vote out the things that you find really precious because you insist on promoting the most degenerate shit possible. So if that is the case, then you can't cry over spilt milk when the pendulum swings back and people snatch that away from you. You don't have anybody to blame except American values at that point. And then over to the second call argument here. Is like, yeah, you can say that the values and structures that I have you don't like, or you think that they're harmful because, after all, you're basically just giving a graduated sexual education course to anybody who wants to jump in on it. But I can point to a society where abstinence was the order of the day not very long ago, and almost every woman got married when they were a virgin, and there was no STD rates, and divorce was very, very, very low. So thank you for improving that society. Thank you for improving it. Look around. Isn't it way better? It's way better, isn't it? Said nobody anywhere ever.
Better for us. I mean, you had wives that were on Quaaludes,
well, no, your statistics,
and they were
like the statistics you're saying, like you're not actually. Like first of all, this is a different one, but like sex work, there's girls who give $5 sex on the street. Okay, yeah, I bet that the STD rate is higher with that. There's girls who do tit pics on OnlyFans. There's no correlation. Sex work is so broad, and so you saying like the STD rate is higher with girls who do OnlyFans. We all get tested. We all get tested. We don't shoot with anyone who doesn't get tested.
Would you like for me to read off the stats of how much higher it is with people who engage in any type of sexuality on camera, be it OnlyFans with BG or non-BG content, or with just regular prostitution, or with just regular corn. It is significantly higher than the society.
Then it was like, then how long ago? Then it was how long ago before there was all this database to put into statistics?
What do you mean? Well, we've been keeping track of things like STDs for a long, long time.
Of course.
We know
I'm
what these.
I'm not
we know
saying
what
that
these
we haven't.
Rates, wait, hang on. We know what these rates were pre-legalization of what we would consider degeneracy, or when they began to rule that corn was protected under the First Amendment. So this very idea that you have that we just don't know is absurd. We do know. We do know. We know exactly how low they were, and they were a lot lower. There's no doubt about it.
Well, can't you just say that that would just be the general promiscuity of society? Because I doubt that when somebody goes to a testing clinic and they say, "Oh, you have this," they're like, "Oh, I'm an OnlyFans creator." Like, they don't ask you that.
Yeah, no. Actually, they do ask you that. There's especially
certain,
if you go into free.
yeah.
Especially.
I mean, there's certain, but there's not.
Hang on. I'm going to tell you, they do indeed ask you that. Yes.
You're
and
like
by the way,
boxing her off. Can you give her space?
all you need to do is take X amount of a sampling from an industry and test it to get a really good idea of how prevalent it is in that industry in comparison to the general population.
Hey, but the general population doesn't get tested nearly as much as OnlyFans and sex and
Hold
porn
on,
people.
stop. Everybody stop. Hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll let you respond. I promise.
Well, the general public doesn't get tested nearly as much as we do, so the numbers are going to be different.
So I'll tell you what. Why don't you go ahead and make your argument, and then when you're done, give me like the high sign or the signal, and then I'll make the argument.
I just did.
Okay, we'll do it again so I can hear it this time. Go ahead.
This isn't really about the OnlyFans. This is just kind of something that.
Wait, hang on. Can before you jump in, can I just finish with her? I'm almost done. We're almost done, I think.
Of course.
Can you just repeat what you just said so that I understand what you just said?
The general population doesn't get tested nearly as much as people in the industry do. Before I got into the industry, I didn't get tested at all, and same with all my friends who aren't in it. And that is just a fact. But so yeah, I mean, numbers might show higher because we're the ones getting tested.
Yeah, that would be called a sampling bias. And so inside of a study, you take a sampling bias and you do what's called a compensation for a sampling bias. That's literally it's called a control. That's how you do a controlled study. So if you have a sampling bias where one particular demographic of a population is tested more heavily than another, you would create an offset for the purpose of that study. That's literally how that's done. So that what you're talking about there is easily accounted for.
Okay.
I actually have some thoughts on the whole STD thing. So I think it was your position. You said that the STD rates are lower among sex workers. What's your position?
I didn't state that there were any. I wasn't quoting any statistics. I just said that I feel that it can be safer because people are more conscientious about testing and using protection and having those conversations that many people would think is uncomfortable in the heat of the moment. You got to talk about all that stuff before you start filming.
Yeah, so a couple things, and then I'll know what your position is. Your position that the STD rate is lower among?
No, I literally actually don't know the rates. I'm just saying that I don't know. I know that before I got in the industry versus now, I get tested.
Well, so here's kind of the line of the conversation.
Well, just as of 2011, just to tell you, the studies found that gonorrhea rates alone were 64 times higher than the general population and 18 times higher than Los Angeles County, which is considered one of the most promiscuous in the world, for residents 18 to 29. So 18 times higher than the most promiscuous county they could find, and 64 times higher than the general population. So yeah, I would say they're higher. They're a lot higher.
Yeah, but that statistic is 2011. That was 14 years ago.
Yeah. But do you want to see what it's like in modern times? Even it's not any better.
Yes, I mean, I would like to know, just education for myself.
Do you have a study from 2023?
I have no problem saying I'm wrong.
Well, it's not going to be from 2023 likely, but probably 2021, 2022. You wouldn't see a huge fluctuation in a couple of years.
Usually, when I look up things, the latest one will be 2023, 2024. I'm not disagreeing with that either. May I speak on
The other thing? No, not yet.
Not the
Yeah,
no
so I'll
of
have
an
to-
STD of STDs.
Yeah, hold on just a sec. So I guess the confusion here is that I believe Andrew cited, well, one of the, I guess, downfalls of the sex work industry is the higher incidence rate of STDs. Both of you kind of argued that, well, this really isn't the case, although it is. There's studies to back this up. And then further, I mean, you guys mentioned testing. You guys are both doing OnlyFans. Do you shoot in the traditional porn industry, correct?
No.
You don't?
No.
You've never?
I don't traditional porn industry. I don't shoot mainstream porn.
Mainstream porn.
I don't shoot mainstream porn, no.
You only do OnlyFans?
I only do OnlyFans.
Same with me.
I mean, we do a bit of research on the panelists beforehand.
You can look it up. I've never done any mainstream porn. I don't know who you were seeing, but it wasn't me, I promise.
Okay, but you've done collaborations with other people and it's been distributed on their platforms?
Only on OnlyFans.
On your OnlyFans or other
my
people's?
My OnlyFans and other people's OnlyFans, but never mainstream porn. You can't find any of my videos on like Pornhub.
Okay. But you do shoot scenes with men, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And perhaps you guys can inform me on this. Is there, OnlyFans does not compel you to get tested, correct?
No, but we are just.
But you guys do it.
We just do it,
yeah,
of course. I wouldn't shoot with anybody who doesn't.
Have you guys ever not done testing before shooting?
I've never not in my life.
And we also use protection in addition to testing.
Really?
Yes.
I don't, but
I mean, a lot of.
But if somebody shows me a clean test within X amount of days, and I show them a clean test in X amount of days, we're good to shoot.
And so these tests, though, they're not full panel tests.
They're full panel tests.
No, they're not. Do they test for herpes and HPV?
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They don't test for herpes typically.
The ones that I do test for it.
Really?
Yeah.
Where do you have to ask for it, but they can and do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, my understanding, when we've had plenty of OnlyFans girls and people in the traditional porn industry, they typically are not testing for herpes. Even in the general population, if you go to like a doctor and you ask for an STD test, they're not testing you for herpes. Like, you need to specifically ask for this. It's a bit more complicated of a thing to do. So.
Totally is, and we still
I mean, if
do
you
it.
want, next time you get up, like, you can show me your most recent STD test. I'd be curious to see if it includes herpes. But
totally do it.
Sure, it could be the case. You got a full panel STD test. My understanding, though, we've had a lot of people in the traditional porn industry, and this carries on into the OnlyFans industry because there's a bit of crossover there. Herpes is pretty prevalent in the traditional porn industry. In fact, they don't really test for it.
Herpes is prevalent in the entire world. It's 5%, or like, what is it? 1 in 5 people have herpes. And it actually only tests positive, like, not only, but like, it's very rare that it tests positive if you don't have an active outbreak.
Do you test positive for herpes?
Never tested positive for herpes.
Oh, okay.
I've never had an outbreak also, so.
Well, there's a difference.
So, I mean, doesn't that just mean you may have it, but you don't know?
That's how it's like with all of us.
Yeah,
But
so there's,
also-
hold on. There's,
yeah, sure,
so,
but I mean, there'd be a risk assessment difference.
But also, you can only really contract herpes if somebody's having a breakout.
that's,
Well, it's
Not
very,
really
it's
true.
and
very
they can also take
unlikely not to.
antivirals.
yeah,
as
so,
well.
I mean, there's HSV1, there's HSV2, there's like oral herpes, genital herpes, this sort of thing. But people can be like pre-symptomatic. So there might not even be like a ongoing outbreak, but it's the beginning of one, and it's like at a very small micro level, and you can still contract it. Also, condoms don't really help when it
but
comes to
this is
herpes.
also like with anyone you have sex with, to be
Sure.
honest. And so, yes, like, but I like.
Sex workers have a higher partner count, though, than the general public.
I've had lower partner count since I've been in sex work, but yes, I know most sex workers might, but yeah. I don't know. I'm very careful now. I don't have sex with a random person if they don't show me a full panel test. So
Sure.
Yeah, I
that's fine.
understand that due to the nature of that industry, many people would want to take additional precautions. Like, I get it. I understand. It's like any job, right? If you were a welder, you would definitely want to wear welding gloves and a mask and this type of thing, because this was like an occupational hazard. But here's the thing. Even if you wear welding gloves and a welding mask and you're a welder, you still have a higher chance of getting a welding burn than somebody who doesn't weld. And that's the whole point,
And
right?
that's what I agree. I agree.
Hang on. So the whole point here is just to say that even if it were the case, let's just grant it for the sake of argument, that sex workers had less STDs than the general population, which is not true, but let's just assume for a second it was. I have a surefire 100% way that you can avoid STDs. Can you think of what it could be?
Don't have sex.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, right?
Yeah, but we're all gonna
it's
have sex.
inarguable logic, isn't it?
Going over to you, you had maybe something on the STD thing and then something unrelated. Go ahead.
It was like a stupid thought.
Say it.
Well, I guess when he mentioned the gonorrhea and everything, I actually like agree that that in hookup culture that like I think it could be encouraged to also like not give what I don't want to say the word head. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, you can say that.
I think it should be encouraged not to like, you know, immediately give head the first time that you see someone, just because, you know, you again, like it could be gonorrhea, it could be, you know, a multitude of things, and usually people don't really care about that because it's just head and then they'll use a condom after when they're doing it. But I just think that in both ways, sometimes it could be avoided. I know maybe it's less fun, but
What was your other thing?
Oh, about divorce?
I think you had something else you wanted to jump in on.
That was it about that one, and then just like divorce. I was just gonna say something. I was gonna ask him a question.
Sometimes too, like these combos can get kind of heated, or this type of thing. It's perfectly okay for you to jump in with your thoughts and things like that. We don't want you to feel discouraged from doing that.
You literally told her to stop.
Yeah, until we were done with our section.
May I?
And now you're telling her to jump in.
May I ask about?
No, I was telling her to jump in with her thoughts. Now that the conversation we were just having was done.
Go ahead.
Just about divorce. I understand from your point of view that divorce rates have gone up higher and that sort of thing. When divorce rates were lower, do you think that domestic? Am I allowed to? Just like
DV?
Domestic. That's fine.
Domestic stuff was less talked about, but still occurring, and that it would have been better. I mean, not that a high divorce rate is good, but I'm saying that if you need to get out of it, and you're not.
So before I have Andrew answer this question, what do you think were the rates of domestic violence in years past? Like, do you think it was like orders of magnitude?
I'm not educated on that.
Okay.
So I'm not going to say something I don't know of, but I'm just.
But the implication here is that, like, well, back in the day, like domestic violence, the rates of domestic violence were
getting
like
divorced was kind of looked down upon in some families and some religions, which I understand. But if now it's kind of more of a common thing that, you know, to hear about divorce.
How about this? Instead of that, of the divorce rate that currently exists, what percentage would be attributed to domestic violence?
I'm not sure.
What do you think?
In just our country?
Yeah, currently.
Currently?
Sure. Yeah.
I don't.
You don't need to be precise. Like it's 13.73%.
Because I haven't looked this up.
You could say, I think it's less than 5. I think it's less than 10%.
So divorces due to domestic violence?
Yeah.
My very uneducated guess might be 30%, 35%.
35%. So would this also apply to relationships too? The domestic violence rate in all relationships is 35%.
I was saying marriage. No.
Just marriage.
Just a guess.
I would assume that the rates have actually gone down significantly, considering that there would be penalization for doing things.
Right.
It is a federal offense, and I believe so, a battery. Maybe not federal, but a battery is still, you actually can't get certain jobs with background checks if you have like offended people in such manners.
I mean, battery has, and Andrew, perhaps you can jump in on this. Battery has always been a crime.
Regardless of it being a crime or not, it still doesn't inhibit your ability to get a job. If you have a serious background check, maybe you have, a serious job, and they kind of look that up, like that will inhibit you getting a job. And I think more recently, especially with like current movements, I would definitely assume that the abuse rate, it's not completely down, but I would assume that it's significantly decreased with the amount of awareness. Ever since the 1970s, if I'm not mistaken, divorce has become a little bit more mainstream. Kind of after the whole, 1950s nuclear family, and then the 1970s with kind of like the sexual revolution bleeding into the 80s, and now we've...
Well, it's because of no-fault divorce.
Pardon me?
It's because of no-fault divorce. So you used to have to be able to, you used to have to show cause for why you wanted to get a divorce. Now you don't have to do that. It's no fault. So you don't have to show any cause. You can just get divorced for whatever reason you want.
Yeah, but there also was a law back in the day where you couldn't beat your wife with a stick bigger than your thumb. So I didn't think they really gave much of a crap about women being beat in their marriages.
Oh yeah, where was that law?
I mean, I've heard about it.
Oh, well then that makes it true. So.
I don't. I mean, you have the computer. I don't. You can look it up.
It's always been foundationally considered criminal to abuse or beat your wife inside of the United States. I will grant that that due to the modern Duluth model of DV, that a lot of people get arrested when they probably shouldn't for things that already were considered unlawful, such as battery, assault, things like that. Those already were illegal before any DV laws ever were put in place. So, I mean, I don't even know why we have them. They don't even make sense. They already were crimes. So it's never made much sense. It's just like an additional punishment for some reason added to this, even though these were already criminal activities.
I don't know what the actual statistics are on any of this either, but even if you are going to pull up something that says it's like more common now or whatever, I would argue that that's just because it went unreported a lot more before. A lot of women were stuck in marriages, had no other choice, had no financial resources, they were fully dependent on their husbands, and they just took it because they had no other option.
Well, I mean, that's awful convenient, but I could just make the argument the other direction, saying the exact same thing. If we just go off of, well, I think it was more common, it was just unreported. Right? It's like that's an unfalsifiable model. You can just say that about literally anything that you want to. Oh yeah, there was just as many, let's say, LGBTQ people in 1915 as there is now. It just wasn't reported. It's like that's an unfalsifiable position. Just saying, well, I think so, but it was unreported, and that's why. That's not even a tenable position because it's an unfalsifiable one. How could I prove that to be incorrect?
Just because you can't prove it to be correct or incorrect doesn't mean it could be possibly wrong. It's just food for thought to realize that studies can be very misleading.
Yeah, I know, but with whenever you search something like that, the burden or evidence of proof would fall to you, right? To either logically demonstrate it or demonstrate it with some type of factual data. In this case, you can't do that with factual data, and I understand that.
I also don't have access to the internet like you do.
Yeah, I know. I understand why you can't do that. But you can at least use a logical demonstration. In this particular case, it's not a logical demonstration to say, well, I just think that they were unreported, therefore that's true. That doesn't make any sense, right?
I said it's possible. I didn't say that it was definite. I'm just throwing it out there that things aren't always what they seem at surface value.
Maybe it could be possible,
yeah, I agree.
yes,
I would just
but
say,
also you're saying from
right?
a logical statistic standpoint, you're saying that it's just not something that can be seen from your viewpoint, so that's why it would be, in your case, irrelevant, because you're looking more at statistics and logic and, well, evidence that's right in front of you, rather than an anecdotal statement.
Well, no, I would I guess, just to simplify it, somebody made a claim to you and then said to you, okay, well, I just think that, let me just do this with space aliens real quick, okay? I believe that way more people are anally probed by aliens than you think. It's just that the anal probing goes unreported. That's literally. Does that sound reasonable? Right?
That doesn't sound reasonable, and that is your argument.
Anal probes than you think, but most of the anal probing goes unreported.
Just wait, the government's going to come out again, like the aliens in the ocean. They've been probing your butt this whole time.
I do have to move things on here. So, getting into some of the pre-show notes, Kiki, you said, hold on one sec. You met your current boyfriend at LA Fashion Week. He was a photographer. You guys went to the club together. He introduced you to his parents' first date, or not?
No, not first date.
Oh, that's where you met, though, right?
We met at LA Fashion Week, yeah.
Oh, okay. So this was like a subsequent hangout when he introduced you to the parents at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
They went to the club with you, though.
No. What?
Oh.
Him and I, we met at LA Fashion Week. We went out, and then Gianna was there too. So we've known each other for a while, actually, which is really hilarious.
You guys know each other?
Yeah, we've known each other for a while. We were like not on the first date. Like after we started dating, it's just a silly story. But
And you said you really love how he's a perfect blend of traditional values,
Yeah.
but also very lively and fun.
Yeah, he's not like stick in the mud, like, you know, I don't know how to explain it. He's like, yeah, I'll introduce you to my parents, but he's also like fun and lively and alive and like not stuck on like, you know, silly old ways, but also like not completely like he has that foundation of like, you know.
Yeah. What are the silly old ways? What do you mean by that?
I mean, he doesn't look at me like I'm stupid or speak to me like I'm stupid.
Is that the silly old ways? Like the
I think so. I mean,
go ahead.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of men, it goes like one of two ways. They're kind of mad when you succeed, but they're also like judgmental when you fail. Like, oh, you silly girl, like you failed. Or, oh, like you're succeeding, like whatever, I'm just going to turn a blind eye. Like there's no winning in front of them sometimes.
Is this something you just imagined, or have you ever actually heard a guy actually say this out loud?
Of course, not saying it out loud, but kind of just reading in between the lines. I've seen this.
So, I mean, why do you think that though? Like you've never heard a guy say anything even approaching that. So what do you mean?
I think,
like, why do you just assume that that's how men think?
I think it takes two to tango, right? With behavior, and how they're expressing.
I mean, it could just be feminist indoctrination, but
that's exactly what it is.
No, we have huge proof of this.
What's the proof?
More of how someone's treating
he
you,
literally
I'd
said
say.
that women will never break the glass ceiling that it's made out of bricks. That's like right up there.
Wow, that's a terrible argument. So, like, do you also want to like cite to Hitler and Stalin too while you're at it, or
is he Hitler or Stalin?
Analogy also.
No, but like, I don't. What is your actual argument? Like, a singular man says something. How is this representative of all men?
I actually do know a guy that literally said that about a girl. So
yeah,
my
you
friend's
guys continue to argue from the outlier. Again, you guys need to actually, besides one man saying one terrible thing, for example.
I also don't think she said all men. I think she just said men.
She did not
like
say
some men.
No, she
never said that.
She said
I just gave.
she was talking in general. She was talking in general, right?
But you said you couldn't bring, like, you've never heard a man say that, and I've heard a man say that on like a very big national
we've all
platform.
experienced it, heard it, something. She was saying what we've all experienced, heard.
Like, you guys really like to argue the outlier.
This is your argument.
What's your
No,
name?
it's
Sorry?
literally, it's Brian.
Brian,
So,
Brian,
hold on,
what would be
you
the
can't
most...
interrupt me. I'm addressing her point now. So, you can't argue the outlier. Do some men said terrible things, misogynistic things? Yes, but you guys are talking in general here. She's talking in general.
Not enough of them.
I don't know. I've
She's
read a
literally
lot of
saying
comments.
her man defies it. So what are you saying?
I was saying
she's saying her man defies it. Ergo, all these other men in society. Then she's.
No, but you're.
Then most men defy it. Is your position most men defy?
I think there are definitely men who are like that. There are definitely men who aren't like that. She's
How
saying
many?
she found one.
Is it the majority of the minority?
No, I think it's
Answer the
some
question.
and some. That's
Answer
what
the question.
I think a lot of
think
men
it's
are
what I
attracted to smart women. I think there are a lot of men out there that think it's really attractive when a girl is smart.
Are you guys just intentionally not
What? I said a good thing.
answering my question? Like,
She's just trying to make something out of nothing.
Yeah,
I
I definitely
like,
agree.
what? She was just saying like, oh, my man is not like this, how some men are. Like, I like him for this reason.
Okay, I'm not talking about men in general. I'm talking about human beings. I've seen it in human beings, not every human being, where they get a little weird when you succeed and a little weird when you fail. You know what I'm saying?
It could be women to women
you
too.
You said men. You were talking about men.
All right, well, I was discussing kind of my experience with men personally as one individual.
But when I asked you, okay, has a man like actually overtly like verbatim said that, or even like approximating that? You're like, no, I've never heard a man say that.
I was about to give you a story when I heard a guy actually say it. But you come
Multiple women at this table said we've all heard it, we've all seen it.
Okay, Brian.
If you hear 1, 2, 3 men say something, that's not representative of all men.
I don't think she was saying all men. I really
or most men.
I actually just said a lot of guys like smart girls.
Do you want our statements to be representative
to
of most
remember?
men?
All right, argument done. Keep going.
Next.
Go ahead, continue though.
I guess like when we were discussing him, I think with a lot of dating culture currently, and not to say that I'm absent of this, like I definitely feel like in the past, I've not treated people the way I want to treat others, or I haven't been treated the way I want to be treated. So I'm happy to go into my 20s with hopefully definitely a better outlook on dating. And so what I say I can appreciate in this person, coming from somebody who lives in Los Angeles, I've met his parents, we have gone to like dinner, we've eaten together. It wasn't just, we didn't have like relations the second we met. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm actually just delighted that I was able to be loved from the neck up. That's a thing that I don't feel like people, including myself, have gotten to experience every single time. I'm not speaking in generals. I'm just saying I know that being loved from the neck up is such a different experience. Not saying I haven't experienced before. You know, I've had like a lot of friendship love and like, you know, companionship love. But yeah, I'm very grateful for that.
I'll get into some of that stuff. But you said
Brian, just so you know, I mean, yeah, they are kind of correct here. For instance, I just went on Twitter and all I did was type in "men are trash feminists," and here's what I got. Talia, men are really just losers in every aspect. ZNGTG, men are actually absolute garbage and trash. Next one, overall, men are trash. You just got to pick what kind of trash you can tolerate. I can keep going and going and going and going. My assumption is that you guys, though, wouldn't say that that was representative of what all women thought, right?
Definitely not.
No.
Definitely not. So from Brian's perspective, when you say, well, I heard a man say this once, he's just saying the same thing in reverse, right?
But I wouldn't argue that that makes your experience any less true if you had women talk to you that way.
Yeah, your personal experience, I agree. You can have all sorts of different things which can be informed by a personal experience that just aren't true in reality, though, right?
Yeah, but she didn't say that of all men. She's had other experiences, and this one's different, and she's appreciating it. That's all she was saying.
Yeah, that's the argument. The argument isn't that women think men are trash or men think women are trash. It's just that, like, she wasn't saying all women to begin with, or all men to begin with. Like, that's the argument.
Yeah, but what Brian was trying to do is he was just trying to show you that we understand that there could be personal anecdotes or experiences, as you point out, where you can have bad experiences with men, and men can have bad experiences with women where they hear these types of things and they're horrible and nobody likes them, et cetera, but that wouldn't be a representative of the whole. So what he was trying to do is say, hey, look, if we're going to have a conversation like that, rather than kind of citing in on just a singular person who you heard this from, perhaps we can extrapolate it a little further out from there. That's all he's saying.
So going back to you, you said you loved how he was the perfect blend of traditional values. So what are, I guess, some of those traditional values?
Yeah, like I would say being on time is nice, being dependable in that way, like picking me up, and like just kind of like, you know, just like the courtesy of it all. I feel like I feel like we're lacking that a little bit, and I think it's kind of sad that our generation has lost that. I'm not saying it's bad. Like obviously sometimes, you know, there's a place to differ from that, certainly. Meeting people, going out to clubs, whatever, dancing, it's fine, like things happen. But I'm happy that, you know, we can also have a place for like, you know, courtesy, I guess. Like a nice blend of both is what I'm trying to say. I don't think we need to like lose that all, like lose the baby with the bathwater. Just because Tinder's a thing now doesn't mean that we can't like, you know, respect each other, like I said, from the neck up. But I'm not saying it's bad if we do like the opposite direction either. You know, things happen in all different ways. But I'm just...
Have you had those opposite way experiences?
Yeah, and it's I'm not saying it's like entirely bad, but I just, you know, yeah. So
you've been in a relationship with this guy for 1 month.
Yeah.
You guys exclusive?
Yeah.
Okay. You said he kind of waited a little bit before you guys got intimate. Have you guys been had carnal knowledge? How long did you wait with him? First dates?
4 dates.
4 dates? Has that been your experience with previous?
5 maybe.
Now, was that you pumping the brakes, or was that him
Me.
wanting to? You said slow.
Yeah.
But you've had other experiences that were fast.
Yeah.
Okay. Why the differentiation with him?
I was intimidated by like, just, you know, I think I just get a little nervous in general when it comes to dating. And I've realized I feel a little bit more at peace when I am in control of things like that, rather than like kind of, you know, just like, it puts my mind at ease to know that like there's more than just one thing going on.
What do you mean more than one thing going on? What do you mean?
Like we get along as human beings, and like let's say we had sex immediately and then all of a sudden like we just like can't speak and we're sitting there and it's like, well, like I hate that.
Have you had that experience before?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. But you have had experiences where previously, like you were in a 5-year relationship. Did you wait with him, or was that pretty quick?
It was pretty quick.
Like
yeah.
first First date? First hangout?
Yeah, I mean, kind of, yeah.
First, second hangout.
We
and
were
then
young.
you've had other experiences too, where it was like one night stand, or maybe not one night stand, but it was like, maybe you continued seeing the guy. It wasn't just a one and done, but
I kind of regret that for me personally. Like, not all of them, but like a good amount of it. Like, I feel like just for me personally, I kind of, you know, I wish I had a different mindset on things for just me personally. Okay.
And then just for the rest of the panelists here, I guess I'm curious on this because I've heard this from a lot of women where it sounds like you met a really good guy, and in this instance, you wanted to wait, but you didn't really, when it came to other men, there were not really any qualms when it came to having sex relatively quickly. So I guess the question would be, what is the shortest period of time you've made a guy wait? And then what's the longest, excluding, I guess, the first time, you know, losing your virginity?
Oh, man. I mean, I once dated a guy where we were dating for 2 years and we never had sex. And I once dated a guy where we dated for 4 months and then I had sex with him and it was so bad that I ghosted him. He also didn't cuddle afterwards, which was not great.
Wait, you guys, for 4 months you said?
4 months, we dated.
You waited 4 months. And then you had sex.
Yeah.
Sex was bad.
It was awful. There was no sexual.
What did you do wrong?
He was It
was all your fault.
No,
obviously.
he was very what's the thing that they put in the ground and jackhammer. Very jackhammer. There was no like mumbo to the movements. It was just very like.
You mean like motion to the ocean?
There's no ocean.
Yeah.
It was flat lake bed with like a rock thrown into it. It was not great.
Good time. So, and then there was another guy for 2 years you dated?
Yeah, I dated.
But he was asexual, or?
No, it was long distance. He was my brother's best friend, and we just had a really like strong relationship with each other, but we never slept with each other.
For 2 years? It was long distance? So you were celibate for 2 years, or you're fucking other people?
No, I was 15 and
yeah,
so I was little. I didn't lose my virginity until I was like.
How about, let's reframe the question like this. Chronologically.
Yes.
Chronologically. Have you ever, like, okay, a year prior you had like, you slept with the guy the first night or the second date, third date, chronologically, and then like a year later, you're like, oh, I want to wait 3 months. Have you had, or it doesn't have to be 3 months. It could be,
okay, so
I want to wait. Have you had that in the chronological
I have
sense?
had that. Like I've done one night stands and then met somebody and I was like, I kind of want to wait a little bit. And I think it was more of, I wasn't super interested in having sex with them. It was just more like seeing how they are as a person and if I liked that and see if the chemistry would grow.
Yep.
But I mean, sometimes that chemistry is just a lot and you gotta get it done.
So I tend to want to wait if I like think that something could go somewhere, but it tends to be like if I do think something can go somewhere and I like the person, I want to do it, but sometimes I hold back. But I will say, yes, I've shortest time, sex first time meeting them, but longest time I made the guy wait 10 dates, and guys, guess what? We had sex on the 10th date. I made him wait. I don't think I liked him very much anyways, but when we were having sex, he said like, oh yeah, like I want to put a baby in you. I want to put a baby in you on the first time having sex. So then after that, I was like,
that's a threat.
Yeah, after that, I was like, maybe I shouldn't have wasted 10 dates of my time to know that this guy's like this. So I'm just like,
okay. I mean, like, so he wanted to.
It was a breeding fetish. It wasn't just that. No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
we
but
talked about it.
I mean, you have a breeding fetish, don't you?
Do I? Only with the right person. But like,
I looked at your Twitter. You have a tweet that's like, I want to get cream pied or some shit.
That's not the same as a breeding fetish.
No, yeah. Like something filling you up feels good, but like breeding fetish is different. But
okay, I sort of see what you're saying. I mean, I do though. I see kind of the delineation, but I mean,
which there's nothing wrong with a breeding fetish. It was just a lot to handle on the first time having sex.
Yes, I suppose like if you're a woman on birth control, like you could want to be cream pied, but like without the intention of getting pregnant. So that's fair. Okay. What about you?
Shortest time, same night I met them on Tinder.
Okay.
Longest time, a month.
And was that after the Tinder hookup?
Yes.
Chronologically? Okay. Kiki, what about you?
Yeah, I've had sex the first time meeting somebody too, yeah.
And then...
The longest time?
is this the guy you've made with the longest?
I think so, yeah. I'm trying to have a whole brain reset.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Same. I've had sex on the first night and then probably like a month. I
Other
really don't
guys
know.
you've made with. Did you make Wait your 4-year
No.
fentanyl guy?
Nope. Didn't make him wait.
Fentanyl Frank?
Nope.
Was he a white guy or
Frank.
white guy?
No.
Hispanic?
No.
Black, I know.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm curious. I was just curious.
There's many other.
Okay. Yeah, it could be. He could have been Native American.
Could have been anything.
He
but
could have
was
been Asian. Do you date Asian men?
black. No, I haven't.
Are you half
I'm half Filipino, yeah.
half Filipino, half
White.
white? Okay. You don't like Asian guys?
I have nothing against Asian men. I've just never dated an Asian guy.
Oh, okay. What about you?
I feel like this doesn't apply to me as much since I've been with my husband since I was 18.
Maybe was there anything prior? Any relationships prior? No, not really.
Yeah, but I was like in high school and they were dumb. But
How long did you make your husband wait?
we actually hooked up on the first night. We did not actually have PIV, but we did hook up the first
You
night.
had S-ing the D. Was there S-ing the D?
Yeah. And
Not P and the V.
I think the first full-blown time was maybe a week into it.
A weekend. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so not too
after
long.
after that D, of course, she married.
Yeah, you can't get that up.
That was good. What about you?
The shortest, having sex on the first night. The longest I've made a guy wait, no more than a month. If I
No
want to have
more.
sex, I want to have sex.
Okay, but you have made, chronologically speaking, you've done first night, and then maybe there was one guy who you're like, oh, this guy could be a relationship material.
I have
We're going to wait 4 dates.
Yeah, no, there's been a few guys where I was like, you know what, they could be my potential boo, so I'm not going to give it up right away. I want to see where this goes. So finally, when we get to the do, they don't even hit me up after, or they start texting me like we're just F buddies. They don't text me like they want something serious. It's just to have some fun. And I'm like, what was the point of waiting? Honestly, I don't care about that. I'm
That's why I think you shouldn't wait. Just
Exactly.
slam
I
on
don't
the
care if
first
I wanna have
date,
sex, I'm gonna
and
have
if they
sex.
stick around, it was
and
meant
they
to be.
might
exactly.
pop a breeding fetish on you 15 dates in, and then you're like, why'd I wait 15 dates? You know?
No, yeah.
Gianna, what about you?
I think my longest and shortest is about the same, like a few months, to be honest. I think I'm never in town for that long enough to see somebody that long that I usually have a lot of time before I see them again and see them again. So yeah.
What's, I guess, 3 months is the shortest before
Yeah.
you had carnal knowledge?
Yeah.
You've never hooked up with somebody the same day you met them?
No.
Second day?
No.
Third day?
No.
Okay.
Good for you.
All right. Okay. I suppose some consistency there. This whole thing is really confusing to me as a guy. I know it happens. I've encountered it myself, anecdotally speaking. It just seems weird. You reward the fuck boy. You reward the guy who is, I guess, least worthy of having sex with you, and the guy who is arguably the most deserving, the relationship guy.
I actually so get what you mean. I don't get it either.
Yeah. And so it's this is I know it happens. It's totally a thing. In fact, probably most women operate this way, but I find it peculiar. And it's sort of life's unfair. Obviously, I was going to say it seems a bit unfair treatment. And I think men should, it's sort of on one hand, what do you as a woman do? It's well, you've had casual sexual encounters. Are you supposed to just continuously do that? I think the issue comes in though. It's if you have a total change of your morals, okay, I used to have casual sex, but now I want to operate differently. It still kind of rubs me the wrong way. You're free to do it, but I'd feel kind of, what the fuck? But then it's okay, have a one night stand. Oh, meet guy who is potential long-term relationship material, wait 5 dates. Yeah. And then that doesn't work out, have a string of one night stands, So there is no actual basis for like, you're not doing it. You're essentially trying to trick the long-term relationship material guys into thinking that you're the type of girl that conducts herself in this sort of chaste way, even though you're absolutely not. And you're just doing this as basically like a fugazi to try to get that guy into a relationship, which seems a bit manipulative to me. But I do find it interesting.
I think you make a really fair argument, and from a man's perspective, I could see why you would view it that way. But I think some women decide like, hey, maybe this hookup culture isn't working for me. These relationships haven't panned out, so maybe I'll try something different now and see if that works out better. And also, like, if you're just hooking up with a guy, you're just having sexual chemistry. If you want to spend your life with someone, you want to make sure maybe there's something more there as well. I don't know. I'm speculating. Again, I have a completely different situation going on.
I agree. Like, I agree with what you said also, and I agree with what she said. I think that like a potential partner. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of fucked up, low key, but I do think that like society, like if we are, and I get tricking you guys, I do get that part, but like society is like, if she's not wife material, if she fucks on the first date a lot, or if she, P&V on the first date.
I just meant speaking to
sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
Sorry. She's not wife material if she does P&V on the first date. So we see a guy and we're like, oh, like maybe I really like him, and so I don't want to do this because this is what he might think. It's not us necessarily, but it's like,
the thing is, though, like, I do think there are some guys who, like, might disqualify you if you have sex with you too soon. The thing is, though, it's not clear to me if, like, I mean, you had this experience. I think maybe some of you have maybe even had experiences where you're like, oh, I do want a relationship with this guy. I'm going to make him wait. He still fucked you once and never talked to you again anyway. And so in addition to that, I'm not sure if, like, if a guy already has eyeballed you for like, oh, whoa, this girl is like potentially relationship material, I don't think if you sleep with him too soon, it necessarily is going to preclude him from pursuing a relationship with you.
Yeah, I see nothing wrong with that. You got to test out the card.
Like if he's pushing, like if he's pushing for, like if he wants to have sex with you sooner and he wants a relationship with you, like, I don't know why he would be shooting himself in the foot. He's like, okay, I like this girl. She's really cool. She's really attractive. I could see it like her potentially being a girlfriend. I'm going, unless you're the one who's being sexually aggressive, and I don't mean that like in a weird, but you're like sexually pursuing him. I don't know if a lot of guys are like, I see her as relationship material. I want to sleep with her. I'm going to see if I can sleep with her. If she sleeps with me, I've now changed my assessment or mind about her relationship worthiness. I don't know if that's really a thing for most guys.
It would just be the decrease of hormones within them. There's studies on that. So men have a buildup. If I'm not mistaken, you could look at a vasopressin. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Theoretically, women, when they have sex, release oxytocin, and that is the bonding hormone. Men decrease in oxytocin when they like let it out of their system, so that's why there's post-nut clarity where they're like, actually, I'm so good on this, and then they just leave.
Wouldn't
but
that
what I'm trying to say is, with vasopressin, men increase vasopressin with stress and kind of with like not getting what they want because it builds up, and the buildup is what makes them like chase you.
But I would like to interject if I can.
Yeah.
I would say the only way you're going to find someone who is the perfect partner for you is to be unapologetically yourself. So if you feel like fucking that person on the first date and you want them to be future baby daddy and then they don't want it anymore, then you just flicked somebody off of the scale that's not going to be that person for you.
That's true. That's the battle I go sometimes.
Like, you just, if you're completely honest about who you are, what you do, what you want in a relationship, you're going to find somebody out there that wants those things too.
I think that's fair. I guess going back to this whole thing, though, it sort of seems to me like the thought process is, as a woman, if you're doing this sort of like make some guys wait, just fuck other guys really quickly, it's like, I thought this guy was a better long-term prospect, so I treated him worse than the guys I knew who were just like for sex. Those are typically like the fuck boys assholes.
What do you mean
Hold on. But, and this is what you essentially are saying to the guy who you want to wait and have like a long-term relationship with, you were so important to me that I treated sex like it was sacred, but just for you. Not those other 20 guys who got it hit the first night. It's only sacred for you, but for those other dudes, yeah, you can just fuck right away.
I don't know if we're treating it as sacred, more as like wanting you to accept us, but also I think that I think we've all been through this, most of us have been through this, where you have sex with a guy, whether it's after a few dates or on the first night, he doesn't talk to you anymore. The hurt with him not talking to you anymore is less with a guy who you don't see any potential with, rather than a guy who is like, you want something, you want more out of from. And so like, I don't know, having sex with him too soon, it hurts. It's like whatever, like you want to make him like you want to make him do this. I don't really know.
That's a really good point.
That is a really good point. I agree with that.
But also, I feel like there's a very big difference between fucking someone and making love to someone. Like having those different connections are completely different. And I would say that, you know, if somebody goes on the street and like they're horny and they want to fuck the hot girl like that they met, let's say at a fashion show, that's what they're going to look for. But there's a difference between fucking and loving. And so, hey, you might fuck somebody on the first date and they might end up being your baby daddy. I don't know. Emotions are not logical.
What's the difference?
What's the difference between fucking and lovemaking?
Yeah.
Connection, I think.
It's not something you can describe. It's something you got to feel. And the people who know it, know it.
Yeah.
Feeling like...
So I don't know if that's going to be, like, I'll just grant that, but like from the male perspective, if I'm sitting here as like you're viewing me as the potential boyfriend and you're saying, I want to fuck those other guys, but you have to wait.
I wouldn't make you wait.
That's like,
I
isn't
wouldn't
that
make
like
you
the typical like, nah, baby, I didn't make love to her. I was fucking her, so it didn't mean anything. Like what, you know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about?
In a relationship like
you
that,
weren't making love, baby. I only make love to you.
well, hey, in a relationship like that where you're supposed to be monogamous, yes, that's a slap in the face. But as someone who's polyamorous, like I play with Madison's husband all the time, and it's different than when I play with my own partner. So
yeah, so you're just fucking him. You ain't making love.
He's a good fuck, though.
He is.
Yeah, but you ain't making love, because that's a whole different thing. You only make love to the people you have that special butterfly-like feeling with.
Yeah.
But Brian, your stance kind of sounds like the thing that you only value a woman in a relationship for having sex if you're punishing them by making them wait. Like, isn't there a lot more that a woman can bring to the table? And maybe she respects you for more than just your body and more than just a fuck, and that's why she wants to wait. I mean, I completely think it's stupid when girls like hook up all over town their whole life and then suddenly decide they want to wait till marriage with one guy. That's ridiculous. But to say I want to take this a little more seriously and I want to respect you as a human and make sure there's like a deeper connection before we take it there, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, as long as it's like a reasonable time frame.
Well, just I do want to clarify, my position is not that all women do bring or can bring to the table is just sex. I don't know if that's what you're trying to...
It kind of seemed that way because we're punishing guys by making the good guys wait. That's what you said.
But how would that follow that that's all that women bring to the table?
I don't know, because you see that as a punishment rather than we're respecting men for more than just their bodies.
Where's the...
It's an implication. You didn't straight up say it. But
I don't think there's any implication there. Somebody can like punish somebody in like one vertical, and it doesn't mean that they're not bringing other things to the table.
Well, you're just seeing it as a glass half empty, that it's like a punishment rather than respecting you for more than just your body and your penis.
Well, why isn't she respecting herself in previous sexual encounters then?
Not about respecting herself, it's about respecting the other person.
How so?
Because in one instance, both parties were just looking to have some good sex and release some good hormones. In a different case, you're looking to spend the rest of your life with someone and see where this goes.
Yeah, but why would withholding sex preclude somebody from...
It wouldn't necessarily, but in some cases, like I said, maybe it didn't work out the other way for girls before, and they decided, hey, maybe I'll make them wait a couple dates. Like 9 months would be ridiculous.
Sure.
But
Maybe let me give you...
Get to know each other first.
I'm going to go through a couple analogies here. I have them written down, kind of none of these quite perfectly hit on this, but I think it's fair to go through a bunch of these analogies and to perhaps try to give you the perspective of how men might experience this. So... who here wants a guy to pay for the first date? Show of hands. Pay for the first date. Pay for the first date. Pay first date?
It depends on their financial situation.
Yeah, so let's say you really like this guy, you go on a date, everything's great, but you find out that he wants to go 50-50 with you until you guys are married. Objections?
I already go 50-50 with my
Okay,
partner.
that's fine. This is for those
50-50 for paying?
for the first date.
50
You didn't raise your hand though, so this is for the people who want a guy to pay for the first date. So
Sorry.
your reaction.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. What? Like he should pay for the first date. Like that's the traditional way
Okay.
that you want a traditional woman.
And then what about you?
I would be open to it, but initially I would, if you're trying to court me, then yeah, pay for the date. If you ask me on a date. If I
Okay.
ask you, it's different.
Sure.
I would assume we're friends if he didn't pay for the first date. I'm not saying
he wants to date you, but he's like,
I
yeah,
still would, but he's not sending me the right message. I'm not saying he has to pay for every date at all.
he's overt, like he's like, hey, I really like you, but this is just kind of my values. I prefer 50-50.
I would still assume that he just wants. I would look at him as a friend. I feel
No,
like
but he's like, I want to fuck you
I still would look at him as a friend.
and date you and have
Sucks
babies.
to suck. You want to fuck me? I still look at you as a friend.
Okay, so just to be clear, if he wants to fuck you, he has to pay for the first date.
Yeah, because I think it's like
Appreciate
an
it.
announcement.
Okay, and so, but to those of you who want guys to pay for the first date, you learn, even though he says, and you're really interested, you really like
Oh,
this
I
guy.
mean, what does a piece of pie buy?
It's the math.
Is
I'm
it
just
the
kidding.
piece of pie second base, and then, like, does the appetizer pay for the first kiss? Like, how does this work?
Okay, so those of you who said like, yeah, you do want the guy to pay for the first date, you learn that for his last 3 girlfriends, he paid for everything. He paid for rent, dates, vacations. He'd go on like a couple dates a week, pay for everything, pay the entire bill. And he's telling you, well, like you're really special to me. Like, I think you could be the one, blah, blah, blah. But he wants to go 50-50. And there's been no change in his financial position. Like, he hasn't lost his job, anything like that. You feel a little bit like, well, hold on. Why did all your exes get this kind of treatment? And do you feel that way?
Yeah.
I would question it.
Would you feel a type of way?
I would just question, like, what changed?
There is a question
Nothing.
of...
But what changed is he really likes you. And he wants it to be serious with you.
Can I make
Hold on, let me get her response and then you can go.
I would be uncomfortable if a guy paid for everything the same way like, for instance, like I wouldn't be comfortable in myself knowing that a guy pays for literally everything. Like that would make me feel guilty. But I still think on the first date, I think it's just like, I don't know, I'm very big on proof and I tend to question things a lot. So if I have the proof of like, okay, like he asked me to hang out, yeah, like he'll pay for the first date, but that does not mean I'm like stuck on him paying for everything. Absolutely not.
Right.
If anything,
Did you understand? I'm sorry, were you not listening?
I was listening.
This
If he was paying, so he's paid for everything else for other females, and now looking at me, he's like, I actually appreciate you as like a person, blah, 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 and this is why I want to go half and half. I mean, I wouldn't mind going half and half. I just still would, I'm not going to be your learning curve. Like, if you're that messed up from other girls, like, take a moment to yourself and knowing that if transactions, like, I don't know how to explain that. Like,
Because maybe he was taken advantage of by those girls that took too
I would actually like you to explain that.
I think that I think that there's like, and I think, like I said, proof. Maybe I get a little bit like bunged up on the details and I can't tell how people feel about me. So little things like proof, like, you show that on the first date, you paid for it. I'm not opposed to going 50-50 with a guy. I'm not going to like throw a fit about it at all. they're not even going to notice. I'm just saying with my own self, I think it makes like, I think it's a courtesy in a sense of saying, I asked you to hang out. I took you out. I like you. There's validation in the fact that I like you because I paid for it. I took time out of my day, out of my, I filled your cup. I took you to dinner. I filled your cup. Like,
can I also say something real quick?
Yeah.
I do think the man should pay for the first date. I do, but let's say he's in a financial compromise, whatever. He doesn't have a ton of money right now.
In the scenario, he's not.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, like, he could take us on a picnic. Like, I would like him to show something. It doesn't have to be financially, but he has to show, like, oh, I planned this. I'm taking us here.
Sure,
we're doing
we can
this.
talk about like the who pays topic, but we're getting a little bit away from like kind of what I'm trying to get at here. Gianna, you had something. Go ahead.
So I kind of feel like this is semi-similar to what we were just talking about. Kind of like how some of the girls said, when we find a guy that we feel more connected to, we wait till, longer to have sex with them rather
just
than...
really quick question on that. So you're saying the guys you feel really connected to, those are the guys that have to wait for sex, but the guys you're not connected to get to fuck right away.
That's it.
Female logic, by the way.
Not me. Girl math.
That.
Anyway.
So just to be clear, you guys fuck the men that treat you like are less of a match? Like, is that's what you're
because
saying?
I think we need our sexual needs met regardless. Some of us do. And so, yeah, like some guy to just fuck is fine. But like, yes, if I want to date you, then like, yeah.
Gianna, I did not mean to interrupt, but I wanted clarification. Go ahead.
Doesn't that literally sound like you're punishing the people that you
I
actually
agree, it
want to
actually
be
does. I have contradicting beliefs on this. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Gianna.
So then I felt like it was similar because us going 50-50 on a date, whoever raised their hand or didn't, it's kind of like you guys were also saying, if you feel more like connected to the guy, you would rather go 50-50 or you wouldn't.
If I
rather
really like
than if you...
Yeah, if I really like someone, I don't mind. I've been in relationships and I've paid for things. I don't mind. If I really love you, like, I don't mind.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, but you were going to say something good. I thought.
Sienna.
Yes, Sienna.
About this?
Maybe he had been taken advantage of.
Right. That's why I was trying to ask you if that...
No, go ahead.
Was he taken advantage of before? Like, were these girls just kind of not really truly genuine with him in the relationship, but just wanted material things? And that maybe... But I also agree with Keelan saying that another girl... I mean, maybe you should just take that time for yourself if you have trust issues about money and... things like that. Say if you have like a therapist or something, you could, talk through that. But it's also understandable if they do have trust issues that if they'd want to go 50-50, with someone else. But I don't know. It's just kind of like if they have that own journey for themselves, maybe they can figure it out.
I mean, I'm happy to like continue adding like various micro details to the hypothetical.
I was just wondering.
Do you want to know which like state they were born into? I can like give you like all the life history of like the hypothetical, like in the hypothetical, was this guy like financially abused by the women in his past relationships? Probably not. No.
Okay.
I guess, but
so you just want yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more detailed I can make the hypothetical. It's kind of just an analogy to.
Should a man pay on the first date? Raise your hand if yes.
See.
Only with traditional women.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm a traditional woman.
I guess a couple other analogies here, but how about this? All the exes, all his exes got 5-star meals, but and no change in financial status. She gets McDonald's because he's turned over a new leaf and decided that money has better uses than just trying to impress people.
I still think first date should be for impressing. After that, we can.
No, first date.
First date. Then you're done. Then you're done. You're not trying to impress me.
So you girls put yourself in your...
Then you need to work on that trauma you've been through.
Even if he
that has
offers
nothing
you
to
the
do with
spicy
me.
chicken nuggets?
I mean,
Like, have
those
you
are
had the
good.
spicy chicken nuggets?
I don't eat meat. I don't eat
They're
McDonald's.
good.
Everyone has their own way of handling their own money, and if they want to put forth
No.
the money to...
It can be a cheap date, man. Just pay for it.
How would you like us to answer? Not thoughtfully or thoughtfully? That's why I'm asking you detailed questions.
No, thoughtfully, but where you're going with this is you're trying to understand why in the hypothetical he's acting this way.
Right.
It's kind of irrelevant. I just want you to put yourself in the girl's position and think, if I was in this hypothetical position as the girl and I discovered that all of his exes got better treatment and then I'm now getting worse treatment.
What would you say to the question? I'd leave.
Yeah, how would you answer it?
Girls don't buy
No, but
dinner.
all right, but let's
do.
I mean, just
Cool.
imagine it. Like, what would you say? Is that cool with you or not?
What do you mean?
If this girl did, and I guess we can relate it to sex because I'm sure that's where you're gonna take it, like giving sex on the first date rather than not. But like, if she did all this for this man and says to you, actually, I've turned over a new leaf and I'm not gonna do any of this for you, what would you say?
I'm asking you guys my
Wait, why
opinion.
can't I ask you? I'm
No,
curious.
but I've already established my position on this.
Okay.
I think
I guess
if
it would
there's,
rub
like,
me the wrong way then.
No,
if it's
yeah, I
just-
wouldn't be cool with
if you
it.
Just,
I wouldn't
if
be
you
cool
just
with
wanted
it.
to take it from we just
the-
found that out,
I
then
want
it
the
would rub
woman's
me the wrong way.
perspective. That's what I want.
Yeah.
I want the woman's perspective.
be cool with it.
You go on a date with a dude, and you find out that he got all these other girls he went on dates with. He got them gifts and took them to 5-star
I don't feel like
restaurants.
any of us would be cool
You
with
gotta
it,
let me
right?
finish. You
No.
gotta.
It would
you
make
can't
me-
keep interrupting.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Who's sorry?
Go ahead.
I was done. I just said I don't think anyone else would be cool with it. I'm sorry for interrupting. It's my bad. I have that. That's a problem. I'm actually
okay. It's
genuinely sorry.
But again, I'm hoping to get a response from you guys. So, all the other girls he dated, and who he just had like casual, like he was just trying to like casually fuck them, right? He was like, he took all the casual chicks. He took them to 5-star dinner. But now he wants a relationship with you. You just get McDonald's.
It sounds like a power dynamic to me. It sounds like initially when he met all those women, the reason he tried so hard to impress them is because he's trying to show that he's like, in power. Oh, I can afford this meal. I can afford this. I can afford that, blah, 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 blah. And that's the entire sense around why you're with me. Now he's been burned so many times before that he looks at you, a girl that he really likes, and he says, actually, rather than giving
No, he hasn't been burned. I don't know
Okay,
why
whatever,
you
okay,
keep trying to...
okay, whatever. That, well, obviously he's been burned if he's going to another girl. Not saying burned like emotionally scarred forever, but obviously things did not work out. They burned up. They
Wait,
didn't work.
can you say the question and like completely dumb it down for us even more so we can all just give you a straight answer?
It sounds like
Okay.
he has the power. Like he wants.
I don't know where the power... I'm not sure where the power
The
thing came
question
from.
is...
Okay, I'll repeat it again. Okay. Man dated other women, and he just had casual sex with them and didn't want a relationship with them. In order to get to the casual sex, he took them to really nice restaurants and got them gifts and paid for everything. He meets you. You and he really like you. He want relationship from you. He only
get what you're doing now.
Stop.
I get it.
Yeah, stop. He only take you to like poor restaurant.
I get it.
He take you to McDonald's.
I understand now.
He no want to spend
feels like a South
a
Park
lot
episode.
money.
I get it. Thank you for dumbing
He
it
really
down
like
so
you.
much. He's referring it to
Oh my
the sex
goodness.
thing, guys. Maybe
Yes,
it took just
that's-
me that long, but it took me a long.
Oh,
But he's referring
jeez.
it to the sex thing.
How would you, as women's, feel about this?
I mean, that's a great question, Brian. Honestly.
Oh my God, you're such a troll.
No, I'm not. I'm actually.
How would
no,
you
I
feel?
actually-
I'd
How
be a
would-
little tickled.
A little tickled.
I'd be a little-
Where?
Oh, hell no.
Because sometimes that could be a good thing.
I don't know. It's just like, why McDonald's?
Oh, where do you prefer? Are you more of a Red Lobster girl?
Maybe. I just feel like that.
Cheesecake Factory?
Why McDonald's? Like, am I less valuable? Do you see me as less valuable?
No, you're more valuable is the thing. You're more valuable, so I want to take you to a worse restaurant.
Okay, so I'm going to say I don't want McDonald's. I actually want something else. Maybe BJ's.
You want... Hold on, it's the first
There's a
date. Pump the brakes. It's a restaurant.
It is.
A restaurant would be nice, yeah, for the first date.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation.
That's actually
over...
a great analogy, and yeah, I don't know.
It's
Like,
this-
I actually agree with your analogy. I don't know.
I feel like it's the same as the girls saying, like, I like you, so I'm not going to have sex with you. Or the guys saying, I like you, so I'm not going to spend money on you. However, the same way you were saying that's manipulative when women do it. If women have, like, I know you don't like the word power, but I can't think of another word. If women have control with their body and giving it away, and men have, theoretically, if we're going to take this stance, because that's where we're going, control with their money, and the less he gives it away, the more he's like, you actually like me. However, I feel like the same way it's manipulative for girls to do that, because I've done that. Like, I definitely feel like I have regretted doing that, where it's like, I give less to people I like and more to people I don't like when I was in a relationship. But the same thing where it's like, okay, so you're trying to prove that you don't like me that much. Like, oh, like, I'm just going to give you McDonald's, like, don't think that you're like the one, like whatever. So I just come, so I'm more like, wow, like he takes all these other girls, but for some reason I'm different. Why am I different? Usually I get what I want, and so why am I not getting what I want? It feels manipulative, and that's why I feel
So,
like.
I mean, if that's the case, then that it's a form of manipulation, then wouldn't this stand to Brian's point that, hey, if a woman has slept with the 5 guys previous to you because she just didn't care about them and she cares about you, that would basically just be a massive red flag that this woman is a manipulator?
Yes,
And
and
then
no.
wouldn't the entailment of that then be that she should sleep with him on the first date so that she's not being manipulated?
Wait, can you pull up the definition of manipulation? I just want to, or can anybody? Because I
Whatever-
just
It's like twisting the
definition
truth
is,
twisting
whatever
the-
definition
appeal to your own
she-
Okay,
she
sure,
has
yes,
for
then
the
it's
word that she
manipulation
used.
for sure. It's manipulation in both senses. And honestly, I have nothing to say. Wait, I don't know. I'm still talking.
the
then.
way I
Yeah, no, but then you went ahead and said something anyway, even though it wasn't.
Well, no,
an
I wanted to
impression.
know.
So
Well, no, I
you-
wanted to
you-
know
you
the
let
definition
her-
of.
you let
I wanted to
her
know the
speak on
definition
it.
of manipulation.
Yeah, can you let her answer the
Of
person asked the
course.
question
I'm
too?
sorry.
I think, remind me.
Yapper. Maya.
Maya gave a really good example of this earlier, where maybe when you do feel something more, the pain of losing somebody that you actually like hurts. And the pain of like, okay, whatever, I went to the club in Miami, I went home with somebody. Was that a mistake? Yeah. Was I like 6 shots deep? Yeah. Sorry. Oops. Whore. Oops. But no, I'm not. Like, no, I think the pain of losing somebody that you really like, you take it in consideration and you want to build something with them. So is it manipulative? Sure, a little bit, but also like we got to survive out here. Like,
I don't know.
This would entail Brian's argument back, right? And say, but wait, you wouldn't want that sort of treatment on a first date from a person paying for the meal who says, look, I really like you, and so I don't want to be spending extravagantly.
But there's proof, there's a reward in the fact that like, oh, I still want to hang out with you even though we're not having sex. There's a reward in that. There's like soul in that. Like, I want to sit with you, I want to talk to you. With the McDonald's, it's kind of just like, I just think it's kind of icky. Like, there's no person, there's no
who do you think
character,
feels like
there's
they
nothing to
got-
talk about.
Wait a second. Who do you think feels like they got the bigger reward? Oh, honey, I love you. I can't, I really adore you. I can't wait to have a long night talking with you. Or the guy who fucked your brains out last week. Which guy do you feel like like they got the bigger reward?
Don't you think?
I just want to add.
brains out last week for sure.
Hang on. Almost done. Which one do you think feels like they got the bigger reward? The guy who got to have the sex, or the guy who gets to listen to you talk to him all night?
What sex feels better?
Okay, I'm gonna interject here.
No, you got to let her answer.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The sex that you had on the first night when it was like in the heat of the moment, or when you're like actually talking to somebody more and more and
I'm
learning
sorry,
about them.
I do have to cut. Hold on. I do have to cut in. You didn't actually answer his
Yes, I
question.
did. I was literally answering it.
No, you were asking.
He was saying,
him a
"What's the
question.
bigger reward?"
Yeah, you didn't answer it. You were asking him a
not
question.
what's the bigger reward. Which guy do you think feels like they got the bigger reward? The guy who got the sex from you the very first night out, or the guy who got to have the long walk on the beach talking to you?
Yeah,
Which
but
one do
sometimes you
think
feel like the
feels
loser
they
if
got
you
the
like
bigger
had
reward?
sex immediately and then they leave. Like, you feel like a loser. Not saying that's always the case. I'm just saying sometimes like
Wait,
that
just
hurts.
answer his question. Just answer his question.
Oh my god, okay, yeah, the guy that got another like notch under his belt, he feels like a big winner, whatever, and I hope he does that again and again and again and again.
Is not
Well,
mad.
hold on, no, Andrew. I'll let you come in just a sec. But like,
Wait.
you could have sex. Stop.
call me something?
One person talking at a time. You got to stop interrupting.
you
You've done
called
it
me a
like
different
20
name. I'm
times.
so sorry.
Just zip it.
My name's Maya,
Zip it
though.
good. Okay. It's not like an one or the other thing. Like a guy who wants a long-term relationship with you, he could have sex with you and want to continue seeing you.
I agree. I never get sick of Space Mountain, so.
That's great.
And that's nice.
May I interject?
Go ahead, and then Andrew will.
It's really just kind of a question. You're saying that, okay, it could be like for one guy that wants to have a long-term relationship with you, you could have sex on the same night or you could not. Maybe it just comes down to communication then, about asking them what they really want and what they're actually looking for,
What?
so that you know that. I think there's a stereotype, and there's stereotype that even this is anecdotal, but it's what I've been told. If you give it up on the first night, they're not going to talk to you again. But I only learned that after, making a few, and I'd say that they were mistakes in the beginning when I kind of was influenced by hookup culture when I was not 18, and so, but when you're communicating with someone about what you want, what you're looking for, and are you saying that it's like they should give it up on the first date too?
No. Here's the essential of the argument. What Brian is saying, and also what I'm saying here,
Okay.
right? Because we're just looking at it from the perspective of how you think men would feel and how you think women would feel. So if the idea here is that, look, I really, really like you, and that's why I'm going to make you wait to sleep with me. But the 5 guys previously, they meant nothing to me, so I slept with them immediately. Hang on. Obviously, that's going to make the guy feel like a piece of trash, right? The reverse here is if we were to say, okay, well, I don't want a woman who just wants me for my money, right? I want her to know that I really like her and she really likes me. So I'm not going to be very extravagant on the first date or things like this, but I did that for the 5 women previous to her. That probably wouldn't make her feel very good either. So the point here is to kind of just point out that, well, wait a second. While you say, I'm actually doing this for you because I really like you, think of it from their perspective. They think, well, the 5 guys previous, they got to hit, right? And I get gypped. I just so happen, because I'm so good and you like me so much, I get the thing. I don't get the thing that everybody else gets, right? If you're thinking of it from their perspective.
Yeah.
So that's what's being said.
Okay. Well, thank you for explaining. I guess I think everyone has been in their own different situation, maybe even when starting out. And when, say, for example, with the person that let the other 5 guys hit, right? Say they're just, it could all be hypotheticals here. Maybe they're just starting out with sex and they think that the person will call them again and that it'll be fine, and that, they're kind of naive in the way, so they continue to, talk to them, but realize after they did give it up, per se, whether it's in their room or in the car or whatever, the male, not all, and just maybe in some hypothetical situation, seems to be less interested, responding with less words, and it seems to just be that they're replying, not actually thinking in the conversation, and that they don't actually find value in you anymore because they just got what they got. So you realize,
I got this.
Because
Go
then
ahead. No, continue.
So then you kind of learn, okay, if I give it up on the first night, from this pattern that I've been experiencing, they don't usually find value in me, I see.
They never wanted you for a long-term relationship to begin with.
Aww.
So you've had these experiences where you had sex with a guy quickly. He didn't want a long-term relationship to begin with. And now you're going to attribute this perhaps to other men that perhaps do want a long-term relationship, but if you sleep with them too quickly, they're no longer going to want the long-term relationship.
Kind of like guys spending money in the strip club, no?
I guess it was maybe just maybe not seeing in that perspective. I was naive, and I also, maybe they just didn't want anything to begin with.
Look, I guess I'll paint it like this. So in the same way that women are not vending machines that you put niceness tokens into and sex comes out, men are not vending machines in a similar way where you put sex tokens into and you get a relationship out of them.
Yeah, everyone learns their own lessons.
Yeah, look, and to be fair though, there are plenty of men in furtherance and in an effort to get sex from you will lie about their intentions. They'll say, I'm looking for something serious, and I want a relationship. And they will perhaps use this to make you give it up when you otherwise wouldn't.
I do appreciate that you're looking at both sides and not just saying that maybe women will manipulate, but yes, so it's good that you're saying both.
Yeah, men manipulate. Men will do this all the time, and I'm sure maybe some of you have had this experience where, the guy said, here's his intentions, and then, his intentions didn't really pan out to be that way, although there's all kinds of things that can happen after sex where maybe that was the guy's intentions, but you guys had sex and then it wasn't the sex, it was just your conduct post-sex was I'm not saying the fucking pillow talk, I'm just saying you're not owed a relationship after you have sex with us if your conduct is fucking dog awful prior or post-sex.
Conduct.
I'm not saying in that moment after sex. Well, no, it's like you're a woman, and then like the guy has sex with you, and you start treating him horribly or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, of
Like,
course
yeah,
they're
you're
not owed anything.
just because you fucked a guy and you're like still a piece of shit doesn't mean he owes you a relationship.
Of course not.
So
I agree with Sienna though. There is a learning curve, I think, at least for me personally. But I also like I really love like kind of what you're talking about, because I was always told like you're gonna get left if you give it away too easy. And but like obviously
Let them leave you.
Yeah.
Because they're not gonna stay. They're not gonna stay. You got to find somebody who loves you for you. The dirty, gritty people go through mental health crisis. They go through physical crisis. They go through financial crises. You need somebody who sees you and just loves you for your raw self and doesn't like, and you're not gonna find that by just manipulating into a relationship or pretending to be something you're not. If you like sex and you're a slut, say, hey, I like sex and I'm a slut. And if they fuck you and they leave, cool, deuces, I'll find somebody else that actually loves me for me, and I have. So just
nice.
coming from personal relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I hooked up on the first date, and 17 years later, it's still working out.
I
think you're also coming from the stance of assuming that every man wants to hook up on the first date, which is a big assumption. I'm sure plenty of guys do, but to say that that's like a punishment to not do that is not really fair, because not all guys want to do that on the first date.
I mean, I do agree that there are men who they're not going to make the move for sex on the first date, but it does seem to be the case that there's enough women who men will encounter this where the man does want to have sex and the woman's like, and hey, you as a woman, if you want to wait 100 years or whatever the fuck, you can always do that. It's your call. But there are women who are going to
But that would be the opposite anyway.
I think it's also a chemistry thing. Like,
well, hang on.
Sorry.
That would be the opposite. So even if the guy didn't want to hook up on the first day, let's say he had religious convictions, something like this, and he's like, look, I'm not even looking for a girl who's like that. If they had some understanding or were told, oh yeah, by the way, I hooked up with the previous two guys before you immediately. I still think that even if they didn't want to hook up, they would still see that as being problematic. I still think that they would see it that way.
Exactly. That's like kind of our point, but yeah, it's cool. It's kind of our point, but it's cool.
I think it's, like Sienna said, I do think it's a learning curve. Like, yeah, the guy can say, oh yeah, it's problematic that she's done this before. Well, maybe I didn't know that I'd get treated so badly if I just gave into like what I wanted immediately. I didn't know that. And now I've learned, now I've gotten older, and now I'm meeting somebody actually like, and I'm going to be respectful now, and I'm going to change my mind on this, and I'm going to treat people better. I'm going to get treated better. There is a learning curve.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure, but doesn't that present a value judgment assessment problem? Meaning, doesn't that bring into question your judgment for the person who you're dating? They go, oh damn, you just got really bad judgment then.
Maybe I'll admit that let's say or for someone else, right, that had that past too, or bad judgment. It's okay to say that. I mean, it's when your parents say, oh, I was just so dumb when I was younger. I was just such a dumb teenager, maybe, especially with going in with it thinking that you're meeting someone and you like them, and you're just naive about the dating world, and you're naive about, I guess, how guys think, but you're talking to someone and it's you're just kind of dipping your feet into, maybe you just lost your virginity or just got out of a relationship after losing your virginity, and now your friend is talking about, oh, I'm going to download Tinder, and you're like, wait, okay, maybe I should too, right? I don't know. I have these feelings and hormones, and I guess now that I've done it, whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's a loose. But
if chastity were the order of the day, right? Wouldn't all these problems dissolve anyway? Like, wouldn't they just not be problems anymore?
What are you saying? Sorry.
Yeah, if chastity were the order of the day, like,
I think that sometimes
men and women decided collectively that they were going to be chaste instead and like wait till marriage or something.
I think that waiting can be just fine.
Dissolve all of these issues immediately?
No, because I was with a guy for 4 months, never slept with him, and it was the worst sex of my life that I didn't even want to talk to him ever again.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with this issue. That would present a different issue, which we get to that different issue, but no, I don't see how it wouldn't resolve this problem.
Everyone has their own, again, like learning curve in a way, and I think chastity can be, just as good, because sex and doing it with other people, it shouldn't be a person's first priority. There should be more, let's say me, for example, I'm not really, now I'm choosing that it's not going to be like a priority for me because there's so many things that I'm lacking in myself that I just want to focus on that. So will I be going on future dates or whatever? I mean, I don't know. Some people will wait, some people won't. I feel like I'm rambling here.
Well, I'll move things on.
Well, with chastity, kind of like what you were mentioning, I think it's a good balance. I think that it can be very, like, okay, if we're going to look at it scientifically, people, once again, we release hormones when we have sex. What is there to be committed to if you're not having sex or seeing, sex is not just like sex. It's like, seeing parts of you that are like embarrassing or raw or like, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it brings people closer together, and there's a reason humans do it. You know what I mean? So it's like this good balance between, do we have stuff outside of sex? Yes. But also, is our sex empty? Are we just like fucking to fuck? Or are we like, two people that like make mistakes? And like, I don't know, it sounds like stupid as hell, but like what I'm trying to say is I don't think chastity would fix everything, because what is there to be loyal to? I mean, obviously you said people. Okay.
I do have to move things on. But I mean, I guess final thing on this. I suppose even for those of you who don't want a guy to pay for the first date, I'll ask it one more time. This is how you would feel in this situation. Disregard the motivations of why the man is doing this. Really just think about how you would feel in the situation. You go on a date with a guy. He's expressed to you he sees long-term potential in you. He's really interested in you. He really, really likes you. He wants to go 50-50 on the bill. You also know, you find out, he tells you that the last 5 women that he's been on a date with, who he had casual sex with them the first night. He took them to a really fancy dinner and paid for everything, right? Knowing this, that he gave them that treatment, even if you don't care if it's 50-50, knowing that he's treating you differently, he's going 50-50 with you, but for those other women who just work for casual sex, he felt the need or did give them this additional benefit, I guess, of paying for a really nice date. Does that rub you the wrong way at all?
No, because I do 50-50 anyway. I like it that way. So
I literally
It doesn't rub me the right way. It does not rub me the right way.
You don't even care.
No,
Okay.
if there's chemistry, I don't care.
Yes, it rubs me the wrong way, but same with how if I said no to sex on the first date and he knew all of these men, and like same with everything, we could have like she said, we could have a conversation about it. This is why I'm doing this with you, because all these men have treated me like so, and like I really like blah blah blah. We could come to something. I'm very like understanding and stuff. So I feel like we could have whatever.
Okay, all right.
No, it's not that answer you
I
wanted.
think you just want like a cut and dry answer. So yeah, it would rub me the wrong way.
Yeah, at that point, let's just not do something with money. If you're just we can do other things that don't involve money, like kind of like she said, go to the park. Yeah. There's no point. It's like, if you're gonna do it, go big or go home. Like we could either do things that don't involve money, or we could do something that like shows something.
Yes.
I don't eat fast food, so I would say, can we just go to the park or go some other place like a taqueria that's equally as cheap? But no, it would not rub me the wrong way.
Okay.
No.
What do you think the male equivalent of this like analogy that you're giving would be to us saying like, oh, we can just go to the park, would be for sex? Is there one?
DJ.
Just give me the tip, baby.
I don't actually understand the question.
I don't.
She's saying instead of turning it into a modernized game.
So all of us said like, oh, if he can afford the first
I
date or
understand.
whatever, we can whatever.
I understand. So it's essentially, a guy who would not be capable of like taking you on a nice date, and I don't know if it's a compromise, but he still is trying to put in the effort of
because we're all saying we'd be cool with a picnic date.
Picnics are really fun.
But you're saying like it's sex or like whatever, kind of, right?
I'm trying to wrap my head around this logically. I'm trying to understand what you're saying here.
It's so much hypotheticals. I get it.
Yeah.
What would be the equivalent for a woman to do as it pertains to sex? Maybe somebody in the chat. I'm curious. What do you guys, if you guys have parsed what she said, what would be the equivalent?
I'm happy to answer it. I just don't actually understand what she's asking.
Should I repeat it?
just.
Okay, so
yeah.
basically, like, all of us gave an out for the person who can't provide on the first date. He did provide for all these girls, right? Sorry. It's okay. He did provide for all these girls, but for us, we're saying, like, you know what? If he showed the effort and if he took us on a picnic date, doesn't have to be like no money involved. He just really showed us that he wanted us. What would the woman equivalent to this be, like, of us not putting out on the first date, but we did for these other guys?
I don't think
Bring him lunch at work.
Lunch at work? Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, bring him lunch at work.
I've done that a bunch of times.
nice.
That's cute.
I love that.
That's the equivalent to having sex
That
on
is
the
really
first
cute.
date.
I love making food.
No.
I
It's
don't-
not the equivalent of having sex on a first
Well,
date.
that's what I'm referring to.
No, that's not what you. Okay, so you're conflating two different things.
Yes, it
You're
is.
con-
What
you're
I'm referring
conflating-
to.
You're conflating two different things. You're asking about the expressive interest.
Well, we're
How
saying
can I express-
analogies. We're
Hang
giving
on,
two
hang on,
different
hang on.
analogies, and I'm giving an example for one analogy.
Okay, but you need to listen to what I'm saying now. Don't cut in until I finish, and then you can respond. Okay. What you're asking about is the expression of interest absent sex. How can I express that I have this kind of interest in you without fucking you? Okay, that's what you're actually asking. So that would be a good way for you to express that you have major interest in a person without actually having sex with them. That's what I'm responding to. Now, when it comes to this idea of like, how can I reconcile with him that I banged the previous 10 guys on the first night and not him, that I don't know. I have no idea how you would reconcile that.
All right. I guess to wrap things up on this one, it's essentially this whole like women not having any qualms with sleeping with a man fast, but when you do meet like a relationship worthy guy, you make him wait. I think it just comes down to it's essentially just a fraud. So the whole point of a woman having a waiting period before she has sex is supposed to essentially communicate that she's not someone that gives away sex so easily. Having a man wait implies that I'm not easy to get into bed. But for women like this, it's I'm going to make you wait an arbitrary amount of time because I want to give you the impression that I'm not quick to give out sex. But in actuality, I am, just not for you. And I don't know. The whole thing is a little, look, you're free to do it. You obviously can do it. You can have a string of casual sexual encounters. You can fuck guys within 30 minutes of meeting them. You can do that for like 10 dudes in a row. And then you meet like that one guy who you really like. It's like, okay, we're going to wait 3 months. You can do that. But from the guy's perspective, if I were to find this out, I mean, one, the whole like fucking 10 dudes recently, immediately, that's already kind of a disqualifier. But that would just be that would just be like ridiculous. And I'd be like, yeah, you can do it, but like I'm not gonna play your game. Like, goodbye. Find some
Well,
sucker.
maybe it's a compliment to you though. Like maybe if you were the guy in the situation, don't you feel like there's a little bit of a compliment in that?
This reminds me of a recent Reddit thing that we looked at. So, no, I don't think it's a compliment because I think if she was that attracted to me, that she would just want to have sex with me. If she was that into me, she would just be wanting to have sex.
But the same way you just said, if a
Agreed.
woman had sex with 10 people before meeting you, she'd be an immediate disqualifier. Maybe shit happens. Like I said, bitches go to Miami. Shit happens. But that doesn't mean...
You were in Miami. Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that she sees something in you and she doesn't want to be disqualified, but she's made mistakes as all humans do. Maybe you've had sex with 10 girls prior, but she doesn't want to be disqualified. So she needs to show that she's growing in her mentality, and so are you. Like I said, learning curve. I don't know why it has to be like women are manipulative. Like, yeah, sometimes we are.
Or just, no, right? That seems to be the more standard is like, yeah, that's nice that you've grown and this and that, but no. Also, no, hard pass, right? I think that seems completely reasonable to me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
But I
think
doubt
that
that
that's every single? Because I think that you're welcome to have your feelings about that. If that's a hard no for you, that's completely okay. As well as for Brian, I don't know what your name is.
Well, whether it's a hard no for
there's
Ross.
I mean, and for most it would.
It doesn't
if
matter if it's a
there's-
hard no for Brian specifically.
If there-
or
you're
for
saying
me
for most
specifically,
men-
or
you're saying
for
for-
Tony down the street specifically.
Are you saying for
I'm just
most
saying
men-
If a man has the preference of saying, no, that's not what I have no interest in a woman who has X amount of previous sexual partners, There's nothing wrong with that. It's totally up to them.
That's okay.
I agree.
I think that's completely fine, and that, if she does meet someone that ends up, knowing her for her, and also just seeing her past and making the judgments on that, but also being like, I see that she is a very meaningful person, she has a really good heart, and she's very loyal, this or that, then there's still a possibility that someone could be in a committed, respectable relationship with a man that wants them just as much, even if they did have a past. But it depends, and sometimes it's rare, sometimes it's,
with me.
It really just depends on who you meet, and maybe a lot of men will feel like a little bit
so just to be
weird
clear,
about that.
Topic change, you're saying women who have like a past of promiscuity, essentially, there will be a man out there that is willing to date her? Is that what you're saying?
I'm kind of relating more to the fact that when you're like, oh, she did 5 guys before, or 10 guys before. This world is kind of complicated in the way where, obviously, and especially with hookup culture being encouraged and everything like that, if this girl did 5 people, right? Mm-hmm. And this was when she was like, a few years ago, and now she's kind of at, she's 23 years old. Well, she can't really take those back, so is it just an end-all be-all that she is just thrown in the trash, not wifey material forever, and she will never find someone that'll accept her because something that happened that she...
No. So it's just. So there's an old proverb, right? Not from the Bible. It's not a biblical proverb, but there's an old proverb. You can't unsuck a dick, right? So what the idea behind this is just that there's for a lot of men that would be a deal breaker if you have a high body count. It's not saying that there are some men. Some men, they might love that shit. There might be a couple of complete degenerate dudes who are like, I love that, it's my thing. But what I do think it does is it necessarily limits the pool. So you're going to necessarily limit the pool. So I think that men who would be into or liked a woman who had 20 or 30 or 40 previous partners would also like a woman who had very few previous partners, whereas the counter is not true. The opposite is not the case.
But I think a woman who felt that sexually liberated to have sex like that isn't interested in a guy like either of you anyway, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think both are fine,
That's totally
I think it's fine both
fine.
ways. Everyone can pick from their own pool. Doesn't mean that it's bad one way or the other.
I mean, I'm not sure. This is sort of like somebody who's about to get fired and they're like, no, well, I quit. I don't really know if I buy into this so much. You're essentially saying, well, if the guy would disqualify her, then by simple virtue of him disqualifying her, she's disqualifying him.
But that's same with you saying low body count, we disqualify you as same. Everyone just do their own thing.
If he disqualifies her that way, then they're not meant to be, and that's okay.
Exactly.
And if she finds someone that she, connects with a lot and they fall in love and he's accepting of her past, say it was 5 people, 10 people, whatever. I'm not saying 1,000, okay? I'm not saying that. I'm saying 5, 10 people, whatever. Then, and he had however many people, but they look at it past judging that. They look at their character completely, how trustworthy they are, how respectful they are, how much they get along with their family and things like that. Someone can still accept you and love you even if you have regrettable things in the past.
That.
Yeah.
I thought you were. I thought you were. Okay.
There's no dispute to the fact that regardless of whatever your past is, you can find somebody who will love you. It doesn't that's not even in dispute here. There's people who reform all the time from all sorts of different things and are very good people and this type of thing. Nobody's disputing that. What I'm saying is this specifically, and this would be Brian's position too, that necessarily the pool for women is very broad. It's very broad. But if you were to look for what you would consider husband material, let's say the type of guy who has a lot of money, he's very handsome, he has a much higher pool than most men do, right? So if he has to choose between women who are equally attractive, but one has a much lower body count than the other, generally speaking, it makes sense why he would go for the one that has a lower body count. So if this is the case, then what's going on is women necessarily limit the pool of men who are available to them by having a higher body count. That's all that's being said here.
Wait,
and
sorry,
that makes total sense.
Did you say
For
why?
boys.
Hold
Well,
on.
I was just gonna say, why do we not believe in change? Because once again, we're demonizing women for like having a promiscuous past and then waiting for their
Yeah,
new
what-
partner.
I mean,
but
what-
my question,
what's-
wait, quickly, I'm sorry. My question is, if people change and people want to be better, I don't understand why.
Ryan, are we
it's like,
speaking Spanish?
Well, I don't
We
know
are
why it
Andrew.
matters. I also don't know why
Don't
better
date.
means
I'm sorry.
less partners,
I have a
because I don't
One
think
sec-
that's
hold
better
on,
or
hold on,
worse.
hold on, hold
They
on.
already said that.
Hold
They
on.
already said that. That makes it better.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
so let's say this. I have a question.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Habla?
Baño.
No, they already said that they
So
don't
you're
care
saying-
about the past reform and like, you know, that there's people in the past that if they had bad stuff happen to them or they were bad, they can.
Yeah, we can look. It comes down to men are allowed to disqualify you for any single reason in the same way that women, and look, here's the reality, you women are way more picky, way more selective than men are. Men care about maybe a couple little things here. You guys have like laundry lists of things that you look for in men. You guys are way pickier, even when it comes to looks. I would argue you guys care way more about that shit. You guys are way
You're
pickier.
generalizing.
I think it's just shocking to
Do you have
guys.
statistics to
Not
show
everyone
that?
You need to be
feels that
quiet
way,
and let me
sir.
finish my point. So,
Hi, Brian.
are you drinking lean? What is that?
No, it's my energy drink.
Is it lean?
Hello?
Why do you ask that?
I don't know, bro, but maybe you're a bit intoxicated. I don't know. In any
So now you're
case,
accusing someone of being
I'm not.
intoxicated.
That's just.
I mean,
what you're
there could be
using
something in
to-
there. It
This
could
is
be.
an
never
orange
said
flavored
any-
Celsius, by the way.
I've never
I
said
wasn't
anything to make you
saying
think
you were
lean.
drinking lean.
I'm just.
If you are, though, cool, I
saying
guess.
stuff to you.
Never
So-
done that before.
So, look, here's the reality. Y'all are crazy picky when it comes to men, right? So, I think it's perhaps shocking to you because here's the other thing is you deal with men that are trying to fuck you and they'll let you say all kinds of dopey shit and they'll just agree with you because they're trying to get pussy, right? Most men are not going to even whether maybe you have like a kind of based brother or male friend who'll like tell you what it actually is, but most of you aren't actually accustomed to like hearing men tell you what's up and tell you, yeah, this is what we want. Most of you never even consider, what do men want? You don't consider it whatsoever. And so also it's shocking to you because most of you don't get rejected. You rarely deal with rejection. And so for this matter, you have all these men who are chasing you. No guy is ever like, has ever like either verbalized any sort of critique of your conduct or anything that you do. And so what ends up happening is it's actually shocking to you for you to actually hear a guy articulate a standard preference or boundary when it comes to women, because most men are so desperate to fuck you that they're not gonna put anything out there in this regard. So
I think any boundary you have on a woman is fine. That's like totally cool. I literally don't care.
okay,
Everyone
how
has-
about this?
Okay,
Boundary, she can't do sex work.
not my person.
Cool, but that's a boundary.
I don't think that's wrong. I don't think that's a wrong
Sure.
take to have at all.
Fair enough.
It's not my person.
Fair
yeah.
enough. But so going back to your point, when it comes to body count, look, as a woman, if you have a high body count, yeah, you'll probably like still find a guy. But what would actually be wrong with like a man or groups of men or large portions of men who find this enough justification to just reject you or disqualify you from a long-term relationship? What's actually wrong with that?
I think that it's actually not wrong, and
Okay. So then what's, I guess,
there's a sort of acceptance of this if it is what it is, because I grew up. I have a brother. He's 4 years older than me. So yeah, he's told me, some things, and some things we agree to disagree on, some things. But he's, I know how some of it works, and also, just like you said, if it's a bigger pool that's going to disqualify you, it's sometimes you just need to accept that that's how it is, and
Gets you
that's
into
how
your own
society is,
pool.
and that's how. Okay, yeah, you'll be.
Yeah,
it's
but
not
if
wrong.
that's the case, aren't you kind of setting people up for failure? If everybody agrees that this is true, then by giving the advocation or promotion to engage in that behavior and just saying like you do you, aren't you in many ways pulling up the ladder behind you or sabotaging other women in the future because you know that this limits their pool? So instead of saying you go girl, wouldn't it actually be better to be like, well, wait, think about this for a second. because this could limit you and your options significantly in the future. Wouldn't that be the correct thing to do?
I had a really good friend who did that. She's from a different country. I really love her. And I, didn't always have like I don't know. I just didn't always have a very good idea of dating in my head. Like it was always kind of toxic, whether it was me being bad or the other person being bad. And then I met this girl and she was saying, obviously like I like to have sex. We all do. Everybody does. But, if you want to be happier and feel a little bit more at peace, you probably shouldn't have sex with him. And she kind of egged me on. She was like, no, don't have sex with him. Don't have sex with him. And that made me feel like she was a good friend. Now, obviously, she's not like a slut shamer, of course. And like I said, we've all made mistakes. She even said herself, she's like, I've had sex with guys on the first date. But from my personal experience, and she's 2 years older than me, she would just say like, come home with me tonight. Don't go home with him. Like she was watching me with me being like, no, don't go home with him. Like stay with me. Like, let's treat ourselves correctly.
Yeah, I get it, but the idea,
I agree with that
the
too.
idea here is to say, if she knows that it generally leads to bad results, and you know it generally leads to bad results, and you all know that it necessarily is going to limit the pool for women, then shouldn't the advocation be to other women to not engage in that behavior?
That's what I just agreed with.
Hang on. Because that's likely what's going to happen. So the idea of like, you go girl, you do you, and everyone can just do whatever they want because they're not hurting anybody. Shouldn't you necessarily kind of push back against that?
How small is this dating pool?
Yeah, there's a shit ton of people in the world. I don't think the pool.
And we have the internet now.
I think you can push back, and I agree with you. Yes, people can think before they do.
One person at a time, right? Because the way the mics work, and I have an earpiece in, so I'm tapped in remotely. When multiple people start talking at the same time, it literally cuts everything out, and I can't hear anybody.
May I?
So. Go ahead.
Final thing. I do want to move things on.
Okay,
So final
no
thing
worries.
here.
I don't think the dating pool's that small. Be yourself, and that's it. Move on.
Oh yeah, it's not too small, huh?
God, bro.
Well, if
Hold
we were
on.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so if it's not too small, what do you think is going to happen when we get into the preferences of women and pull up the percentile of men who are available in the pool that they want? Do you think it'll be around 20-30%, or do you think it'll be down more like under 1%? What do you think?
I don't know. I feel like men throw their dicks at me every day, so I feel like it's really not that small. I feel like you have so many sources now.
No,
like
not
I can understand.
sleeping with you. No. Not having sex with you. If you went outside right now with a sign that said, "Hey, any random guy, come fuck me,"
Okay.
you'd have tons of them that would. But what we're talking about is if you wanted to establish a long-term physical marriage with somebody who is in this like high income threshold,
Okay.
Who is over 6 foot, this type of thing, it's actually a very small pool.
I agree with that. If you want a 6 foot guy that's making millions of dollars, I understand that.
Not millions.
But
Not even close to millions. Just 100,000 plus.
I think most women, I don't know, maybe this is just me, but I don't really care if a man's a billionaire or a millionaire. I just want him to be able to take care of himself. And I feel like with all the tools that we have at our fingertips, the internet, we have so many dating apps, you can fine tune exactly what you're looking for. So even if
this is a great point, actually, that you bring up. You're right. And because we have those tools, we have the stats on it. So can you reconcile something for me? How is it that way more men than women report that they're single? How could that be possible?
I don't know.
Think about it. Hang on. Think about it. How could way more men report that they're single than women?
I don't know. Tell us.
They cheat?
Because what's going on is a small pool of men are dating most of those women. And so that's what's happening. And so that's why the pool is much, much, much smaller. Isn't that interesting?
Okay.
So when you say things like, oh, wait, I think the pool will actually be quite broad for me. It's like, well, no, it's just that the same dudes are having sex with all of you, and most dudes are not having sex with any of you. That's what's actually going on. And so no, it seems like women are basically competing for the same types of men. And so your pool's already small. So if they have all that choice, why should they choose you?
To a certain extent, I you know, if your morals lie there, your morals lie there, and there's nothing wrong with any type of morals. I can like see 100% your points in a sense of it's what you want, so you have it. And the same thing with men who have that too. Do I regret the hookups that I had? Yeah, I think I started having sex at a young age. I regret it. I didn't understand any of that. And so I would regret a lot of the things that I've done. And I would say...
Cleaner 409 donated $200. The problem is women conflate sexual attention from men for relationship attention when the fact is they do not think about what a man wants in a woman for a relationship.
Yo, Cleaner 409, I really appreciate the TTS. Thank you so much, man. Really good point. You want to finish up your...
Either way, yeah, to a certain extent, I would align with somebody that has, you know, maybe in my life, I've had untraditional morals and traditional morals in that sense. I'd prefer to align with traditional morals. Have I taken myself out of that pool, and am I, according to you, nothing now? Maybe. Oops, I'm sorry. But I, going forward, would still prefer to, like, you know, get married and, like, you know, get married in a church and, like, all that stuff. But maybe I'm disqualified, so oops, I'm sorry.
It's really not all black and white like you're putting it.
So this, according to the recent studies, 70% of women report being in a relationship, while only 30% of men report being in a relationship.
Wait, I am a bit confused by that,
this
though.
Either one sex is significantly lying, right? But it doesn't appear that is the case, or there's a small pool of men who are dating multiple women, and that seems far more likely to me. And when you look at the preferences that women state for what it is that they want, men who are taller, they make a bunch of money, they're handsome, this type of thing. They're not balding, they're not, you know, blah, 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 blah. That actually reduces the pool significantly. So this doesn't come as a shock to me or to most men that this is going on. But to say that if you have a higher body count, that's going to, in some way, not decrease this pool is absurd, right? I mean, it's necessarily going to. These men have a lot of choice, obviously.
All right, I'm going to move things on. Gianna, let me have you read this, okay?
O.J. Simpson donated $100.
I don't know why it's coming in as...
Share 2 lied. Traditional cornvids out there. Same tattoo. This was before she bought her new rack, though. Also, shares 3 and 8. Ditch the dog collars.
I like them.
O.J. Simpson, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Just heads up, guys, that was... that came in a while ago. It was not intended to come through as a TTS, but whatever, it got read with the robot voice. TTS, just as a point of clarification, is $200 and up. You guys have a response? No, you can leave on the collar. You don't gotta
leave it
on. Why do you care what that guy says?
Leave it on. Leave it on.
Girl,
put it back on.
If it puts an impression that I'm something or whatever, especially in there.
Well, now you have to make the decision here. Do you listen to that guy who says take it off, or do you listen to me? And telling you to put it back on.
No. I don't know about all that.
Now
I've actually had it on for a few hours, so I'm.
Is it getting a little rash?
It's not a rash. It's
she's
just
liberated.
Take the color off. It actually feels a little tight, so this is okay.
Why don't we have Morgan? You want to throw it on? You want to put on the dog collar or whatever?
It's literally sexy. I don't know why you said that. So
quick question for you guys on the dog collar thing or whatever.
That's crazy.
Do you guys engage in like that kind of BDSM stuff, or is it just like, is it purely like aesthetic?
I do.
Like you want to be walked on a leash, or?
No, I mean, I'll walk somebody on a leash. I don't want to be walked on a leash, but this one specifically, I like the way it looks. Yeah.
No, but I mean, I was asking if it ties into like any sort of BDSM or kink stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, how so?
I mean, this is kind of like, I like BDSM, but also this is kind of like the fashion of it as well. If you want to do that.
Okay, so do you do like, are you like master slave? What do you do?
Master, yeah.
Brian getting rid of
What the fuck? No, but I mean like, you're the master or the guy's the master?
Me.
You're the one wearing the collar.
Yeah, because I want to.
Are you a switch?
Like yes.
Okay. And what
Real
about
quick
you?
to the girl in red on chair 2. So that from my perspective, yep. Can you just say one thing for me? Can you say 1 woman and 5 women went shopping? Can you just say that for me?
1 woman and 5 women. Sorry, my bad. Wait, fucked it up. Okay.
Oh, good one.
1 woman and 5 women went shopping.
W
Okay.
Andrew. W Andrew in the chat. W
Sorry,
Andrew.
guys.
W
W
question.
Andrew. I give it to him.
All right. Stifler, he's been waiting to ask this. Ask everyone to rate their own looks, physical looks, on a scale of 1 to 10. You know what? We're going to go a bit out of order, starting with you.
I would rate myself like on looks a 7 or an 8, but personality I would say a 10.
Okay. What about you?
I said this last time. I think I'm a 9, and I think this is also ridiculous because the only person I'm judging myself against is myself, and I feel like I am in my prime. So that's it.
Period.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'd say that I'm a 3.5.
Girl.
No,
That's
girl,
crazy.
you stop.
I'm allowed to. Yeah, I know. I truly.
allowed to.
I'm just being real.
Allowed to,
I'm just being real, and there's a lot that I'm lacking in my looks that I'm going to improve on, and that's just how it is. So that's what I truly believe.
Okay. What about you?
I mean, it's super subjective. I'm really tall, so I feel like that's either like an immediate turn off or like a turn on, you know, it goes like one of two ways. So like super subjective. However, I had super curly hair when I was little, and I had this dream one day about like what I would look like in the future, and I looked exactly like that, which is kind of funny because I remember.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
It's true. This is true, but you asked. Either way.
Well, I didn't need the whole the whole backstory, but go ahead.
7's my favorite number. 17 to be exact. So I'm gonna say I'm a 7.
Yes.
Okay, so 7.
Yeah.
All right, what about you?
10.
10? Okay.
I guess it depends, but if you're asking me right now, I'd say an 8.
All right.
Same, depends. Like 7.5, 8.
Gianna,
9.
was that what you gave yourself last time?
Yes.
Okay. I give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you?
You're
Oh, I
more
mean,
than
with
that.
all of these 7, 8s, 9s, and 10s, I've got to be at least a 10. I mean,
I agree.
W Andrew.
Love you.
Huh. Okay.
Subjectively, he's not wrong. Like, if a female's looking at him, he's got a full head of hair, he's got a good beard, has a chiseled jaw,
Blue eyes.
blue eyes. He is subjectively handsome.
Personality, like, you know, we're just doing looks, I guess, but.
So rude.
Sorry.
well, I mean, if we were doing personality, yours would be a 0, right?
Damn it. Fuck. Oh, well.
Wait, question 10, right? Just for, are your glasses corrective or are they just for
No,
show?
they're just cute.
Oh, wait, take them off. You don't need them, man. Just put them down
No,
over there.
I like them.
I don't know. It's kind of, it's
them
sort
off.
of
They're
like
cute.
blocking the 10-ness of your face.
Really?
Yeah,
On or
I
off,
feel-
I would say 10.
Yeah, just put them over
10
there.
out of 10.
Put them over
10
there.
out of 10.
Slay.
10 out of 10.
Hey, just leave them off the rest of the show.
Skin is
Leave them off the
crazy,
rest of the show.
Andrew.
She's like,
Andrew,
I
what?
don't want to make people feel bad.
I like my glasses.
She's Clark Kent right now, so I don't make them feel like shit.
It was part of the aesthetic of the outfit, so 10 out of 10 with or without.
And
standing
are there
on
any
top.
women who are more attractive than you?
Absolutely. I think so.
Well, how could that be though? Like if you're a 10,
I think-
like you would have to say like there's women who are just as attractive as me, but there could be no women who are more attractive if you're a 10, right?
Okay, you could feel that way.
It's not how I
still-
feel. I'm just going off of what you said.
I still feel like I'm a 10, regardless.
I'm
Like,
not-
there
I'm-
are beautiful
I'm not
women
even-
out there
hold on,
more
hold on.
beautiful than me. I'm still a 10.
But so just to be clear, for the sake of the conversation, I'm going to go ahead and grant that you're a 10. You would have to agree, though, if your own self-perception is that you're a 10, then certainly there could be no women who are more attractive than you.
This asked me to rate myself, rate their own look. So I'm rating my own
The rest
look.
of us are 10s.
I'm speaking from my perspective.
Right, so
I
they
feel
would
like
be
I'm a
just
10.
as attractive as her.
She
But
looks
they're-
the way she wants to look, and therefore she's a 10. She likes the way she looks, so therefore she's a 10 in her own perception.
Right, but you see other women, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're a 10 and they're more attractive than you, what are they?
Whatever they want to be. You
No.
asked to rate themselves.
But
or asking us
if
to rate
you're a
ourselves.
10 and you're acknowledging that there are women who are more attractive than you,
Sure.
you either
It's
have
all
to
subjective.
you either have to agree that they're just as attractive as you and you were wrong and they're also a 10, or you're going to have to adjust your ranking to be lower.
No.
Nah.
But okay, so you're going to have to walk me through this. I am a 10, but there are people out there who are more attractive than me, ergo their rating would be above a 10?
They can still be a 10. They're a 10.
So they're just as attractive as you.
It's subjective. You can feel like another woman is more attractive than I am.
Right.
I feel like I'm a 10.
Right. In your subjective worldview, though, there are women who are more attractive than you. So how do you reconcile subjectively, you've made a determination that there are women who are more attractive than you, but you're a 10? I don't understand that.
Sorry.
Yeah. So when I'm not asking for an apology, I'm asking for an explanation.
I don't really have an explanation. The question was rate yourself, so I rate myself a 10. Sure, I think there are women who are more beautiful than me.
So what would you rate them?
10.
Gianna's a good example of this. Like, Gianna has like such a distinctive look, and she aligns with that look so well, which is why like she looks so cool, because she has she has an essence to her, and she aligns with it. Same with like, you know, you took the time to get that really cool tattoo that probably means something to you, so you aligned with a sense of self in that way. Like how I said.
What would the tattoo have to do with?
Because she had an idea for what herself looks like. When I envision myself, I imagine myself with like a pretty rosy sword tattoo. Because I have that,
Really?
I'm aligning closer
Okay, really
with the sense
quick,
of self.
just because I want to get into the tattoo thing super quick. Just for the girls here at the panel, I know you guys do all this like everything for yourselves and not men. But just really quick, because attraction is like this external thing. When it comes to tattoos, do you guys think that if you like, generally speaking, tattoos when it comes to men? Do you think it makes men more attracted, neutral, or less attractive to you?
Can I start?
Sure.
I think more. I love tattoos because I love art, and I think it's beautiful.
You have tattoos?
None. But her, I
wait.
love.
Oh, no. Oh my God, you guys are
I
totally
love.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're
Wait, so just to be clear, you think tattoos make you more attractive?
Yeah.
Okay, why
Because it's
don't you?
beautiful.
Why
It's
don't-
art, and I think art's beautiful, so I think it makes you beautiful.
But why don't you have any tattoos then, if this is your position?
Because I'm a model, and it would, you know, disrupt.
But
my
hold
career.
on, modeling has to do with your beauty. If tattoos make you more attractive and make you more beautiful, wouldn't you be more successful model if you had tattoos?
Tattoo modeling, yes. For me personally.
No, but you said it makes you more attractive, more beautiful in general.
She can fit into every niche because she's untattooed.
No, but if she's more beautiful, then it would occur to me that she'd have a better time in general when it comes to her modeling career.
It doesn't mean more beautiful. It just means that she can fit into every aesthetic.
Yeah, but I'm using her own words. She said it makes you more beautiful.
Yeah.
According to
But
her,
that
not
doesn't
according to
mean
the people who are
all
casting for the
modeling.
modeling.
Right.
Okay.
They're the ones that
So
really...
wait, just to be clear, using your argument, the purveyors of beauty are wrong.
Yeah, they also sometimes think
all have
that
their
like the
opinion.
heroin chic back in the 90s was hot too, and that was like super
Decent
unhealthy. So yeah, it's not always like accurate with the general population.
Going around the table on the tattoo thing?
I personally don't like tattoos on myself. I think they're very beautiful on other women, but I don't like it on myself.
Yeah, so do you think though, like when it comes to men's appraisals of women's attractiveness, more attractive, neutral, or less attractive?
Neutral.
That is a hard question to answer because all men vary so much. So it really depends on the man
Generally,
you're asking.
here, guys.
If you're asking the entire world, probably less. But in this pool of men that I'm attracted to in California, probably more or neutral.
Okay.
Neutral.
Neutral.
I think it makes them more attractive.
More attractive. Okay.
You're asking if we think. I know about tattoos. What we personally feel is attractive.
Men with tattoos are more
men
attractive.
Do you think that
Tattoos on
when it
In
comes
general,
to
neutral.
men's appraisals of female attractiveness, will tattoos make them more neutral or less attractive?
Neutral.
Neutral. Okay. What about you?
Men will think it's less attractive because men are typically into more youthful looks, and tattoos diminish youthful looks.
That's a W for chair 2 right there. Go ahead.
That's true.
I think men with tattoos are really hot, but it is neutral. I also think women with tattoos, because I'm bisexual, so I can't answer this. I think women with tattoos are really hot.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll throw this out there. I think generally speaking, when it comes to women with tattoos, generally speaking, of course, there are probably like men who have either a kink or a fetish for like heavily tattooed women. But generally speaking, I would say that for most men, when it comes to appraisal of physical looks, they're going to view tattoos on a woman as either neutral, it's not going to hurt you, or it's going to be a negative. So
Unless you have like a kink for it, or not a kink, but
Which
like
I just
you
said.
have like you have a certain liking for it.
It tends to fall into the social masculinity category. And so since it falls into social masculinity, it's no wonder that women tend to find men who have tattoos to be sexually desirable, things like this. After all, it plays into the masculine kind of ethos that we would associate with that. When you think of Genghis Khan, you think of a tattooed up warlord riding his horse into battle, right? With women, though, it's antithetical to femininity. So it's generally seen as being masculine, not just in this culture, but in most cultures, it's seen as being a more masculine stereotype.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there was anything else on the tattoo thing, though. I think it was just to your point. You were saying, well,
I think it depends.
she's got this flower tattoo, and
I mean, I don't have any tattoos. I'm kind of with Gianna on that, but I don't know. I think if there's like a little story, but also I can see the point. Okay, like maybe you're not into tattoos. Maybe you want the whole like. I know a lot of girls like harp on the whole like clean wedding dress photo. That's like a thing for a lot of girls. So I don't really know. I've heard that a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, and look, me personally, like tattoos aren't a deal breaker. Like I don't know if she had like face tattoo or like crazy neck tattoo, maybe it'd be like. I mean, it depends on like the amount, and then what it like. I don't know if it's some like ridiculous, like she put some weird shit on her belly button, and it's like. I don't know if you've. I can't even say it.
What do you think of the
like
tramp stamps? Those are really common now. The tramp stamps, like on the back. Like, what do you think of? Like, what do you guys usually think of that?
Tramp stamp. Anybody here have a tramp stamp? Before I throw you all under the bus.
Guys, I actually do have
What?
You do?
What is it? Is it just like a dolphin or?
I thought
like
it was more of like a people were following that it's kind of Y2K or style, that sort of thing.
What is it?
Don't put it back. Hold on.
It says fat ass below in Chinese. I'm just kidding. It says strong, but I had my sister believe in that for a month.
Yeah, I mean, does anybody have the sternum tattoo here? Yeah, I mean that's kind of like the tramp stamp of like the mid 2000s.
Sternum?
The sternum, the little chandelier bullshit here.
Oh,
not a fan of
Yeah,
that
this
one.
one's the
hot sometimes.
Everyone's welcome to their own.
Of
But
like the 2010s is the rib cage things.
The rib? I thought no, is the sternum like the fucking bullshit chandelier?
I think that's now, but I would say 10 years ago.
Well, I mean,
this one
10 years,
for sure.
maybe. Could be. Yeah, not a deal breaker, but I think a lot of men like. I don't think any guy is like, damn. You know, if only she had more tattoos, I'd be more
Some
attracted
guys
to her.
are into it.
I actually had guys pay for me to get tattoos as they wanted me to have more.
really?
Yeah.
This one was paid for.
The one on my
by a
leg was
guy.
paid for by a guy.
I mean, I could maybe see the appeal of a guy wanting to brand you.
But I got to pick what it was, though. That's the difference.
Going around the table, kind of related to the looks question, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time, starting with you?
I think
Into the mic.
I think if I take care of myself, yeah, I think I'll still be hot. So.
Okay, so you're 32.
Yeah.
In 10 years' time, you'll be 42, so better looking at 42.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let's...
I know. You guys are going to throw up a photo, and I'm going to look like a witch from a cottage.
But so...
It's fine. I promise you, I've seen my mom at 42, and she looked just like this still, so I think we're good.
Erroneous! Erroneous!
Wait,
I don't know. I don't know if genetics are
Aren't you-
erroneous.
I mean, maybe this is rude, but are you in your 30s?
I am 32.
Okay.
Yeah.
20 years' time at 52.
Yeah, I think I'll still be pretty hot. I might drop down a number or two, but
But more attractive than now at 32?
no, I think right now I'm in my prime. So I think, 42, I'm sorry. I feel like in the 40s is going to be the last bit of my prime. I think I'll start tapering off around 52.
And then are you better looking now at 32 than you were at 22?
Yes.
Okay. What about you? You're 24, better looking in 10 years' time at 34.
No, I don't think I will. But I have been getting better looking every year, I feel like. But no, not. I think, yeah. I don't know.
But you were better looking.
At
You're better
14?
looking. No,
I'm better looking now than at 14.
I wasn't going to ask
Sorry,
that. Better
my
looking
bad.
now at 24 than you were at 18.
Yes, I think so. I think I was different looking and still super hot and cute, but no,
Sure.
not better.
You're 21. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time at 31?
Better looking, meaning, do I think people will be attracted to me by that time? What do you?
How about we just do?
Or how will I feel about myself? How will I feel? Will I feel attractive?
I don't know if it's how you feel so much as what you think. I'll ask a follow-up question after everybody answers this question.
Okay,
but
I'll say no.
Okay. You're 21, better looking in 10 years' time at 31.
I'm 20, but I think I'll just be different. Like, I think rather than giving like cute, I'll just give like MILF, you know? And then I'll just like progress to give more.
MILF.
So is that a yes, better looking at 30?
No, I think it's different. I think I'm gonna give like trench coat instead of like mini dress, and
He
it's
wants
just gonna
yes
be, like,
or no.
different. No, I don't think I'll be better looking.
Okay. You're 20.
But I have a question for you then. Do you how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
How about let me get through this? I will answer your question, but we'll get through this and then I can answer your question. You're 23, better looking in 10 years' time at 33?
I don't know about better, but still beautiful.
Still
a
hot.
10.
Still
Yes.
slaying
Still a
or
10.
whatever. Still a 10.
Yes.
Okay. But not better looking.
I don't know if I would use the word better. Just different.
What word would you use?
Just different.
Like MILF?
A different form of woman. I'm young
A different
right now.
form?
Yeah.
Like
My mom's
trans?
a
Her
MILF,
final
by the way.
You're gonna be trans?
Maybe.
You're gonna.
I might. Well, then I would be a man, but.
I could see you as trans.
That's
the
crazy.
Fuck?
That's crazy.
I would be down with it.
I don't know.
Who knows?
I feel like she carries herself like she could do it. You know, she could
She looks like a
anything you
sweet
set your mind to.
girl. Thank you.
have a penis. No, I don't mean like now you could have a penis. I'm saying
might be
like
down for a penis
you
at
could
that
pass as having a penis. Like you could rock a penis. Like
it
you would.
fun?
I think I could rock a penis too.
Like you would do. Like you would rock a penis. What the
I would
fuck?
rock
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck dumbass shit I'm saying.
Poor
You would
Andrew.
rock a deek.
That doesn't, I don't even know what I just said. Okay, all right. That's a compliment, though. It's a compliment.
Thank you.
Yeah. Like, and if you did,
It's about the intent.
yeah.
The delivery's
about
not
the
always
intent.
perfect, but really, it's about the
Like you wouldn't have a micro penis. Like you'd
No,
have
I
like
bet
a
she.
big.
I bet she'd have a good one.
big
You'd
swing.
have big penis energy or whatever.
BDE,
You have,
baby.
You have. What is it? What is it?
BDE.
Big,
BDE.
big
Big
dick
energy.
energy.
Yeah.
She has big dick energy.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
All right. What about you? Better looking in your 35, better looking in 10 years' time at 45?
I would first be inclined to say no. However, if you had asked me that at 25, I would say I would be less attractive at 35, but I actually think that's not true, that I'm hotter now than I was at 25. So who knows what the future will hold. Maybe I will be hotter.
But if you were asked at 25, you would say, no, like hotter now.
Yeah, I would have thought I
Okay.
was going to be my hottest in my 20s, but I can tell you I'm for sure hotter now than I was in my 20s.
Okay, so you're maybe better looking at 45?
Possibly.
Okay, what about 20 years' time at 55?
Unlikely, but maybe, or maybe similarly hotness, but just in a slightly different way.
And then you kind of already answered this, but going back 10 years, were you better looking at 25 than you are now?
No.
Okay. Going to you, you're 23, better looking in 10 years' time at 33.
Yes, I am gonna get hotter. I know I'm gonna look hotter.
20 years' time at 43? 20 years' time at 43?
I don't know. I like to think so. I'm gonna just say yeah.
Okay. Better looking in 30 years' time at 53.
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Gianna, you're 18, better looking in 10 years' time at 28.
Yes.
Better looking in 20 years' time at 38.
Yes.
Better looking in 30 years' time at 48.
Yes.
Better looking in 40 years' time at 58.
No.
So 48, when's the peak?
48.
So you'll be more attractive at 48 than 38?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Damien, do we have the... Not yet. Okay. Can somebody in the Discord, I don't know if anybody's watching, submit the age thingy. You had a question for me? Go ahead.
How old are you?
35.
Do you see girls as having an expiration date, looks wise?
Ooh.
I don't think I would use the term expiration date. I think there's plenty of women in their 40s and 30s that are obviously attractive. If you were to ask me, I suppose, when I think women are most attractive, yeah, like probably early 20s is typically when I think most women would peak, but there's plenty of women in their 30s or 40s that are attractive.
What are you gaining out of asking this question?
Well, it's designed to
topic for his
gauge
show.
the sense of delusion that so people have coping mechanisms, right? Men cope about some things, don't get me wrong, but kind of a primary female coping mechanism we see over and over and over and over and over again is that women don't want to contend with the issue of age. Basically, all the products tailored for women that they buy up, I mean, like crazy off the shelves, are all designed to perpetuate youth and youthful appearances. All the skin creams and makeup and everything else is always designed to perpetuate a youthful look, while at the same time women say, well, wait a second, I think I'll be much more attractive in 10 years than I am now. It's like, well, then how come you don't make yourselves up to look 10 years older? Well, it's because clearly I don't believe that most women actually think this. Now, there was a gal who said, well, okay, 10 years ago, I would have thought that I would be less attractive, but it turns out I actually think I'm more attractive right now. Well, that may be the case, right? I have no idea. I'm sure for some women that will be the case, but for the overwhelming vast majority of them, it definitely will not.
I don't think this is a woman's doing, though. I think women would be happy to get older, but I think it's not woman's insecurity. I think men put the insecurity in. A man at 35
Absolutely.
agrees that a
Oh,
woman
really?
in her
I thought you were
early,
only
excuse me,
competing
and in her
against
early
yourself.
20s is more
Please let us
You're only
attractive.
competing against yourself for how beautiful you were 5 seconds ago.
No, I'd be
Now
happy, like I
suddenly
said.
the male gaze is what informs your beauty standard. That's super weird.
Well, I'm just saying, you look in your 40s respectfully. So I'm just saying, if you guys are discussing how...
Yeah, I look my age. I agree.
Yeah.
Wait, but can we also agree that all of us kind of said, like, oh, I think I personally would look this good at this age, but talking about society, we lowered it. So
Yeah,
Wait,
but it's,
so
I
the-
mean, it's contradiction in terms. So it's like when you say, well, I personally think that, I'm a 10, beautiful, gorgeous. Society doesn't inform how I think of myself with my looks. Only I can do that. While at the same time, doing everything you possibly can, if that was actually your standard, to look more youthful. It's very bizarre to the onlooker, right? The reason it's bizarre, the reason it's bizarre to the onlooker is because they go, well, wait, I thought the only thing that informed your beauty standard was you. It turns out that is not the case.
But the thing is, I'm not doing stuff to myself to make myself more beautiful. I'm doing stuff to myself to make myself look more like myself. So I'm trying to keep myself looking like myself. I'm not trying to make
It just so
myself more
happens
beautiful
that-
or less beautiful.
Well, I don't understand. That makes no sense. If you wanted to do everything to look like you, then why wear makeup at all?
I don't know, it's fun. I like putting stuff on
Yeah,
my
so
face.
then, but that doesn't contend with the
Makeup is
question.
really fun.
Here,
She puts all kinds of stuff on her
I
face.
only want to look
So do
the
I.
most like me that I can possibly look.
Yeah.
I can't actually envision how you could possibly look more like yourself than by never wearing makeup again for the rest of your life. Can you tell me how you could look more like you better than not wearing makeup?
So I actually don't wear makeup very often. I only put on a lot of makeup because the lighting in here would make me look like a ghost. But I think I look very beautiful without makeup. I take very good care of my
does.
skin. I drink lots of water. I think I do a lot of things to preserve myself.
But wait, I thought the lighting, that's really weird. Don't you want to look the most like yourself?
Well, notice how her
I mean, I
eyes...
don't live in the
Lighting that you're
dark.
in, wouldn't you want to look the most like how you would look in lighting, like the lighting that you're in currently right now, because you want to look the most like you?
Yeah, but then people want to, I wanted to look my best.
I think she looks like herself in a sense because, like, for instance, she has purple hair, purple eyeshadow. It's
Well,
just
okay,
fun. It's
I
just
would
an
like
ornament.
to. I would like to actually engage here. So, there are a couple things that were said. You made it a point to point out that you asked me my age. What is your actual objection with my statement about when I think women are their most physically attractive?
I just find it an interesting question. I'm just wondering what you're trying to get out of the question. I'm not saying it's a bad
No,
question. I'm
yeah,
just wondering.
I get that, but you're not even answering my question. You already said that, but then you said, whoa, you over here as a 35-year-old finding women who are in their early to mid-20s attractive. That's a little weird.
I didn't say it was. No, I didn't say
Okay,
it was
what-
weird.
what-
I'm just
what was your
saying, what are
point?
we instilling here?
What do you
Like,
mean, what are we instilling? What are you trying
Well,
to
we're
get at?
looking at pictures of ourselves as older, and I think a lot of women are told to have the insecurity of, oh, well, the second you get out of your 20s, like things get a little rocky. You're actively looking at picture, and that's a great to hear. You know, I'm petrified.
You're
I was,
gonna look so much better in your
I'm
30s.
scared
But why are you? I don't
Can't wait to be
understand.
30.
Why are you worried about all that?
'Cause
I've been
All you're
told to
doing is
be.
getting
I didn't
dressed
actually.
up
I genuinely did
and
not.
rating yourself based on how you think you look.
Yeah,
Well,
and
who
that's
cares
what.
about the
But I'm
no
just
rating?
saying, considering exactly what you said, every single product inside a store is like for looking younger, just as what you said. I had no insecurity when I graduated high school about my age, and then I was told to have this insecurity. I was told to. I'm not just making that up
What do you
either.
mean you were
So
told
then,
to?
why is your beauty standard, like all of you said?
It's not my beauty
you know,
standard.
I
Listen,
feel
this
like
guy
it
is
needs
35. He
9,
just said that girls are most attractive in
Let
their
him-
20s.
hold on,
I'm not
stop,
saying it's
stop,
bad.
stop.
What did-
Stop,
what
let
did
him
you rate
finish.
yourself?
Pardon?
What did you rate yourself?
7.
A 7. And what makes you a 7?
Like for myself, like what do you mean? Like what?
Yeah, what makes you a 7?
I.
You don't know what makes you a 7?
I like my eyes. I like my hair. Whatever. Yeah.
Your eyes and your hair, so you're informing your own beauty standard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're informing your own beauty standard, then who cares what these products and other things are
I'm not
trying
saying
to tell
I
you?
care. I'm just saying it's inception of the brain.
This is the contradiction I'm talking about. I don't care. I only inform my own beauty standard. I'm a 7 girl because I know I'm a 7 because my eyes and hair or whatever it is that you decide to point to is making you the 7. But at the same time, you say, well, these insecurities for age, they just come from products and things like that. I don't hear any insecurity for age. I hear you just saying, I inform my own beauty standard.
Well, also, like, once again, if we're going to look at the mechanics of things, theoretically, let's say women are the most, like, attractive because of, like, all the hormones they have in their body in their 20s. Okay, and then the hormones start to tip off, and then all of a sudden they're less attractive, whatever. But beyond that, we're told, you know, your brain is incepted to be insecure about it all. And I'm just saying, even, like, showing pictures of us, oh, here's what you're going to look like when you're 40. Do you think you're ugly? Like, yikes. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's just, like, just be clear on your motives here. You're saying, you're arguing, like, women should feel good about
my
themselves.
motives. You ready? My motives are, I think that there's a lot of women who are coping with the delusion that in 10 years' time from present day, where they're at right now, that they're going to be just as attractive as they are right now. That's absurd.
Okay,
on
but
its
like,
face.
why are
And
we
here's
harping
here's
on
how
that?
I
You
can
can't
demonstrate
control
it.
it.
Hang on. Here's how I'll demonstrate it. Right? I'm going to ask you a question, and you're probably going to lie to me. You ready?
Okay.
When you walk down the street and you meet women who are in their 40s, are more of them attractive than the women who are in their 20s?
Okay, no, they have less hormones. They can't make a baby, theoretically. So if we're
Yeah.
going
So how
scientifically,
come
they're
if
less
all of
attractive. No,
them
that's
are
valid.
less
That is a
attractive?
valid
How
point.
come if
If
they're
you want
less
to talk about
attractive, you
sexual
think people are
attraction,
gonna be more
they can't. They're not.
attractive?
They're less sexually attractive. Sure, but what? They smell nice because they have the fucking old people lotion. They have
Yeah,
the
so
nice
what?
coat. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so
they're
what?
more attractive in that way.
Yeah, this makes no sense though. If you, when you will just walk down the street and more 40-year-old women you see are less attractive than the 20-year-old women you see, then what is informing your view? All these different women's views that they're going to be more attractive when they're in their 40s
you're right.
versus their
I will be
20s.
100% less attractive when I'm 40. Thank you for pointing it out. I think that's a valid concern. You at 40, do you think your wife is ugly? Is that what you're saying?
No, why? Doesn't even make sense.
Yes, it does.
It actually
You literally just called your wife ugly.
No,
Sorry.
no. See,
I
what
think
happens
she's
is
asking
this.
if your wife has gone downhill since you got married.
Let me help you out with logic here.
But you still love her. You still think she's beautiful. So why are you saying that to her?
Hang on.
And how should she feel about you?
Guys, stop. Let him.
If
You
in
guys
10
gotta let him
years-
talk.
Let the man speak.
If in 10 years you're less attractive than you are right now, that doesn't mean you won't be attractive, right? That's not calling you ugly. That's pointing out that you're less attractive than you were 10 years prior. Is my wife less attractive now than she was at like 25? Yeah. You know who the first one would be who would tell you that? My wife. And every other non-delusional human being on planet Earth.
Okay.
I guess it's about being realistic then.
How old's your boyfriend?
He's 20.
He's 20. Okay, have you ever dated an older guy?
No.
Like
I've never,
age gap relationship?
No. I've never like dated an older guy.
Okay. So you asked why it's important, right? Or why we're doing this question. Like, it seems to be you're trying to say that, oh, we're just trying to belittle women and like actually tell them that they're less attractive than they actually think they are. Is that kind of your position, essentially? Or
Well, I'm actually just wondering if that is your position. I wasn't taking a stance. I'm just wondering where you guys are standing. So then, yes, what is your position?
Well, I'll tell you why. One, I think it's important, and I'll tell you why I suppose this question gets asked. One, it's just sort of to get a sense of women's self-perception of their own physical attractiveness. This is important when it comes to dating. This is a dating podcast, after all. So if you have, for example, and this could apply to men too, if you were delusional, for example, and you thought you were, how about this? Do you guys all know, maybe you've met a man who thinks he's fucking hot shit, who thinks he's God's gift, but you're like, you ain't fucking nothing. Like,
Yeah, like Brian.
Thanks, Andrew, appreciate it. So, you've met a guy like this, right? Do you think that, but how are you, I guess, one, able to make the determination? He thinks he's hot shit, but he's not, right? And so do you think a person who thinks like this is going to expect a partner of a certain caliber that they're not actually likely going to be able to secure? Would that be a fair statement? Like if you think you're, for example, let's say there's a basement dwelling, virgin, neck beard having, morbidly obese, Cheeto dust having,
Discordian.
God damn, can you guys stop fucking interrupting and just let me get through a sentence, perhaps a paragraph? It would be appreciated. All night with you guys, you've been interrupting me, you've been interrupting Andrew. He lives in his mother's basement. Do you think this guy is gonna get a Victoria's Secret model?
No.
Talking about me again, Brian.
What's that, Andrew?
Why are you talking about me like this, Brian? You just going to put me out there like that? Anyway, yeah, to his question, though.
But he thinks he's a 10 out of 10.
Does he have a shitty personality too?
I was just about to say that.
I don't care how fucking good his personality is. And most of you would immediately disqualify him on the basis of his looks and standing in life alone, right?
I don't know. For me,
can you guys be good faith? Like, oh yeah, there's, you guys always want to argue like the outlier. You always want to argue just in general. You think most women want to date the morbidly obese, Cheeto dust having, virgin neck beard, living with his parents, playing video games all day, smoking weed? The answer is no.
No.
Just sometimes you guys can just grant an argument and be like, instead of just me, oh, well, there's some girl out there who's a Victoria's Secret model that would fuck him. You could just say no.
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was just going to say no. But I was also going to say if
there's some girl out there.
No, if he has motivation and let's say he's in his mom's basement all the time because he's hustling online and doing like baller shit, then I don't know. But if
he's walking through a nursing home.
He's ambitious.
You're walking through a nursing home and you got the pictures of the women in the nursing home when they were 25. And you were like, hey, Granny, take a look at you at 25. Do you think that you look better now or at 25?
No,
what do you think Granny's going to say?
She's going to say, that was some good times.
Yeah, why do you think she's going to point to her 25-year-old self as looking better than she does right now?
Well, because she's not on the verge of death.
Mm-hmm.
No, she's not on the verge of death. She's a spry Granny.
Well, I don't know.
She got another 10 years left in her?
She's objectively hotter. She's objectively hotter. You are right.
So I'll get back to why it's important. I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that you guys all agree that there's plenty of men who think they're hot shit, but they're not. And perhaps they think they're deserving of a certain caliber of woman that they're not really deserving of. I'm sure you guys have seen this phenomenon of, oh man, she's like, why is this beautiful girl with this really mid guy, right? One, this is because women make awful appraisals of men's physical attractiveness and their own attractiveness. On a societal level, you're gassed up by society. In addition to this, you're gassed up by your peer group, all your friends. I could go to any single one of your Instagrams, pull up a photo, and there's your entire friend group or acquaintances or whoever the fuck is following you on social media. Slay queen, you're beautiful, you're 10 out of 10, you're the, oh my God, baddie. I could pull up any of your Instagrams, regardless of how mediocre or average any of you are, and your friends will tell you that you're beautiful. Look, I'm not, maybe you're great people and all, but like you guys are gassing each other up to the point where you guys are thinking you're 10s, but you're not. Here's where the issue ends up. Women and men are very different, right? We're totally different. Now, here's I guess there's many ways where this totally is a catastrophe when it comes to the dating landscape. Here's the biggest. If I step to a Victoria's Secret model and I say, hi, I'm Brian. I'm making myself sexually available to you. Obviously, it wouldn't be as autistic as that. But like, you get the underlying point. I'm instantly getting rejected. So, sorry, I'm trying to kind of frame this as best as I can. Men get rejected on the front end. If we try to step to a girl who's outside of our league, we don't get a date. We don't get a conversation. We certainly don't get sex. The difference is when you women step to a man who's outside of your league, you get a date, you get sex, you don't get commitment. And so you get rejected on the back end. And so what ends up happening is, because you get sexual access to men who will never give you commitment, they'll keep you around for, maybe they'll fuck you once, maybe they'll keep you around for, they could even string you along for a year. You got girls in situationships for years, and these guys don't want to give you commitment. And so what ends up happening is a couple things. One, you're dealing with men who are orders of magnitude more attractive than you. It could be looks, it could be status, it could be personality. And this is dangerous insofar as you think that's what you deserve. So a lot of women spend their 20s fucking and dating men that they can't lock down for a long-term relationship. They get into their 30s. The men who are actually on their level are still there. I want to give you a relationship, okay. I can't get those men. I finally come to the conclusion that I'll never be able to get those men. Time is ticking. I need to get married. I need to have kids. You settle for the guy who's actually on your level, but you still, because your own self-assessment of where you stand in the dating marketplace has been so warped by your sexual access to men who are outside of your league. Oh, look, if you can sleep with a guy who's a 9, that don't mean you're a 9. The guy you can get a long-term committed relationship from, the guy who will give you a ring, that's your league. Not the guys who you can fuck, not the NFL players, not the rap musicians. That's not your league. If you can get commitment from them, maybe it's your league. Your league is the men you can get long-term monogamous relationships and a ring from. Absent that, just because you can fuck an NFL player and he's a 10, doesn't mean you're a 10. But because you have access to these men, if you think you're a 10 or whatever, or you sleep with men who are hyper attractive, it's going to be, one, kind of damaging to your self-esteem to be constantly passed around by men and never being able to secure commitment from them. You're going to look at men who are actually on your level as below you. This is going to make for a terrible relationship. You're going to be like once you're used to a certain treatment or certain caliber of man, it's going to be very hard for you to reconcile, oh, now that I'm 30, I have to settle for like Mr. Average, even if you're an average woman. That's why it's important for y'all as women to be realistic about where you stand in the sexual and dating marketplace. Because again, here, I guess to wrap up, I'll say this. If I can have sex with a girl, there's a high probability, there's a high probability, a high confidence level, I can get that girl in a relationship if I can have sex with her. Can you guys say the same when it comes to the men that you can have sex with? Do you genuinely think that just by virtue of you being able to have sex with a man, you can get him into a relationship? I would imagine you're not quite as confident there.
Not at all.
Anybody? Here, how about this? Have you guys had the experience of you've been sleeping with a guy, you really like him, you want a relationship, and he's like, no, pump the brakes. I'm pretty confident if I can sleep with a girl, I can get her into a relationship instantly. I can get her into a relationship that night.
That's the same argument as just, pumping the brakes and not having sex with a guy first. That's the same argument that we were having. Yeah, because if you know, exactly your point, if you know that if a man can have sex and get into a relationship, but men say yes to anything theoretically, so then that's why the argument of trying to regardless of your past, trying to be no, wait, okay, because like what you just said. I want to test if he actually likes me, if he actually thinks I'm in his league, not just because I'm fucking an NFL player.
Well,
Do you see what I'm saying?
I would tend to agree with you that the longer you make a man wait, the greater likelihood that it can be a filter for men that just want sex. Like, you will start to get, some men are willing to wait though. Like, dude, some dudes wait in the fucking shadows. They'll wait months. They'll be like, okay, waiting around, put her on the slow burner. I'll take her on a date once every 2 weeks. I'll get it eventually. Some dudes will do that. But there's also guys who are like, man, I ain't gonna go on 8 dates. I'm just trying to fuck. I'm not gonna go on 8 dates with
So
this
that
chick.
protects you from the argument that you're making. If we know that men can have sex and then not actually see us as their caliber, that's the protection
I
against
feel like
that.
we lingered on that the conversation an hour ago.
I'm not trying to bring it up again. I'm just saying that's like the answer. You're trying to say that, that's the answer.
No, but a woman could use that as a filter to like try to reduce the potential pool of men that are just trying to fuck her.
If you're just making a statement, I suppose I could agree with you.
But can we stick to the topic at hand?
I am. That was my answer to the topic at hand. However, sure, I guess like theoretically, yeah, I could agree with you.
Agree with me insofar as what?
What
what are you agreeing with me on? Just so,
if you have theoretically, the argument is what you just said. If you have sex with a girl, you could probably get her into a relationship. But but the inverse of that, then it's like if a girl has sex with a guy, that doesn't mean that she'll get into a relationship with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Regardless, whatever.
Right, but I was not trying to use that in.
Are you just making a statement? What are you wanting? I'm giving like an answer to that.
It was actually a question that you posed. I was explaining to you why we're talking about the looks and the rating thing.
Okay.
I'm not really inclined to go back to the conversation prior.
That was my answer, but okay. Then why are you still talking about it then?
You brought it up, lady.
But you're still talking about it. I said, okay, and then you're saying it again. And then I said, okay, and then you're saying it again. And then I said, okay.
Okay, so you asked me a question. Why are you...
Oh my God, you're saying it again. That's so funny.
I'm literally not. You asked me originally the question of, why do you toxic men want to like have women rate themselves? It's like, it's actually almost in an effort to see if we can bring you back down to earth so that you can move in the dating marketplace, not with like ridiculous expectations and standards for men, so that you don't get burned because you're chasing after fucking Giga Chad, when the reality is most women are average. You're chasing after men who you're trying to date well above what your own looks, prospects, and personalities warrant.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
I completely agree.
And this is why, this is evidenced by just the reality of hypergamy. It's evidenced by what's going on dating apps. 10% of men on dating apps are monopolizing all the women. That's why it's important. You want to stop dealing with fuckboys that are fucking 10 different chicks and dealing with you, or do you want to actually get into a relationship?
I would agree with that.
You want to get into a relationship? Let's have a real conversation about like, okay, am I like chasing after men who are like emotionally unavailable, who are like the top tier of men, and like, yeah, I can get sex from them and it's like super cool, like they're really attractive and I'm really turned on and I'm really into like having sex with these men, but they're never going to give you a relationship.
Can I add something?
Sure.
I generally don't go for men that are more attractive than me.
I agree.
Same.
Yeah.
I think most women don't, to be honest. I think we go for other things, but like typically on the attractiveness scale, it's typically, like not always, but typically the woman is more attractive. I don't think we care about looks as much as men do. We care about a lot of other things, but not looks as much as men do.
And I've had the opportunities to fuck celebrities that I've said no to. Like, I don't, like, that's not the end all be all. Like, I think women want connection from men. So I feel like the majority of guys that I've dated, like actually fell in love with and dated, have been way average.
Mm-hmm. I think that as someone, I guess I can say from my standpoint, from how I do realistically look, as I believe I am a 3.5, and I have had sexual relations with someone that was, I guess, what would you say, do they say out of your league? Like, would they look better than me? And that sort of thing.
Could just be more attractive.
And I think that even though they did that with me, that's not going to I like to be in reality too. That's not going to inflate my ego and be like, oh wow, I must be absolutely gorgeous and I have nothing else to work on, because he would know, you know, it's not like there's so much I have to work on within myself to be relationship material, and that, you know, and also looks wise too. And just because he's, you know, going to do that with me doesn't make me a 10. I'm still going to, again, say that what I truly believe I am.
Yeah,
and
look, I don't think women are, you've had a sexual encounter with like a hyper attractive guy. Doesn't necessarily mean like you're forever beholden to like, you know, it's gonna spell doom for all your other relationships. But like, let me ask it this way: have you guys ever like hooked up with a guy who was like had a bunch of roommates, and he actually like not just housemates, like had a roommate, and like you gotta like schedule that shit if you're trying to hook up with the dude, and it's like some girls even be like fucking the dude and the dude's in the room.
Yeah.
Or like you have a roommate. This happens in college all the time, at least here like locally, just because I don't know, rent's crazy. People have like living in triples, quads, in dorm rooms. People like are hooking up in front of their roommates. Kind of weird, but whatever. Have you guys had that experience?
No.
No? Nobody? Okay. How about this? Have you ever like been, I'm trying to think of like the least cringe one. Have you ever had the experience of like a guy who lived in like a really I know this isn't like the most important thing, like probably you care more about like the guy's character and like whatever, but you ever gone from like a dude who had his own place to like, and then you dated a dude who's like, I don't know, got like kind of shitty living situation? You're kind of like, damn, it's gonna be hard to like go back to like, shit, I gotta scamper through the hallways to get to the bathroom type thing, you know? It's hard to go move backwards. In that similar vein, I feel like once you've fucked with a certain type of dude, it's like hard to like go back. Once you've had a certain level of like either treatment or experience, it's hard to like, that's like your new threshold. That's your new standard.
Agree.
I don't agree.
It's hard, but
Okay, well, I know
I guess
got,
you're
like,
saying
you deal with like a A-lister, then you go slumming. I get it.
No,
But
he wasn't an A-lister. He was a nobody. Anyway, I dated a guy who, before I broke up with my ex this past time, gave me money, $500 for no reason, just to go shopping. I still went back to my ex when he was sober, and I still held more value for him, even though I could have had it easy with the guy who sent me $500.
Was the sex better with your ex? Did you even hook up with that guy?
I did.
Yeah? Was the sex better with him?
No.
The new guy, the sex was better?
No. No.
Wait, so-
sex was better with my ex because we had a connection.
Yeah, okay. Is your ex taller?
No.
More physically attractive?
No.
Well, I mean, look, there is something to like continuity, right? Like if you've been in a long, like you love this guy, right? Yeah, you love him. So I mean, there's that component too. But just to be clear, you were on a break. This guy gave you $500 to go shopping. He was more physically attractive, but you went back to your fentanyl addicted boyfriend. Is that your?
He was sober when I got back with him.
Oh, excuse me.
He
I don't know if like that's a great argument, but
I mean, I'm just saying, like you're saying it's hard to go back. I went back. I'm telling you my experience.
Because the dick was good.
Yeah, I agree with that
The
too.
dick was good, but also like I had love for the person. I valued that person
Yeah.
when he was sober.
okay. All right.
I don't think it's as hard as you're painting it to be.
Yeah. I think that even if someone does have, say, like good sex with another person, you could, if you really have someone else that you love, there's a connection, there's so much more depth than just the sex. You can very well go back to
Or the living
them.
situation or the
living
money, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I live in a
sex
box
doesn't
with
define
my
everything.
boyfriend, so
Well, it's not just sex, but I mean, it could be other components too.
Like
So,
what?
I mean, like the chance of you getting like really hung up on, doesn't have to be just like the sex was really good, but that could be a component of it. It could be like he's just like really physically attractive, or it could be like his personality is just like he's super charismatic, really magnetic, whatever it is. It could be his status. Maybe he's got a lot of status. Maybe he's providing for you in some way. Maybe he's like paying for dates, getting you gifts, $500 shopping spree. It could be like any number of different things. Is it like always going to happen? Not necessarily. No. There's a lot of factors at play here when it comes to relationships. It's not totally black and white. But I mean, I would argue that when it comes to women, like you guys have access to certain men that'll never give you commitment. And then it's just like there can be this component of like, I do think there's a component of like once you like roll the dice and like land on a dude that you got dickmatized, doesn't even have to be sex. When I say dickmatized, it just means like his personality was like you're just like holy shit, or his looks or his status or his money or whatever he was bringing to the table. Like you can date a certain caliber of dude that's gonna make you think like, oh man, that could be that. Like we've had, for example, this isn't all women. We had a woman on the panel who was married. She was married, and she was saying while I was having sex with my husband, there was that one guy that I was thinking about, and she ended up divorcing him. And so it was, the sex was really good, he was really attractive, etc. It's like you can, like for you ladies, you gotta be careful because you could land on a dude who does that to you, and you're like, the one who got away. And then like that's a big L for a dude to be like, you're with a girl and you're with her, right? She cares about you, she likes you. But like in the dark recesses of her mind, she's like...
Are you saying intrusive thinking?
It could be. But in the dark recesses of her mind, she's like still fucking hung up on her first love or the guy who fucked her really good or whatever it is, you know?
May I speak? Especially about that.
I'll grant it. You have my permission. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You know, actually, here's the thing. I think that...
You have that?
I'm not admitting to anything.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
I'm saying that human beings have 12,000 to 60,000 thoughts a day. It depends on what thought you attach to. We have intrusive thoughts all the time. There are some times where it's better to just keep it to yourself rather than being so honest about it, and also thinking, hey, welcome to my brain. I just had this thought in a half of a millisecond. Do I really truly feel that way? No. It depends on anyone else's morals, and it also depends on how much they want to be in that relationship with that other person. If they're having sex with that person and they do truly believe it's very sacred, but also they just have an intrusive thought for a split second, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily hung up. And people have the choice also to be like, that was an experience I had a long time ago. That's an intrusive thought. I love this person that I'm with, and I'm just going to let that thought pass by. We don't have to define
that's
every
actually fair.
Thought that we have.
I'll actually grant that. But I'm sure you would acknowledge that while for some women or men even who have this experience, while it could be the case that it's totally benign and there's no actual, any issue, you would also have to agree that there are women who are like in like new relationships or even long-term relationships who still have feelings for exes.
There's many women out there that do.
And actually, like one of my exes, I liked him so much that I would actually find guys who looked just like him and then be with him and just imagine it was him. If I'm being so
That's
honest.
a yikes.
Yeah, but we could say the same for men and women too. It's not just women. Men are.
I've never been having sex with a girl and like thinking about another girl. Yeah, thank you. Give me more accolades, I guess. I don't know. That's just.
May I add something?
Sure.
I think you make a valid point that women maybe are sabotaging themselves in their dating situation if they're like looking outside of their like league or whatever. However, I think you're wrong when it comes to when they finally quote unquote settle down being like less satisfied in their relationship, because I've actually read statistics that women are more secure and satisfied in their relationships when they feel that they are more attractive than their partner.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Women are more secure in their relationships if they feel they're.
What about
when
the flip?
they're out of the league of their partner?
Yeah, but what about the flip side to that?
I don't know. We have to ask a man that's.
So here's the flip side. The flip side is, because then it's conditional on options, and the reason that most women initiate divorces over men is because the number one thing is, well, we have irreconcilable differences, not because there's abuse or even money problems. They just put irreconcilable differences. So they prefer to be in the seat of control where they have a higher level of attractiveness, so then they have more options. That's why.
Or maybe they just feel like they're less likely to be cheated on because maybe they've been cheated on in the past. I don't know. There could be a variety of reasons. We're both just speculating here.
Well, then they wouldn't be, then why would they be the ones who would be doing most of the initiation when it came to divorce?
There's plenty of reasons. Maybe the guy just stopped listening. Maybe he's sitting in his grandma's basement playing video games with Cheeto dust on his obese belly.
He turns into the basement.
But if she thought that he was more attractive and the better option, right, that he was not replaceable in that regard, probably far less likely to initiate a divorce, right? Just like men, if they think, okay, well, I don't think that I'm going to be able to get a woman who's more attractive than this one. They're going to be a lot more prone and likely to put up with her bullshit, right?
Not necessarily.
If it ties in with moral
that
differences.
seems to track, doesn't it? Do you think that men are more or less likely to put up with a woman's bullshit because she's hot? Honestly.
I don't think any of this is love.
It really depends on the severity of it.
Before Red Dress cuts in and destroys another perfectly good conversation, perhaps we can just finish this real quick. Do you think that men are more or less likely to put up with a bunch of bullshit from a woman if she's hot? More or less likely?
More likely, but we're talking about the opposite here.
No, we're not really. If that's the case, then it would put the control grid of the hot matrix up front. So if they were settling for a man they thought they were more attractive than, that would put them in the condition of control. Whereas the opposite, if they were settling for a man who's more attractive, put him in the situation where he was in control. So if that's the case, then it makes sense that, oh, this guy will put up with a lot more shit from me because I'm more attractive than he is. Right? That makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, more likely, yes.
Yeah. Is that the way it is?
I mean, as someone who was married to someone who was very, very, very attractive, like ex-Olympic water polo player, six-pack abs, tall, dark, and handsome, I still initiated that. But it wasn't just because he was hotter than me. It was also because his personality started to suck.
But I've heard you talk, right? And I've heard you say that you think your assessment of your own attractiveness levels and this and that, the fact that you have movie stars or something like this who are available at your beck and call to
not
go
beck
and
call,
sleep with and things like this. I'm being hyperbolic, but rock stars, whatever they are, A-list celebs, whatever it was that you were mentioning that you had at your beck and call, doesn't seem like you think that a man like that is not replaceable from your standpoint. So this actually makes my point, not yours, right?
Well,
now, on the other hand, is your ex, right? Do you think that he has rock star women and famous women at his beck and call? Probably not.
I think he'd be stuck with what he was doing, yeah. But
yeah, see what I mean? So I mean, it makes my point, really.
Do we have the age thing? Yep. Okay, we're gonna pull up the age forwarded photos. Let's do it.
Okay, I have to point this out though for chair one.
yeah.
Okay, because my chat's been saying this nonstop, so I have to tell you what they're saying.
Okay,
They call you Tulsi Blabber.
I don't know who that is, but I'm.
You know who Tulsi Gabbard is? I just thought it was really funny. But
I don't know who that is. I get Whitney Cummings a lot though, and sometimes and Megan Fox a lot.
Yeah.
Megan Fox.
I get when I'm at the club because I'm a stripper too. I forgot to say that. I also get that sometimes, but
I get Brad Pitt.
Leave it out. I mean,
I get Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt.
Yeah, Brad Pitt. George Clooney all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right. Go ahead. Pull it up.
That's bad.
All right. Next.
I don't know.
These are like.
I'd still smash. Hey, it's nothing but a mini facelift can fix that.
There
Okay.
you go. Next.
I know a good plastic
These are pretty
surgeon.
low res. Where's next?
Wow, that's ugly.
We need higher res ones.
Really
next.
ugly.
Still hot. Sure, I told you in 10 years.
Next.
Okay,
Yep, see, 10. She's the 10. I told you.
The glasses are doing a lot of heavy lifting on this
Oh,
one.
please.
Next.
She's 10.
Still hot.
Still hot.
Yeah. Still hot.
Where's Ghost when you need him? Okay, next.
Fuck, I'm so scared.
She's cute too.
Is that it? All right.
Oh hell no.
Oh, we got to here, guys. We're gonna do Twitch. We got a video. We got an MG. Speaking of Megan Fox,
Yeah.
we're reacting to a video of her boyfriend, husband,
Oh,
MGK. But first, let's go to Twitch, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever, guys. Help us get to 97,200 followers over there on Twitch. Guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, very easy way to support the show every single month. Guys, it's been 34 minutes since we last had a Prime sub. Can you guys just check if you have a Prime sub available? Help us out, boys. Help us out. Liddy Lynn, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yo, Katia Nur? Totally. Katie Yanner, thank you for the Prime. Seawalker, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, pull up the, get that MGK video. I want to get the panel's reaction on this. It's kind of old, but somebody sent it to me. And so it, pull it up. Don't play it right away, but. Yes. We're getting it pulled up. Guys, like the video. You're enjoying the stream, guys. Like the video.
Aww.
All right, so this woman, well, we'll just go ahead and play it.
Hello. How are you? I love your hair. It looks great. It's one of the best hugs I ever got. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Thanks for bringing them. I'm really jealous of your hoodie. That shit is fire.
And just let it play through. Oh, wait, hold on.
Hello.
Let it play through. Let's watch the hug again. Leg around, crotch thrust. Pause it. So we're going to read, it says, this was the best day of, this is the woman posting this. Her husband is recording it. This was the best day of my life. Colson and I had quite the isolated moment of good vibes after this. He's such an amazing man. By the way, best day of her life. Thank you to my husband for this surprise interaction of a lifetime. And the husband said, I got you passes and next week you're going to go meet him. So there's a couple things here. One, she's saying this is the best day of my life. Two, she's with her husband. Is that an appropriate hug to give a man who is not your husband?
Absolutely not.
Anybody?
Depends on the man whose it is. Oh, wait, why are we looking at a video that has 724 likes? Wait, why do we care?
Oh my God, bro.
What is
Depends on the
amount of likes
relationship.
I think that was really
why
disrespectful.
Why does the amount of likes have anything to do with it?
It doesn't have enough likes for it. She.
No, I'm just saying, like, why are we coming to this
All right,
random
boys,
person's
go
video?
over and make sure we get it up to 1.5K so that we can talk about
You know
the
what?
video.
You know what? I agree. If the George Floyd video only had 100 likes, it wouldn't be worthy of news coverage. That's a great point.
Stop it, Brian. I can't breathe.
No, I'm just wondering why we care about it. I don't know. I just don't care.
Because it's. I don't see why the likes matter. This is like something that could arise in some dating situation.
Oh yeah. Okay.
How about here? What video do you want us to react to? Find us a video. We'll react to that shit.
No.
What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, it's really inappropriate that she put his leg up on his comm like that.
Yeah, oh, and also, did you see the ab rub?
Yeah.
After
that was low-key
hand
crazy.
on stomach.
That was low-key crazy.
Oh, let me get a feel.
She treated him like guys treat me at the strip club.
It's very
That's
abhorrent.
exactly the same
it's very
thing.
abhorrent.
How would you feel if you were her husband?
I'll get you.
I wouldn't be okay.
Go ahead.
I believe it's truly abhorrent behavior.
Based.
And honestly, I think that if you should have, first of all, respect and boundaries for your partner. That partner's probably going to be that probably put a new insecurity on him, as well as the fact that you're taken, and if you really love someone, just because you might have a celebrity crush, that does not, you can give them a handshake and really tell them, hey, I really admire you. You can think in your head, you may have some desire fantasy somewhere, but you can say, hey, I really admire you, been listening to your music for a long time, and I just want to say that you got me through some bad days. And then take a photo, that's it. Respect your partner, as well as not humiliating your partner, as well as the fact that he's also, that MGK, he's also taken as well, so that's disrespectful to...
Yeah, disrespectful
his
to
his
Megan
status.
Fox.
I don't know.
And also just Everywhere. I think that girl really needs to do some reflecting, and also that guy, however he felt, I think it's okay to voice it.
Your reaction into the mic?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just like not that cool because it's like you're like, I don't know, I feel like it puts the husband in like a like that's kind of embarrassing for him for sure, especially on social media. I understand like, okay, she likes his music once again, but like, I don't know, I just feel like it's embarrassing for the husband, and more importantly, like I don't think you want to embarrass your partner. And like,
your reaction?
I feel like the husband bought her tickets to go see him. He's clearly not insecure about it. The hug itself was weird. Like, I don't know. I'm not like, that fan behavior is really weird to me in general. But like, I don't feel like the husband was triggered by it. Like, I don't feel like that bothered him. Like, she's clearly a huge fan of him, has been wanting to see him, whatever the case is.
Oh, well, I have criticisms of the man too here. Like, one, you're a cuck.
That's what I was gonna say.
Like,
Cucks are hot.
bro, how are you gonna?
That's what I was gonna say.
Like, how are you gonna bring your wife to go meet another dude?
Yeah.
Like, you ever seen those like Chris Brown?
No, it's fine. You know, because after all, he got her ticket for the behind the scenes event the next week.
I feel like
I mean,
It was really nice of him, but I don't think he thought that the hug was going to go that way at all. So him seeing that was like, wow, didn't know it was going to really go that way. I thought you were just going to kind of shake his hand,
What
but
do
you
you
kind of
think
just
behind the
went all the way up
scenes
his butthole. I just don't think that's right.
It's a meet and greet though. Like, if you're paying to meet the celebrity, you know you're gonna get a hug or a picture out of them. The groping was weird. Like, I'm not defending her on that. Like, that was weird. But
well,
like,
there's layers to it, right?
But I think the husband went into this knowing like there was gonna be some form of emotional interaction with her, and it could have just been like her like, oh my God, I'm touching this person that I idolize and I love, and it could have just, I don't know. It was weird, but still.
I mean, it is MGK though.
It is.
No, I mean, but like, I don't follow his music. Is he like, he's a rapper? Like, has he done like profound? Like, has he done like an Eminem stan?
He's dog shit, right?
Thank you. I don't feel like he's on this like insane level where it's like, your music touched me. I don't know. I don't listen to his shit. I don't know.
Either. I don't either. I really genuinely think fan behavior is weird.
Something's going to touch that lady. That's for sure.
Do you think she would, if the husband gave a pass, she would fuck him?
No, absolutely.
That's a yikes. Major yikes.
And it's a yikes for morals as well. Even if you find them the most attractive, if you have morals and also are in a loyal relationship and you love them enough, even if you have to have the self-control to say no, I will not, even if I'm
just saying, if it was Snoop Dogg, I would do 10 times worse than that, and I don't care about the morals. Okay.
In front of your husband?
Snoop Dogg.
Would you also Snoop Dogg?
I don't think I would grope anybody.
No,
without
just
permission.
would you hit? Like, would you smash Snoop Dogg? D to the double G or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Dizzle.
He's so unk now.
D to the V.
Oh, I'm
He's so unk, but I love it.
I'm thinking like the Wu-Tang Clan or something. I don't know. Okay. I know Snoop, so I can hook you up if you're single.
Okay.
You've met him?
I'm okay.
Why are you looking at her? Me.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Going around the table, your reaction to the clip?
I mean, I guess it depends on the relationship, but would I hug MGK or any celebrity like that? No, I think that's not right for my relationship.
Sure.
And my biggest problem with it really is that if it was switched and that was Megan Fox and a guy hugged her that way, it would be like, oh my God, that guy's such a creep, blah, blah, blah. So I just think that's a double standard. Honestly, that bothers me more than anything.
That girl is just as creepy for that.
Fair.
She is.
Your reaction?
I don't think the husband cares, but that was a weird hug. It was
Gianna?
Yeah, I don't think it mattered. I agree with her. The groping was a little weird, but if it's the best day of her life, so be it.
Do you think...
Imagine the best day of your life being hugging another man who's not your husband.
I'm pretty sure she was exaggerating.
Also,
like when people say literally, but they don't mean literally.
Did that hug look like it was exaggerated to you?
I mean, I'm sure that she had other best days of her life.
I don't know. I mean, maybe you're just arguing for the sake of being argumentative, but I mean, I can put 2 and 2 together. And best day of my life, groping hug like that, concert tickets the next week, it's not looking good for him, is it? Like, just from the bird's eye view, like just asking you directly, right? It's not looking good for this guy, right? Not looking like if you had just stumbled across this story and it wasn't mean old Andrew who you had an exchange with earlier in the podcast, and you weren't just being disagreeable because you hate my guts, but rather we're just looking at the story itself, is not looking good for it, right?
I would agree.
Also, I do wonder, do you think she's ever hugged her husband like that? I don't.
Yeah.
She probably has
Come on,
never.
she's definitely taken in the butt by him. So that MGK thing is nothing. I want to count how many what's I
think
get.
I think it's also a part of like dehumanizing as well, because when you idolize someone and you sexualize them and everything like that, I think it's different when you meet them and you know, hey, this is a person. He poops, pees, just like all of us. Also, he's married, and also he just has feelings. Also, people normally have boundaries. Hey, maybe don't touch me there, you know, when I meet you. So maybe it would just, you know, be best to also respect not only your partner, but just them as a human being, and just maybe just focus on what, I mean, they want to do for their fans anyway, is for them to want to focus on their artistry.
Sure.
All right. Music.
We're going to get through the pre-show notes here. I'm going to try. We're a little behind. There's a lot to get through, so I'll try to get through it quickly. So, Kiki, going back to your notes, you said that dating topics you'd like to speak on: men wanting to receive, men not needing to put in the work. What do you mean by that?
I feel like I've just seen that time and time again, where it's like, you know, they just, I don't know. I just feel like they like don't want to pick you up. They don't everything. They want to like meet you halfway and all that stuff. And they want to feel like you text me good. I don't know. Like you text me, you call me, you hit me up, you do this, you do that, and I just think it's ugly.
Okay. Any girls here agree with that? Just show of hands, I suppose. Okay. You also, I'll kind of address that, but I'll get through some of your notes here. You said, why has basic standards of courting gone out the window?
Yeah, for all of us, not just men. Like for like all of us. Like I feel like in myself too. Like I've treated people badly. I've been treated badly.
You mean men you've treated badly?
Yeah.
How so?
I definitely just in my past.
Like you hit it and quit it?
Yeah.
Like
I don't know if that's bad for men.
They wanted more, and you were like, nah.
No. I've like done not very
deuces.
Great. No.
It's just certain, you know, personal experiences that we've all, you know.
Yeah. How did you treat somebody like a guy badly? I guess. You cheated?
Yeah, I did once when I was like a lot younger. And I feel really bad about it. And either way.
How long were you dating that guy? Was it the 5-year guy?
No, but it was like somebody on the off. And I feel pretty bad about that.
It's those experiences back in high school when you're not really, you know.
Yeah, like this is me like as an underclassman in high school.
Like the prefrontal cortex.
Yeah, like the prefrontal cortex.
Not fully developed, you know. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but so you said standards of courting gone out the window.
But that's what I'm saying. I think in our generation we've just been taught to like with Tinder and with like a lot of things in that way. We've just thrown like it out the window where it's like, yeah, come over immediately and all this stuff. But I just think it's boring. Like I want to go out and hang out with you and do something. I don't want to just go to your apartment. I don't want you to just come to my apartment. Like that's so lame.
But you did do that though.
Yeah, I've done it, but I'm like not. I'm not like aligned with that.
We're not into it, boys.
We're not into that.
Not into it. You want the courtship, right?
Yeah.
Very much so.
But you said it was like on both men and women's parts. So I guess what you already kind of mentioned, like guys not wanting to pick you up. Oh, let's meet there. Maybe what are some of the other things that men are not doing when it comes to the basic standards of courting? Like
planning things or being like, oh, like whatever, we'll figure it out. I don't know, just like not hot. Like I'm just trying to find like an example. Like, you know what's hot? Like them being on time. Taking control. Like that's hot.
Sure. And then you mentioned though that this isn't just for men, it's also women. I guess in what ways are women not holding up to courtship standards?
I don't know. I'm thinking like, I don't know, like maybe like the constant, like I've had open relationships before and that's been on my terms where I was like, yeah, I want to have an open relationship. And I feel kind of bad because I feel like I was just kind of, what an open relationship means to me personally, and I regret doing this to other people, is I need you to fill my cup. I feel I'm going through something. I want your attention, and vice versa, because this has happened to me as well. So I'm going to stay with you for the companionship, but I don't feel like there's enough there to be like loyal to you, like, or only think about you. And I regret doing that. And I think it's a waste of time. I wish I spent more time completely single. I've definitely spent time single, but like I said, I started dating when I was 14. So that's kind of like I wouldn't recommend that to like other younger people.
And you said that men who like receiving or don't take pride in putting in the work, like picking girls up, paying on the first date, like just inviting girls over.
Unless that's like what both of you are down for, like you're like, yeah, I just want to like have sex tonight, whatever. Like,
Can
okay.
I ask you a quick question to interject very quickly?
Yeah.
What do you think chivalry is?
I think it's the proof of, like I said, I like proof. It's the proof that I'm like willing to show that I like you. The proof of I'm on time, I'm picking you up, I'm taking you here. It's not about them like giving me what I want. It's the proof that I know I like, okay, I'm wanted.
Does the woman have to be on time too?
Yeah.
So if I pick you up and you're running 30 minutes behind?
Yeah, that's not nice.
That's disrespectful.
Yeah.
How late were you for the show
Chivalry
today?
was a code. It was a code that knights lived by for a proper reason.
Yeah, I was late today.
Inside of this code, women were valued. And the reason that they were highly valued is because they were considered pure and chaste. And so men would actually fight to the death for them. Very famous two French knights, French, I can't believe it, but they actually fought each other, Jean and Jacques, because one essayed the other one's wife, and they took it, petitioned to the king. He wouldn't assist, so he challenged him to a duel, and he killed the much larger knight. Why? Because the woman he was fighting the duel on behalf of was a pure woman. When he married her, he had fought tooth and nail to take her hand in marriage, right? So if there's not the chastity and the purity and the virtue aspect for women, why in the hell should any man ever in a million years extend the code of chivalry? I've never understood that.
I guess that makes sense to a certain degree, but it's also just, once again, like the intentions of people. And also marriage is a very long thing. Like marriage lasts forever. And I'm not saying I'm opposed to either. Well, obviously I'm in like a state of wanting to be like more exclusive. But what I'm trying to say is it also makes sense to me when, if you're married for the rest of your life and you start dating at 18, like it makes sense that maybe you want to like have a relationship where you value each other's partnership and time and like, partnership in life, but you also need to like breathe a little bit because you've been dating since you were teenagers and such. The same thing with my ex. Like since we started dating when I was literally 14, it kind of I'm happy that we were off and on because my development as a human being wouldn't have been, healthy if I was consistently with my ex from age like 14 to 19. Like that's crazy. That's not good for me. So
wait a second. So I mean, at the same time that you're saying that compromising virtue, right, is actually good for you.
Yes,
because
it is.
Because it gives you experience or something like that.
No, I'm not saying compromising virtue in a sense of like, yeah, have sex with a ton of people or not. But what I'm trying to say is there is a lot
about
of...
any people.
Pardon?
About any people.
But if you're not with somebody, then that makes sense to have sex with people, learn new things about people, like not just sex,
so
but like
this would be a compromise. This would be a compromise on the virtue of chastity, right?
Well, if you're on and off with somebody and you're like off and you've been dating for 5 years and you're learning new things about people, and it's not just that, like being single, there's more to being single than just...
Then hang on, can you answer this question?
Okay.
How is that not a compromise in virtue?
If I'm off with somebody and I have sex with somebody else?
Yeah, the assumption...
If I'm not dating somebody and I have sex with somebody else?
Is that, hang on, if you expect chivalry, the idea that men will sacrifice literally everything on behalf of a woman, and they will, by the way, right? Why should they expect virtue in exchange?
I mean, to a certain extent, yeah, that makes sense. Like, that's why what I'm trying to say is I've changed my brain. I'm happy that I was on and off and I've lived, and now I'm in a relationship, and now, I'm going to be loyal to him, and he treats me well. Is that what you want? I think that's the answer, right? Like,
well, I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm just wondering what you're asking.
But it seems like you're kind of speaking out of both sides, right? Like, on the one hand, you say, yeah, but I need new experiences and this and that.
Yeah, because of the age that we met and the duration of how long that relationship lasted at that age. You know what I mean? You shouldn't, I think it's not a great idea to be with somebody for your entire teenagehood. That's a developmental time of your own sense of self. And if you're dating somebody,
Then why be with anybody?
well, that's kind of what I'm saying, you know?
Yeah, you shouldn't be with anybody in your teenagehood. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
So when you're old enough to make decisions to be with people, though, right? The idea here with chivalry, if you want to know why chivalry is dead, the old line is because women killed it. The idea here is that if men are supposed to have an uncompromising value towards women, where they'll pay for everything, they'll take good care of you, they'll fight the dragon, slay the proverbial dragon, as it were, on your behalf to have a token from a lady, then they want to have chastity and virtue in exchange.
That's what I want for my boyfriend, too.
There is no chastity and virtue to be found in modernity, so why the hell would anybody ever expect there to be that sort of chivalry?
All right, from my understanding of relationships, I agree with you. I'm loyal to my boyfriend, and he's like, what's the word? He's respectful to me. That's not, everybody, but that's where I am, and that's how I feel.
So chivalry, I can't say that word, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Chivalry. Say it with me. Chivalry.
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 Thank you, Andrew.
Chivalry. All right, go ahead.
So then I would say, would you not protect your sister if she got essayed? Or would you not protect your mom if somebody treated her bad, or your dad? I feel like the reason that is dead is because women stopped becoming property. And so when you have property...
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. It's okay, Andrew. So I feel like women are no longer kind of considered that. We're considered more of our own entity. And I would say that's kind of the reason why everything's changed.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
You considered your own entity, eh? Are you going to take your husband's last name?
No, we're making our own last name together.
Of course you are. So anyway, so this.
It's thrills.
So hang on. So this aside, right? If you think about it, it actually makes sense. If a husband did actually consider you to be an extension of him, then he would protect you, right? Because you're his other half, or you're part of him.
Yeah.
So of course he protects you and will do whatever he can, make whatever sacrifices he possibly can for you. But if you're not willing to make the sacrifice, becoming one flesh with him, in the same way that you would become like the melded one person, which would require taking his last name, then I mean, why should he give a shit? And ultimately, when you're talking about what about protecting mom and sister and things like this, well, I would still say that that's a part of an honor code which has been passed down, and that is pre-chivalric roots to protect your own bloodline. But that has nothing to do with miladying and slaying a dragon for a complete stranger, or for a woman that you're courting and taking care of all of her problems and whatever responsibilities you're going to adopt from that, if they're not chaste and pure on their part for their virtue. So there would just be a one-sided contract being fulfilled then, right?
If you feel like that is the most important thing to you, then sure. But I feel like I don't even think men really care about that much anymore. At least I would say.
Oh, okay. Well, let's test that. Let's see if that's true. So let us assume for a moment that it was you and, I don't know, whatever guy you think is a Chad, okay?
Okay.
It's you in your current state, or it's you in your current state, but you're a virgin, and he had to take the pick, right, of marrying you. Which state do you think he'd prefer you in?
Like just a random Chad?
Whatever random Chad you would be interested in.
I don't know. I think he might take me for who I am now.
Why?
Because
she really knows how to suck a dick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
no, well,
it's not. Having sex is totally not intuitive. It's not like people haven't been doing that since. Oh, I don't know. They've gone a fucking time. Super hard. Who could figure out that the pee goes in the? Who could ever? How could you ever discover this without having hundreds of partners filling you with semen? How could this ever be possible? It's ridiculous.
I don't know.
Ridiculous on its face to think.
Procreation's a lot different than good sex.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Well, by the way, what frame of reference would you have for what bad sex was if you'd never had it with anybody else?
Exactly. But I can tell.
Exactly. So if you were a virgin and you ended up with a guy and you had sex with him, you would have no frame of reference to say it was bad.
You would know because you didn't orgasm.
Yeah. You would just think it's a myth.
You wouldn't know that you were even supposed to. What would be your frame of reference?
Well, that's society. People talk about it. You'd be like, what's all the hype about? That wasn't that
and if
cool.
more people were chaste and had virtue, right? This wouldn't even be a problem. And the idea, by the way, that you can't grow in sexual compatibility with the person that you're with is fucking also crazy, right? And not everybody starts off with a great sex life, and most people do end up with one because as you familiarize yourself with the needs of your wife or your husband, over time, you definitely can grow in sexual compatibility. This idea that you have to go and try out the cow because otherwise you don't know it gives you milk, I think is fucking crazy. Well, but that aside, back to this, where's the virtue part coming?
Well, I wasn't going to say just because the sex thing. I was actually going to say because I have more education, I'm more established, I know what constitutes as a good relationship, a bad relationship.
All of it is you.
Yeah.
Right? In your current form, it's just you're also a virgin or you're not a virgin. Which state do you think that guy would prefer you in?
I think the guy would prefer the experience.
Of course.
That's just my opinion.
You think, so I just want to let you, I just want to let you know the entailment of what you're saying. That you think that any of the Omega Chads that you would be interested in, if you could tell them, hey, look, I've sucked 100 dicks versus I've sucked 0 dicks, they would go, damn it, I would really prefer if you'd go out and suck 99 more penises so that you're worthy of me. Do you really think that? Does that even sound reasonable or rational to you?
Okay, I understand where you're coming from. However, I feel like it's not a deal breaker. I feel like the past happens.
That's not the question. The question isn't whether it's a deal breaker. The question is, what state do you think he would prefer you in? And you say, he would prefer me in the state where I had sucked 99 more dicks than his.
I mean,
and I think that sounds fucking retarded.
I know it sounds crazy to you, Andrew.
I thought you were not allowed to say that word.
That's the way you think. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't want a virgin. I would not want a virgin. I would want a dude that's fucking slammed clam and just like knows how to give it to me.
Yeah,
like,
so
men and women are different.
Let's test the logical extension. If I wasn't supposed to say the word, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was against a violation. But anyway, let's test this out. What if it was 1,000 dicks? Do you think that he would prefer that you sucked 1,000 dicks to 100 dicks?
I don't know. 1,000 dicks is a lot.
Yeah, but why? I mean, what's the threshold breaker?
Wait,
100 dicks isn't too much, but 1,000 dicks becomes just one bridge too far?
Then what's the difference between just like sleeping with one guy 100 times and sucking 100 dicks?
Yeah, well, the difference is the extension of how many different dicks. Right, and by the way, it's also the idea of the revulsion comes from the loyalty threshold.
But wouldn't also
so
just
if
be
a woman has been with one man, let's say she's been with one man for 25 years, okay, and he dies and she's a widow, okay, her loyalty threshold for other men is extraordinarily high. It's super high.
Yeah.
Right, but if she slept with, I don't know, 60 guys, right? Her loyalty threshold for that man significantly decreases. So this is where the revulsion portion also comes in for men. I just would like to hear you repeat this, though, that you think whatever Chad you would be with or that you would be interested in would vastly prefer all of the bodies and penises you've sucked and fucked and all this over having you in your most chaste form, and that you honestly believe that.
I have a good question. I have a good answer for that. I would say a monogamous Chad would care. A polyamorous Chad would not. And I think the reason why you and I differ as far as this statement is because our relationships are different. The Chad who wants to marry
you. The Chad who wants to marry you.
Wait, you're poly, right?
Yeah.
Can we just move this to like, it's just not even, I don't know if it's even worth it.
I'm like right there at the end of the exchange. Just real quick.
He's like so close to winning the argument, guys.
So anyway, you should cover up your panty shot. But anyway, back to where I was at. I had to look. But anyway, back to where I was. I would just like to note that you think that the man you'd be interested in marrying would actually prefer you to have the higher body count.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll leave it there.
Okay. But hey, that was interesting. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I enjoyed the exchange.
Well, I think it'd be interesting to bring it to perhaps one of the other girls here at the table who are in relationships or who have had relationships, because a lot of you cite to, well, I'm more sexually experienced because I fucked more men.
I think men would rather have a low body count in general. I agree with that.
Woman?
Yes.
Yeah. Like I don't think most men would. So here's the entailment. Okay, my girl will be better in bed, but that entails she slept with an additional 10 or 20 men before meeting me. I don't think most men are like gonna make that trade-off. So like no man ever, oh, I really wish my girlfriend fucked more men before she met me. Said no man ever.
I don't think any man thinks that, no.
Well, so,
but
okay,
I do think
like
that like when you have like when you meet somebody, you have a connection with them. Like I've never had a guy, guys, I've never had a guy who meets me, gets to know me, likes me, and is like not okay with who I've slept with because they get to know me, they like me, they love me. There's like love trumps everything. And so yeah, I've had a past. You're who I meet now, I'm loyal to you now. Period, point blank, bye. Yeah. But if you don't like it, then cool, you're not for me and I'm not for you.
I can also understand from your point there that, you know, yes, that's true. A lot of men will not like a girl with, you know, will not be very attracted to the fact that a girl has, you know, I guess, been around in that way, as well as the fact that even maybe the girl will feel that way herself. When I was in my relationship, like, and I'm, you know, it was true love and everything like that. I even wished that that I saved myself for him, that I didn't hook up with all those, you know, other people, or that, you know, I didn't have a past, because when I felt like it was that sacred that I really wish that it had only been him. But at the same time, you can't turn back time. But sure, obviously you know, and he accepted me. You know, and
I do want to bring it back to the topic of chivalry, though. I was kind of away from the table there.
Shouldn't
for a moment.
It go both ways? If a guy wants a traditional girl, she should be traditional, and if a woman wants a more traditional guy, he should be more traditional. It's not one or the other. There's both sides need to improve, I think, in society.
Sure, I would agree with that. But I think going back to your points, you're saying, well, these men, they aren't doing all this courtship stuff. And I think Andrew asked this, but I did want to go around the table on this. When you guys going around the table, when you get married, will you take your husband's name?
We put it together.
Oh, you're married?
No, but we've talked
You'll
about
hyphenate.
it. And no,
Okay.
we're not hyphenating. We're making a whole new name together.
Okay, sure.
Yes, I'll take my husband's name.
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Sure.
Well, sure. What do you mean, sure?
I mean,
You seem a bit on the fence with it. How about this? It's a bad last name. Does that change anything?
oh, then I don't want his last name.
Don't want his last name change anything for you? Not like something.
I don't care.
It's just, I don't know.
I didn't take my ex-husband's last name.
Fleekle
For that
Deucin
reason.
or something. I don't know. But it's a bad last name. You take his last name?
I think having his last name's hot.
Okay. You
I
take
agree.
it? You don't take it, though?
If I don't like it, then no.
No? Really? Okay.
I did take my husband's last name, but partly because we were going to combine it and make a new one. Then there was some drama going on in my family right around the time that we got married, and I said, I do not want anything to do with that last name anymore. I will take yours. This is my new family.
Okay. What about you?
I'm keeping both, so yes. Yeah. Like both my last name and his.
She's
So
Hispanic.
no. So you're hyphenating?
Yes, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. And then Gianna, what about you?
I would hyphenate as well.
You would hyphenate. Do you want a guy to pay for the first date?
No.
You wanted the guy to pay for the first date?
Yes.
You wanted the guy to pay for the. Okay, so just to be clear, you want a guy to be traditional and do all this stuff, but why won't you be traditional yourselves?
It doesn't have to be traditional in all aspects. But
So just the aspects. I see. Just the aspects that benefit you.
He's got a point.
No. I mean, I don't. If my partner
Okay.
wants me to take his last name, sure. If it's really significant to him and it like means the world to him, absolutely. I'm not gonna fight against it.
You just said if it was like a bad last name.
If it was a bad last name, I would
Then
be like,
no.
okay, maybe I don't want your last name, but I love you. Let's get married.
Oh, so you want to get married too?
Maybe.
You want to get married? You want to get married?
Potentially.
How
I
much
don't
should the
know.
guy spend on a ring?
I don't give a fuck.
I don't really care.
Ring pop, baby.
So okay, he buys you an Amazon cubic zirconia wedding ring. You're fine with it?
If the proposal was
A ring
meaningful,
pop? You get your ring pop?
sure,
Ring pop?
sure.
Yeah.
My mom's wedding ring broke. My dad got her a cheap wedding ring and it literally broke. She hasn't had a wedding ring since they've been married for 20 years. He's never replaced it. Her wedding ring literally broke.
Should have got her an all-American
That's cool.
steel band.
But so
$20, never break.
I want a secure ring. I want a ring that stays together.
In what ways do you have to be traditional?
Do I personally?
Yeah. Like what ways are you traditional?
I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm very traditional.
But you want a guy to pay for the first date?
Yes. Because I feel like paying for the first date, you're paying for my time. Like I feel I'm valuable as a woman, and you're paying for your time to be with me. No, not a prostitute.
So wait, why?
I'm giving you my energy. I'm giving you.
Yeah, so is he.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
But
so
I
you guys should go
prefer-
50-50 then.
No.
The same exact amount of time that you spend on the date, he spends on the date too. So
Well,
You're
he's trying
saying-
to court me. I'm the woman. I'm going to be providing for the home, essentially. If you're talking about traditional women.
really, on the first date, what are you doing on the first date?
No, I'm not saying on the first date.
Okay.
But if that's the plan, if we're planning to get married, I as the woman am adding value as a woman, right? To the household. So initially, like, you're courting me. Like, I'm traditional in that sense then.
What sense?
In the sense that I want to be courted.
You're traditional in the sense that you want the benefits of courtship. I am traditional
I'm also
in the
not,
sense
I'm
that
not against 50-50
you're
either.
right. I'm a fuck boy. I'm traditional in the sense that I want a virgin woman, but I won't pay for first dates, and I'm not going to protect you. I won't take the bullet for you. I won't provide. I won't protect. I'm also like super feminine. I'm not masculine. Like all these things. I'm
Totally reasonable.
totally. Is that a fair proposition?
No, you have to
Not
be
at
on the
all.
same caliber as me. You have to be also adding value
You won't
to my
take
life.
a guy's last name.
I would. I never said I wouldn't. I
you
said
did
sure.
say you wouldn't. You did say you wouldn't.
If I didn't like it, we can have that conversation. We could
Yeah.
be
Why does that matter?
because
like,
maybe I
wouldn't-
just don't want the ugly last name.
Yeah, but what? Okay, wouldn't the sheer tradition of a woman taking a man's last name trump your superficial desire to have a cool last name?
No, we can discuss that. If
What's
you're a
there to
traditional,
discuss? Okay, we can discuss me paying for you on the first date.
Okay, we
Let's
can. We
discuss
absolutely
it.
can.
Let's have a discussion.
Sure.
I want to negotiate this. I want to negotiate our gender roles. Okay. I'm not going to pay on the first date.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Then we
Is
probably
that a
won't go
hard?
on a
Is
date.
that a hard no?
We probably wouldn't go on a date.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It would be a hard no if he wouldn't pay for the date, right?
I mean, I think it depends. If I really liked you, if we got time to know each other, I'm gonna say yes. We have to get to know
What do you
each
think the
other a
best
little
place
bit.
is to get to know each other?
Well, in modern dating, we're usually, I don't know, maybe it's an Instagram DM, maybe I don't know, Tinder.
Well, don't you usually get to know each other, like on a date?
Yes.
Yeah, like getting coffee
Yeah,
together.
I think you should run errands together and build an IKEA furniture. And
That's
then
cute
you
too.
will know.
That's so. I love that. I would
Go
go
on a
for that.
road trip.
Guy, it didn't work out.
Oh, a road trip.
Look, I guess
furniture.
where I'm
Sounds like a date. Those all sound like dates, though. Who's paying for the IKEA furniture?
We'll
Are
just
you
steal
gonna
it.
pay for the IKEA furniture?
Putting the IKEA
That was
furniture.
actually a great example of a first date. He took me on the date. He went with me. He built the furniture. I paid for the furniture. He showed me he liked me. He did it. I paid for it. No money
Some guy
spent by
came over and
him.
put your furniture together?
What?
Some guy came over and put your
Can you get the
furniture
Valve
together
video?
for you?
He sure did. Yeah.
It's a 100%
Hang on,
requirement
hang on.
for
Did
me.
he get some?
Eventually, yeah. Like he was
Oh,
he
eventually.
was my boyfriend for a while.
Oh, but he had to wait. So he came over, he did the handyman stuff, and then left.
That's a hard, passive.
It was a
I
fun
can't build
date. We
something.
got to know each other. Yeah, I mean, it's not so black and white as he built my furniture, I have sex with him. No, we got to know each other.
That's
we hung
cool.
out.
So that's cool. Cool story, bro. So going back to you were mentioning the courtship stuff. And perhaps all of you, the other of you who said men should pay for first dates. How about this? Like, if we're talking about should claims, right? If we're talking about what men should do, what women should do, men should pay for first dates. Fair?
I think so.
Men should pay for first dates. Men should pay for first dates. What about this should? Women should be virgins. Fair?
No.
No? Not
Women
fair?
should be virgins.
Women should be virgins.
No.
No? Is that fair?
Are you saying wait till marriage? Is that your stance?
I'm just throwing out a should statement.
You're
Should
saying
women be
theoretically
virgins?
women should wait till marriage.
Yeah.
Is that your stance?
Yeah.
Sometimes the tables don't turn that way.
How about this? A woman should be submissive to her husband.
What does that entail? What do you mean by that?
Oh, I don't know. You're the traditionalist here, shouldn't you know?
I'm not like a hardcore traditionalist. That's why I said
Why? Since when is being submissive hardcore? That's like bare minimum.
Submissive in what
Yeah,
ways
what
are
do
you
define
describing?
submissive?
How do I define submissive?
How do you define a submissive?
I mean, there's different definitions. I mean, the perhaps more milquetoast definition would be willful cooperation and letting the man lead.
Yes.
There's this quote that I've always heard, where my mom used to say to me, men are the head, women are the neck. Yeah, men can think they're in control, but the guy with the head, the woman can be like, over there, over there, over there. The head can't do shit without the neck. But you let them feel like they're in charge, sure, but you're the neck.
Yeah, no. I'm in charge.
Where's your neck?
Brian's in charge, guys.
Okay, say it's that way, right? But let's say it's not so black and white.
How
What
about
if it's
this? Deferring to his leadership.
Okay, sure, it's like attractive.
That would be
yeah.
submissive.
Okay, sure.
Okay, sure. Would you? I'm just curious.
I feel like it's like
you want a guy to like do courtship. If he said, "Okay, sure, I'll do courtship."
Okay,
roll
yeah.
his eyes as he did it.
Whatever, I guess. Yeah, like okay.
Bro, y'all
so,
like
okay,
y'all are like men have to do courtship. Oh, the men have to really. And would you like be like the guy's like, oh, fuck. I guess I'll do courtship. No.
I feel like
the man
if I
should
really,
be enthusiastic about his rules. You got to be enthusiastic
if a
about
man
yours.
created a safe enough, if a man created a safe enough space for a woman to be submissive, then so be it.
True. I agree.
Women
So
are not
conditional,
submissive in uncomfortable, unsafe situations.
So it's just conditional.
Okay, if you
if a man is creating an unsafe environment, why would the woman be submissive?
Okay,
exactly.
I got this. So hold on. In the current dating landscape, I as a guy acknowledge that there are women who will use me for dates, who want to do a foodie call. They've actually done studies on this. Something like, I don't know if it's 1 in 3 or 2 in 3 women have
heard of that, yeah.
have agreed.
I've done that.
Like you don't actually like. You've done a foodie call where you were maybe just bored and you're like, I guess I'll go on the date, but I'm really not that interested. But if he's like really impressive, cool. You'll go on the date just for like the fuck of it, right? So wouldn't that be if the guy's like, oh, okay, I'm only going to go 50-50 with girls because like a lot of women move this way. They're just trying to like get a free experience, free meal, whatever. I'm going to wait to pay for first dates.
How about this? If a man goes 50-50 with me, that's not like, why would I be like completely submissive to a man that goes 50-50? Obviously he can't like handle it. You know what I mean?
That's
I like
actually
that.
so
Yeah, like I'm not going to be submissive to a guy that goes 50-50. Like that's an unsafe environment for me theoretically.
Well then the guy should not pay for a first date with a woman who is not submissive. You're saying if I feel safe to be submissive, if I feel safe to be a provider, given the current dating landscape.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
Oh, but you won't
It
even
goes
give
both
me,
ways.
you won't even give the 50-50 guy a chance. So why should the traditional guy give you a chance and he's got to wait around for you to be safe and feel comfortable to be submissive?
Because that's like his one job. Like whatever, if we're going to talk
Your
about...
one job's to be submissive then.
Okay, sure.
No,
Whatever.
but you're, sure, I'll be no.
Only if
you
he's
need to be
like,
like,
the thing is-
fuck yeah, I'll be
it's about
submissive.
But there's two different
though.
types of like let's talk about like the domination, whatever. There's two different types.
I'm not talking about BDSM.
Not what I'm talking about either. That's the counter word to the word you're saying. Why is it a problem when I say domination when you say submissive? We're talking about in like a social aspect,
No, but you
not
are
like sexual.
You hold on.
Yeah,
you're
just
saying
dominant
you're saying
in
the
general.
inverse.
What's the other word? What's the inverse word to submissive? Why is it bad when I say it?
Dominance.
Sorry.
No, it would essentially.
But that's like a minor detail.
Okay,
What I'm
I'll
trying
move
to
it on
say
then.
is
Go
why. Yeah, sure. I guess if you're in a like let's say you're in a safe enough like relationship where like you feel taken care of and you feel smart and you feel like okay, if you give your submissiveness, is he going to throw that in your face and make you feel bad about yourself or unsafe? No, he's strong enough to where you don't feel bad about yourself. You can fail and succeed in front of him and he won't judge you and maybe like et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, women are submissive to men in the house and I don't want to sound stupid, but like to a certain extent, like yeah, taking his last name is hot. Okay, sure.
It is.
Well,
But like
submission with condition is not submission. It's condition.
well, okay, so I've asked you before, how would you define a woman being submissive in the
You
house?
do what you're told. That's submissive.
Even if you don't feel comfortable with it at all.
Would you ask your wife to
ask
kill
for
someone
with
for you?
reason. So like if a guy were to say, oh, I don't know, like, oh, jump off that bridge, right? That would not comport with reason. But as long as what he's saying comports with reason, then yeah, if you're in a relationship with a man, it would be my worldview at least that yeah, submission means you do what you're told.
Can you
correct.
give like an example of like doing what you're told? Like-
Whatever I tell you to do, you do it.
Okay, I mean, I guess
That's what
like,
it means.
I guess maybe I'm wrong here, but isn't like a marriage?
I don't know. Here, let
isn't
me
it
give
more
you,
like
let
a?
me give you an
I
example.
was
I'll just give you an
speaking, sir.
example, right? So,
I was-
see the cup in front of you right now? To the gal in red, the gal in the red shirt. To answer your question, what does that mean? You see the cup in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay, pick it up real quick.
You don't make me feel safe. I'm not. You're not my man.
No,
That's a perfect example of that. You are not my
I'm just
man.
going to give you a demonstration of what I'm talking about. It's not a gotcha. Literally, it's not. I was going to make a half full. Never mind. I was going to make an analogy, but I guess you want to be a smart aleck about it. I guess you can.
Okay, you want me to pick up the cup? What is that?
Yeah, pick the cup.
What does this do for you?
Yeah, like that. That's how you submit. Like that.
That's such a stupid analogy. I can't even like.
Isn't a marriage more like you're both a team, right? I guess in some ways there are, and I guess in some ways,
Yes! I think somebody's compensating
I
for
guess
something.
in some ways there is submissiveness, and I guess it depends on each person.
Yeah. Well, it's true.
And
You
that's
could
that's
say that I'm like this,
Andrew,
but I would have to say
Andrew,
that
let her
you're like
finish.
that.
Andrew,
So I think that's fair.
Andrew, just let her finish. Go ahead.
And I don't want to sound stupid here. I think from everyone gets a different impression of what marriage is or what they think it's going to be from how they're raised and their environment a lot of the times. But okay, say I am submissive. That's fine with me if it's within reason, right? Like you said, like what he's asking you to do. I do think it's nice when a male takes the lead in a marriage or relationship. But
not just a marriage and a relationship. The second you meet a man, you want him to lead. Yes.
Yeah,
meet me
that's
here
true sometimes.
at this time. I'm going to pick you up.
That's true.
We're
Yeah.
going here. We're doing this.
Yeah.
This is what we're eating.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not just, in marriage you want him to be a leader.
Well, I
You
didn't
want
really.
it
I'm
the
sorry, I didn't think of it that
instant you
way.
guys meet.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, then I guess. So what's your? So then,
I
with
want
us being
submission immediately.
submissive. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then if it works, it works. If we're both attracted to each other, and I guess I'll be submissive and they'll be dominant. That's fine. In the way that they'll pick the time. I'll be there. I'll be in a. Whatever
Just claim
I'm
y'all
wearing.
are modern women. Just claim you're modern women.
What's the definition you think are
modern woman?
I don't think
modern.
anyone denied that they were modern women. This is
But
2024, not medieval times.
You're right. Y'all are modern women. Y'all are modern women, but you still like to receive the benefits of male traditional gender roles.
I also like
Hold
to
on.
do traditional roles as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think
Like
there
what?
can be. I don't think it's black and white.
I mean,
Do you think
you're
we're
a-
not
think
deserving
you're
at
a
all of
porn
any of
star,
that?
miss. No offense.
No offense taken, but
Yeah,
I do OnlyFans.
You're not
yes.
traditional. Like, yeah, you're a porn star.
Sure, in that
Like, that's the
aspect,
least
I'm not.
traditional
In
thing you
that
could do.
aspect, I'm not traditional. In other aspects, I am. And like,
Okay. Well,
what's your argument?
I mean, it's kind of like, it would be like me saying as a guy, oh yeah, like I'm traditional, like I open your car door, but like you're gonna pay for fucking everything on the date. Does that make me traditional?
No.
Oh, if there's like a safety situation or like there's a fight that breaks out, you're gonna defend me. And I'm gonna like, oh, there's a spider.
If it's against
there's
a girl,
spider.
yeah, the girl's going to defend you because you
Hold
can't
on.
touch her.
If there's a spider, you gotta kill that shit.
I have traditional ways and I have non-traditional ways, and I think
Look,
that's what I just
sure.
said is no black and white.
I think it, to some degree, it is a spectrum. Like some people could not be fully like 100% traditional. There could be like a spectrum to it. But I think like when it comes to y'all, you guys, even like you could be super woke, progressive, like super liberal, super feminist, not traditional at all, but you still acknowledge that traditional treatment from men is way better than like modern treatment from men. And so despite you all being modern, non-traditional women, you've totally forsaken, abandoned, cast aside your traditional gender roles, but with the utmost entitlement, you still expect men to adhere to their traditional gender roles.
I see where you're coming from with that, and okay, so say, okay, we're not virgins, we're not traditional, we're more modern, I guess, and what we're expecting and what we desire, right? So that means that are we just maybe, or how do both people? How should the woman then change if she's not traditional, but if she wants something traditional? How should the woman change and what should she do? And also, how Is the man
That's a
still
great
going to
question,
like
actually.
accept her, and is she just kind of used goods as if she's not a virgin anymore?
you
Is
know
there
what
still
goes
hope
the
that she
longest?
can like?
I can answer the question. It's a good question.
Okay.
So let me steelman it first to make sure I got it correct, and then if I got it correct, I'll go ahead and answer it. So your question is, well, I don't understand though, if we've broken all the virtue and this and that, but we want to go back, right? We want to in some way do this differently this time. What are the things that we can do to do that? Is that essentially what the question is, or are these women just broken and busted and no longer worthy of anything? Is that what you're asking?
Of course, I should do my part as he should do his part. So how should I do my part then?
Yeah. Well, one thing that goes a long way for men is submission.
Okay.
So the idea of traditionalism, right, or the idea of if you generally want a man of high virtue, he's going to expect submission. That's going to be at least one thing he's going to expect. However, if you want a low virtue man, they often don't give a shit. So it's kind of up to you.
But no. So submission, okay, I understand and all of that, but there is a clear thing of no one's better than the other, right? We're both loyal to each other, we both love each other, and we both are, I guess, in a way, a team so that we can create a healthy living environment
You're not
for
a
our
team.
children.
That's the opposite of submission. So the idea of virtues between men and women are very different. The idea for masculine virtues, for instance, are going to be things like bravery. They're going to be things like what could be perceived as what she was talking about with chivalry, where you're the protector, you're the guider. There's all sorts of different virtues that you can associate with masculinity. Feminine virtues are things like chastity, right? Gracefulness, empathy. These are various forms, right? But not leadership. That's not a feminine virtue. It's a masculine virtue. It's a male-sided virtue. So the thing is that, of course, virtuous men expect that from women. They expect them to fall into their feminine roles as virtuous women.
I feel
otherwise, they just simply don't think that you have virtue. They consider you vexing or willful or things like this.
Go ahead.
So are you kind of saying that men, like, are you really talking through and through traditional in a sense of a household where men go to work and the woman stays at home? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, women have always worked.
Well, I'm talking about a traditional household, like you're referring to with submission. Like, is that what you're referring to?
What you're asking, trying to answer the question.
Because I feel like my question is, I feel like now, like you say men want submission, but I also feel like to a certain extent they really don't. Like they'll make fun of you if you don't have a job. They'll make fun of you if you're not like contributing. So it's like they want everything. They want you to make money, but like less money than them.
You think that a contribution or minor contributions to the household or working towards some shared interest or goal or something like this has anything to do with virtue? Because it doesn't. The idea that, okay, you're in a two-income economy or something like that, so it requires two incomes, doesn't have any bearing whatsoever on the nature of your virtuousness. None. Not for men and not for women. So yeah, there could be an expectation that women at times contribute to the household, or perhaps the entire time they contribute to the household because there's no other way around it. So what? How does that affect a man's virtue or a woman's? I don't even understand that.
Well, you're talking about submission.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, submission. Yeah.
So give me so she's submitting to a man, yet she makes significantly more money than him. I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
It's not transactional. Virtue can't be bought. You can't be like, oh, well, the thing is, I make just as much money as you, so I don't have to be fucking virtuous. That makes no sense.
I have a question. So, what constitutes as a leader? Because are you saying that women can't be leaders?
Well, yeah, they can be leaders to some extent, some regard, sure. But they're never going to lead societies ever.
Why do you feel that way?
Because it's force doctrine. So essentially, it just operates this way. When it comes to power dynamics, men are always going to have an advantage over force. And since they have an advantage over force, women will always have to appeal to men for protection and rights, and men will never have to appeal to women for that.
So if let's say this, women are typically better at multitasking, and men are typically stronger. I just want to make a point.
That's true.
I'll just grant it.
I could be wrong. I want to hear your take on this, because I honestly think you're a very good debater, and I wanted just to tickle your brain on this. So I would say women are pretty good at multitasking. They can handle a lot of things at once. And I'd say men can definitely have more force and more strength over women. But I feel like, wouldn't it be better to run the world off of a computer than a hammer?
Well, who's going to make the computer and who's going to make the hammer?
I mean, I feel like they have to kind of go. They have to kind of go together. If you're only the hammer, you're going to be a caveman. If you're only a computer, you're not going to have. I don't know.
Well, who's going to make the computer though? And who's going to maintain the computer systems? And who's going to write all the software for them?
Well,
and by the way,
then there's the thing that we need each other.
Let's assume for a second it's all women who do that, and men just decide one day, fuck them, we're going to go take their computers. What can women do about that?
I mean, women build computers too. But what I'm saying, is, society goes better as symbiotic.
I'm granting your argument. I'm saying, let's just assume women built all the computers, all of them, every one of them in existence, and men one day collectively went, fuck, I want all their computers. We want all their computers, and they just went and took them. What could women do about that?
But I'm not saying computer as an object. I'm saying women are smart and they're great at multitasking. They are the computer of society. And then you have men, they are the hammer, they are the boot, they are the enforcer of society. You can't just put one of them in the corner. You can get so much more.
Wait, are you talking about IQ?
No, not just IQ.
I understand what she's saying. What she's saying here is, if women are better multitaskers, right, they can do various tasks in a more efficient way. And so women act in societies like a central task allocating computation machine. Then shouldn't you give that task to women because they're better at it, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, for the betterment of society, because women can be leaders. I feel like a computer, something that's multitasking, something that could tell people what to do, where to do it, that they can still be a leader in.
I mean, that's what they do right now. Hang on. I'm granting your argument. I just gave it back to you, so I'll just respond to it. That's literally what women do right now. They're in the charges and jobs that they have are designed specifically around this. They're school teachers. They're in the service industry. They do all this type of shit. But whether or not you're a great task manager, whatever that means, or you're in some way great at logistics or something like this. Who cares? You're not going to go up on the top of the mountains in order to fix power lines. You're not going to be doing oil rig work. You're not going to be doing any of the type of work which keeps society running, and you don't have the force necessary, the requisite compositional force necessary to make men do what you want through anything other than subtle manipulation. So if men ever decide at any time to exercise force doctrine, women can't do anything about it. Now, if you want examples of that, I give you every Muslim nation on planet Earth right now.
No, I understand that, but I would also tell you that the majority of countries that are led by women are the happiest in the world.
The Nordic nations? Yeah, that's not true. So this metric comes from the United Nations, right? And the UN polls on the metrics for happiness are actually quite silly. And I could actually, if you ever wanted to, I could go through them with you so that you understood this. But you can go through them line item by line item, and they're quite silly. If you look at depression rates in Nordic nations, it actually makes sense why so many people there are depressed, because it's always snowy and cold and dark and drab. So they go off of other metrics like, they make more money per capita. They do this per capita, but not actually off of mental illness, depression rates, things like this. They go off of completely different metrics than you or I would use to determine happiness.
Yeah, but I also say that their countries. Go ahead, Brian. I apologize.
I got to bring it back here. Otherwise, we're going to be here till 2 a.m.
Yeah,
so I understand. Go ahead.
I guess to kind of put a cap on the whole submission conversation, I'm just a little bit confused, especially with you, because you have significant and detailed criticisms about men's conduct when it comes to courtship. You're we need to move back towards men courting women. In your pre-show notes and everything that you've said tonight, you said men wanting to receive, men not needing to put in the work. What is this work that you purported is that men need to put in? You said they like picking a girl up, paying on the first date, not putting in effort, leading, this sort of thing. I'm confused here. On one hand, you're holding men to this pretty rigid traditional gender role. On the one hand, you want to completely forgive, I guess, any sort of expectations or relinquish any sort of expectations that ought to be placed on women when it comes to them being traditional. And another way of saying this would be submissive.
Submissive has a lot of really bad connotations, in my opinion.
No, it doesn't. Maybe because you listen to a bunch of feminist propaganda, but what are the bad connotations? What
She
are
said
the,
in my opinion.
What are the bad connotations?
But I'm not. I mean, obviously, I feel stupid just sitting here and being like, "Yeah, I'll be submissive to my like." That makes me feel like that sounds stupid.
To,
I mean,
wait. So what sounds stupid? You saying, "Oh yeah, I'd be submissive to my boyfriend, husband."
I mean, I feel like I would to a certain extent.
To a certain extent.
Yeah. Okay. I guess like
So
okay.
where does
Yeah.
that-
I like. But I feel like that sounds silly to say. Like that sounds like bad.
Do you think it'd be bad for me to say I want to be a leader and be a protector and a provider? Because if the sort of like corresponding gender roles here, man, protect and provide, woman, be submissive, why is it weird for the woman to just say that she's submissive? Like, why is that
I feel
weird?
like it sounds weird.
Why
I mean,
does it-
I would
why does
be,
it
but I
sound
just feel like
weird?
it sounds fucking weird.
You think men don't want submissive women? They want like contentious and like quarrelsome women? You think that's what men want?
I mean, some guys do. I guess the guys that the
You think-
guy
you think
can I finish? The guy that I would marry I would probably be like more submissive. Yeah, because he'd probably be like the opposite side of that.
What
And
about
that's
your
probably who I'd end up
You're
marrying.
currently in a relationship right
Yeah.
now with a good guy.
Yeah.
Would you be submissive to him?
Yeah.
Are you submissive to him?
Yeah.
What's the
Sounds
definition
Are
of
you?
submissive?
Why?
Do
I
you
don't know why
know?
that's crazy.
Well, it
That
just
doesn't
sounds.
sound crazy. He's your man. You should be submissive. You
Yeah.
are.
So then, yeah.
But what's but I do want to know what's the definition of submissive. I should have looked that up, but I actually don't know the exact definition.
I mean, my interpretation would be like deferring to his authority or leadership.
Okay.
So it's like,
Well, we're not children. I think that, like, to a certain extent, yes. Like, yes, the man
Yeah,
leads,
well-
we follow, sure. But I think to a certain extent, yeah, like
Well,
to
why-
just fully submit to somebody is a little bit crazy. We are both adults. We are equal.
I feel like that
Okay,
leaves room
yeah,
for them to
so-
hold it over your head.
so
That's like the scary part.
If we're both equal, then we should equally contribute to on a first date, then, right?
Sure.
Okay, so you're totally fine with
Yes.
splitting the bill.
Yep.
Okay, even like these women here, they should also split the bill
Yeah.
because they're equal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So why aren't you having criticisms for these women who have
Guys, split the bill.
But I guess on this, it's just I guess kind of my conflict here is you kind of want your cake and to eat it too. Like, on one hand, you want to push your liberal, feminist, progressive equality values. You mentioned equality or equal. As far as humanly possible, sex work is fine. Men are insecure for not wanting to date a woman who has, let me make my argument. A man's insecure for not wanting to date a woman who has other men blasting inside of them, no modesty when it comes to their appearance, no modesty in their conduct. You want to sleep with a bunch of men and be promiscuous. You want to be like quarrelsome in relationships and like argumentative and like combative. You don't want to be submissive. On the other hand, when it comes to your sexist and gendered expectations of men, you may as well be 1950s bachelorettes. You want men to be chivalrous, providers, protectors, leaders, take all the initiative, pay for dates, open car doors, get you flowers, get down on one knee, propose to you, etc., etc., etc. It's interesting. You want to pick and choose when it comes to tradition. You want to pick and choose. You get to keep all the traditional things that benefit you without upholding any of the traditional benefits that could conceivably come at your detriment.
Well, we could say the same thing. You want a virgin, yet you're begging to sleep with us on the first date. So, I think it's very like person to person. I don't care about this argument because like I know I don't align with this and that's cool. But like I'm just saying like yes,
what do
you
hear?
want a virgin, yet you are begging to sleep with us on the first date.
So I'll just actually address that really quick. What do you think is more common, men refusing to date women because they're not virgins, or women refusing to date men because they won't pay for the bill? What's more common?
I have no idea the statistics on that. I don't care. I don't literally give a shit, to be honest.
Yeah, so I don't give a shit about.
I don't not give a shit about the whole thing. I don't give a shit if they pay on the first date or not.
Yeah, but you've heard from like 4 women at this table.
Yes, and so I'm saying it might be more common for that.
Yeah, so I would argue that there's far fewer men whose standard is she has to be a virgin. I would argue probably 50% or more of women expectation, because you have to consider like conservative women, their expectations, and I don't know the exact breakdown of like conservative women to liberal women, maybe it's 45, 55. In any case, there's even liberal women, maybe some of you here are liberal women. still want the guy to pay for the first date. So it's like a majority of women want men to pay for the first date. I'd say it's probably like less than 5% of men. Like deal breaker, she's not a virgin.
My argument with you is this, because you guys have both said that a woman's like value goes down if she doesn't have sex on the first date. That's why my argument is, because I wouldn't have an argument anyways, because I don't agree that most men want a virgin. Like I don't agree that. I do agree that a lot of women would like a guy to pay on the first date.
No, I think most men realize it's unlikely that they're going to be able to get a virgin. But if it was like, if you asked most men, would you prefer to date a virgin or a woman who slept with 20 men? I'm pretty confident like 99% of men are going to say, I'd prefer to date the virgin.
Well, and even if you were to just kind of grant it and say, okay, maybe most men wouldn't prefer to have a virgin, you would agree at least that most men would likely prefer to have a woman who has less of a body count, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what's the least amount of bodies you can possibly have? We have a word for that. What do we call them?
Virgins.
Virgins. Yes.
I'm going to do a couple chats here. Gianna, I'm going to have you read them. Go ahead. Thank you, Michael Smith.
To help, if a woman expects a man to protect and is an attempt to protect, he says go right and you go left toward danger. He can't protect without control. He can't protect.
True.
Michael Smith, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. Let's see. We're going to do this one. Also from Michael Smith. I'm going to have you read this one.
Hey, Brian, look, if a man is supposed to protect you while on a date, how does he do that? If he says go right and you go left, I think this is the same one.
In a group of two, if the woman leads, the man can't protect.
Mm.
It's like, I don't know, to me, my interpretation here of like the demands for chivalry, the demands of like certain courtship procedures when it comes to dating, you want men to be leaders, but you don't want to follow.
Well, that's why I think the submissive conversation where it's like, that's why you should only give like the submissiveness to a guy that's actually worthy of it, because what if a guy leads you in the wrong direction? That's why I'm saying like,
period.
Yeah.
I like that.
So it comes down to women feel like they know more than men. And if you find a man that knows more than you do, you're more willing to submit to them.
Or they create a safe environment. Yeah.
But it's just, to me, I don't know, it's interesting. It's
what is this safe environment shit? Like, what does that mean? What does a safe environment mean?
I don't know. Like, if I was being submissive to somebody and they're like, shoot up heroin, that would probably be like a bad thing. But I understand like within reason and logic too. But I think women
Can you find the Office video, Damien?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that wouldn't comport.
But also, if I would protect my man against a girl that was trying to beat him up, that would be my job. I would tell him to go left and I'd beat this girl's butt. Like a baby.
I have it. I'm going to send it to you in the private chat here. Yeah, I'm going to send it to you here, man. I think we'll wait till she's back. Actually, fuck it. We'll just watch it, whatever. She was kind of the one I was kind of having the convo with. But actually, do we wait? Here, why don't we wait just a second here? Why don't you pull up Twitch? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. It's been an hour since we last had a Prime. I think it's bugged. Seizure Sack, thank you for the Prime an hour ago, man. I think it's bugged, though. Can you guys drop a little Prime sub in the chat? I would have really appreciated it. Also, drop us a follow, guys. Get us to 97,300 followers before the end of the stream, boys. I would really appreciate that. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. You can send the Amazon Prime benefits are great. So just, if you want to get it, you buy a lot of shit on Amazon but don't have Prime, get the Prime. Then you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. And then she's not quite yet back from the table.
Can I add something
to
the last part? So you're saying women want their cake and to eat it too because they want a man to lead, but then they don't want to like submit or whatever. But I could say the same about you guys because you want a submissive woman, but you don't want to fully dominate and protect and provide if you still want her to have a job and contribute financially to the household if that's your job.
Did I say that?
Andrew did. But there's a two-income economy that has nothing to do with any of this. I think it does.
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with the virtues. That was what my position was.
I don't even know.
If you're saying that
well, if you're the provider, then why do I have to provide?
Yeah, but if you're saying that submission should only happen if the man makes more money than you do.
That's not what she was saying,
right?
But she's just harping on what you were saying.
Does she have a mouth?
Pardon?
I'm assuming she can speak for herself since she addressed me. So I was just addressing her back. So yeah. I mean, just to just very quickly have the exchange. So I was talking about virtues, and I don't understand why, whether or not you make more money than him or he makes more money than you, this would have anything to do with the idea of the virtues.
I'm just saying, if you're the provider and I'm submitting, then why would I have to provide too?
Well,
if you want to be
because then it
completely
becomes
traditional,
transactional.
then
Well, it defeats the purpose. It's transactional at that point. It's literally a prostitute mentality, because what you're looking at then is purely transactional. Yes, I'll submit and fuck you and whatever you want as long as you're giving me money. That is the opposite of virtue. It's literally 180-degree inversion of what virtue is. It's literal prostitution mentality, and that's not even designed to affront you. It's just designed to express the idea that virtue is not transactional. It doesn't.
So you think it's prostitution for a man to pay for the first date? That's transactional, but that's definitely not prostitution by almost everybody's standards.
No, I didn't say it's prostitution. I said it's prostitute mentality, where everything that's relationship based between men and women from a woman's perspective becomes only transactional. Virtues are not to be compromised on simply because of money or something like this. So you don't go, well, I'll submit to a good man as long as he's fulfilling this material desire that I have. In this case, he has more money than me.
But isn't
that would be, hang on, that would be an inversion of virtue. That would literally be the opposite of virtue.
Isn't men's entire purpose to, like, theoretically, if we're thinking about hunter-gatherer, kill the deer, bring it home, cook it, and woman, like, maintain everything?
Well, then why don't we just put all of you in cages?
Pardon?
Then why don't we just put all of you in cages? Like, honest question, why wouldn't, if it is the case that men's entire purpose is to just grunt real loud and go out and kill deer and bring it home, as we become more sophisticated and we're still the strong, dominant sex, why don't men just go ahead and round up all the women and stuff their asses in cages and then just do whatever we want?
And that's why we're not submitting, because you say shit like that.
Safe environment.
Chill out before you freak out.
I think it sounds hot.
The reason they don't know they could is because of the idea of virtue. That's why.
But they have done that in, like, a lot of Muslim countries. Like, women are basically
No,
in
they
cages
don't have
in their
women
house.
stuffed in cages in Muslim countries.
Not in cages, but being stuck in a home and you're not allowed to even speak outside. I would say that's a literal cage.
Yeah, they're allowed to speak outside. That's ridiculous nonsense.
No,
too.
that's a real, like...
No, it's ridiculous nonsense. What happens instead is that women, for their own safety, are not allowed to walk unaccompanied without a man. Now, it's really funny because women here will be the first to say, well, it's not safe to walk around outside by myself because so many men are barbaric brutes who will SA you. And so in the Muslim nations, they're like, oh yeah, well then you can't walk around at night without a man who's escorting you, so that doesn't happen and you don't get deflowered and de-virtued. And women go, I can't believe that you would be so barbaric as to not allow me to go out at night where it's totally unsafe and these mean old barbaric men are gonna SA everybody. I can't believe that's more having my cake and eating it too.
No, but I really feel like you should look it up. Maybe I'm wrong, but I know Jennifer Lawrence is doing an entire movie called Bread and Roses, and it's about women in, I think, Iran or Iraq.
All right, sorry,
literally
gotta
can't
move
speak
on.
outside.
I'm sorry, I got moved on.
I gotta move on, but look it up. Maybe I'm wrong.
All right. I do want to pull up two videos. So first, we're going to do the Office video. Go ahead and play that for us. Pay attention.
I got away with everything under the last boss, and it wasn't good for me at all. So I want guidance. I want leadership. But don't just, like, boss me around, you know? Like, lead me. Lead me when I'm in the mood to be led.
So this is like exactly the when it comes down to dating, it's like you're attracted to and you want a guy who, like, will do kind of those more traditional masculine things. So you want a leader, but you don't want to be a follower, because the feminism in you has, like, said, oh, okay, like, can't be a follower, can't be submissive, but also, like, base evolutionary biological level, really attracted and prefer men who are, like, decisive masculine leaders, et cetera, dominant, whatever it is, attracted to it, but also in my head, can't do it because feminism told me not to. So that's you guys.
I mean, I feel like
That's
it's
you
because
guys.
we're very educated now. Like I said, like
What's that have to do with anything?
I feel like when girls feel like they're smarter and they know better than the guy, then they don't really submit to them because they're like, why?
I agree.
That's just.
So are you actually, never mind.
No, my boyfriend is smarter than me, and he has to remind me all the time, hey, listen. And I go, you know what? You're right.
And as Andrew mentioned, we aren't like in caveman times. Society has evolved so we can keep the best parts of traditionalism and get rid of some of the really archaic, outdated parts.
You're right, like paying for first dates.
I never said anything about paying for
No,
first
I know,
dates.
that's super like archaic. And
I
it's
make
like,
more money than my husband does. I pay for a
that's
lot
cool.
of shit.
Yeah. But like you heard 4 women here at the table who said they want a man to pay 2024.
They're not speaking for me. I'm not speaking for them.
Yeah, I know,
Every
but
woman
we're
is
talking in
different.
generalities.
I cook a lot of the meals. That would be considered like a traditional female
Wow, that's
gender
like really
role.
sexist that you adhere to this like traditional gender role of like cooking.
If you think so,
cooking.
I make my boyfriend a sandwich
I don't
after
think
we
so.
cook.
the
But
traditional-
you're adhering to a traditional gender role.
That's why I'm saying you can adhere to some of them, but not all of them, because society has evolved and we don't need to be like stuck in the home in the 1950s.
So why?
The archaic parts of here's what you mean by archaic here, just so you know. The men have all the responsibility, but none of the authority. Because
That's not what
them
I
having
said.
the authority, hang on, because them having the authority is archaic. And it's like, that is the feminist creed. It's always
And
been the feminist
how would
creed.
the
idea
men
that
having
men
all
should
of
be
that-
stripped of authority unless women determine that they should be qualified to lead them. So my position on that is like, yeah, fuck that, that's stupid. And men should absolutely do the opposite of that.
Well, if a woman is doing the majority of the cooking, that's quite a bit of responsibility and not necessarily in her favor. So that's not really
yeah, it's quite a
validating
bit of
your
responsibility inside that nice warm house that has all that heat in it, that has every modern luxury possible invented
she
by
pays
men.
for.
You go over to the gas stove
Yeah,
that's
that I
imported
paid
by
for.
men. Hang on, and it's built by men. All of the modern infrastructure, which your car drives on to go get those groceries at the modern convenience store with the freezer system, which is all built by men. All of it was invented by men, and then you get back in that nice luxury automobile and you go back home on those roads built by men, and then you get home and you're protected 24 hours a day by military, which is completely and totally inundated with men, and a police force that guards you 24/7, to the point where they're literally one phone call away and have a rapid response time, usually, 5 to 7 minutes. Yes, I can totally tell that it's very archaic that men be put in charge of everything.
That is because women are still catching up. For the longest time, we're still catching up.
What?
No, listen.
No, men are just better than us.
Listen, a lot of the time in like scientific communities back in the day, like take the girl Marie Curie. She discovered radiation, and then a guy took it off her desk and put his fucking name on it. So it's like women
all those
are
female inventions.
Women are Wi-Fi was invented by a woman. Like think of all the inventions we would have if we brought women to the table.
Stole everything.
Slapping
I mean, look at a house built by a woman and look at a house built by a man. It is way more functional. They don't put the laundry room downstairs.
Women don't build houses.
Women
You talking
do
about
build
architects?
houses. Architects.
Oh, the designers.
The designers.
They don't literally build.
No,
that
I'm
house.
saying like if you look at women architects and male architects, usually the
women are
households
better?
are better.
Architects don't build houses?
No,
What are you talking about?
I'm saying
I know what you're
designing.
saying.
I apologize.
So female
I'm saying
architects are
designing.
better than male architects?
I would say they're more efficient.
But do you know why that is? You're right. You're actually right. The reason that women build more or design more functional houses than men do from architecture standpoints is because when men do the architecture for a home, they encompass the family unit and the woman's needs. That's why. So what men do when they look at a home is they take into account the entire idea of the family structure for convenience, and then they incorporate that, and women don't.
No, women do. Because if you actually
what's more functional about a house designed by a woman?
Okay, so for example, like the placement of where the laundry should be, the placement of where the children's bedrooms are. If you like cabinets, pantry space. Like if you look it up.
Is this a study or are you just?
No,
like,
I swear I looked it up. I was super interested by it.
What's the study? I mean,
come on, I don't have a computer in the top of my head and I can't remember exactly, but you guys all have computers out there. Just research it. Just look up female design houses versus men design houses.
Men incapable.
Here we go.
Of
there is no compelling
saying-
evidence whatsoever in any scientific literature that women architecturally design better homes than men or men than women.
I'm saying look
So
at...
they're equal.
Here,
That's
I'm
what
sorry,
you just said.
I do got to move it on.
No,
just because
I didn't say they're equal. What I said was that there's no scientific evidence to give to the contrary. Now, I personally would say, well, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Of course, men build all the houses, they build all the infrastructure, they build everything. But I mean, if you just want to say, well, female architects, they put the laundry room in the better place.
I'm just saying that
I'll just go ahead and grant it. It really has nothing to do with.
I'm saying efficiency. Like, women think differently than men, and that's not a bad thing. Like, we could use that to see things from a different point of view. When you see things from a different point of view, you get scientific breakthroughs.
Like DEI. So like so you're talking about like DEI, right? So like when it comes to like astrophysics, you think, or how about like chemical engineering? You think like if it's a black person in there, like because of their life experience, because they're black, they're going to be able to like bring something new to like mathematics or physics or something?
I'm saying if you beat somebody down, you're never going to know.
Yeah, you didn't really answer my question, but...
Women have never been beaten down. All the women, so like when you say women needed to catch up, all of these original feminists who made all this original feminist literature were flying all over the world. They were highly educated. Since we've been keeping tabs in the 1700s for public education, women have always done better when it came to diplomas and getting degrees. They've never been removed from education. It was only a few Ivy League schools where that was the case. Most men also were not allowed to be college educated because they couldn't meet the bare minimal threshold for getting into those schools. And so what's happened now is we've just simply lowered the standards so significantly that now a college degree is the equivalent of an 8th grade education. Ask me how I know, because I argue with people who have doctorates, PhDs, right? Master's degrees in every sort of field you can imagine, and absolutely destroy them. And it's because they're so fucking stupid that literally what's happened is you took the standard, this high standard, the threshold barrier for entry, and lowered it so significantly that anybody could do it. College was about rewarding the best and the brightest. Not everybody could go. In fact, almost nobody could go. And so this idea that women just were historically oppressed, and they just haven't caught up. There's no barrier to entry for any job for women, and there hasn't been for about 40 years. And they're still doing the same shit that they were doing in the year 1700, the same shit. Service industry, basic educational work, secretary, clerical work, sex work, same fucking shit they've always been doing. So you tell me, when is it that you think women are going to dive into the construction field and get on the oil rigs and start building fucking society and infrastructure? When do you think that's going to be? How many years do you think it's going to take before women decide that they're going to do those jobs because they've been so historically oppressed?
I mean, I know women who roof houses and are welders.
You don't know any fucking welding.
I do.
You're so full of shit. What are their
swear.
names? You know what? Tell me the woman's name who you know who does welding. What's her name?
Roofing.
We fucked her once. What was her name?
Yeah, you don't know her. You don't even know her name.
I swear.
So you don't know their name.
Look, I've been very honest on this podcast, and I'm telling you, I do know a roofer woman.
Here, I'm gonna have you pull up an info.
There's absolutely more men in the field, but there are women in it too.
That women are going to totally get into construction.
I'm saying
Here,
that we're
I'll
still
send it
catching up.
One sec. I'm gonna.
Why are we harping on women doing construction? We should be talking about things like banking, finance. Like, obviously men are stronger than women. We all know this. So yeah, it makes a little bit more sense for them to go into the construction field. Okay, but if you want to talk about smarts, I don't think why aren't we discussing things like banking and like
open the new tab.
medical
Let's discuss it.
Well, hold on. Before we do that, just while we're here on this point.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
Did you open it in a new tab? I don't want the Dropbox window. Okay, go ahead, pull it up. All right, so it's just, look, me and Andrew here, when we're saying like women don't do this, women don't do that, we're talking in general here, right? Yeah, are there like some women outliers who participate in some of these jobs? Go ahead, pull it up. All right, top 20 most dangerous U.S. occupations and the percentage male. Logging workers, 94.9%. Fishing workers, 99.9%. Aircraft pilots, 94.8%. Roofers, 98.3%. And then, we could read the other ones. But
why are we equating strength to smarts, though, if we're discussing women having a leadership role in society?
She brought up roofers.
She did.
It literally says roofers on the chart.
I'm sorry I made a generalization, but I'm saying that typically women are put more into a box because of our strength. But if we can equal that, if we can have more machines, I mean, hell, Teslas are basically built by machines all the time. Like, you guys are going to be out of a job soon too anyway.
And their argument is built by a man, so just...
But things aren't going to be, like, we evolve and we grow, and women are still evolving and women are still growing. And I feel like that's a good thing.
Okay, cool. Let's play the bow video. Final thing on the...
Hang on, if you don't mind, it's very quickly, Brian.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out female jobs, most female jobs by occupation: preschool, kindergarten teacher, medical record specialist, child care workers, speech, language pathologist, dental hygienist, skincare specialist, dental assistants, medical secretaries, executive secretaries, dietitian secretaries. The list goes on and on. If you compare this directly to the same occupations that they had 200 years ago, minus only 2 based on technology, it's the same occupations.
Well,
There's
okay,
no
but
more
that's the
barrier
same
for
with
entry.
men. That's the
You
same
can
with
also-
men.
hang
Didn't
on,
exist
hang on,
200 years
you
ago.
can also see this in the Nordic nations. They became more egalitarian. Jordan Peterson's brought this argument up many times. As Nordic nations became more egalitarian, people moved more towards their gender applicable roles. And so every single time we see this, whether it's in an egalitarian, non-egalitarian society, they're always moving towards the same exact roles.
I do.
These ones.
Okay, yeah, but men have been building houses and doing like heavy stuff for like ever.
I do have to move things on,
Well,
otherwise, if
or
you guys
men
want to get
building
out of here at a
houses, I
reasonable
guess.
hour, we can't keep derailing off of... Go ahead, pull it up. Go ahead. This is my ex-girlfriend, by the way. Huge bow, boom. So this was after I took this video, it was after a long day at the podcast studio. My expectation is, like, she has to hit a bow, like, when I come home, when she greets me. She's got my dinner ready. It was a long, stressful podcast day. Scampering, she's got to scamper, be quick, you know. Opens the beer for me. That's very nice of her. I had to scold her about the tomato bowl there. That's gross that she just... Tomatoes, just... not prepared. Play it again. And then just the bow. Boom. Huge bow. You see that? Look at the bow. Look at the depth. I mean, I had to get her on with the program, because at first it was like only a 10% bow, but then finally we got her to about like 40%.
Damn, you're really going to love when the Tesla robots come out. Are you going to put one of those heads on the top of one?
Haha, that was a good one. Good job. Good joke. Well, I mean, it is interesting, like the sex robot conversation, like that'll be interesting. But,
and they'll build your houses for you too.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So I guess going around the table, would you bow for your man? Starting with you, go ahead.
I bow for my man every day.
Into the mic. Into the mic, go ahead.
Sorry, I bow for my
Cool.
man every day.
What about you?
Yes.
Cool. What about you?
Yes.
Okay. Would you bow for your guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't expecting that. Would you bow for your man?
Maybe.
That sounds like a no, but okay.
As maybe a joke, but not in all seriousness.
No,
I'd probably
it's
take
very
that alien
serious.
probe in my ass before I do it seriously.
You'd take a alien probe in your ass? Okay. All right. What about you? No? Wouldn't bow?
No.
Wouldn't bow? Okay. And you're a maybe?
Changing it to no.
Changing it to no?
Yeah.
You're changing it to no after you heard some of the other women say no?
I had a second to think about it.
Yeah.
so
Why?
no.
Why won't you bow for your men?
Is he gonna bow for me as well?
Nope.
Oh, then no.
Well, hold on. So, like, going back to the whole, like, who should pay on the first date thing, what if you were like, oh, men should pay? Well, are you going to pay for him?
Sometimes I'm saying on the first date, if a man asks me out, if a man is asking me to go out with him, I
Yeah.
do expect you to pay. If I asked a man,
Yeah. Have you asked a guy out ever?
no.
Oh, okay. That's
but I
interesting.
could.
Oh,
Maybe
just
I will.
Yeah, but like it totally, this whole like whoever asks should pay, men at like, it kind of ignores the fact that you guys don't ask men out on dates. So yeah, I get it.
Some women do.
Yeah, some women do. But like, if the reality is,
You're saying most women?
yeah, most women aren't asking men out on dates. Even if a woman has one time I ask men out. It's like, okay, have you asked out more men than have asked you out? They'll still say, oh no, men like overwhelmingly are the ones asking me for first dates. So like, it kind of conveniently ignores the fact that like, it's kind of a very convenient standard for you to have, because you don't ask out men. You can be in the privileged position of being the one that gets asked out. I would be willing to grant that this would be a fair position to have, whoever asked should pay, if men and women asked each other out at equal rates. But it's not.
Do you pay on the first date?
Do I pay her on the first date? Now I do, just because it's like the most optimum. Like if you're not gonna like this answer, but if you're like looking at dating like a chessboard, like it is the most optimum move to make.
So it's not because like you think you should, it's because it's like you think that's like, it's not because you think it's right, it's because you think you're supposed to, and like that will get the best results.
I mean, I've also like started dating women who I think are like a bit higher quality. Like when I was younger, I used to be on dating apps and stuff, and like if you're meeting, there's some like hidden gems out there, I guess, but if you're meeting a girl off a dating app, like there's a good chance she's like romantically or sexually involved with another man. And so like this type of woman is certainly not deserving of like, if she's fucking another, hold on. If she's fucking another guy, like, yeah, I don't think as a guy, she deserves for you to pay for her on a date. And plenty of women have like a sneaky link, fuck buddy, all the while they're like dating other people, like trying to go on dates, trying to find like the guy who will actually commit to her. Yeah, not real fair proposition for me to pay for you on a date if you're fucking another dude. Even if your like romantic interests are divided, if you're a girl and you're dating other men, yeah, I don't think that's a fair proposition that I pay for a date. But as a guy, if you want to maximize your outcomes when it comes to dating, yeah, you should probably pay for the first date. But I've also like elevated the type of women I date, so yeah, I do pay for dates.
Okay.
Yeah, long-winded fucking.
I guess can I have a question of advice then?
Sure.
Okay, so when I'll be ready to date, when I'm obviously in my time when I'm confident enough to again, I guess now even for us, for me, say it's kind of hard to know where to go or how to meet someone without being online, because I think it has taken over a lot and kind of almost had us depend for our sort of social habits now. We'll be like, not really confident enough to come up to someone and talk to them in person because of that social anxiety. And so then I guess you're more confident behind a screen, right? But if you do want to find someone in person and not on an app, and you don't know if they'd be on an app or not. So how did you find someone that was of high quality that wasn't on an app, and where do you just go to? Where do you go, and do you go to like a cafe and like come up to them?
And he finds a God-fearing woman. And
I'm
just curious
as we are a more. Knew the answer.
I'm just curious
if Brian knew the answer, then he would package that answer and sell it for millions of dollars, and every man on planet Earth would buy it. Nobody has any idea.
I guess I'm just curious, as we are a lonelier generation now. I guess.
I mean, I want to get right back to the actual conversation that was occurring instead of like just FYI, guys. We're going to be here for very long if we kind of like get into these like derailments every time. But where do I go? Where do women go?
What do you recommend then if someone's ready to date and they don't want to go on? I mean,
Tinder? Are you in college?
Yes.
I mean, you're kind of in like. There's really no better time.
I guess meet someone there, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of like linger around after class a little bit. I mean, at least from the girl's perspective, a guy can't do this, but you can kind of, I guess a guy could do too, but he would have to take the proactive role of approaching. You can kind of linger a bit. You can linger around campus a bit. There's certain like activities that you could become part of.
Clubs.
I think dating apps are like pretty dog shit.
Clubs at
there's some like you can find good people on dating apps, but like you have to kind of like shift through quite a few people.
So do you think it would be kind of normal if you were, I guess, because I don't think it's as common anymore as someone will just approach someone and say, hey, I think you're really attractive, are you, whatever. So do you think it's normal to just, I guess, befriend someone first? Maybe if you're in the same major or if you're whatever, just to be friends first and then go forward with seeing if you're interested in each other?
I don't believe in the starting off with friend shit.
I guess how would it work?
I mean, my personal take on this, whether you're a man or a woman, like there need to be romantic undertones from the get-go. Like I don't believe in this like let's be friends for 3 months bullshit.
So then who would
where do you find high value women? Because that's probably where I am anyways, so I'll just be there. Yeah.
Where do you find high value women?
I think that's what her question was. Is where are you finding the high value women?
My question with that is, okay, then if you're saying if you recommend me doing that at school, who should approach who then? Because I guess if as a socially anxious, more like society, as we're all on our phones, I'll look and everyone is on their phone too, including me. So,
well, I mean, like there's the gendered answer, and then there's also like the person who goes for what they want answer. So regardless of your fucking gender, like if there's something that you want in your life, you fucking go for it. So like all this bullshit about, oh, the guy should approach, like, I mean.
So you don't think it's awkward if a girl approaches a guy?
No, I mean, in fact, your success rate as the girl approaching is going to be orders of magnitude higher than if a guy is trying to approach the woman.
I guess it takes being, I mean, I've been like rejected a few times when I've come up to people, but I guess it just doesn't, and that's made me insecure in a way to like not come up as well. But I guess if you're saying.
So, I mean, I would say though, generally speaking, like as a woman, your success rate is going to be like way higher if you are approaching men. In addition to this, even if you do get rejected, typically men are going to be way more kind of accommodating. They're going to be way more polite. Like women are pretty ruthless typically when it comes to rejection. Like sometimes women can be kind of diplomatic when it comes to rejection, but other times, even if you do it in like a super polite way, they can still like.
And
doesn't always look good.
When I've been rejected, it was awkward, but you know what? That's okay. Like you move on.
Do you want some like just
just a personal,
honesty?
Brutal honesty?
I mean, you sure?
About.
Well, I mean, look, okay, I'm not
talking about me right now. I'm not good enough right now to be walked up to and everything like that. But when I do look the part and I'm that way.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the reality is you seem like a really pleasant girl. I'm sure like a lot of guys, I mean, I don't know you that well, but you seem kind of pleasant and all that sort of stuff. But I mean, when it comes to like, I think when it comes to you taking charge in terms of approaching men, like I think guys are pretty guys are kind of physical, so like I mean I think it would help like maybe look, I need to lose a couple pounds too. I got dad bod right now. I gotta lose like 30-40 pounds. I think it would be helpful if you're gonna take the initiative. Like I'm gonna get fucking, if I'm trying to approach girls, I'm a little chubby right now, I'm gonna get scorched up. Same with you. Like if you're trying to like do cold approach, you gotta like, we both gotta lose a bit of weight, you know what I'm saying?
Of course, I completely agree with that. That's why I'm on that. I don't mean to waste as much time, but I'm saying that it may be uncommon to say this, but yeah, I mean, as someone that, you know, as fat and heavy as I am, it's
Hey, it's harder for,
it's actually about being honest.
The attention I get from women has diminished ever since I gained some weight.
Of course.
It is what it is.
Of course, and I think it's also just about the fact that like I'm not even, not only am I not like I think attractive enough to come up to a man yet, but also I don't believe in myself yet. I think that because of how fat I am.
I'm telling you though, like if you got fit, you would kill it.
No, of course. And so I think it's about building.
No, it's not about that. It's about how you feel about yourself. If you feel like shit, then guys are gonna look at you like shit.
But also, if you look like shit and you say you're a 10, then you're not.
You guys are fucking. She's just the way she is. Like,
look, I'm totally.
Bro, this is y'all be gassing each other.
Well,
no,
but I don't believe any of it. And that's true.
No, you should totally lose the weight. And let me tell you why.
Lack confidence.
Let me tell you why. Lose the weight.
Bro, hold on. I'll tell you this. Like a shy girl who's like within a healthy body fat percentage range is gonna like. I don't care if she steps to a dude awkward and shy, she's going to go a lot further than
absolutely, and that's the realistic.
She doesn't have any confidence.
I didn't want to bring up.
Fine, then she does. She just has to exist.
I didn't want to bring up
and
any.
And then guys will approach her.
I didn't want to bring up any quarreling here. I don't want to be.
No, you're chill.
Look, I understand what I am, and I think it's ugly, and I don't. And also at the same time, because you're not. I don't. Being at this point in my life and looking and being this heavy, it's not just about how I look. It's about the fact that I am like, it's just not a happy life being this heavy. You're out of breath when you walk up a set of stairs. You're not able to like, I guess, run as much when you're on the treadmill and like stuff like that. When I'm walking with someone on a date, this has happened a lot where we're talking and I'll be out of breath and it's quite embarrassing. So obviously, it's like I myself when you're this way and you're not working as much to be better, you don't have self-belief. You don't have trust within yourself. At least I don't. So when I do have that, and when I do get to a healthy weight so that I can also do what I'm passionate about again, dance, do whatever, and that I have my priorities straight and everything, then I'd be confident enough to come up to a person. Even if I did get rejected, that'd be okay, but at least I have the self-belief and trust, and like also like I think it's about being body neutral. I don't think it's about being body positive. Being perfect just the way you are, I don't know. It's just not. It's just. I don't think it should be very encouraged, especially with how.
I respect the honesty.
Especially with being. Look, I'm in the 200-pound range. That's obesity, and that's not healthy, and it's not right, especially from, just how I feel on a daily basis.
Yeah, and look, the only reason I brought it up, not to like, it was you were asking me. Okay.
No, of course.
The dating apps suck.
Right.
How do I meet men out in person? Oh, maybe I could approach them. I'm saying, like, in terms of like what you can do right now that you can have control over, the number one thing, like in terms of maximizing your dating prospects, is not going to be like currently. You can do it. Like, I think you'll probably still get guys, because you got the Riz or whatever. But it would be to like, this is the number. It's the number one thing I could maximize right now is myself losing weight. I think the number one thing would be like, hey, like get fit.
Focus on yourself. Build a routine.
As someone who's lost 30 pounds, you feel so much better.
You do.
When you do lose the weight. It has nothing to do about like how you feel.
Feel
like
lighter.
You can
You're
be
able
a heavyweight person and be a freaking rock star, and there's tons of them out there. However, there's nothing wrong with prioritizing yourself and your health, and it brings other people to you who also prioritize themselves and their health. Like that's a very good thing. So don't be embarrassed about that. Like, we all go through body fluctuations, but put in the work because you love yourself. Go to the gym because you love yourself. Like, don't do it.
And I think that if
No.
Yes.
No.
No, do it for men.
No.
I think that if
you lose weight to lose weight, why you gotta sugarcoat this
lose
bullshit?
the weight.
Why you guys gotta package this shit with the fucking gift wrapping and the sparkles and shit? Nah, you're gonna lose weight so you can lose weight so you can be healthier.
Yeah.
Not still
and to live longer and to be able to also
feel healthier, live
and to
longer,
also
feel better.
Feel better.
And
Y'all
especially
gotta
also
gift
with
wrap
when it
everything.
comes to pregnancy as well. When you're pregnant, you do have to gain more weight as well. So if I'm like this right now and I'm pregnant or whatever, then gosh, that's not going to be very pleasant. So I think that if a guy actually rejects someone because they're overweight, I don't think that's actually a bad thing. Everyone has a preference.
Look,
but everyone, if you just need to work on yourself,
you can still go out there and get a guy. I'm just giving you the cold hard truth of how to maximize getting a dude.
But I guess personally what I'm saying here is that, I think it's about, I just want to like build myself.
You will get a guy
first.
when you prioritize yourself, when you work on yourself, when you make yourself feel the best, and when you do hobbies that you love. You will meet people
like
in
bowing.
those fields.
She's an incredible dancer.
If you love dancing, keep doing dancing. Get fit, feel healthier, and then with all that comes way better stuff.
Yeah, and then I think with a person that you find, I think it could be like, then they're a bonus to your life instead of just being your life, being the priority of just, no matter what I look like, no matter what I am, I'm just going to find guys or whatever. Because also it could be, I'm not prioritizing my health, my body, my house, my cleaning habits, my education, whatever. So it's like, it could just be a bonus to life.
What's the big labia thing about? Because I do have one, and you guys support that, or what?
Labia.
The big labia, hashtag big labia matter.
Wait, what you were saying about surgeries that were going on? What was?
Yeah, there's 10,000 labiaplasties a year. It's a total tragedy.
Chat, should I get one? Yes or no?
Labiaplasty,
No, don't do it.
because someone doesn't like how it is?
So there's innies and outies.
More petals on the flower, and that's okay.
Here, raise your hand if you have an outie.
Wait, only me? That's crazy.
I'm not revealing anything. I don't want to reveal anything.
I'm the queen of the
I don't even know
the BLM movement. Yes. Oh.
That's cool.
Maybe I need to watch more porn.
So, I mean, the BLM thing,
I agree. You have the most beautiful soul at this table.
No. That's okay. It's okay. Thank you. It's okay.
I guess the whole BLM thing, that's just basically, I only date women with large labia, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does that mean it's out like that?
If you could shut up, maybe Brian will like you.
Isn't that what most of it is?
Shut up, I gotta change.
Oh, that's why I've seen it differently when I've watched porn before. That it's like straight like that, but then sometimes it's like flappy like that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter.
We don't, as big labia defenders, we don't like the term flappy.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's the term?
I'm offended. Please use the appropriate term. Audi,
an
or
Audi,
large
okay.
labia or big labia.
What's a vagina's a vagina,
Yeah.
right?
We don't appreciate wizard sleeve. We don't appreciate beef curtains. We don't appreciate.
Wasn't that used in Borat?
Arby's,
Wizard
probably.
sleeve.
It was.
It was
Yes,
like sleeve
And
of
we
wizard.
don't
Sleeve of
support
wizard.
that.
I love
We do
that
not
movie.
support that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's. Yeah.
It's not.
I'll
It's
date-
not like
I'll
sleeve
date a
of
girl
wizard.
with an innie, you know. What y'all
it's not
guys
your
have
preference.
genitalia preferences. You want a guy who's cut. You want a guy whatever. You want a guy who's a certain size.
I guess everyone's-
Men are
everyone
allowed
has-
to also have genitalia
agree.
preferences, and
I agree.
in my case, I prefer Audis.
Do you think a larger
Well, there you go.
labia, because this is a thing with men, do you think a
Am I
larger
ever gonna get
labia
to my
means
point?
you've
But
had
okay.
sex with a lot of women
No,
or
it doesn't
a lot of
mean
men?
that's fake news. It's bullshit. A woman could be a virgin, could have like a massive labia, and like a girl could have like a perfect innie and have fucked like 100
You mean the
kids.
lips within the lips, right? That's
Well,
what
so
labia,
there's
outer-
inner and outer.
So do you
labia.
think girls that if girls that have big labia are the equivalent to guys that have big dicks? In his.
I guess in my world,
mindset.
yes.
Actually, I think that's kind of cool because I don't even know anything here, but if you're sometimes, right, your friends, as girls that are friends, we're kind of insecure about it a little bit, and we're like, hey, I can stretch it out like this and like whatever. That doesn't look normal because it doesn't look like it is in porn, but I guess some people don't
Oh, it
care
looks like it is
about
in
how
porn.
it looks.
Don't
So
worry, guys.
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of
Guess that's
women
reassuring.
with Audis, and I mean, there was this like thing, and I think the early days of like when it was like still in magazines and stuff, not really online, where it was like, it was they only had innies or whatever, but this has like changed pretty dramatically when it comes to porn. So
okay.
just like,
Preference at
shut
the
up, you
time.
fucking coomer.
All
fucking
right.
Ryan, you fucking degen coomer, fucking labia.
Sorry, I just
Degen.
had to.
Well, there you go.
Coomer gremlin. Yo, wait. Yo, hey, Andrew, bro. Hey, did you see the leaks? Holy.
Oh, so brutal.
Oh my
So brutal.
gosh.
What leaks?
Destiny humping
vegetable
Lauren
leaks?
Southern, and Pixie blowing him, and oh man, it just goes on.
Wait, what?
And on. The Coomer Gremlins be Coomer Gremlin.
Here, this is below the threshold, but I'll just read it because it's kind of a nice comment to you. Chair 3, mad props for being real. You have better chances of being in a happy marriage than the rest of the women at the table. Boom, roasted. I would gladly pay for the first date just to have a real conversation with you. So. Oh shit, DMs are open. She's single.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Hey, see, she can get it, right? See, fuck, I don't know what I'm talking
Thank
about,
you so
bro.
much.
They're ready.
You're very
They're ready.
kind.
Hey, she's curvy, you know. They're ready for it. Okay.
You're very
All
kind.
right.
Thank you.
I'm going to read this chat, but we'll get right back to the conversation. Go ahead, Gianna. Read this with your gothness.
All right. Seat 3, as a 20-year husband who went from earning 20K to 160K, if you look for a normal guy, you are willing to be his support him, you will succeed. My wife is not perfect.
But perfect for me.
Oh, that's so kind.
Aw, that's really so beautiful.
I
Okay.
love the chat being nice.
Yeah, so I did
very
want to kind
kind.
of wrap up really quick the bow conversation. Going back to you here. Okay, so you're like, when it came to the bow, you're like, is he going to bow for me? And you're like, and I said no, and you're like, well, no way. But like, do you want a guy to open the car door for you?
That's the gentleman thing to do, yeah.
Yeah, but don't you think it would be kind of ridiculous? Like, the gentleman thing would be for a woman to bow, right?
Bowing is crazy.
In some
Okay,
cultures,
cool.
maybe, sure.
No, in fucking pasty white boy California
Absolutely not.
surfer dude culture, yeah, she can still bow. I don't care if she's white, Asian, black, Latina, indigenous, Native American,
Islander?
Samoan,
Hell
Pacific
no.
Islander.
This is crazy.
What's crazy?
That you want a woman to bow for you.
Why is that crazy?
What is she? She's not. You don't own her. She's not your property.
It's not
She's a
about,
human being.
I don't know. Yeah, I
if
don't
you're in a
own her.
partnership, you should have respect for each other. I feel like bowing.
You're right. If you're in a partnership, you should pay 50-50 on the first date.
Well,
Isn't that a
if you ask me on a date, if you ask me out on a date,
What part of LA?
Venice.
Okay, go ahead.
Venice.
Thank you. Yeah, if you ask me out on a date, I'm expecting you to pay. If I ask you out on a date,
If I ask you on a date, I'm expecting you to bow and be submissive and do my laundry too.
no, thank you.
If we go, see, that's the extra layer here. First date expectation, she's got to fold my laundry.
No.
Hell no.
She does, and she has to. In fact, I like to make it even, modernity. The comforts of modernity. Washing machine, drying machine. Fuck that. At my place, I got a fucking, what's that called? A washboard? She has to wash my clothes in a fucking washboard. And I got a clothesline. She's got a clothesline pin that shit up.
Wait, are you
son.
being real?
Dry.
Is this true?
I am Amish. How dare you? I'm actually Amish. You didn't know this?
No, I
What?
didn't know.
Yeah. Yes, this is real.
This
is
okay?
real.
Maybe I'm gullible. Are you telling the truth? Do you
I
actually
am telling the truth about the laundry thing. I'm joking about the washboard, although don't tempt me with a good time. I will do that shit.
The bowing thing.
I'm going to get a fucking washboard. Where can I get a washboard? Home Depot? Can you still?
I don't know,
buy
an
one?
antique
probably.
store?
I'm going to go to an antique store and get me a washboard and clothesline.
Should be bamboo.
Just have a
good.
man make it for you.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. But wait, so going back to this, why is it crazy for the bow?
I just would not bow for somebody. I'm a human being.
But you want the guy to open the car door.
Yeah, because that's respectful.
But that takes more effort. He's got to, okay, so he's got to like, am I fucking bleeding?
No.
Started bleeding.
There's no blood.
A little bit.
You just bleed out of nowhere.
I just started bleeding. It's okay. I was scratching. I think I scratched too hard. Anyways, whatever. I'll take care of it later. But, so, is it bad? Is it just
I think you're going to be okay.
It's just like a little spot. Okay.
Do you want to get Neosporin or something?
No, I'm okay. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Thank you for looking out, boo. So anyways, what was I saying? So, but the actual physical thing of so here's a bow. That's it, right? It's not physically laborious. You want a guy, he picks you up in his car, right? His Mustang. And you want him to pick you up. So he drove to you already, right? Then he's got to get out of the car. He's got to get out of the car, step out of the car, walk around the car, open the, here's the car, get in. Close the car door behind you. You all in? Okay. Walk back around, get back in the car. That's more physical labor.
That would be nice. That's the respectful
It
thing
would be
to do.
nice for a girl to bow, bro.
I'm not saying that every man I date has to open every single door for me. It's respectful. It's just nice when men do nice things for you.
I think it's not the physical behind it, but like the symbolic, we are,
Okay, let's go into this more then. So
Actually, it could be. Wait, can I say both sides actually? Because if you're saying, well, it's the symbolic thing for a woman. Well, a man is not a servant. Even if he's gonna open and close the door, that's respect, right? So if it's if we're saying, then that's respect. Then a bow would be respect too, and that's fine as long as they don't demean you or.
So going back to you.
If that's what they want.
Going back to you.
Then I don't want them.
Then
But
that's okay
you
too.
said, okay, so here, let me go full circle with this, then we got to move on to the next thing. Otherwise, yeah. So you said you want a guy to pay for the first date.
It would be nice.
Would there be, here, you meet up with a guy on the first date and before you guys even get seated, maybe you're planning to go out to dinner and he's like, hey, by the way, we're going to get 2 checks. Would the date end there?
No.
Okay. Would there be a second date?
Possibly, if we have a connection.
Why
is that so
you
hard
said
to
it was
believe,
it seemed like originally it was a big deal to you that the guy paid for the first date.
It's nice. If a man asks me out on a date, then yes,
but you don't
I
ask men
expect
out
him
on
to pay.
dates. Okay, so you expect.
And if we're on the
good.
date.
I like the word expect.
Okay.
I like the word expect. So, okay, that's the standard. So, what, you live in LA, what do you think is would be a nice date? $100? Is that what most guys are going to spend, or do you just not know how much men spend on dates?
It doesn't really matter. If you took me to a coffee shop, I wouldn't be mad either. Like, I'm not expecting a Nobu dinner. I just want good conversation.
Do you think it'd be like realistically like a kind of middle of the road date, like $100 for the date is kind of reasonable?
Yeah,
like
that's okay.
$50. You know, you get a drink, you get a meal, tip the waiter.
Sure, we can just go out for drinks. We don't even have to have dinner. We can go out for drinks.
Sure. But let's just say the dinner in this hypothetical example is $100, and your expectation is you expect the man to pay. Let's say you're 21, right?
23.
Oh, excuse me, 23. Let's say, would it be totally unrealistic for you to go out with a guy who makes $20 an hour?
Would it be unrealistic?
Yeah, like you can conceivably at 23 go out with a guy who's making $20 an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So in order for him to pay for the $100 date, he has to work 5 hours. He has to work 5 hours to go for the date. Can you guys be quiet over there, please? Okay?
Okay.
Following along?
Yes.
Okay. So, just to be clear, the expectation from you to the man is that he has to work 5 hours. He has to, and let's say he does would you date a guy who's a construction worker?
Yeah.
Okay, and let's say he gets paid $20 an hour. Your expectation is that he has to physically labor for 5 hours to take you on a date.
I'm not saying he has to do anything.
Well, that you said
if he
that's
wants
the expectation.
If he wants
yes,
to, that would be nice.
Yes, he wants to take you on a date.
Okay.
But you said you would expect him, right? You would expect him to pay for it, which entails he has to work 5 hours.
She said she'd be cool with a coffee date. You said $100.
Is it unreasonable for a guy to spend $100 on I don't think that's crazy in today's economy. Okay, fine. It's $40. And even granting that he is paying for himself and then paying for you, his contribution towards your part of the date, he still has to work 1 hour to take you out on a date, just for what he pays for you.
Okay, that's his choice.
So what would that entail? If he's a construction worker, he's doing something physically laborious. He's digging a ditch. He's laying, whatever he's doing. You're telling me you would be unwilling to do this. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. It's just interesting that you guys get kind of bent out of shape over this whole bow thing, which takes no effort. And you wouldn't even do it 3 months into a relationship. You would just never do that shit. But expectation, every single time I go on a date with a guy, he has to pay for the date. This entails that he has to work.
Nobody said that. You said every date.
Okay,
nobody.
Here, I'll walk you through the logic.
Every date.
Okay, how many? He's really? So
the first date.
That's it, and then 50-50 from then on. Really?
Possibly, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
But it's interesting that you hate prostitutes, but to you, a date equates to.
What?
Right?
No, it's about corresponding roles and expectations.
No offense, but this conversation is getting really stale. We've been talking about it for so long.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for sharing with that. If I feel inclined, I'll talk about it for the next 3 hours. So, anyways, going back to this, I was actually just about to wrap this up. But so it's just interesting to me because the logic and the entailment here is expectation. The guy has to pay for the first date.
Has to.
That's what you said.
I would like that. It would be nice, yeah. But he doesn't have to. If we went out on a date and at the end of the date he says, "Can we split the bill?" Sure. And I might go on a second date if I like you, if we have a connection.
You said, you're walking back your position now because I've kind of exposing some of the hypocrisy here, but
I think you just said it would be nice and it would set a good impression.
Multiple times she said she expects the guy to pay for the first date.
Well, it's okay if there's a change of opinion, right?
No, you said expect. You said expect multiple times.
Expect.
Go ahead.
Well, but since we've been talking about this and stuff, if I hear something from you and I think, you know what, maybe I will backtrack on that, but I'll announce, hey, I take this back, or, after thinking about it more, yeah, it would be fine if I bowed. But also it's okay to accept that maybe even if she doesn't want to necessarily, what what were you saying? You don't
pay for the first date.
You necessarily wouldn't want to, wouldn't be expecting it, but
It's a nice gesture.
It's a nice gesture, but it's not required, and it'd be fine. So then it doesn't define the person's character either way, right?
Here's the final point on this. So it's just, look, it all ties into women's expectations of men to adhere to traditional gender roles, women wanting men to lead but not being followers. You also, in addition to this, there's a component of wanting men to be traditional, but you won't be submissive, you won't adhere to any of your traditional gender roles. There's a lot of confusion there. It's interesting to me, though, the whole like paying for the date thing, because it's the entailment. It's like, okay, a guy has to work this many hours to be able to afford to take me on a date, but I won't do like a totally benign bow. I just think that's super interesting. But to take it a step further, in a different sort of comparison here, you won't bow, but, and it's actually interesting, a lot of you said you would do the bow, which I find interesting, but we've had a lot of women, most women won't do the bow, you won't do the bow, whatever. You guys will like suck a dude's dick on the first night. You'll let him blast on you the first night. You'll let him be inside you the first night. Maybe you'll let him hit raw the first night. You'll do all kinds of sexual acts the first night, but you won't bow?
I think it's because women consider the bow disrespectful, but they don't consider getting cummed on disrespectful.
Yeah,
and that's something to...
Isn't that
that is interesting thought?
Like, oh, a guy who I just met an hour ago, he can blast on my face. But
it's an interesting
I
thought.
draw the line at the bow. I draw the line at the bow.
I think we have different views of sex, and like I just don't view it as a bad thing. It's a mutual thing.
Yes.
I said I'd bow, so I'm not saying that, but like I don't think coming on my face in a part of an act that we both are enjoying and I'm getting turned on by it is a bad thing, you know?
Yes.
Or a disrespectful thing. Yeah, if he just comes on my face,
But I mean,
then I don't
like,
want him to.
doesn't your head just kind of bow over and over?
I mean, I already said I bowed
You're
my
saying
man
on
every
the
day,
first date,
so-
right?
Like,
You're
isn't
saying
that
on
what's
the
going on?
first
Your
date
head's
if
just
you're
kind of
doing that.
bowing.
Yeah, like
over
the
and
same,
over and over.
like the same. If we were to like ask a bunch of like probably like super feminist women who are like super progressive or liberal, they'd probably be like, yeah, no big deal. Like I'd hook up with a guy on the first date, no problem. But like you just ask them to do like a bow or like cook or clean or do laundry. Oh, I would never do laundry for a guy on the first date, but like I'll suck his cock.
Okay, no,
It's like-
but that's mutual. But that
No, but
is
hold on.
mutual.
I'm not saying sex is like a bad thing. I'm not saying that, but it's just like interesting to me. Like you'll literally let a man like inside of you. It's a pretty intimate thing, right? Like you'll literally let him inside of you. But like the thought of folding his laundry on the first date, like whoa, I would never do that.
I mean,
shouldn't
yeah,
it be the reverse?
absolutely.
Don't you think it should be
Why
the reverse?
Why am I doing something
that's
for
very
you versus
degrading, Brian, to make
sharing
a
an
woman
experience that we both
laundry.
enjoy?
I mean, but oral sex is like, I'll grant.
I enjoy doing
Sure,
it.
I'll grant that there can be like some self-enjoyment from like giving oral sex, I guess. But like it is still something that you're giving to the other person. Like, so like P and the V sex, maybe there's a better argument there for like, well, we're both getting something out of this, but it's like the length to which you're willing to go on the first date. It's like you won't fold a dude's laundry. You wouldn't think to like do something, I don't know, cook for him or whatever, like whatever.
Does pulling a guy's shirt off and folding it before you fuck him count?
Sure, I guess.
Awesome.
That's great. Good job. But yeah, it's just crazy.
I mean,
man.
not realistically though that you do his laundry on the first date, right? You're kind of exaggerating in that way.
Oh no. I will have a girl fold my laundry on the first date.
And get cum all over her face.
On the first.
Thank
How
you
much
for
are you
adding-
spending on this date where she's folding your laundry and bowing?
Brian, that's
I guess
so
it's just
degrading.
maybe it's not. Maybe it's not really common.
Brian, it's
but-
so degrading. You would actually have them fold your laundry on the first date rather than jizzing all over their face. I just can't believe it.
I'm not
I'm
talking
a
about
monster.
that.
You're ridiculous.
I
You're
am
ridiculous.
a monster.
I've cleaned a guy's kitchen on a first
How rude.
date.
Well, I guess everyone's.
But I
I'm
might
not
have
talking
OCD,
about
who
the
knows?
sex part. I'm talking about just like the doing that for them. I guess
have I had that?
the laundry.
Is that the question?
Has someone done laundry for you on the first date?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
but like,
you know what? I guess in a way where
it's
they're
easy,
like,
bro. Okay, look. Here, Alex, I'll walk you through it.
I'm just not used to it.
So first off, I'm a gentleman. She doesn't have to do all the laundry. It's already in the dryer. So, okay, it's already, she just has to fold the shit. Like if I was a real, you know,
Yeah,
if
like
I was
I can,
a real jerk, I'd say, okay, here's the dirty laundry, get it in the wash, take it out of the wash, put it in the dryer, set the dryer. No, it's already in the dryer, ready to be folded. Because I'm a nice guy.
Yeah.
I'm a nice guy like that.
I
Look,
guess
here
it's
it is.
just not
Here it is.
mentioned.
It's like, she's back at my place. I'm like, oh, here, come with me. Boom. Oh, okay, walk into the laundry room. I was like, oh, hey, can you help me with this?
Oh, that's
and she's
fine.
like, oh, yeah. And then like I leave. Sorry, I didn't mean to spit there. I leave the laundry room and then I just go do something else.
But how is that if you're talking about like
Seems manipulative.
How's that manipulative?
No, but if it's like out of what you were saying, if you expect, oh, for men to do this, women should do this. If you're like, yeah, she should fold my laundry, and you're not spending shit on a first date, like that's not.
How about I spent $500 on the flight to get her out here?
Ooh, sounds like he has some experience with it. Then yeah, she should do your laundry
Although
every day.
sometimes she spends the money for the flight.
People pay to fly to come see.
I don't know. I feel like if
Yeah,
you're in
I've
a
had that
relationship,
happen.
you're going to do their laundry anyway. Just do the laundry.
I've had that happen.
As long my boyfriend does the laundry and I fold it and I put it away, and it's just a give and
Yeah,
take.
it's a partnership.
It's a partnership.
I think that if I'm married to someone, of course, I'll do their laundry, I'll fold it, all that stuff. But I guess I've never ever heard of someone doing someone's laundry on the first date, like when you see them. But I
These are
guess
the modern
I guess the
dating
difference,
standards.
maybe the difference, right? We have expectations, and then you have expectations.
No,
but why
like,
don't we
here,
just meet in the middle?
But here, hear me out, right? Like, let's like get a bird's eye view of society and relationships.
Did you say your boyfriend does your laundry, by the way?
Hold on.
I separate it for him, and then he does the wash and dryer, and then he gives it back to me, and then I fold it and I put it away.
All right, so let's get a bird's eye view of society, dating, etc. So, what sounds like a bigger ask of a woman? To fuck a dude immediately, first time meeting, or to fold his laundry?
You're
Like,
making
what's
sex sound like a chore and not a mutual thing that we both
Sure,
like.
I get it, but like yes, sex is there's
you say both? If you say both?
Sex is a mutual value exchange. Like you're both getting like value, right? But in terms of like
Is there a middle ground to just say both?
in terms of like an escalation of in times past, like in days past, like folding laundry would occur to me like it seems like a way smaller ask than like let me physically be inside you. You know?
Do you fuck girls who don't want to fuck you? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like,
No,
I'm just saying,
retard.
like,
You're not allowed
pretty
to
sure
use
you're not
that.
supposed to say that.
Whatever, I get the pass because I'm retarded.
but I'm just saying, like, women enjoy sex too.
Yes,
If
I
you-
know. Y'all guys
Wait, they
come.
do?
You guys
What?
come
What?
like
This is
20
news to
fucking
me.
times in
They
the
do?
session. I get it that you
Okay,
guys
so if
prefer.
we-
Yeah, sex is better for women. I'll even grant you that.
If we were to say, let's say,
Y'all are the ones, bro. I've never had my leg fucking shaking and like my eyes rolling back in my head during sex. Y'all
seen
are the
that
ones
in
who are
porn.
fucking squirming and shit, and fucking your legs are shaking and you're having your squirting, multiple orgasms, all this shit.
okay,
Yes.
So I'd
Yeah.
like
it doesn't
to
have
point
to be
out
that
very
vulgar.
quickly that getting on your knees and accepting a man's semen into your mouth is extraordinarily submissive.
Chaste.
And that's probably why you enjoy doing it. It's because it's submissive.
Okay.
That's why. That's the
Checkmate.
reason.
Okay, but the main question
Honestly,
being, right? Would you rather do sex or fold laundry? And if I was to say, like, neither, maybe I don't want to have sex with him that night, as well as the fact that I don't want to. I'm not used to. I think in art, I mean, in culture in general, for us, right? It's like that's a pretty. Maybe some people are like, that's kind of a personal ask. I don't even really know you that well. I just met you, and I'm doing your laundry.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
kind
wanna
of
see
like,
your
but I'm
shit
also doing
stains.
something
But don't
for
you think? Don't you think?
No, we
that-
I just don't think we're used to being. But maybe it's a different.
But
I don't know.
I guess I'm trying to like put this. Don't you think that society is so backwards that laundry is a big deal, but the man being inside of you,
I think it is
penis,
backwards.
P in the V.
Yes.
It seems like a bit of a reversal.
Would you
to
rather
me.
pay for my date or do my laundry?
What?
But
Wait,
no,
what?
it's the same thing. Would you rather pay for our date or do my laundry? Because you're asking if we would rather have sex or do your laundry, and so it's the same thing. The analogy we've been using for the past 2 hours is: would you rather pay for my date or do my laundry? You'd probably rather pay for the date. It's easy. Oh, not saying. I kind of backtracked that a little bit, but
it's way easier than what? Opening your legs? Like, is that literally your argument?
No, I was saying the same analogy.
Vincent Lowell Jr.
Vincent, thank you, man. Sorry for the delay.
$200.
Thank you, Vincent.
Hey, ladies, I have a submission question. If you were comatose and pregnant and delivering the baby will kill you, what choice do you want your man to make? Andrew knows the answer.
Bro, this is way too over their head, I think, man.
Yeah, it's too over our head, guys. We would not get it. I can't even read.
You know what? Hang on, that's fair. Do you get it? Can you answer?
I would want the baby to be. I would want the baby to be.
I understand the question.
Do you actually get it?
Yeah.
I understand the question.
Answer the question.
Would you save your wife for the baby? You're saying?
No, go ahead.
I would rather my husband save the baby. If it was either me die or the baby die, I'd rather my husband save the baby. It doesn't go over our heads, guys.
Yeah.
It's a new life.
I would not, because I can make
more. Are you sure you read the question?
If I'm dead, I can't make any more babies. You know what I mean?
All right. By the way, I do apologize for the delay on letting these come in. We were kind of in the middle of the exchange. So I do apologize, Vincent, for the delay there on the TTS. Also, Lol Paladins.
Hail and well met. Lol Paladins donated $200.02. The woke feminist doesn't need to bow for me. That's misogyny. Just so long as she comes back to my place and I get to blow my load all over her face 2 hours after I met her. Feminism.
That's pretty funny.
I love that guy.
I don't really know that blowing a guy is all that submissive, though, because you literally have him by the balls.
Sometimes when you say it out loud, though, it really does kind of start making sense and sounding different. Sometimes you kind of have to say something out loud to realize maybe it is a little ridiculous.
I'd still rather the load every day, all day.
Hang on, let's test that, though. Just by a quick show of hands, if it was two men and one was, doing that act to another man, would you consider the man he was doing the act to be submissive or dominant? Show of hands if you think that man would be submissive.
Wait, if two men are coming on each other?
If one man was blowing another one, would you consider the man doing the blowing to be the submissive one or the dominant one?
Is this like a consensual situation or like a jail situation? That's a vastly different answer.
Or wait, maybe he's... but the guy that's getting the head is like, I'm not going to do it at all, so he's just the top man?
Yeah, he's submissive, exactly. Yeah. He would be considered, even by the women's standard, he would be considered submissive.
Maybe he's just trying to get his laundry folded.
Yeah, I guess. No, he wouldn't even get his laundry folded, right? The idea here is that you'd rather get blasted in the face than fold the laundry.
What if I want to do both?
So they're having a sword fight, you're saying?
Lol Paladins, I do apologize for the delay there. We just got kind of distracted with the exchange. Gianna, can you read these next two?
Chair 1, as a polyamorous woman, do you feel like your man can't give you everything sexually, so that's why you want other people? If the answer is yes, why not get a
quick answer,
doll
please.
instead?
Quick answer.
I don't get it.
I feel like he can give me everything sexually, actually. I do.
He doesn't have a pussy.
Wait, he can?
He can.
Okay.
And he does. So he wanted a quick answer.
Yeah, I don't want to linger too long. We're so behind, so.
I'm saying that he can give me everything I need sexually. It's the reason why we swing with other people isn't because I need to be gratified in a different way. It's more we like connecting with other people and experiencing that together. So it has nothing to do with that.
Can you read this one?
Mm-hmm. Even better, instead of paying for her food at a restaurant, if she cooked for the date, she gets a second date for sure. Cook me a casserole and do my laundry. That's wifey right there.
Lol Paladins, thank you for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And then this is below the threshold, but I'll let you guys read it if you want. You don't have to read it, but you can read it in your brains. Nope, I don't mean that. But thank you, man, for the message. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Michael Smith. Do appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna hold on here. I'm gonna try to finish. We only got to the pre-show notes on you, and we still have the questionnaire. So I'm gonna get through yours really quick, get to the questionnaire, then we'll come back to the pre-show notes. To yours, you said that thoughts on controlling possessive relationships. What did you want to talk on there?
I don't know. I was just trying to honestly put things down. I didn't know what to say.
Okay.
But
like, so for example, really quick, we won't linger too long on this, but like, how about this? Would this be controlling? A guy does not want his girlfriend to dress, he wants her to dress modestly, doesn't want her to dress revealing, doesn't want her to post certain photos like bikini photos on Instagram, and doesn't want to go out to the bar. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
I feel like I've gone back and forth on that topic. I was just more kind of intrigued. I literally was just putting things down, more intrigued what other people were thinking too.
Then I'll go to your next thing then. You said bad baby daddies and why that happens. Why don't men feel the need to be there for their kids?
I just find that interesting. Like, why is it so common for like guys to be bad dads?
I don't know,
like,
why is it so common for women to kill their child in the womb?
What?
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 Oh, it's just like, but why the critique of men who are not willing to be fathers?
Are you going to be a bad dad?
Wow, that totally is a non-argument. So you're saying, wow, there's a bunch of like deadbeat dads. Sure, totally. Why are women allowed to escape from responsibility when it comes to pregnancy, but men aren't? So as a woman, you can literally, so you might not believe that like abortion is like killing or whatever. But like as a woman, you have like, you can get an abortion. So wouldn't this be like also evidence of essentially like the counterpoint of deadbeat dads is women who get abortions?
No. I think, well, because...
So just to be clear, so man, let me ask you a question. A man, the woman gets pregnant, it was a one-night stand, she wants to keep it, he doesn't, he's on the hook for child support for 18 years, you would describe him as like a deadbeat dad?
No, I mean,
that would be a deadbeat dad, right?
I'm talking about more so example. I feel like there's, okay, maybe, yeah, that's like an example, but still, I feel like
I mean, if the man wanted the child, don't you think he would be a...
Also, why'd he come in her if he like is like doing all that? You know what I mean? Like, why he theoretically caused the problem?
Oh, so men should keep their legs closed?
No, men should just like...
No, but you would say that, like, okay, what would you say to a guy, for
There's
example?
a difference between having sex and then like exploding in a bitch. I'm sorry, but like what?
Oh, but I mean, a woman can like be okay with that and then get pregnant.
And then also like birth control. I know. I'm just talking about, I feel like it's like a reoccurring thing for like, there's just, you know, we talk about like courtesy with like, or women having values, but then it's like all of a sudden men feel like nothing to like, you know, be there for their kids and such. Like, I just find that a little strange. Yeah, obviously I think it's a different, like we're talking about outliers, like obviously it's a different situation, sorry. When, you know, there's like a one night stand and like, I'm not, you know, that sucks for everybody involved, but I'm just saying like, I don't know, I literally was just putting topics out there because I just didn't know what to say, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to me, like there's a lot of criticisms over deadbeat dads, but like this, I mean, maybe they weren't ready to have a kid.
I feel like that's fair. I feel like if you want to have a baby and the dad does not want to be a dad, he should be able to opt out.
Yeah, but they can't. And you as a woman can take away his bodily autonomy by going to the state, by going to the court, or going to like some government agency and saying, I want child support. And then he has to labor for 18 years or sometimes beyond that, depending on the state. Mm-hmm. And then you can force him. Otherwise, not only can you compel him to labor, you can also, the state can then put him in prison if he fails to pay child support.
I mean, I'm not saying there's sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I'm not saying there's bad situations where like also women don't just like get knocked up on purpose for a reason. Like obviously that does happen. But I feel like I just see it where it's like, it's just so common for there to be like, I feel like I can't speak on this. Like I don't have any kids and also like I don't have a single mother, but I just thought it was like, I don't know. I feel like that's like a reoccurring pattern I see. And it's also the same men that are talking about women bowing to them and women being submissive, yet they don't show up for their kids. Isn't your whole role to like, you know?
Where are you drawing these like totally...
Is that a crazy comparison?
Have you ever, first off, you said, oh, it's these men who like demand women to bow. Have you ever heard a guy wanting a girl to bow until you met me tonight?
No, but I'm talking about...
Yeah, like, you've never... So why are you saying like, oh, all these men who want like women to bow?
No, but like not just like in a literal bowing sense, but like in a mental sense. I feel like that's not a crazy comparison. You want to be dominant and all that stuff, but then the second it involves like, you know, you want to be the leader of the household, but the second you actually have to lead people, that you like opt out.
What?
Yeah. Yes. Listen. The second you have to lead, you know, not just your woman, whatever, but like children, be the leader of the household, that's when you draw the line. I'll be the leader of like that pussy,
What?
but like I'm not gonna like actually lead the household.
I don't even think this is particularly compelling. You'd have to actually provide some sort of evidence that's the case, that men who are, just to be clear, so is your position men who are more traditional are less likely than liberal, progressive?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Men?
That is
But
not what I said at all.
You're doing like a, you're making a compare and contrast. So do you think traditional men are more or less likely to step up in the event of like a pregnancy?
More.
Okay, so what's your argument?
I'm just kind of talking about themes that I've seen. I literally, once again, just throwing topics out there, but I've seen that theme a lot.
Going back to this, so you're saying, well, deadbeat dads, like terrible. You would have to also just say that abortion is bad too then, right?
I don't think it's a good or bad thing. I'm pro-choice, but I don't think it's like a glorified thing. I don't think anybody does. It's a sad choice that has to be made sometimes.
The majority of abortions are not like for the life of the mother. They're not for like SA. They're not for like incest. Typically, most of these women are just irresponsible, and an accident happens. Like most abortions occur for convenience.
I think it's a really sad situation. I think that's why, you know, like birth control should be super accessible.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But the reality is, when it comes to abortion, most of these women are just getting abortions. Just they got knocked up. Like there was no SA, there's no incest, there's no risk to her life.
That's also like another.
These women just want to escape responsibility, just like men are trying to escape responsibility.
Well, maybe it's just kind of like, you know, just like a sad situation that's happening like all around. I'm not saying it's like bad to get an abortion at all. Like things happen, but I'm just saying like, I don't know. The same way you're talking about like people being more traditional and such, it's like, well, maybe there is like truth to like, you know, being a little bit more intentional with what you do, and like me also like correcting my past mistakes and such. Like, I don't know.
So if you're saying, okay, so if we take out the essay, because obviously with everyone here, we know that that's not, you know, right, and that's it's disgusting. And then if we take out the incest and take out that, if the person say is like, oh my god, going raw, oh my god, but she doesn't have any birth control or anything, and then they're not using, like, I believe that shouldn't be encouraged. I believe that both people should know the consequence, that most likely also there's pre-cum as well. So like, you know, I think that at least one of them, if they don't want to have a baby at that time and then they're not expecting it and they just want to have fun, I think that at least one of them should have protection, if not two.
Sure, I totally agree. But I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that as a woman, when it comes to, I guess, bodily autonomy and control here, so I guess things are changing a little bit just because what state you're in, but you can always go to like a state where abortion is legal. So as a woman, I'm sure you would all agree, like you'd totally be fine with perhaps the abortion doesn't even need a reason. But for example, would you say that abortion would be acceptable if the woman isn't ready? Acceptable?
I mean, I think it would like rip me apart on the inside emotionally for sure. Like, would
but
really mess me up.
acceptable reason to get an abortion?
Yes,
She's
I
not
also
ready?
think there's an added thing of pregnancy rather than just taking care of the child for 18 years and paying for the child, whatever.
Yeah, as if that's not a big deal, but
well, we both do that though.
I'll come to that in just a moment. But okay, so what about the guy's not financially ready? Or sorry, excuse me, the woman's not financially ready to have a child. Is that pretext for getting an abortion? Is that right?
So we're talking about like they didn't protect themselves either way. Then
She's
this
pregnant.
is like, okay,
She's
yeah,
pregnant.
abortion.
She's not ready.
In my opinion.
She's not financially ready. Okay. Yeah, so those sorts of decisions are only decisions the woman has. Once the woman's pregnant, the man has no, like, he can't escape from his, he can't escape because, like, if a guy were to tell you, oh, I'm not financially ready, I'm just not emotionally ready, I'm not ready to be a father, tough luck. 18-year-old kid, You're going to be on the hook for child support for 18 years. That's going to entail you're losing your bodily autonomy, because then you're going to have to work. You're going to be siphoning part of your income to the woman. By the way, there's absolutely no checks and balances when it comes to what the woman can spend child support on. She can spend it on things that are not related at all to child support. In addition to this, if you don't pay the child support, or you're late, or you hit a financial strait, she can then go to the court, or the court will just on its own behest can put this man in prison or jail for failing to pay child support, taking away his bodily autonomy.
So that's true, that's actually a law?
Yeah, as a woman, you get pregnant.
No, I know. I'm saying that people can be put in prison for not paying child support.
Yes. So when it comes to this, the man has no say. The woman can go to the court, can go to a government agency. Hey, I'm pregnant.
It's a really difficult situation.
I have a kid. I want child support. I'm owed child support. I deserve child support. I'm going to get child support. She's going to get it. The man can't say, I don't want to pay. Nope, you have to pay. And then if he fails to pay, he's going to start having to pay interest on what he's owed. If he's unable to pay it, then it doesn't happen immediately, but if he starts getting far enough behind, not only is there going to be interest applied, they're going to throw him in jail for failing to pay child support. It's a crime. In fact, we've recognized it as a society that it's bad to put people in jail when it comes to debts. We've done away with debtors' prisons, except for one, child support. And this is like 99% of people. When it comes to child support, it's the man paying to the woman. And when it comes to getting thrown in jail, it's like 99% men.
I mean,
it's a really difficult situation.
I know someone who didn't pay their child support for a while and they never got thrown in jail. Is there like, how long is it? How long is the duration?
It happens from tangential things. So they suspend your license.
I knew he couldn't leave the country. Sorry.
Well, I mean, if he lives out of the country, then how would he be jailed?
No, I meant I know he could not leave the country.
There's all sorts of penalties which are imposed on you for the lack of payment. Mm-hmm. And so if you picked up on any of these things, like you're just driving down the street and your license has been revoked, you're going to jail. Mm. So like it's stuff like that.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the jurisdiction, depends on like geographical, there's different laws in different states, different cities, etc. But I mean, ultimately, and also like if a woman's not like really making much complaints, then it's perhaps less likely sometimes. But I mean, if she's like actually actively pursuing it in the court system, and the court system, my understanding is they get some sort of cut from the child support. So it's also in the agencies or the court's interest in actually like making sure they collect. Like as a woman, you don't really have to like chase down the dude. Like the court and these government agencies are really good at like chasing dudes down. They're going to garnish your wages. They're going to do as much as they can so that they get the money. Mm-hmm. And then
and if they have a show cause for why you haven't paid and you don't show up, it's a contempt of court. So there's all sorts of different things which are associative to child support. The thing is that the system itself, yes, there are deadbeat dads, there's no doubt, who refuse to pay support because they don't want anything to do with their kids. So that's true, right? And that burden shouldn't shift on to the taxpayer. But by that same metric, if a woman decides that she wants to have a child, and it's her body, her choice, and so she goes off and has the child, and the man doesn't want it, then how he can be stuck on the hook is beyond me. That seems like an additional privilege a woman gets to make that choice, but a man has to pay for that choice. Mm-hmm. And that's where the fundamental unfairness comes in, right?
Yeah. I do have to move it on, but we have a chat here from Lil Paladins. Can you read this?
Liberal progressive men are more likely to have leaked homosexual tapes. Good conservative men are literally just blocked and filtered out of dating apps before they even get to meet you.
I don't know. Wasn't like Grindr, the Grindr website like crashed when there was conservative groups going into like cities? Wasn't that like a thing, or am I wrong?
I'm gonna move it on though. Okay, getting into the questionnaires. Would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear? I have to wait until she's back. I'm going to get into the different notes here. Let me see what we have. Okay, hold on. Do we have a Sienna? That's you? Okay. Let's see here. Hold on, I'll go to someone else really quick. Alyssa. That's you, right?
Who's Alyssa?
Oh, that's you. Your ex did what? Sent what to what?
Oh, Lord, chat. This is a good story time. Okay, so I was with a guy for 2 years. This is not my most recent ex. In the first year we were dating, he had accidentally sent a dick pic to my eldest sister on Snapchat. Yeah, it was an accident, quote unquote. So, we were all cool. They had a streak. This is back when Snapchat was cool, so we all had streaks.
Is this fentanyl?
No. This is not him.
God.
This
Okay.
is somebody else.
Oh, okay. Was it like meth ex, or do you have
No.
any of your other exes like drug addicts? Or? Okay, just checking.
It was just the one.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, he said he accidentally sent a dick pic to my sister on Snapchat. He was just in the mirror. It wasn't like a full like penis in hand. It was like a mirror pic when he had his towel wrapped around him, allegedly. And it was just a little peen like sticking out in the picture. So she told me obviously that this had happened, and we had a little conversation about it. He said it was an accident, so we laughed it off like, never let this shit happen again. And then that was that. A year later, now I live with him out of state, and my other sister calls me and says, your man is weirding me out. Mind you, she had not known about the first situation. It was embarrassing enough already. I didn't want the whole family to know. I have two.
Two sisters?
I didn't want the whole family to know, oh my God, he sent a dick pic to my eldest sister. So second sister calls me and says, your man is weirding me out. And I say, why? At this point, I'm staring him in the eye. Like, why is she telling me this right now? And she said she woke up, she was checking Snapchat as usual, and a dick just popped up.
Another one?
Another dick. Yeah. Well, same dick, but
No, but another
picture.
Same dick.
And he says that this was an accident and swears up and down it was an accident.
Maybe he was...
I don't think that's something you can do twice.
I don't think so either.
Unless he's
Wait,
just
so you
going
have
down the road.
Are you a middle child?
Send.
Are you
Yeah.
middle child?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. And so you have one younger sister, one older
No.
sister?
I have 2 older sisters and 2 younger brothers.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in between the two sisters. Okay. Parents still together?
No.
Okay. Wait, so do you have steps?
Yes, my 2 older sisters are half sisters. I'm the eldest of my 2 youngest brothers. We have the
So
same
your
mom.
your full bio with the bros.
Yeah.
Full biological.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So after you guys broke up, did he try to fuck your sisters?
No.
Oh.
No, he just would not
accidentally
admit it.
sent it. You don't accidentally sent it.
Unless
That's
you
what
put
I'm
him down
saying.
the row, there's no way. You're just clicking and
if
sending.
it was an accident, then he was still doing it to multiple
He was
people.
saying that
But
it
he
was
should have
like
been more
a
careful
quick,
when
like,
he was gonna click it.
Exactly.
Instead of
a
being
quick
like
snap and sent. And I'm like,
Why is he snapping your sisters anyway?
Yeah, why does he have them on
So we were all cool. We all had Snapchat streaks.
Does
like
this infer, by the way, that he often sent you dick pics?
No, and that's the thing.
You
about
didn't even
it.
get them?
I didn't.
That's
Well, the dick was always with me, so I didn't really.
How
need them.
rude.
That's fair. The dick was already.
The dick
she already
was
had
always
the dick.
there,
She already
so-
had the dick.
But I
Didn't
still
need
want to
the
see
dick.
it. I miss it sometimes. Give it to me.
Well, who did he say he was accidentally? I know he said he's accidentally sending them, but who was he claiming they were meant for?
That's the thing. I asked the same thing. I was like, okay, so if you weren't sending my sister's dick pics, who were you sending dick pics to? But it was genuinely, he didn't mean to put his penis in the photo. Is what he said.
okay.
I didn't mean to.
So
Is what he
he really didn't mean to aim it down and be like,
this is what he said to me. That was his claim. I left.
The only reason somebody would have that claim if it was Madison's husband. That's the only reason that would be valid.
And that would make sense.
Kind of large and always
why
ends
didn't
up
he
in
just
the
be
way.
honest?
I don't know.
That's really, wow. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Did you really like him?
Yeah. I mean, when I was in it, yes,
What
but
a
like
douche.
after you send my sister's dick pics,
Oh my God,
I'm
that's
not
so
really.
weird.
Crazy. My mom has a twin, and my dad went on a date with my mom's twin first.
Whoa!
Wow.
Oh, I thought like on accident.
There's a picture of my dad holding my mom's twin, and my mom on a date. They went on a double date, and my mom like getting held by some other guy. It's not my dad. They literally just flipped.
Whoa.
I mean, the obvious question everybody's wondering, right, is like, did he? Did he?
My mom's twin? No.
No. Oh.
But crazy.
That's a big fail. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
They should add a threesome.
That's all the degeneracy I had in me for the evening.
All right.
I just thought it was funny. Okay, I thought it was funny. So.
We got 2 chats. Gianna, if you want to read this one. Lol Paladins, thank you, man.
It's not just child support. Women will be threatened with being cut off from welfare, like free insurance or WIC, if she doesn't tell the government who the father is.
That is a good point. Very good point, Lol Paladins. There's kind of incentive there on that component. And even if she doesn't want child support, if she goes and applies for those programs, welfare, healthcare, Medicaid, or whatever it's called, the government, even if she's not trying to get child support, the government's gonna be like, you got a kid? You do? Okay, we're going after child support. So that is another concern. Thank you. And then this one from Lol Paladins.
Ladies, get the heck off Snapchat. Literally the only reason to have that app on your phone unless you're trying to cheat. Literally no other reason. And don't ever trust a man who has Snapchat too.
Is that the stigma with Snapchat?
Yeah, especially when you're out of high school. It's like, at least for me now, when I hear if a guy like actively uses it, I'm like, and then asks me for it first, I'm like, it's just kind of a turn off. So I'm just like, and we're also not having.
It's childish.
Because I want to go on. I want to have at least their Instagram, so like I can send them memes and get to know their humor. We can just have conversation. But they just want to instantly just like send photos, be like, what you look like.
Yeah. Alyssa, you said you think women should prioritize individual growth over relationships.
Especially young women, yeah. I feel like you need to work on yourself, love yourself fully before you
can love someone else.
I
agree with that.
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay. You also, perhaps this is going to further establish your position.
How do you know when you love yourself, though?
Just having a sense of confidence and being firm in who you are and knowing what you can provide for the other person and how you can have a healthy foundation in partnership.
Okay.
You said dating is exhausting. I'm not really looking for someone to provide for me 100%. I don't need someone to pay all my bills. And I personally don't put those expectations on men, aside from the first date, I guess.
Aside from the first date.
You're eventually looking for a partnership, someone who is motivated and passionate about their own personal growth and how we can come together to create a healthy foundation. Oh, okay.
That was poetic. When you read it.
That was really awesome.
Yeah. You want to read it?
No.
You said it's hard to find people who are actively working on themselves or working towards something to benefit them in the future. And a lot of people lack emotional intelligence or honestly just intelligence in general. I don't need someone to pay all my bills. Huh, okay.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wait, question. Would you guys... would you prefer, so you meet a guy who's like, great guy, whatever, and he's really financially well off, great paying job, he makes enough where you will never have to work. Would you prefer that over like you boss babing it up and like kind of both of you working at the same time and like putting the kids, but he wants you to like stay home, take care of the kids, whatever. Or you boss babe it up and you have kids, but you're going to get like daycare or nanny. We'll start with you, then I'll open it up to the rest.
I think initially, if I have a kid, it would be nice to stay at home for a while and have a little bit of a grace period there. But eventually, I'm going to want to boss it up and do my own thing. I don't want to ever have to rely on a man 100% for anything.
And you, how many kids do you want?
Not sure.
Okay. But so let's say it's 2, right? Okay. So you said you'd want to initially, like, how about until they're in kindergarten? Would you want to stay home for 5 years? Well, that's for one kid, I guess.
5 years seems like a lot.
Well, that's how long before they get into kindergarten.
I guess that's true. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not there yet.
Okay. Well, if you were there, like if you had to think about it.
It would be nice, right, to have everything provided for you in those 5 years that you get to stay at home and focus on your child and their development and their growth in the earliest stages of their life. That would be nice.
No, but he's like, look, I want you to just stay home till they're adults.
Nah.
Why are you guys why are you guys laughing at that? Like, if he's capable, he's making $1 million a year. What's the use in having you go out and earn $70K or whatever bullshit, and then he has to hire like a maid or a daycare and spend $70,000 a year on daycare?
I think, well, it's important for a kid to be in environments with other children, right?
Well, yeah, if they go to school, sure. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, there's private school, there's homeschooling. Yeah, how about he wants you to homeschool the kid?
No.
I don't think so.
Oh, that's not very submissive of you guys. The husband says, I want my children homeschooled. I have the finances to be able to do it.
I don't think so.
No?
I wouldn't want
Hold
my
on. I thought you guys were supposed to be submissive.
I never said that.
Oh, you're not going to be submissive?
Not
so your
100%.
husband says, I want the kids to be homeschooled. I make $1 million a year. You're going to stay home and take care of the kids and homeschool them. You're going to say no?
I'm going to say no.
Really? You'd rather date a guy who makes $50K, you make $50K, and then you guys can be all equal? Really? You prefer that?
I would be okay with that.
Over, just to be clear, you'd prefer that over the guy who makes $1 million a year. They both treat you just the same. Well, I guess the treatment's different.
But he wants me to homeschool my kid.
Oh,
Our kid?
his kid.
Our kid.
You're both your kid.
His kid is crazy. Yeah.
That sounds like a dream, in my opinion.
It's both their kids.
Yeah.
Right.
I would just
You'd rather, just to be clear, so
school's
at
dangerous.
this job, you could, like, for example, you might work, wait, hold on, you're a massage therapist, right? So at this job, you got to lather up your hands with that coconut oil, whatever the fuck you do, and then you got to massage some, like, droopy motherfucker, like, that skin, man, I don't know, you got some old clientele.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're top tier and you're working like athletes and shit, who knows? So you're, doing the massage. What are you, Swedish? What are you doing?
I can
deep
do
tissue?
Swedish. Yeah, I can do deep tissue.
Rolfing? Are you a rolfer?
No, I do both Eastern and Western modalities of massage.
That's beautiful. So, okay. Why
Frank just got hard.
There's modalities with
there's
massage?
modalities. There are modalities.
Yeah.
The hell is a
Trigger
massage
point? You
modality?
do trigger point therapy?
I was taught trigger point
Trigger
therapy,
point
but
therapy?
that was never my focus. I wasn't really into it. But I could. I know about it.
Stopped again.
Yeah, wait, I have something for this. Hold on.
That's so cool.
Shit, where is it? Fuck. Where is the? Oh, it's too. Oh my god, where?
You missed it.
I'm gonna pretend like this to make my dick go soft.
All right, so that was fucking so delayed. Wait, so hold on. You'd prefer boss babe. You make $50K, he makes $50K, over dating a guy who makes $1 million,
Mm-hmm.
and you never have to work a day in your life?
Yeah. That's just me though. All women here
What?
are different. I like working. I like having goals.
Work on the household. Work with the kids. All your attention can be on the
taken
kids.
care of. It's a partnership. The house will get taken care of by both me and my
No,
partner.
mostly just you.
Bless you. Well, no, because I would want a partner who is also going to be working in the home and doing things I need to be done.
Millionaire, he frees up 40 hours a week for you.
Okay.
That 40 hours can be freed up for you to work 10 hours at home. Like, laundry doesn't take that much, cleaning doesn't take that long. Like, bro, most women, if you're in a house, you can get that shit done in like 1 or 2 hours, and then you can kick it with the kids. I don't know, put on fucking.
If you're homeschooling your kids, it's going to take way more than that.
Sure, if you're homeschooling,
I was a nanny for 4 years, 8 hours a day. You want a break from those kids. So yeah, I'd rather work, to be honest. I love kids. I love kids. I love to be with them. But yeah, for 8 hours a day, no.
Damn,
What?
that's crazy.
You want a break from your own kids?
Absolutely, and so would you. Everyone, yes, kids
think
are
that's
fucking
very normal
annoying.
to
What are you
say.
saying?
Y'all crazy, man.
I mean, I don't know. Having
You would
raised
want to break
many
from
of
your
them,
kids also. Daddy. Yeah, it's annoying.
I did the opposite. I couldn't wait to be able to stay home so I could see my kids more.
Because you don't spend 24 hours a day with them because you're at work. What are you saying?
I literally spent 24 hours a day with them, and it's the greatest thing ever. And I would.
They're not with you right now.
I would not trade it for anything. It's the greatest thing in the world. You know why? Because by the time they're 18 years old, I will have spent 90% of all the time I'll ever spend with them in their lives.
I love that.
And then your child will lack
So the thing is like,
I'm good.
The idea here is that you would essentially prefer to outsource the caring of your children to other people so that you can go work. Like, that's the idea, is that you would rather outsource the mothering of your
I also
kids
don't
to
think
other
that I
people
can
so you
teach my
work.
kid everything. Like, I think other personalities, other people and stuff is good. I think I'd like to spend most of the time with them, but like, yeah, for a few hours a day, I can go work, get away from them, come back. Hey.
You get a few hours a day anyway, right? So first of all, like, think about it objectively, okay? Your kids are going to go to bed, especially if they're little kids. They're going to go to bed way earlier than you. You already have a couple-hour break. That's one. Two, nobody's saying you can never go have a night out on the town with a babysitter. But there's a distinction there between that and saying, okay, I need to have 8 hours a day away from my kids because, well, after all, I mean, I was a nanny for a while and, well, you just got to have that break. It's like, no, you would want the opposite. You would not want to outsource the raising of your children to people who are not you. Why would you want to do that?
Totally, you would, not me.
Okay, I'm also not
closed.
I'm not saying that I would need a break from my children. I think it's important for kids' social development to be in environments like schools. Like, you build a lot of character in schools. You learn social skills in schools.
So for
well, here's what all the data shows. One, kids who are homeschooled do far and away better than kids who go to public school. They have far less stress. And by the way, they're plenty socialized. And do you know why? It's because all those after-school curriculum activities, all those kids can go to them. Why? Because you, the taxpayer, pay for those extracurricular activities. You do not have to be enrolled in the school to go be on the football team or to go join the wrestling team or anything. You don't need to do any of that. So any of those socialization things that you're talking about. And by the way, do you think that people a few hundred years ago, when there was no public school and they lived hundreds of miles, or not hundreds of miles, but 10, 15 miles away from each other, or in many cases further than that, they just were antisocial?
No,
You think they were just completely antisocial lunatics, the children? They obviously and clearly weren't.
No, I think that back then, community was prioritized in our society back then, and not as much now. People are
No. You
independent
couldn't
now.
walk down the street to go to Tommy's house because Tommy lived 5 miles away, because people lived in homesteads and farms and things like that. They usually saw little Tommy at various events or perhaps at church once a week or something like this. I don't see how they were getting all of this socialization that you're talking about, and they clearly were not antisocial people. Human beings are pack animals. They learn all their values from their family first, but going out amongst the pack, you pick up social skills very quickly. I would say that public school systems actually are a corrupting factor. One, your kids are getting knowledge. You have no direct idea about what they're being taught. Zero.
Why?
You can't go in and sit in on all the classes. And even if you could, you have no idea what they're being taught when you're not there. As far as the socialization goes with other students who are there, you have zero control over who they're hooking up with, over the party scene. You have no control over any of that. That seems like it's a way worse idea than just homeschooling your kids. And by the way, when you homeschool your kids, they don't have to go to an 8-hour pee-wee prison every single day where they're literally locked up in these classrooms for hours and hours and hours. Instead, you can say, okay, 2 hours a day, 3 times a week. And they're far more educated by the time they leave that system than they are going to an 8-hour a day pee-wee prison. Like, how much do you even remember from high school?
Yeah.
Did you take history?
When was World War II?
Yeah. Well, no, here's a really basic one. Here's a really basic one. Really, really simple. The Constitution of the United States was ratified in the year
1776.
Not you.
Good job. Way to fucking ruin it.
Why? Why is the sisterhood just can't help itself?
Yep, can't help herself.
Okay, pick another one. There's lots of easy ones.
What I'm saying, my point is that even with easy questions like this, most people forget. They forget because it's not pertinent knowledge to their life. So almost everything that you learned outside of reading, writing, and arithmetic, most kids get out of school, and by the way, they can't even read at an 8th grade level. Right? So bad. They get out of high school, can't even read at an 8th grade level. So where's all these perks to public school? I don't know.
I think that's a separate issue. I think we definitely need to work on our schooling system, our education system in general, but I don't think the idea of sending your kids to schools is inherently bad.
So, I mean, I guess my confusion here really quick, and then we got to move it on. So what kind of job, what job would you like to get into, I guess, for the long term?
I'm not set on anything. Potentially my own business, maybe massaging again, maybe something in the holistic service realm. I'm not sure.
How long did you do the massage for previously?
A year.
Yeah. Did you ever just deal with just annoying clients and shit? Was it ever annoying for you? Flaky people, they're late to their appointments, they cancel their appointments last minute, they no-show, any kind of this shit
I've had to massage really stinky feet, so that
stinky feet. Yeah. Okay, cool. So just to be clear, and also massage therapist, some people have really good dexterity. I don't know if dexterity is the right word, but some massage therapists have to limit how much massage they give, otherwise they start they start getting RSI or carpal tunnel syndrome, this sort of thing. So massage therapy is pretty physically intensive. You're standing up all day, you're looking over people, doing all this stuff. You get back stuff and all this kind of shit. But you'd rather do massage therapy, which is, physical labor to some degree, over just being with a man who makes $1 million, who frees you from your responsibility of having to work?
If it's what I want to do, and I love massaging, if I did, I don't right now currently, but if I did love massaging, and that's something I want to do. You don't seem all that passionate about it, no offense. I'm not at the moment. I'll be very honest about that. I'm not very passionate about that. I like my job where I'm at right now. I'm learning a lot about business.
What are you doing?
I do social media coordinating for a press-on nail company. Okay.
And do you have to go to an office for this? Mm-hmm. Okay. And is there a dress code? Do you have to dress a certain way? No dress code? Not even business casual or? Mm-mm. Okay. And do they dictate the hours that you work?
I work full time. But
Is it 9 to 5?
Yeah.
And they tell you when you can take lunch and when you can take breaks?
Lunch, yeah.
Okay.
I choose when I go to lunch.
So it's weird. Final thing on this, I guess we'll move it on. But what's confusing to me is that you guys want to be these boss babes. You're so pressed to go work. You've essentially traded being submissive to your husband by being submissive to an employer.
Well, I also said I might want to start my own business, so then I would be...
does any of you here had a boss? Do you think your boyfriend or husband is going to boss you around the same way that your husband or boyfriend is going to ever talk to you in that way? Be here at this time, sit here for this long, wear this, do this task, you're fucking it up, do it this way, et cetera, et cetera. You guys have traded.
I wouldn't work in an environment like that.
I think I always just want to have my own money.
I'm exaggerating here, but all that other shit is true. Show up at this time, otherwise you're fired. Do this task, otherwise you're fired. Take this break from this time, otherwise you're fired. Stay too long out at lunch, you're fired. Maybe they're not going to say that in that same way, but that's the underlying, okay, if you're late for the job and you're not showing up, you're going to get fired. Do you think your husbands are that intense with it? You got to do this task for 8 hours every single day. You're submissive to your employer.
Well, you're asking me to bow on the first date. That seems pretty intense.
I bet if there was a job where you had to work at a restaurant and greet people and be like, well, how are you? Fucking these fast food jobs. How's your day going? And you're fucking working retail, having to be a greeter. It's the same thing. Instead, you got to deal retail.
Well, actually, in this case, if you're a social media marketer for a nail press company and you were to have a contact of a high-level businessman who was from let's say Japan, and you were to arrange a meeting between the staff at your company and this Japanese person, are you saying that when you went and met with him, you wouldn't bow?
That's a good question. I might.
Yeah.
Out of respect for his culture. Out of respect for his culture.
You'll bow to a stranger.
I think that's just Japanese culture, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
I would do it out of respect.
The point is that at the behest of of a man you're submitted to, in this case your boss, if he asks you to bow to a complete stranger, you'll do it as long as there's money involved. But the man taking care of you, who also is utilizing said money, he doesn't get the bow. Fuck that guy.
It's just like the same girl who will work a brutal fast food job, dealing with a boss barking orders, cleaning dirty dishes, cleaning the bathroom, dealing with all the shitty customers, and all the physical labor that sort of fast food job would entail, standing on your feet. Maybe you're involved in cleaning whatever it is for like $15 an hour, $20 an hour. But like if a guy comes into the picture who has the money to support you, wants a family, wants kids, make sure you never have to work a day in your life. You don't want to bow, you don't want to cook, you don't want to clean, you don't want to do the laundry. Maybe you'll do some of that shit, right? But it's just interesting to me when it comes to a job, you're going to be submissive to your boss. Trust me. You're going to be submissive to your boss.
Okay.
So it's just
I see
like,
what you're saying.
Y'all traded, and I would argue, like, your husbands, your boyfriends, if you pick a good guy, most guys are good guys, they're going to treat you way better and ask way less of you than your fucking corporation that doesn't give a fuck about you. The minute that they make a determination that you're not worth it, boom, they're going to fire you.
I see what you're saying. And at that point, if I was in a situation like that where I'm with a company that doesn't respect me, fuck yeah, pay all my bills. Absolutely. I'd rather do that. But I personally want to do something where I'm learning, I'm growing, I'm getting better, I'm getting harder.
Your kids.
I think it's nice to have your own money, point blank,
How
period.
good would it feel to raise like, okay, never mind.
They go to school 8 hours a day.
Like stressed.
Huh?
Why? Well, wait. I don't understand this idea of your own money.
Yep.
Right. When you say that, so you're hedging your bets on failure, right?
No. I mean, I think 50%. I think 50% of marriages do end in divorce. I would like to, if I walk away, to not have absolutely nothing, no skills, no nothing, and
then you're
have to do
hedging
everything
your
all
bets
myself.
you're hedging your bets on failure.
What if he died?
Yep,
what if my husband died? And
Or
now I have
just
to provide
protecting
for him?
yourself.
I just
Laid
want to
off
make sure I got this right.
From your job.
You're hedging your bet on
Yes,
failure.
I said yes.
Yes.
But
then
you gotta do
if
that. It's life.
So then if a man were wanting to date you in a serious way, and he heard that you basically are hedging your bets against the fact that you're pretty convinced that the relationship is going to fail, why the fuck would he ever want to get married to you?
Then don't. I don't know.
It's not hedging your bets that it's going to fail. You're protecting yourself just
look,
in case. Like
Alyssa,
paying your health insurance premium. Are you hedging your bets that your health is going to
I gotta
like
move
shit
on.
the
Yes.
bed? Like
Yes, that's
it
exactly
might not.
what you're doing.
You might be
You're
dumping hella
you're
money
getting
into that your
health
whole
insurance
life and
'cause you're-
rarely use it.
You're getting health insurance. The expectation is that you're going to have health problems, right? You are hedging your bets against the fact that the likelihood that you have health problems at some point is highly, highly, highly likely. So yes, you're hedging your bet. That's exactly that's what insurance is. It's literally the idea of hedging your bet against catastrophe. That's what it is.
I mean, so no,
That's why I said yes.
Alyssa, so you want to do your massage business or whatever. I mean, these concerns over like, what if your husband dies? What if you get carpal tunnel syndrome? What if you get RSI? You're
Then
fucked then too.
I'll find a new career.
Sure.
Find something else I love.
Yeah, well, then you can just find a new husband then, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I could. I
Oh,
probably
cool.
could.
There you go. All right. All right.
You ever marry a man who wanted a prenup?
Bono Smith donated $200. Come on, gentlemen. Respectfully reiterating, Jenna has a flight to catch for runway-related bookings if she wishes to stay. That's her prerogative. Her scheduled ride is leaving in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. That was 14 minutes ago, so I guess you're fucked, Gianna. But yeah, I don't know. There was no initial iterating, so I don't know what you're talking about unless there was like a super chat I missed. There was no initial reiterating. That would imply that there was an initial iteration. There was no iteration of anything. So, all right. I need to power through the questionnaire here. Going around the table, would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear?
A man. I am the bear.
I saw that. That's funny. What about you?
Beer.
You prefer the bear? Okay.
Beer.
Yeah, just for the sake of time here, guys, let's maybe
A man.
not troll. Okay.
A man?
Man.
Okay.
1000% a man.
All right.
A bear.
A bear.
a man.
In your answers to the bear thing, you said because I can stay in front of a bear and it'll go away eventually.
I meant like you just stand still and then it goes away. No?
Have you encountered that?
No, I've just seen videos.
You just
I saw
heard
videos
that?
too.
You just
Have you seen the
heard
bear
that?
waving?
Because,
Okay.
yeah. If I was alone.
Really quick. Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man? Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
I chose bear because if, I don't know, I'd rather just get eaten alive. I feel like the bear will eventually go away and then the man will probably like do something to me in the woods or some shit.
I'm gonna let this chat come in, then we'll come back to this.
Bono Smith donated $200. Relay the messages to Jana by midnight. All legal actions may be necessary. If she chooses to stay, allow her to state it publicly on air or communicate it with her iPhone.
Do you know, is this like some guy who's trolling, or do you know a Bono Smith?
I do have a ride waiting.
Legal actions may be necessary. Cool.
That's
Fucking send me the
a
cease and
joke.
desist. I'm ready. Send me the fucking cease and desist.
Is he saying that she's being held against her will?
Yeah, she's being held captive here. Yeah, send me the. Go ahead, have your lawyer call me. All right, so let's see here. Where were we? The bear. Oh, really quick. Why do you pick the bear? Why don't you pick the man?
I feel like a man will do something to me in the woods versus a bear. It'll eventually go away.
Okay, so you think like the man will SA you, basically? Is that the thing for you? Like the man will SA you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what's the risk? Like, what do you think the risk is of a random man doing this?
Literally, I don't care about this question.
Like, what's the...
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it can happen.
Like what percentage of men do you think? Because you're doing a risk assessment. Like, oh, okay, I think like 20% of men would do this. So like I'm weighing the risks of like man versus bear.
I'm not really good with numbers, but I like.
It doesn't have 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%.
All right, 50.
50% of men. Okay, what about you?
I don't like. It's probably more likely that the bear. I don't know. I literally don't care about this question. Sorry.
Okay. So you think it's 50%?
See, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any brothers?
I do, a little one.
You have a father?
Yeah.
Male cousins?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So 50% of your male family members are inclined to commit sex crimes?
I know some who have. My brother, not my dad. No, they don't do that stuff. But
yeah, but your whole family, like 50%.
My
of
whole
them
family,
are,
no.
Yeah, your whole family. 50% of the males in your family are SAers.
Okay, then fine, 20. We'll lower.
Oh, okay. Now that we're throwing your family under the bus, I suppose we got to lower it.
No, I know.
Or
who
your
has.
your family is somehow, I guess, better than the rest of. Okay.
Oh no, they're not.
All right. How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
I'm 5'9", and 6 foot is the minimum I would date.
Mm-hmm.
5'8" and 5'10".
You're 5'8" and
I'm
5'10".
5'8", yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I'm 5'1", so maybe 5'3", like
Okay.
is the minimum.
Sure.
I'm like 5'9.5" ish. I'd say like 6'1".
You said 6'2" here minimum.
Well, like ideally.
6'2".
But like,
How tall is your boyfriend?
6'3". 6'3".
Okay. What about you?
5'3", no minimum.
You don't care?
No.
Really?
No.
You'll date a 4'11"
I
short
would.
king?
Mm-hmm.
How tall was your last boyfriend? The fentanyl guy?
5'6".
5'6". Okay. What about the dick pic sender?
Dick pic? I don't remember how tall he is.
Sister dick pic? I don't know.
Probably
this is how I remember.
5'7", 5'6", 5'7".
5'6". Okay, she is cool with a short king, I guess. What about you?
I love short kings.
How tall is your husband, I guess?
I am 5'10". My husband is 6'6", which I think is great and desirable, and I would certainly prefer a tall guy, but I would never like exclude a guy from the dating pool just because he was below a certain threshold. But certainly we all have preferences.
Okay, what about you?
I'm 5'4", and I would prefer 5'10".
Okay.
I'm 5'8", and I would prefer like 6 foot.
6 foot above. All right. That's interesting for all of you guys. And then what would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
I mean, I would say $100K a year. I was thinking like the average. I want to be in like the medium bracket. You know what I mean? Like
100K is a lot.
Is it?
Yeah.
I feel like that's like the average
more.
minimum household number. Is it not?
Not
Like for like a single family. Okay, I said 100K.
Okay. What about you?
75K.
75K. What about you?
80K.
80K. Okay.
150K
Minimum.
minimum.
Okay.
Because if we have kids,
Because.
I want them to go to college if they want to.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't have an exact number. They just have to make the same or more than me. Preferably.
You said as much, if not more than you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So like, but do you want kids?
Maybe. Undecided.
Undecided. Okay. I mean, hey, if you don't want to, that's totally fine. Minimum income.
I don't think there's a minimum as long as he's working and not sitting at home playing video games all day with Cheeto dust on his belly. Like, he's working hard. Like, that doesn't matter. I make my own money.
Okay.
60, 70, it doesn't matter though.
Okay. Gianna?
Same or more than me.
Yeah, but so give us a number.
Maybe 100.
100K? All right. Interesting. You guys, all right.
I didn't really think about that question a ton. I just
you said
compared
what,
it
80K?
to. So I would kind of. Am I allowed to like take it back in a way where I'm not really sure that if I haven't looked into it enough or really thought about it enough, and so can I just pass on that, or like pass on explaining that, or anything, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to retract it or change it.
Because I'm not. I put it down, but it's financial stuff. I'm not really sure right now.
Okay. Let me see here. Uh-oh.
I'd also be willing to like struggle bus it with somebody for sure. But I think the goal of like trying to be financially stable means a lot to me. Like it doesn't like we can struggle together, but the goal has to be instilled of like being able to like put the kids through college if that's what they want.
Okay. I'm going to get through the rest of the things here then in the questionnaire. This is for Maya. You disagreed. The statement is not straight for a man to date a trans woman. You disagreed.
Wait, not straight. I disagree. Wait. I don't think it's the straightest thing ever. I don't think it's like super gay.
How about this? It's it would be gay for a man to date a trans woman. Agree or disagree?
I don't think it's the straightest thing. But I don't think it's like gay. If she looks like a woman, she has a vagina, I don't think that's gay. But I don't think it's the straightest thing. You know?
He does not know.
That's my answer.
I agree.
So there's nothing more on it.
So is it straight or not straight?
I said my answer. I don't know.
You don't know?
I said my answer. Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know isn't like...
No, I didn't say I don't know for my answer.
You
I
said
said
it's
I don't
not
think
the
it's the straightest thing, but I don't think it's gay. That's my answer.
You're saying the answer's somewhere in the gray area.
That mean so it's kind of gay?
Yeah.
It's kind of gay.
Maybe a little. I don't know.
I also agree it's like kind of gay.
I
I think it's kind of gay. I don't think it's super gay, though. I don't think it's as gay as dating a man.
right.
I think she looks like a woman. She is a woman. She has a vagina, maybe. Who knows? Maybe boobs. I don't know. I don't think it's 100% gay.
Okay.
What's
what's going on back there? She coming? She staying? Or what's the situation? Oh, okay. Wait, what?
You should put them on the table.
What do you mean? Yeah, but your phone's not back there. She should have put it with the other phones. You sure it's not in your purse?
What color is it?
Oh, I didn't see it over there either.
Is it?
You can say it on the podcast if they're watching you.
Des, do you have Morgan's number?
Yeah.
Can you call her? All right, sorry guys, fucking. Anyways, so not straight.
Sure.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll just move it on then. Let's see here. We have Alexis. You disagree. You can be racist towards white people.
Oh my God. I don't think you can be.
Okay. Can you explain it, I guess?
What's there to be racist towards? Like what?
They just...
The most you could say is like, I mean, I'm not even going to say
the
I'm
word,
not, but there's really nothing you can be racist to them about. Like,
so what
what could you be racist towards a Hispanic person about then?
People, I mean, I can't say the racial slurs, but people are racist towards Mexicans.
Well, I think there's a difference between slurs and then also like thinking somebody less because of their race, and I think that's kind of what racism is. Not totally, but I think that's
Yeah, if you just look down, I mean, if you just think that your race is better than their race, isn't that racism?
I guess.
I think you can be prejudiced to white people. I don't think you can be racist.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's
okay. Well, let me ask you this. Let's just grant that for a second. Is being prejudiced any more moral than being racist?
Both are wrong.
Oh yeah. So then, if you're prejudiced towards white people, then it's just as bad as being racist towards them, right?
But there isn't a system in place to oppress white people.
Well, no, there's not. There's no
racism.
What system is in place to oppress you?
I'm privileged, so there's nothing.
Well, are you white?
I'm half white, yeah.
Okay, so by that metric, you'd still be a minority, right?
Half, yeah, technically.
Yeah. So what system's in place? What system is in place to oppress any minority?
Well, we just have racial injustice in general, for one, and two, this country was built off the backs of slaves.
Almost every country on planet Earth was built on the backs of slaves, including most of the countries that the minorities come from right this second. So I don't know what that would have to do with racism.
Okay, but still, we still see racial injustice because of that in today's society.
Where?
With lots of things.
Like?
Well, this is a deep conversation I didn't think we were going to get into.
It doesn't feel that deep.
He has this conversation every single, twice a week. I don't know.
I've never watched this podcast, so I guess.
I just assumed because it's on the paper, so. I assume they have great arguments for this, that they've researched a lot. I don't know.
Well, there's a reason DEI exists, right? Because
it's bullshit.
That's a view to have, sure.
But so I guess going back to you over here, who did say, are you also on board with you can't be racist towards white people, or?
I said that you can be prejudiced towards white people. I don't believe you could be racist.
Why not?
Because this country was built off of white people or slaves, and white people put all these laws in place.
Can white people be racist towards Asian people?
Sure.
Hispanics?
Sure.
These people were not slaves, though, so I'm a little confused. You said because of slavery, you can't be racist towards white people. What would that have to do with racism towards Vietnamese people, for example?
I think it does affect mostly Black and brown communities.
Okay. So your definition of racism is racism equals prejudice plus power?
Can you repeat that?
Racism, what's your definition of racism then, if it can't apply to white people?
Well, racism exists because there is an oppressor, white people who...
White people are the oppressors?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you talking about just the USA, or are you talking globally?
I'm talking about the USA.
Okay. So for example, if there's a white person in... I'm trying to think of Nigeria. Would the local Nigerians who are Black, can they be racist towards the white person?
Ooh, I've heard stories.
Okay, so yes, you agree. What about you?
Unsure.
What do you mean unsure? So Nigeria, which is predominantly Black, they hold the systemic power in the country. Black people hold the systemic power in Nigeria.
Okay, I guess in that case then.
Oh, and that using
maybe.
still maybe.
But I'm talking about in just the United States.
Well, I think there's a difference between systematic racism and then just racism.
No,
how about this?
Agree.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying about the systematic racism.
So how about this? What about, here's a hypothetical. Barack Obama, he was president from 2008 to 2016. So he was president for eight years. Let's say that in this hypothetical scenario, Barack Obama, he refused to hire a white janitor because the janitor was white. And this white, typically people who are janitors are typically not like within a high strata when it comes to socioeconomic status. So Barack Obama refuses to hire a white janitor because the janitor is white. Is that racism?
I think he has a prejudice towards that white person.
But so just to be clear, okay, I'm using your definition, which is racism equals prejudice plus power, right? In this scenario, who has more power, Barack Obama or the white janitor? And it's not just, he doesn't just have power, he has systemic power too, because the executive branch of the United States government is a system. In fact, the United States is the most powerful country in the world. The executive branch, like he's the big honcho, he's the boss. So using this definition, would Barack Obama be racist in this example?
I don't think so.
But I'm literally, you said, okay, so does he have power?
He does have power.
Does he have systemic power?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, is he prejudiced? Okay, I'm literally meeting your definition, which is racism equals prejudice plus power. Why aren't you just conceding? You just can't say it. Is it good? Oh, never mind. I shouldn't. I don't understand. I'm literally using your definition.
Okay, that's fine. You can have your view. I have mine.
No, I'm using your view. My view is that racism is that there has to be no component of power for you to be racist.
Are you discussing like the lack of trauma that like white people have racially and like
yeah, how's that relevant?
Well, maybe
how would that be relevant?
I mean, I'd rather just have I'd rather hear her opinion.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's hear it.
Okay. Well, my opinion is that this country it prioritizes white people, and it always has. And
so?
White people always just have the upper hand inherently.
Well, it's only prioritized some white people.
To some white people. Which white people?
Yeah, some white people. Like, for instance, it didn't prioritize the Irish, didn't prioritize the Italians. It didn't prioritize anybody from Norway who were considered to be lesser, almost all the Nordic nations. All Eastern Bloc nations, it didn't prioritize any of them. It basically only prioritized the English and the French.
But do they experience racial injustice based on the color of their
They
skin?
most definitely did, yeah.
Based off the color of their skin.
The injustices which were against the Irish were absolutely incredible. Same thing against the Italians. Essentially all non-French and British people, the injustices against them from the French and British who were here were, I mean, insane. I mean, they weren't even considered white. In fact, they didn't even consider them to be whites.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of pointing out that if you say, well, it all is just applicable to white people, it's like, well, integration with whites really never actually fully was realized. So, I mean, that's why you still see kind of like these ethnic pride groups who celebrate in certain demographics Irish history. They have Irish pubs. They have Italian sectors, Italian quarters. There was never a full integration, even in what you would consider white society by whites. Like that just never really completely was realized and still isn't to this day.
So I have a question for you. In today's society, do you think you have white privilege?
No.
No, not at all.
No. What's the privilege?
Well, maybe not being in fear for your life when you're being pulled over by police officers, or if you're...
What about being in fear for your life if you're going through a predominantly minority neighborhood who play knockout games with white people? That doesn't sound like much of a privilege.
Where is that happening?
Well, also as an Asian American, this should be like...
There are still sundown towns. There's still places where black people, brown people can't go because of racism.
Yeah, and there's lots and lots of places where it's not safe for white people to go, where there's a heavy minority set too. So like you saying that...
But it's
okay,
not systematic in
well,
that sense.
hey, wait a second. This is some privilege that you have. It's like, okay, but the counter to this is, okay, but if I go to a lot of these neighborhoods, I will be targeted and attacked based on the color of my skin.
But it's
so
not
how's
systematic.
that a privilege?
not systematic, just like she said.
No, systematically, yes. Yes.
It's not. How is that systematically? That is a That is that is a group of people, a small group of people that have any like.
When you say systematically, you would have to show me the system.
Okay.
Demonstrate for me any system.
So.
Which is only tailored towards white people and against minorities.
Well, I think we were kind of discussing like even the jail system and how she was mentioning. Now, obviously.
No, I do want to engage on that really quick. So you mentioned being in fear of your life when you're getting pulled over.
So
right.
Some people do have that experience. Majority of black and brown.
So what if I were to tell you that like using the same metric of like the fear or the actual outcome when it comes to police encounters, that the discrepancy between men and women when it comes to police encounters is something like 8-fold greater than the discrepancy between whites and blacks. So, is this evidence that the police force is systematically sexist against men?
Potentially.
So, here's another stat. There are more white men killed by police officers than women of all races combined, including black women, including Hispanic women. Is this evidence that the police force is systematically sexist against men?
Don't men commit more crimes, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sure you want to make this argument?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Hold on.
Remember that if you're making the argument.
You sure you want to make that argument?
I am just.
Okay. Is there a racial group that commits more crimes?
White people.
I'm not sure. I'm just saying don't.
I mean, you got to follow your logic to its end conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
There was, I'm obviously white and I'm only kind of just learning about this topic, but there's also incentive back in the day, especially there was incentive after like slaves were liberated in America, there was incentive to imprisonate them because that's then free manual labor. So then now continuing in our country, like definitely not to the degree that it was back in the day currently, but there is incentive for imprisonating more people, especially people that were imprisonating more people that do free labor. Like there were more like black people imprisoned that do free labor in prison and like build things and do things of that nature. And then because of this now they're now labeled as like what's the word, they like a federal offense, like what's the
felony.
I'm not sure you have the requisite knowledge on this topic.
I admitted that the second I started, but just to pose a topic, we were also discussing this in class. I'm currently taking history class. Once again, I am white. I don't really know what I'm talking about, but then also once you're a felon, you can't. Can I finish? Huh?
Imprisonating?
Mm-hmm. That you can get manual labor out of imprisonating people. And that was kind of like, especially, like I said, not as much today, but back in the day, there was
applied
incentive.
To white prisoners too, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, but there's more. There's a lot more. Also... I'm not saying like all cops are bad.
Am I crazy? Is imprisonating a word?
It is now.
I've literally never heard
Let me Google that shit.
It's a word.
I think language is fluid.
Imprisonating.
It's a word.
Impersonate.
I could be wrong, but also I'm just saying that
incarcerating. I think
incarcerating.
Incarcerating. I guess.
Look, we've been here a long time. The words get jumbied.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, again though, you're saying that this rate when it comes to police encounters, it's way higher in the black community, but like we could just kind of shift this over to, well, it's way higher between men versus women. Do you have anything to say for that? So would that be female privilege then?
Yeah.
Or can you just not concede on any point? You just got to be like, women are oppressed and white people are the oppressor and men are the oppressor and there's white privilege and male privilege.
I think there's privilege for both of the sexes.
Well, hang on, Brian. There's disproportionate rates of imprisonating people, bro. It's like, you know how it goes. There's lots of imprisonation going on.
But again, I guess I'll do one more hypothetical and we'll move on to the next thing. But I guess I'm trying to figure out one scenario in which racism can be towards white people. What about if there was I guess even using your definition here, there was an all-black publicly traded company and they refused to hire white people. Would that be racism?
No, but I think that's wrong.
Would it be racism if it was like all white? A company like the board of directors, all white, they just refused company policy to refuse to hire black people. Would that be racist?
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm confused here. Okay, so like who has more power? Like, I'm gonna switch the, like, so let's go over to communism. So like you have the oh my god, sorry guys, this is fucking who has more power, the bourgeoisie or the proletariat? Oh my god, sorry, this is such a dumb argument.
It is.
No, but okay, so
You're discussing affirmative action.
I'm not discussing affirmative action. So
I think that's
okay,
what you were hitting on.
so do you think like the word, who has more power, like the people that control sorry, I don't even know where I'm fucking going with this. It's like the dumbest fucking communist fucking argument. Okay, so
Definitely bourgeoisie has it, Brian.
the bourgeoisie or the proletariat?
The bourgeoisie.
Who has the means of who has the power? The people who control the means of production, or like the lowly workers who are just like the laborers? Who has the power? Okay, I'm trying to be intersectional here, but okay.
I think it's a little racist, but like it's not.
A little, I don't understand. It's
like
racist.
Not
It's either
hiring
racist or
somebody
it's not
because
racist.
of their skin color. I think we're trying to head away from that in general.
There's a threshold to these things.
Okay, question. How about this? Group of Hispanic men, they beat up a white guy because he's white. Racist or just prejudice?
Prejudice and fucked up.
Okay, reverse. Group of white men beat up Hispanic guy because they don't like, because he's
I think that stems from their racism.
Okay, how about this? This is an interesting one. A group of Asian people beat up a group of one white guy because he's white. Racist or prejudice?
A group of Asians beat up one white guy. Prejudice, same thing.
What?
Now, to answer the earlier question to this, you asked me, how would that be systemic if you go to a neighborhood and people target you for your skin and beat you up and you're white? Well, this is how it's systemic. Because if you teach people that only one group or segmented group can be racist, even if you do the exact same thing they're doing to you, then you're creating a system in place in which you make it okay for them to do those things because they're considered less heinous. It's a privileged group. That's how it's systemic.
Well, if the country wasn't built off the backs of these minorities, then...
Well, it wasn't built off your back.
No, it wasn't.
And it wasn't built off anybody who's alive back right now. Everybody who was here at the foundation is dead. All of them.
Well, that
not a
trauma
single
is
one
still
of them is
perpetuating
alive.
in today's society.
And,
Obviously, that's why
and
racism exists.
hang on. And the truth of the matter is that in modernity, I would love to see you, and anybody, in fact, point to examples of actual systems which are specifically targeting minorities at the behest of whites. I see no evidence for this in society anyway. I just see a privileged class who says, I can beat up white people because they're white, and that's not racist. But if they beat me up because I'm not white, that is racist. That creates a systemic problem, which a system is upholding to create a racial hatred towards a group, in this case, whites.
Do you think in the scenarios I described before, should it be a hate crime, though?
Yeah. If you harm anybody based off the color of their skin, this should be a hate crime.
Should be a hate crime, but it still wouldn't be racism. So when you say like prejudice versus racism, is one worse than the other?
They're both equally
bad.
There's just
bad.
a system in place. There's history.
Okay, so would you reject this definition? Racism, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial group or ethnic group. You disagree with this definition then?
No, keyword is institution.
No, it said or institution. It's not and institution or institution.
Okay.
The institution is not requisite because, for example, like if on an individual level you be racist? Can a white man be racist on an individual level to a black person?
Bless you.
Into the mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no institution there. It's an individual.
But it stems from the institution.
What institution?
The United States. United States government.
The United States government that was headed by a black man. That super racist government.
Do you think America's like a white supremacist nation?
I think white supremacists exist in our nation.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably black supremacists too, but do you think it's overall a white supremacist nation?
I don't know about overall.
Okay. You mean the country that elected a black man to president for 2 terms in a row, back in 2008 even.
That's great.
It's really a pretty racist country.
We're getting some progress.
I think people just kind of, they vibrate off the echo of racism. Like it's like a reverberation throughout the generations. And while I feel like we're doing better with getting rid of that, it still echoes slightly through.
Yeah. Well, then if that's the case, then if the idea is that the cast is that because there's an echo which happens due to the fact that there was some type of systemic oppression due to a group, the whites would be suffering the same exact thing. As the Barbary states kidnapped and enslaved them in the early part of our history nonstop. It was one of the most prolific and barbaric slave trades in the history of all of mankind. So bad, in fact, that they had to mobilize the United States Navy in order to put them down with orders of marque and reprisal. So if this is the case, that all you're looking at is the fact that heinous things can be done to a group, and because of that, they become oppressed systematically over time, then you'd have to apply that equally to all groups. I've never felt privileged in society, just nobody gives a shit, right? Nobody gives a shit. If Brian says he doesn't feel privileged in society, nobody gives a shit. They only give a shit when somebody who's not white says they don't feel privileged in society, then suddenly people care. It's interesting how all the other voices get drowned out though, isn't it?
Really quick, I'm going to pull this up, then we're going to let some of the messages come through. Can you pull that up, Damien? So just Andrew referenced this. The Barbary slave trade involved the capture and selling of European slaves at slave markets in largely independent Ottoman Barbary states. European slaves were captured by Barbary pirates in slave raids on ships and by raids on coastal towns from Italy to Ireland and the southwest of Britain, as far north as Iceland, and into the eastern Mediterranean. Do they have dates on this? As late as the 18th century. So this is post-American. This happened post American slavery, Andrew?
Yeah.
That is interesting. The
same thing. If you look up the oppression towards the Irish, which was heinous. The oppression. Essentially, the founders really only considered this a nation for Western Europeans. That's where they came from. They came from France. They came from England. They didn't really come from anywhere else. This idea that even if there was a such thing as white privilege, it would be universal is insane. Even to this day, people always forget about this. All sorts of white groups loathe each other. They hate each other's guts. Here in Michigan, for instance, the Dutch can't stand the Irish, and the Irish can't stand the Dutch. They can't. They hate each other because one's Catholic and the other one's Protestant. This happens all over the U.S. There's no different, by the way, than you'll see in Hispanic communities where Mexicans often will hate Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans will often hate Cubans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not like this idea of universalism. Oh, because you're white, you benefit from the privilege of the fact that it was French and Englishmen that came here. It's a way to group an identity together to attack it. And it's always been that way.
Hail and well met. Lol Paladins donated $200.02. Needed to drop these 2 bills because I'm sick of these women who have this bias against video games. I make more than anyone at the table. Cheetos are good and I'm tired of pretending they aren't.
Yo, he's got another one coming in. Gianna, I'm going to have you read it once it comes in, Lol Paladins. Thank you for the TTS. I really appreciate it, man. Really good to see you in the chat. What level are you, man? Are you playing Night Slayer? I don't know.
What do they play?
Go ahead,
it's okay to do bad things against whites because they control the money supply, and because of what they did in the past. She literally quotes Hitler and doesn't even realize that she is literally a Nazi.
I mean, her first name does start with A. It is Alyssa.
I feel like it's a little too early in the conversation to invoke Godwin's law.
That was kind of Hitler-esque, though. Do you want to disavow being Hitler? Sorry.
No.
Wait.
No.
Whoa. That's crazy, bro. She's like,
Say what
fuck
the
yeah,
fuck you
bro.
want.
Yeah.
Say what the
Play
fuck.
Erica, Brian. Play Erica.
Yeah, okay. Can you pull up Erica? Here, read this, Gianna. Get Erica going.
Chair 5, do yourself a favor and look up John Castor and his case you're being lied to by your professors.
Yo, Dragon's Talon, thank you for the big super chat, man. Really appreciate it. You got Erica for us? Here, put that on. It's World War One. It's World War One.
It doesn't match my outfit.
Only this one.
Lower it. It's too loud. Too loud. Okay, you can pause it. By the way, it's World War One helmet, not World War II. So you don't have anything. You want to wear it, Gianna?
No, I
It's World War One. It's not.
That's a cool helmet.
I'll put it on even. It's fine. It's not like Nazi.
And the song playing had nothing to do with that either. It's just kind
It's
of
it's a German marching song from that
Yeah.
predates the fucking National Socialists. Okay, good talk. We have we're caught up on the chats. Okay, I'm gonna move it on. So a couple of you, sir, Maya, you said, I don't know if we have time for the gender pay gap conversation. Probably
Hey,
not.
Brian.
Yeah,
I'm hitting,
it's late, yeah.
hitting at 3. I'm going to send a raid over this way. Ladies, it was very
you, man.
nice to meet all of you. I'm 3 hours ahead over here on the East Coast.
Yeah,
no hard
thank you,
feelings in
man.
the conversation.
fun,
Never
thank
take any of it
Sleep
personally.
well.
I'm always happy to have them, and I appreciate you guys coming on the panel this evening.
Thanks
Have a
for
good night.
having
Thank
us.
you as well.
Putting up with me. All right, I appreciate it.
Have a good night, Andrew.
Sleep well.
We will carry on with the stream, and we're going to get into some juicy stuff. So the Crucible, head on over, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you,
Yep,
guys.
we got you all covered.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to skip over the gender wage gap conversation. There was a circle to women are not oppressed in the USA. Rogue, you circled that. Maya, you circled that. Alyssa, you circled that. Madison, you circled that. I should have had Andrew stay for the last part, this last one here. But so you guys think women are oppressed in the United States?
I think there's a level of oppression. I don't think it's as bad as a lot of other places, but I feel like it's not totally, equal.
Okay.
Oh, how about a comment? Just skip me.
Just skip me.
Okay, that's fair. What about no, Keely, you did not circle that. Alyssa, you circled women are not oppressed in the USA.
I think I agree with her stance that there is some form of oppression.
Sure. Okay. And then Madison, you too.
I also agree that there's some forms of oppression. I'm not
Okay.
saying overall in every way women are oppressed. In some ways they have privileges men don't, but they are oppressed in some ways,
Yeah, sure.
including the gender pay gap, which you don't want to talk about.
I mean, just for the sake of time, we do have to skip over it. But can you guys just cite to the ways in which women are oppressed?
I would say, I know pay, and I'm going to skip over that. I would say that women are more confined to try to fit into a box. And when women like myself try to not conform and try to be liberated in my own way, I get a lot of pushback. I feel like men want to constantly put women in the kitchen, and I feel like that's the oppression. They want to force us to do what they want us to do. They want us to submit, and not all women want to
How
submit.
successful are they at that?
Well, they're getting less successful.
Aren't you currently in a relationship with a man who has no expectations of that whatsoever?
Yeah, we're getting places.
Yeah. I mean, couldn't this just equally be applied to men? Like, if, for example, if I'm a guy and I want to be a stay-at-home house husband, you don't think I'm going to face social shame from women?
I don't think so much anymore. Maybe like 10 years ago.
Yeah, you think I'm gonna have good luck in the dating field if I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to work. You're gonna work, and I'm gonna stay at home. You think I'm gonna like have good success finding a wife?
I feel like you could, but I mean, it'd be difficult. Sorry, it would be generally more difficult.
You guys can never engage in like, yeah, I suppose it's possible.
I feel like you always want us to have the answer you want. You brought us on this podcast for our own valuable insight.
It's not productive, but it's just like not productive to be like, okay, let me always cite to the outlier when I'm trying to argue against you. like I speak in generalities here. Like generally speaking, like yes, I might be able to find a woman who's willing to provide everything, pay for me the whole thing on the first date, let me stay at home and never have to work a day again. It's possible. Is it probable?
I mean, I guess the majority of women know, but I don't see a problem with it. I don't see a problem with it. I think.
Okay, that's right. Totally cool. I guess you would do it. Maybe. I'm not even sure if you would be okay with that kind of dynamic. Do you think I'm going to have success in the dating marketplace? No. Going into it being like, you're going to pay for me on first dates. I'm going to stay at home. I don't want to work. I'm going to take care of the kids. You genuinely think that like that's not going to be a major issue for me when it comes to dating?
No, that would be a major issue for you.
Or any guy, pretty much?
Yeah. Yep.
It would.
Okay, cool. Right. And this is like a social pressure that women apply to men. So it's like, yeah, we hold you guys to standards. You guys hold us to standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's oppression though, because a woman doesn't want to let me or isn't willing to let me be a stay-at-home house husband. I don't think that's oppression.
I don't think.
Well, I asked you what are examples of how women are oppressed, and you're like, well, like men have these like kind of social standards for women.
Well, a lot of the things that have oppressed women have sort of been weeded out. Like women can buy their own houses and they can own
they could always
credit cards and they can
own things, but yeah.
They can, okay, then I'm completely wrong. Women have zero, they're living the fucking dream. That you're completely right, Brian.
Thank
I don't
you.
know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Can I share an opinion?
I do. I kind of have to move things on, but you disagreed. So how are women oppressed?
I hear what you're saying, but I do think socially, society,
women are oppressed. How so?
Well, there's men who expect you to bow down for them and fold their laundry.
How would that be oppression?
I just feel like why are we bowing down to you? Who are you? Why do I have to work 5 hours to take you on a date? Because you want to, because that's a
you expect it though. You expect it.
I would like that, but
I would like a woman to bow to me.
Well, you can have your preference.
And you can have your preference too. How is it oppression?
I think just bowing down in general is disrespectful.
How is it? It's the most respectful thing you can do.
Overturn of Roe v. Wade?
Yeah.
That too.
There's one that's not.
Well, we'll come to that in a bit, but I thought you didn't want to be part of this conversation. So a man wanting a woman to be submissive is oppression?
For women who don't want to be put in that position.
Yeah, sure. I'm not forcing any woman to do it. Submission is not something that is taken, it is something that is given.
Mm-hmm, but you place women who don't want to do that on a lower pedestal.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? What's actually wrong with that?
Well, I feel like that's a form of oppression.
How? So just to be clear, you're oppressing men that don't want to pay for first dates?
No.
Oh, so it's only oppression when men do it. Like if a man holds a woman to a standard, that's oppression. When women hold men to the standards, sack up. That's your job as a man. That's not oppression.
No, if he's willingly paying for our first date, then no.
And she's willingly bowing.
Okay.
What's the issue?
That's fine. Well, that's
I'm not forcing, bitch, fucking bow for me. No.
But
she should want. In fact, the more she wants to do it, and I don't even have to tell her anything, the more attractive that is. I don't want to tell a girl to be submissive. She wants to be submissive.
Okay.
Submission is given, not taken.
But I think a majority of women in today's age don't agree with that in general.
Sure, that's cool.
And I think men who hold those values are
what?
Inherently the oppressors.
How are they inherently how does that make you an oppressor because you want your girl to hit a bow? Why would that be oppressive?
I think.
Do you want a guy? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just think it's.
Can you scoot into the table so you're closer to the mic?
I just think that's just. I don't know. Actually, don't know. Don't have an answer.
Okay. Is there anything else? So you said Roe v. Wade. Men's expectations on women is oppressive, but women's expectations on men is not oppressive?
I think there's oppression in both sides. I think.
Oh, women can be oppressors? I didn't know that was a thing. Like just using your
or maybe
feminist
privilege
framework.
maybe privilege is the right word. Women have privilege in certain aspects.
And so men
that
are
don't.
oppressors, women are oppressed.
I feel like men have the ultimate ability to oppress women because at any time, men like Andrew always makes the comment. At any time, men can rise up and just put us all in cages and like kill us or
but
rape
they
us or do whatever.
But they don't, which would point to men's benevolence, not to their oppressive nature.
Yeah, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. And
Men could have absolute power. Why? Like, men are benevolent. If men wanted to, yes, because of force doctrine, they could be like, okay, we're walking back all of women's rights.
But
they
they
could
are.
do that. No, they're not.
with Roe v. Wade being overturned.
Okay, hold on. A couple things here. So when it comes to Roe v. Wade, right, it got kicked back to the states.
But if it's to the states, then does that even make it a right? Because one state gets to choose that I have bodily autonomy, but the other one doesn't. It's not a right if somebody gets to still choose whether or not I have the right to my own body.
Yeah, but what does this have to do? So when it comes to women's rights, we're making a comparison between men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Like, here's a right that men have that women don't. We want equality between men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Men don't have any reproductive rights at all. So actually, if you guys are in favor of equality, show of hands, who's in favor of equality? Okay, here's equality for you. Men have no reproductive rights. Here's equality. Nationwide abortion ban. That's equality.
Yeah, but there are no laws against a man's reproductive system. Name one law against a man.
Child support. Not alimony. Child support.
Just child support.
How about
I don't
this?
know,
A man who is essayed by a woman and she gets pregnant, he has to pay his assaulter child support.
I don't know.
Did you just say good?
Well, yeah. Why did he assaulted her, right?
No.
Oh,
No,
my bad.
She assaults
She
him.
assaulted him.
She assaults him. She gets pregnant.
Oh, never mind. Scratch
Yeah,
that.
she just said good to that.
She didn't mean
She
it.
assaults him. Yeah,
Scratch
it's fine.
that.
Whatever. She misheard. She assaults him. He has to pay child support.
I mean,
So,
if
yeah,
you
child
want
support, big
equality,
deal.
then you should
That's
just make it where
terrible.
men can opt out if a woman gets pregnant.
Yeah, but that's never going to happen. So men can't opt out of the child support system.
Well, then maybe that's something you guys should be fighting for.
I mean, there are men's rights activists that are fighting for precisely that thing.
Then
But
it
it's
would be equal. A woman can choose to have a baby if she wants to, and the man can decide whether or not he wants to sign his name on the birth
I suppose that
certificate.
would be a form of equality to some degree. Women maintain or retain their rights to abortion, and men can, if they want, they can
revoke their parental rights.
It's called like a parental. There's a specific term for it. Legal paternal surrender. So the guy can just legally, okay, I don't want anything to do with,
Yeah.
I can't, you can't.
Look at us,
force me to
Brian,
pay child
solving the
support.
world's problems together.
Yeah, that's not politically tenable. It's never going to happen. So
Like,
true.
It's a little, like,
So it's a little what?
like
Okay, then you have to be. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
sad.
What is sad?
It's a little sad.
So is abortion sad?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you're consistent, I guess. But
I'm not saying it's bad, but it's sad as fuck. But it's not
Uh-huh.
bad.
why is it? I mean, but okay. Woman wants to get an abortion because she's not financially ready.
It's sad.
She's able to like murder her child.
It's fuck. It's sad. It's like takes a serious emotional toll on people.
Sure. Again, though, this whole Roe v. Wade thing, like actual equality between men and women on this issue would be a nationwide abortion ban.
I don't think that's equality, though.
That would be equality. Men don't have a say. Once the woman's pregnant, men don't have any reproductive rights. So
Yeah, but you're
equality would dictate that you have to walk back abortion completely.
There's more that goes into it than just reproductive rights. though.
Not
I
only
mean,
that,
bodily
like
autonomy.
you're not just putting so men have to do the physical and financial support of the man, but you're creating a world where women are forced into a medical condition. Being pregnant is a medical condition, and it comes with a lot of things. People can get gestational diabetes. They can end up dying. Like pregnancy isn't just a easy thing that every woman can just pop out a baby. Like a lot of women, suffer tremendously, either that being death or trauma, postpartum. Like there's lots of things that go into that. So I feel like
Absent SA, women are not forced to get pregnant.
Yeah, but I'm saying that accidents do happen, and the majority of women who get abortions too already have kids, and they're already in marriages, and they can't handle another kid, and usually the husband's fine with it anyway. So I feel like it should be a right.
Yeah, but we were talking about women's oppression, right? And so typically oppression, you're making like a comparison between men and women. Oh, men have this benefit that women don't, right? So I'm not sure how the abortion component, like men don't have any reproductive rights whatsoever. So it would occur to me that like equalizing it would either require legal paternal surrender, which is never going to happen. It's not politically tenable whatsoever. There's not one singular politician who's a men's rights activist. Most politicians are feminists. So that's just off the table immediately. So if we're going to equalize here, you'd just have to walk back abortion rights completely for there to be equality. But you guys are not open to that sort of equality. So
I don't know. I personally don't feel like that's equality. I feel like that's a little step further than that. I still feel like the oppression in that case would be on the woman. Because, you know, a guy could still run off and not pay child support for a couple of years, or not get a good job just so he didn't have to pay a ton of child support, or try to get paid all in cash so he can't put it in child support. Like, there's lots of ways to kind of get to finagle and go around it. But the burden is not physically on the woman. The burden's on her raising the children.
Yeah, the burden's physically on the man too. If you have to work a job and they're going to take like 20-30% of your paycheck, that's 20 to 30% of your labor going to.
You act like the woman's not paying for anything either.
No, she is. Yeah,
so if she's also paying, but if she's also paying financially into this kid, the guy has to pay financially into this kid. Then that's still kind of an equal thing. But having to put a woman through a medical condition, that's the step further.
Not being put through. I mean, like the same arguments that, you know, oh, the guy should have made this decision before coming inside the woman or whatever, like those same arguments can be made towards the woman. If you didn't want to pay child support, you should have thought that. Should have kept your legs closed, whatever. In any case, I don't really find this a compelling argument when it comes to women's oppression. So, because I already just totally, there's a disconnect here when it comes to, because oppression has to do with like a differential of treatment between men and women. So because there's not total symmetry here, I don't really find it compelling. Societally, you say there's oppression of women. So besides the abortion thing, could you provide to me an example of women being oppressed?
I mean, we're going to skip over it, but pay, like that's still a thing.
No, it's not. It's been debunked.
Okay.
There's no gender pay gap.
It's literally on the federal government's website that it is a thing.
You mean the Biden administration? Yeah, that's fake news.
March 12th is the day to nationally honor that, because that's the difference in pay. A woman would have to work all the way through March 12th to get the same pay that the other guy would for just 2023.
Okay.
For 1 year. And also, women, even if they are working and the man is also working.
Can I move you in that seat? Sure. If you want to take that seat.
And they have a family together. Oftentimes, the majority of the domestic work is still expected to be done by the woman, even though they're both working full-time jobs.
So, yeah, that's kind of fake news.
No, it's not.
I mean, we could pull up infographics that have told. I mean, the gender pay gap has been told. Explain to me what the gender pay gap is.
That for every dollar a man makes, a woman, on average, not always, but on average for the same job, will make 80% roughly of what a man makes.
Oh, for the same job.
Correct.
No, here's the uncontrolled gender pay gap, which is the number you're citing to. The uncontrolled gender pay gap is without factoring in for hours worked, type of job. You're just comparing all men to all women, and you're just comparing the money that they make. There's no like delineation when it comes to, again, hours worked, type of job, academic credentials, any of this sort of thing. It's just comparing men to women. When you start controlling there's like over a dozen different factors that you can control for. It goes down to it's 99 cents to the dollar.
That's
if you
fake
control.
news.
It's not. Here, pull up, find the pay scale infographic. In fact, When it comes to, for example, Asian women out-earn white men. Yeah.
They be hustling, though.
So, I mean, there's just a bit of confusion here when it comes to the gender pay gap. Okay, so here, Damien, here's where you're going to go. Dropbox, podcast, infographics, wage, okay? Can you find it? Wait, how long? Has this red thing been here the whole time?
Yeah.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh, God. No, why is mine? Okay. Can you read this from Low Paladins?
The Marine Corps lyrics are about the Marine... Okay, went by too fast.
Go ahead, read it.
The Marine Corps lyrics are about the Marines protecting us from Mexican invasion as well as saving whites from slavery in North Africa. This is not ancient history, not that long ago.
Law Paladins, I appreciate the message, man. Thank you. We have well, that's below the threshold. Thank you, Sav. I do appreciate the message. Do you have it pulled up?
No. I opened the folder with it on the right screen over
Here,
there.
I'm going to send it to you. One sec. All right, one sec. Copy Dropbox link. Private chat. I'm going to read this super chat here. Daniel Harmon, oppression, prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment. The ladies need a dictionary. Prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment. Wanting a girl to bow is oppression, FYI. But wanting a guy to open the car door and be chivalrous and like do a million different things to impress you is not.
Because bowing isn't really part of our culture. That's
So?
more like acting like you're their servant than their lover.
So like this whole thing when it comes to like expectations only goes one way. Is it just shocking to you to like ever hear a man like have expectations for women? I know most of you deal with men who are just happy for some pussy, but like actual men who have expectations beyond just sex, I think is shocking to a lot of you. I find that interesting.
I'd rather make my man like a drink when he comes in, like the old 1950s, and bow to him. I feel like that takes more effort,
Yeah,
but
and
it's just out of
Do you
the
think
norm.
Asian women in like Asian countries where like the Asian women are bowing to men, do you think that's oppression?
No, it's part of their culture. That's fine.
Okay.
And the other example was like making a meal for a man on the first date. Like, I enjoy cooking. I would think that was a sign of showing that you care about someone. I don't think that's oppressive, but I don't enjoy doing laundry or bowing to people. So then that's making me like serve you. Like
Well, I don't enjoy, like, do you think men enjoy doing all these things for women? Or do they do it because that's what's required to get women?
I think some of them do enjoy being a gentleman, actually. I think some of them do it because that's what's expected and they want some pussy.
So is it a fair proposition that women can enjoy being submissive?
Sure. Some of
Okay,
them
so
can.
what's the problem with the bow then?
If they want to do it, that's fine. I'm just telling you why I wouldn't do it and why a lot of other women wouldn't do it.
Sure, you can think it's weird or odd, but I don't know if you can define that as oppressive.
If the woman who's doing it is fully willingly, then yeah, that's not oppression. But to like expect that of all women would be oppressive.
Well, I don't know if it's the expecting it of all women, but if my expectation is that this is what I would want, how would that be oppression?
If she's doing it consenting, then
Yeah, of
no,
course.
it's not oppressive.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel Harmon, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Do you have it pulled up? All right, so this is from a website called PayScale, which is left-leaning. The uncontrolled gender pay gap, this opportunity pay gap, measures median salary for all men and all women. So that's this often cited, you said 80 cents on the dollar. They say in this one, this is 82. Women earn 82 cents for every $1 earned. The controlled gender pay gap, this measures median salary for men and women with the same job and qualifications. Women earn 99 cents for every $1 earned by men.
Okay, but I mean, it's still, until it's 99 and 99 or 100 and 100, it's still a pay gap.
Well, how about this when it comes to the gender pay gap? You expect a guy to pay for the first date. I think you said you want a guy to pay for the first date. I forgot who else said here. Wouldn't the gender pay gap, and there's actually plenty of arguments totally debunking it, the gender pay gap exists because of a dating pressure that women put on men.
That's an interesting take on that.
Well, I would argue when it comes to dating, right? Somebody wanting to find a partner is like one of the most important things in life. People put a lot of time, a lot of effort when it comes to dating. If, not all women, but I want to say 51% of women, a majority of women want men to pay for first dates. If men don't pay for first dates, they're less likely to get a second date, they're less likely to have a successful date with that girl, whatever. You yourselves are putting a social pressure on men to make money. This social pressure does not exist in the opposite direction. So, and I have plenty of arguments when it comes to the wage gap thing. Your own conduct and your own expectations of men is causing the gender pay gap.
I've thought about that before. I feel like I've seen like men support entire families for years and years and years to come. And it's like, I'm not supporting the pay gap at all, but what I'm saying is like it doesn't go majority of the time it doesn't go unbalanced. Like usually women for years and years and generations are financially supported by men. Not saying currently, but I'm kind of like, I'm saying like I've seen your point before. That point has been brought up before. So.
But even if I put aside every single other argument I have when it comes to the wage gap, for example, men, they're in different fields. They're more likely to relocate. They're more likely to work a dangerous job, which is going to pay more. They're more likely to move to bumfuck nowhere for higher pay. They'll move to 100-person shitty fucking town for the pay, right? They're going to do all this shit. They're going to work a dangerous job. There's all kinds of other gaps related to work. You know, for example, men are more likely to be injured on the job. Men are more likely to die on the job. Men are more likely to fall to their death on the job. You look at iron workers, these men who are building these massive buildings. You ever seen these videos? These guys don't even have safety fucking harnesses. They're just up on the building. They could fall 100, 200, 300 feet to their death. There's not a lot of women wanting those opportunities. The reality is men are involved in a bunch of fields that just happen to pay more. A lot of y'all aren't willing to do those dangerous, dirty jobs that pay a lot. They'll go on a fucking, they'll go, what's it called? An oil rig for 3 months. Y'all aren't willing to do that.
A lot of women are held back in their careers though, because once the family unit has been started and there's children at play, 99% of the time, or not 99%, I'm just being exaggerating here, but much of the time, if the kid has to go home from school sick or whatever the issue is with childcare, it lands on the mom more often than not, which does hold them back in their career, while the husband just gets to keep working hard and showing the CEOs how amazing he is and get that pay raise.
Sure. Look, I mean, there are actually a female, I don't know if it was a female economist. She actually recently won the, what was it? A female economist won the, what's that like award? That award, Nobel?
Yeah, Nobel
Peace Prize?
Well, no, it wasn't the Nobel Peace Prize. She won the Nobel, I think, in economics, and it like the whole way difference in pay between men and women ultimately comes down to women choosing to have families and have children, and there's just the reality of that is pretty much the primary factor here. Can you pull up the Discord and pull up the Men at Work tab really quick? And then, but also really quick, like, look, if organizations could get away with paying women less, one, it's been legislated against since the 1960s. If you can prove that your employer is paying you less, you can file a lawsuit and you can get a substantial payout from that. The reality is, if you could actually pay women less, a corporation's motivation is to make money. If it was actually true that you could get away with paying women less, these corporations would just hire women and just pay them less. The reality is, it's just not true. Like, why aren't these businesses just like, oh, I can save 30% on labor costs, let me just hire women? Can you pull up the Discord?
Well, then wouldn't that be discrimination?
Huh? Men at Work, just start it from the top. I've accrued a whole bunch of videos here. You're going to spend 5 seconds on just play that one, the second one on that one. Yeah, just click it. All right, here's a dude at the top of the Burj Khalifa doing maintenance on the Burj Khalifa. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but tallest building in the world. Yeah, women are not dying to go do this job. X out of it. Next. Are your palms getting sweaty? Play that, scroll down to the iron workers. Play that first one, the big one. All right. Women are not dying to go and stand on top of buildings and be iron workers and get their thumbs crushed by steel beams. All right, exile that. Firefighter. You guys know about firefighters. Scroll down. Ooh, the line workers one's really interesting. Play that big one. This is in somewhere in, I don't know if this is China. It's fucking snowing.
That is crazy.
No. Oh my God.
And that's like 100, that's really high up. Next. Okay, there's, play that first one for the ocean workers. You guys want to be out there for 6 weeks at a time? Okay, cool. Next. Scroll down. We'll do the roughnecks super quick.
Oh, I couldn't do the bug one. I can do all the other ones. I couldn't do the bug one.
Actually, exile this. This one takes a while to get to it. Or just skip forward a little bit. It's a short clip. Or no, actually, just play the bug one full screen. Go full screen.
Oh, no. That's where I draw the line right there, is the bugs.
Oh my God.
That's a man I'd make a sandwich for.
And then this one, this is kind of related. These guys go full screen. Yeah, no safety harness. They're just.
Is this in America, though? Is this like...
No, it's a different country.
Well, then...
So, they're still men, right? They're still men. Look at this. These guys are fucking legends, dude. W.
They are. Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
Yep, no harnesses. They're just chilling. And it's just...
I thought we were talking about the United States.
I mean, but all those other ones, like the Roughnecks, that was in the United States. There was the iron workers. We still need men to like build comfortable skyscrapers or whatever the fuck for you guys to enjoy. So
I think it should be talked about more, and that there should be more, I think, respect given to like the fact that these men do these jobs that are, I mean, that could even be deadly. I think that it's not talked about enough.
I mean, mad respect to them for sure.
For sure. The more men do take on those very dangerous jobs, and they do deserve respect for that, but women also take on the very dangerous role of potentially risking their life during childbirth.
But they potentially risk their life working there.
Perhaps this could have been like true back in the day when like the chance of there's what's the term for the mortality rate for like pregnancy. Healthcare has gone like a very long way. The chance of a woman dying from giving birth is like exceptionally low. It still does happen, but it's like super low. And also, even back then, there was still a bigger burden on women because the infant mortality rate was like 50%. So women were expected to have like 8, 9, 10 kids, sometimes even more, because half your kids died. Now it's like, what? You're going to have 2 kids? 1.9 kids or whatever what's the average birth rate for women? I mean, it's like, yeah, okay. The expectations on women is way less now. So, and
sure, guys work more dangerous jobs, and like I said, they deserve respect for that. But when we're talking about the same job, like I brought up earlier, I mean, my statistics are a little outdated because I've been out of school for a while. But when I was in school, they said that sure, women have some privilege because they are more likely to get hired in this profession. But when a man is hired, he will, on average, make more money than the female counterpart. So that's again why I'm saying, sure, women have some privileges that men don't, but then men also do as well. So we have to acknowledge both. It's not just one way.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's all kinds of gaps in life. Again, I don't even really think looking at the controlled gender pay gap when you're comparing like women in the same job field doing the same job, it shrinks down to that 1 cent. Whereas you have like, here's a way bigger gap. I think it's like 93 of workplace deaths, or it's like 93% of workplace injuries are men, 98% of workplace deaths are men. I mean, that seems like a pretty terrible, like I'd rather make 80 cents less if it meant I didn't have to die potentially when I'm working a job. Men die 5 years sooner. There's all kinds of gaps.
That's terrible.
So is that evidence of oppression, though? How about the military conscription gap? Do you think women should be drafted?
Sure. Yeah,
okay, you guys are in favor.
Drafted,
You're in favor.
women should too.
Should women be forced into? Should we take away women's bodily autonomy and force them to be soldiers in the event of a war?
I mean, I feel like women already have stepped up during wars. Like they've taken over all the dangerous factory jobs that the men couldn't do, and making all the steel that the men couldn't make, and all the bullets.
Well, yeah, Rosie the Riveter, World War II. Let me ask you, what worse? Being in a trench in like the French countryside with Germans shooting at you and sending artillery shells, and you get impaled in the face, and you're literally your half your face just instantly gets vaporized, or woman laboring voluntarily.
No, I agree with you that women should get drafted, and I do agree that.
I have to hold on. Do you have the things, by the way? Hold on, I got. We're gonna show these things. Okay.
Show me the
World
things.
War II, women oppressed. Okay. Go ahead, pull up the first one. The world according to a feminist. Can you make us smaller? I guess that works too. You can just write small. The world according to a feminist. Yeah, it's actually 8 out of 10 homeless people are male. So just curious, I think a couple of you said women are oppressed. Just curious, in this photo, who's oppressed? The man, or is the man the oppressor?
Not in this scenario, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And then the other one? Who, just curious, like, what, this guy who's like crouching on the ground working on a manhole, and these women who look to be like middle class, upper middle class, like dressed very nicely, whatever, their poor shoes are getting a little dirty. It looks a little dirty there. Who's worse off in this scenario?
Yeah, but that guy's getting paid. Like, that's a laborer. Like, that's kind of different.
Yeah, and they probably have cushy.
Like, that's like me going to McDonald's and be like, haha, you guys are oppressed. I'm going to eat a burger. Like,
yeah, these women have like cushy air-conditioned office jobs, probably.
I guess, but I don't know.
Okay, and then next one. I think I sent you another one. Do we have another one? Private chat, you can get it pulled up. I'm going to let a chat come through. The woman who just demanded the pay gap go away should be forced to spend 4 months in the North Pacific hauling in king crab pots. She could earn 4x what she currently makes. Boom, wage gap gone. Thank you for that.
I didn't know they made that much money.
Yeah, I mean, I'd actually consider it if it's 4 times. That's pretty good.
You know what? We should just make a whole TikTok account where we go to these companies and we work these jobs for one day.
I like cream in my
And I think that would be really fun. Even if it was scary. Like,
Daniel Harmon, thank you for the super chat. As a retired combat veteran, I think women should not be drafted. Women deaths on battlefield is detrimental to the overall morale of the unit while fighting. Well, here's the thing, right? Even if women were subject to the draft, they'd probably still get preferential treatment. They wouldn't be put in combat roles. They would just be I think I misquoted this the previous time I said this. In order to field one combat soldier, there needs to be like 10 people in support in the military. So to field one soldier, there has to be like 10 people in some sort of support capacity facilitating him being able to be like in the combat zone, like involved in like a combat scenario.
That's really interesting.
Yeah. So there's plenty of, there's, Des, could you grab me a water bottle, please? Yeah. Yo, Daniel Harmon, thank you for the super chat, though. You have the other one? Yeah. White male privilege. You guys know what?
Yeah.
The D-Day landings. Male privilege. Thank you, man. So, I don't know.
Super current, relevant example.
I mean, you guys would probably cite to like women not being allowed to vote as evidence of women's oppression, which was like 20 years prior to World War II. So, I mean, you guys
I didn't say that, but there's some men who are now saying that we should take that back. So yeah, that would be oppression.
I suppose I'm not in favor of that, but although I do think for the sake of equality, women should be subject to military conscription.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I agree. The Israeli government does it. It's a safety thing too. If everyone in your country can fight, then you have a really strong country.
Wait, so really quick, final thing on the gender pay gap. Do you think women should be paid in sports?
Yeah, but the thing that sucks with that is women need to watch the female sports for women to get paid the amount of money that men get paid, which is why I've been trying to watch women's basketball more.
Okay.
It's our fault for that one.
By the way, do you want to scoot over one seat? I think it would be better if we just have you there.
Are you just talking at this mic?
Yeah. I think, so you guys do OnlyFans. Do you think that men on OnlyFans should be propped up by the female OnlyFans performers?
What do you mean by propped up?
Well, you guys, I'm not sure if I misunderstood your position, but you guys were saying, well, there should be, like, do you guys think there should be equal pay for women in, like, soccer?
Yeah, but I mean, it's our fault with that one.
Women should be paid equal to men for, like, soccer, or, like, what about the NBA, WNBA?
I think it's, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you scoot into the table and like straighten the mic up a little bit? Women should WNBA players should be paid the same amount as NBA players.
Yeah. Why?
Yes?
Why not?
Okay.
I feel like they should, but
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Not sure.
I don't know anything about sports, but I do know that it's like depends on engagement. Like it's like how many people are watching. That's with any like
That
media.
makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's all about demand, and if people aren't watching the women's sports as much, then naturally they're not going to get paid as much. So if people want to change that, watch the women's sports. But if you look at the Tyson fight, that was a pathetic fight. Those women put on such a better fight. They should have gotten the money that those guys got. That was BS.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm still even though I do agree with you. The fight between Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, dog shit. The women who fought just before, it was a way better fight.
Oh,
way better fight. I mean, was not as good as the fight before that, which was 2 men, but
still.
Right, but so even if the women are in some capacity better, sporting events have to do with the draw.
Right.
Mike Tyson's the draw. Jake Paul's the draw. Nobody knows who those women were.
I want to change that.
It is about demand. So if people want to change that, need to watch it. But honestly, I don't give a shit about sports. I don't even watch the Super Bowl. So like,
right. That's why women. Women don't give a shit about sports. That's why women athletes don't get paid as much because
plenty
you guys.
Of women care about sports,
but not as much as men. It's a huge. It's a huge difference.
Can any girl here name a WNBA player?
Caitlin Clark.
Oh, the one that was. Yeah. Anybody else? I've never even watched. I've never even watched 10 minutes of a basketball game. I don't watch basketball
at all.
No, I've watched 5 minutes. Hold on, sorry. When I was like 5 years old, my uncle took me. I was in New York. He took me to the Knicks, I think. But I probably wasn't even watching. I've never watched 10 minutes of a televised basketball. I can name you like 20 basketball players, male basketball players. Can any of you name me?
Male or female? No.
Like
just female, yeah.
Like 3 female basketball players?
No, because I don't really give a shit about sports.
Oh, okay. No, it's just like, it's interesting to me, like, but when it comes to OnlyFans, women make more money than men on the OnlyFans. Is that evidence of like some unfairness? Or?
No, I agree. It's about demand. So if there's more men out there wanting to look at pussies, so then the women are going to make more. If like the guys want the guys to make more, then maybe they should start subscribing to the dudes' OnlyFans. It's all about demand.
I pay out my boyfriend for my OnlyFans. He gets paid.
Good for you. I'm proud of you. Any other example of women oppression? I don't know. You said societal expectations. It seems like there's a whole bunch of societal expectations on men that pretty ridiculous.
Over sexualization of women is maybe a form.
I mean, you have 2 OnlyFans girls here who sexualize, or you had 3 before she.
I
mean, they sexualize themselves. Yeah, but like you guys sexualize yourselves anyways.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, and that's our choice, but not all women want that.
Okay, so the over sexualization of women.
We just fit a demand, and we profit off of that. But I feel like the majority of women, they don't really want that.
But it's just like, I don't know.
But if they have the choice to do that then doesn't that mean it's not oppression because you're able to work in that field without being
Well, I think men
arrested
should
or-
support men's OnlyFans creators, and they should be watching these men's videos to pump up their numbers and give them some extra money.
Yeah, check out that dick.
The fact that we're able to say anything, like just as people, male or female, I don't think either of us are, I guess, necessarily. We can really do whatever we want. I mean, you guys can do whatever you want. You guys can have an OnlyFans. In some countries, you'd be put into a death camp for that.
I'd rather live in America at this time than any other time.
I think we're very free as people, and I think that we also, there's a lot of male oppression that isn't talked about, like with the jobs in the oil rigs and dangerous jobs like that. So I think that instead of harping on the fact that, oh, we're women, we're oppressed, we can actually do whatever the fuck we want. So, and we can say what we want to.
There's a little bit of truth in the fact that men don't really have an out. Like women can say, I want to be a housewife, or I want to, do this. Men, like, if men's worth, I think, is a lot of the times equated to like what they can produce
and their status. And
yeah,
that is actually really, I want to. Very, very good observation. A totally factual observation. Also super based from you, and you. Yeah. Wow, there's something I was going to go on this, but it just kind of slipped my mind. Something about the, I forgot what it was. I'm going to let a couple chats through. Maybe it'll come to me. Gianna, can I have you read these?
The fact you think you can just step off a boat in the middle of the ocean to go back to your posh home after an hour's shows how entitled you are. You don't have a choice to leave the boat. That's why.
Wait, the boat?
No, I agree.
That's why I said I'd do it for more than a day, because I know doing it for one day doesn't give you an accurate representation of what it would be like to work those hard jobs.
That's a fair point. I would do it for, I don't know, a couple weeks. We should
but
honestly,
some
I
people
feel like
don't
that
have a
show
choice,
is
right?
slap.
It'd be a really good show,
It'd be a
actually.
really good show. If there's a network out there, put me on it. I will do the hard jobs.
You know, there was this show, I forgot the exact title of it. Maybe it was like Bear Grylls, like something. So they took a group of women and a group of men, and they put them each on a separate island. It was like a survival thing, so it wasn't like totally the same as what you're talking about. But they put a group of men, group of women on different islands, and they're like, okay, just go survive. Like, you don't have anything. Like, make fire, get food, shelter. They basically, the production staff, within 3 days, had to rescue the group of women because they were like on the verge of, like, I don't know if it was, they didn't find water, or I don't know exactly what the issue was. Like, they were literally on the verge of dying.
Have they never been camping before?
I don't remember all the details, so I don't want to like say something that's not the case. I think they obviously the women knew going into this what it was entailing. So I think the women were maybe survivalists. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to watch, though. I would like to see that.
But to your point that you were saying, and to your point too, women in the United States, you guys are the most privileged, most free group of women to have ever existed in the entire history of humanity. And y'all want to talk about oppression?
Not me.
Not me.
You want to talk about oppression.
Well,
I can say all this shit. You're like, I see you zoning it out. You're like, shut the fuck up, bro. I don't believe any of this shit.
Well, going back to the chat we were having earlier, I think white women have more privilege than
Asian women. So what 50% of you?
I would say more black and brown communities. Black and brown women would be less privileged than white women.
So like intersectionality, I guess. What about Asian women? Asian women are minority.
True.
What's going on with Asian women? You're half Asian.
I am half Asian, but I'm white. I'm light skinned. I have light skin. I have the privilege of a white person in America.
So if you looked more Asian, you would have less privilege?
Possibly.
Like how would your life be different if you looked like full Asian as opposed to Wasian?
That's so funny. That was my old Instagram username.
What was?
Wasian. Like throughout all of middle school and high school.
I mean, the term for half white, half, okay.
I know, but I didn't know that when I was given that nickname. It was like given to me. And
sure.
Then, Yeah, and then I changed it because it was like
who
really
gave you
cringy.
who gave you the nickname?
Some kids in middle school, and it kind of just
okay.
went on in high school.
So how would your life be different if you like were full 100% Asian?
If the color of my skin was different, I think that would change how I'm perceived in America.
I mean, Asian, I mean, yeah, there's different, like, you know, if you're like Indonesian or like Vietnamese or like, there's different shades, I guess, if you break, what's your, you said you're Filipino?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like some Filipinos like can be a bit more darker, whereas if you're
my mom
comparing,
is darker
if you're
than I am,
comparing
a
to
lot
like
darker than I am.
Korean or like Japanese or like Chinese, they tend to have a bit lighter skin than their like more southern, Southeast Asian counterparts. But like, there are Asian women who are just as light pale as you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure.
Yeah, and they won't experience, us as lighter skinned Asian women won't experience the same oppression that darker skinned women would.
So darker skinned Asian women face more oppression than
they could.
How?
Based off the color of their skin, they
Yeah, but
might
like
get treated differently.
How would they be treated differently?
I don't know, in lots of ways. Like, people have stereotypes, negative stereotypes of people with darker skin in general.
But don't you have a stereotype about people with lighter skin then?
No, because that's our history, is that lighter skinned people have an inherent
but now
privilege.
in this present time, you're saying, I honestly think that it can go both ways, that you can be racist towards anyone. So if you're having, and also not, I think it should be talked about more, like black on black violence, brown on brown violence, like and gang related violence and everything like that. Because, I mean, I guess a lot of the time now it's like, you know, these movements and stuff, and I understand that. I'm not even that educated on that, but honestly, I don't really. I think that there can be racism in any
I think
area.
if you're gonna bring up black on black crime and brown on brown crime, just crime in minority groups, where did that originate from? Why does that exist?
Wait, you're saying it's white people's fault?
I'm asking the
Do
question.
you know the
why,
answer?
Why? No,
Yeah.
I'm genuinely asking why you think that exists.
Why do you think
But I don't
it
think
exists?
that's talked about enough.
I think because of the history of the country. I think
So
that
black people kill other black people because white people? Or
I
like
think it's a little more
Latinos kill
nuanced than
Latinos
that.
because of white people?
No, I don't think you can just make that blanket statement. I think it's more nuanced than that. I think it goes deeper into the history of this country, and poor people, minorities, don't have what white people have in this country.
What about Asian people?
I mean, again, they're not treated the same way that darker skinned people are. Do you guys all disagree with my statement?
I don't
I
completely
mean, couldn't we make an argument that because you're half Asian, like, so Asian people tend to, like, if you look at their income, for example, it actually tends to, I mean, it depends which, I mean, there's Vietnamese, Korean, like, there's all kinds of differentials here. Like, there's different segments of Asian people. They're not just one monolith. There's like obviously Vietnamese, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, et cetera, but like overwhelmingly, if you look at these different Asian groups, they out earn whites. Okay, so then, like, are Asian people oppressing white people because they fare better in America?
No, I think that has to do more with Asian culture in general.
Oh, so but why can't that be applied, like, to other racial groups?
Why can't what be applied?
You're saying Asian people are doing really good because despite them coming to this country with absolutely nothing, right? And they actually, there was oppression towards Asian people, for example, when it came to Japanese internment camps. That's a thing.
Building the railroad.
Asian Americans have absolutely flourished in this country. So, like, you're saying that's part of their culture. But why would that not apply, like, to other cultures too?
I also think Asian, specifically like lighter skinned Asians, kind of try to cater to the white American dream, essentially.
Wait,
like, I'm Chinese, so would you say that people would, like, treat us differently?
She's only 25% though, so she does not have as much victim points as you. Also, she's
Victim
Chinese, you're Filipino. Maybe there's a differential there.
Why do you
don't
say
know.
victim points?
Well, that's what you're arguing. Like, oh, I'm part of a minority group, ergo I'm a victim.
I told you that I'm privileged as a light-skinned, half Asian, half white woman.
Oh, okay.
I'm making that very clear, y'all. Okay, no victim.
Oh, show. Okay.
I think there also shouldn't be a shame in someone talking, though, just because I think that's like, I don't know if that's oppression itself or at least a sort of prejudice of like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm white, I can't say anything. Like, a white person shouldn't be guilty to have an opinion, just like a brown person shouldn't be guilty to have an opinion.
Okay.
Just like you were apologizing earlier, and that kind of made me a little heated inside, because it's like you shouldn't have to apologize. We all have the free speech right here to say, you can say whatever you want about someone else. She can say whatever she wants about you. So I don't think that, I think that
because hate crimes exist
well,
for a reason.
there can be a hate crime towards someone else too.
You could technically say what.
But there's also, there's certain slurs and things that, I understand that. But
I mean, is it actually a crime? Like, you could just call someone, I don't think it's a crime to call somebody a slur. If you like punch them in the face and then you call them a slur,
but
that's when you're in trouble.
Right, but do you see the amount of like trolls on Discord that'll literally say the N word, the R word, whatever?
Yeah, you shouldn't say slurs. I mean, just
not
to be
at
clear,
all.
But
it shouldn't be encouraged whatsoever. But I'm saying, like, I just think that like if you're white and you're apologizing just for having an opinion or apologizing for even being born as white, I'm so sorry, I'm white, I'm so sorry for what I did to but you didn't. Maybe your ancestors did, but why do you have to be so to blame right now just for the fact that you're white?
I feel like I'm oppressed as a white man.
I think white people just need to acknowledge that
Gianna's
they have.
Been oppressing
I think
me
most
all
people
night.
have, because there's a Black Lives Matter movement. There's like
oppressor?
people were literally like basically like just thought of differently because they didn't have the fist of the Black Lives Matter thing in like 2020, and they were like, "Oh, are
the
you
Black
racist?"
Square?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, funny story. Holy shit! I've never told this anecdote. I was gonna go on a date with a girl, and then she scoped my Instagram. This is like a month after the and
She thought it was Black Lives Matter, but it was the big lazy thing.
Good job, Gianna.
No way.
So I was gonna go on this date with this girl, and she fucking scoped my Instagram, and she's like, "Oh, you didn't post a black square? Like, never mind."
That's ridiculous. I guess I must not stand for. I guess I must not have morals. I guess I must be racist if I didn't post a black square, which I did not post a black square. But that doesn't mean that I'm racist. That doesn't mean that I don't care about the situation that happened.
I didn't post a black square.
I don't think you need to be. I don't think anyone needs to be apologetic for being born the way they are. But I think in our society, just acknowledging that racism still does exist and there are prejudice against specifically minorities and people of color. I think as white people, we're all, well, not all, but majority of us in this room are white people, and we need to just acknowledge that it does exist. And it's a conversation that doesn't have to.
Wait,
I think it's acknowledged to a point where. I think it's acknowledged to a point where
if you have privilege as a white man.
I think you need to. Hold on. I think, you know what? How do you know I identify as a man? You didn't even
you know what?
Well, there you go.
So right.
you didn't ask for my fucking pronouns, bro.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Let's do a split.
That too.
What's your pronouns?
Excuse you?
Do you have pronouns? Would you be
I go by
called something?
I go by Sir Master. In fact, I identify as an Asian person, so it would be okay for you to bow to me because I'm Asian.
Oh my god.
Why can't I identify as an Asian woman?
You can't, because you're not.
Why can't I identify as a Filipino Asian woman?
Because you're not.
Like a little abuela. Or wait, no, that's Spanish.
You gotta put the work in. You're wrong.
It would be Lola, by the way.
Abuelo? Abuela?
Oh yeah.
Well, that's
because you're a guy.
Abuelo?
Lola.
I don't know.
Yeah, girl.
How about this? Alyssa, how about this? Alyssa, I identify as the correct person on every single thing that we've talked about tonight.
I believe that.
And I want you to affirm my identity as the true and correct person, and you're wrong. That's my identity is I'm right, you're wrong. Can you affirm my identity?
No, thank you.
Excuse me, that's really rude. You just like misidentified me.
I'm so sorry.
Wow, you're like so bigoted
I
and
know, I'm
racist
terrible.
and
I'm
sexist
terrible.
and phobic of some sort of phobe.
Off with my head.
You're some kind of phobe. You're a germaphobe. Also, as somebody, hold on, no. I want to fucking call you out, Alyssa. This is really fucking serious here. I wear contacts, and when I'm not wearing contacts, as somebody who has poor vision, you are fucking LARPing as somebody. Those are not corrective lenses, right?
They're blue light glasses.
Take that shit off, bro.
Cool. Why? They look good.
Take that. Acknowledge your privilege as somebody who has 20/20 vision. Take that fucking shit off, bro.
These are blue light glasses.
I'm literally
There's lots of lights
I'm like
in here.
-7.
It's gonna give me a headache.
I'm -7, bro.
Damn.
I'm literally. I would, if we
With
were driving and
astigmatism.
I didn't have my contacts in or my glasses, I would. You know what?
This is a different conversation.
I want
This is
you.
an ableist conversation.
I want you to acknowledge your vision privilege.
I do have vision. I have 20/20 vision. I have great vision.
Every single year, I have to spend hundreds of dollars on contact lenses. I gotta
so sorry.
buy new spectacles because those shit are fucking, they break or whatever. Every 1 or 2 years, I'm buying new specs.
You should
I
get
feel
them
that
for
hard.
free.
Over the course of a lifetime,
Specs are
that's
so
thousands of dollars. I want you to apologize to me as a privileged seeing person.
I'm so sorry that you have terrible vision. I hope you get free contacts for the rest of your life.
Thank you. You know what I'd like you to do to make up for this injustice?
Oh, no.
I need you to hit a bow right now.
That's okay.
No.
How
I
about
refuse.
this?
And
Will
that's
you put
okay.
on a Make America Great Again hat?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't vote for Trump?
No, I didn't.
That is really surprising to me. I could have sworn
Really?
you were a MAGA.
No, not me.
No?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Well, I just think you need to recognize your privilege
I do.
as somebody who has perfect 20/20 vision.
I absolutely do.
Fucking takes me 3 minutes to wash my hands, put my contacts in.
I'm so sorry.
My glasses.
That seems like a really
bro,
tough life.
I've probably been passed up. Like, a girl seen me in glasses, and she's like, "Damn, he looks nerdy. I'm not gonna fuck him."
I think guys with
I
glasses
lost
are hot.
out on pussy.
I think
Glasses
bro,
are hot.
it's fucked up.
Glasses
No,
are
nerdy
hot.
guys can be hot.
Yeah, glasses
bro,
are
whatever.
hot.
These
Nerdy
girls
guys are
crazy. Y'all
hot.
tripping.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Y'all tripping, man.
I used to
No.
actually make
My
glasses.
disability is not a fucking costume for you to wear, bro.
I'm so sorry you feel that way.
Yeah, man.
Isn't there something?
Like, this is glasses face what you're doing, bro.
Glasses face is crazy.
This is fucking glasses face,
Glasses
bro.
face
You
is
don't even have
eyes,
bad
bro.
vision. You don't
Or
even
dork.
fucking have bad vision,
She's
dude.
protecting her
that in
vision because they're
elementary
blue light
school,
glasses.
My
Blue light,
glasses.
that's fake news. Blue light, the blue light. You ever look at the sky? That's fucking blue, son.
Yeah, but
You
it's
ever
not
seen the
directly
sky?
in my face for 8 hours
What are
a
you
day
talking
when
about?
I'm
It's right
typing
there,
on my
bruv.
computer. I'm indoors.
We
Look,
go banto, banto.
you are doing glasses face. Those are not prescription lenses. Take it off right now.
I think that's not nice to make a mockery of.
I think you're making a
Glasses face.
mockery. Hold on. Are you diminishing the you don't realize how much I suffer because I have to wear contacts and I have to spend money?
Do you fear for your life every day because you can't see properly?
Yeah, bro. I literally have anxiety at night. I'm like, yo, what if there's like fucking thermonuclear holocaust? What if there was like zombie apocalypse? If I ever lose my glasses in like a survival situation, I am literally gonna die because my vision is that bad.
I hope you get an endless
I
supply
literally
of
have
glasses.
anxiety. I think about this at night. I'm literally like, dude, if I like lost my glasses and I was like the only human left, I would be fucked.
I'm so sorry.
I would literally, life and the world would bend me over and literally fuck me in the ass because my vision is so bad.
Thank you for putting that picture in my head.
I don't think dude, my vision is bad. It's -7, son.
Do you have?
It's -7.
Do you have astigmatism too?
No.
Oh.
So this is a big deal. I think about this. Yeah, my life would be my life.
Be a man. Learn how to make
because
glasses.
of my vision. Because of my vision.
Yeah, learn how to make
Be a
your own
man.
contacts.
Learn how to make glasses and contacts. You can do
Be
it.
a fucking.
You know
Be a
that's
man.
you know what's crazy? We could say be a man, but the second someone says be a woman, we get really
Based.
upset.
It was a joke.
Nah,
No, but
Man
I'm
up.
saying that like man up, be
Learn
a
how to
man.
make
You're
glasses.
or it's like saying oh yeah, you're a pussy, or like something like that. I'm just saying.
You fucking pussy. Learn how to make
I'm just
some
saying, like,
spectacles.
Girls are able to say that, but then
learn
guys,
how to like
I think it goes
make concave.
I used to
glasses
do that.
on your
It
eye.
depends on the
I used to
person.
do that.
Damn, that's kind of sexy. Not
I used to make glasses. In fact, I had a viral TikTok video of me doing glasses. I had like 4.5 million views once. So.
Yeah. Anyways,
I know.
I think the biggest privilege would be like health privilege. Like somebody who's like bad health, like who cares if they're white, black, whatever. Like if your health's all fucked up, that's pretty. Anyways,
Yeah.
Wow, wow.
Oh shit! Wait, guys, it's okay. Hold on, guys. Just a heads up. I'm gonna let a couple chats come. Gianna, the TTS is
Joe
paused.
Murphy donated
whatever, it's coming in.
$100.
Yeah, okay.
Who can define feminism objectively in Western society?
Okay, mate.
Russian chocolates for the oppressed Marxist Korea first feminist who can speculate that the patriarchy are men oppressors. Manifested ladies.
Russian chocolate.
The patriarchy is just like QAnon for feminists, but it's like fake news.
Lol Paladins donated $100. Number 3 just admit it. You are a worse person than number 2 because of the color of your skin. That's what number 2 wants you to say. Just go ahead and tell her you are sorry because of your skin color.
Are you like part something? Like part white, part...
I'm part Middle Eastern and part El Salvadorian.
Oh, shit.
Hey, she's got more points than you. Because like she's Latin American. She's Latin American and she's... You
Middle
said
Eastern.
Middle Eastern?
Mm-hmm.
Middle Eastern.
Yeah,
and then,
that scores you some like
Mexican,
victim points.
A little bit.
That scores you victim points.
Victim points is so
Damn,
It's like that South Park
How are you
episode.
gonna talk down to like, bro? You're half white, bruv. You're 50% white. You're privileged.
And I've recognized my privilege many times.
I
throughout
want
this
you to
podcast.
do a stolen land acknowledgement
But
right
I
now.
don't think you have to do that.
How do you do that?
I'll give her a hug.
Can you do a stolen
it's
land
okay.
acknowledgement?
What's going on?
Here, I'll do it.
happening.
What's going on?
Stolen land acknowledgement. I'm gonna get canceled. Land
Get
acknowledgement.
canceled.
Hold on.
This is crazy.
Wait, fuck. How do I?
Isn't it like a thing of like you can only get canceled if you like believe or let
I would
yourself
like
be
to
canceled?
start this podcast off by acknowledging that this podcast studio is built on stolen indigenous Chumash land, and I recognize my white privilege. She likes it. She likes it, bro. Are you like turned on or what?
No.
That's just so unnecessary to me.
You know what's crazy? Male feminists.
What's wrong
they're
with
just trying to,
acknowledging
like, get
that, though?
It's okay to acknowledge it, but why do you have to like? But you didn't yourself make them like, like do it and like say,
No,
hey,
but again-
you have to do that. No, like no.
No one said he had to. He willingly did that.
I think it's
but
okay to be like
I think
acknowledge.
It's great that he acknowledged that.
Oh,
It's okay
shit.
to acknowledge it, but like not just like you know,
Fuck.
just be
Like,
sorry
unplugged.
for who you are.
Wait, Gianna,
or
can
what
you read
color
the
you
super
are.
chat?
Share to stop with the race BS. Black women kick the husband's fathers out of the house in exchange for government money. This is big. That is a bigger reason for the economic and insecurity of blacks than races.
By the way,
even know
guys,
that
we're going to wrap up the show soon, so we're going to do a roast session. I already changed a few things on the YouTube. They're in the hold queue right now. $20 TTS. Going to do a roast session, then we're going to wrap up, okay?
Everyone's gonna roast each other.
Or chat's gonna roast us.
Oh, chat's gonna roast us.
Just curious, Alyssa, because you are, I find it very offensive that you're wearing non-corrective lenses and I have vision problems. I would like reparations from you. Do you agree to pay me reparations?
Oh no.
No.
Because,
Me personally?
Yes, you personally. You are the oppressor.
Am I? Or
Yes.
am I an ableist for being able to
You definitely oppressed me
How
throughout
did
this
I
entire
oppress
show.
you?
I felt very oppressed.
I'm so sorry you felt that way.
You were just looking at me in a very oppressive way.
I'm just trying to protect my eyes from all the lights.
Like you kind of.
And it goes with my
Just the
outfit.
way you've been looking at me just this entire night. It's been very oppressive.
I'm so sorry you
You've
feel that way.
been, like,
Should I look at the
sticking
girls?
your nose up at me like.
I would rather look at the girls anyway.
Are you bisexual? Which girl here
I've
do you want to
dabbled.
fuck? Sorry.
Oh my god. No.
It's okay. Oh.
Why do we have
Wow, okay.
online?
She's gonna convince you
there?
to do OnlyFans though.
Oh,
Hey,
well,
no,
I
that's
guess
okay. We don't have to do that. We can just cuddle.
So I mean, look, literally I spend hundreds of dollars a year because I'm vision impaired on contacts.
I think you should get free contacts for the rest of your life.
I agree.
Yeah, at your expense. You should have to pay for it.
As someone
Because
who's also blind, I agree.
I think
Like
people,
just Alyssa has to pay, like
Yeah,
and
just
tampons.
you, actually.
Free tampons.
Yeah.
Then yeah, we should get free tampons too. I like that.
I feel like tampons probably cost less over the course of a year than like a RX.
I would be open to the American public paying
There
for
were
your
certain
content.
I
chemicals
would be
found in
open
tampons,
to
though,
the
right?
American public
Bad chemicals in
paying.
tampons.
I don't have a joke. Never mind. Okay.
Where's the
Did I pull up
wah,
that super
wah
chat?
button?
Did we pull this one up? Okay. All right, guys. $20 TTS, guys. Get it in. We're gonna do a roast session, and then we're gonna wrap. Wait, did this one?
Joe Murphy donated $100. Do these ladies know what existentialism is? Number 2 from the right is totally oppressed. I would have dubbed you as a Tatar Far Eastern Russian. Super oppressed? In America, group identity is insane.
Yo, Joe Murphy, thank you for the TTS, man. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Existentialism, I've heard that word before. What does it mean? Do you guys know what it means?
I think it means exit. Just kidding. That's not what it means.
Because like existential crisis, right? That's just
Yeah.
exactly what I think
Those
of.
are my favorite kind of crisis.
I have those frequently.
Love those. Okay, we have a bunch of...
Snapmore donated $19.99.
Thank you, man.
Please cook this wok to I'm Asian BTW Marxist
Wok?
indoctrination in the Western education system is what's dividing your country. You need to wake up. White equals bad is getting stale.
Do you want
Racism affects South.
Do you want to respond to the Wok Tua
That was
accusation?
actually funny as fuck.
That was
she
really
liked it.
good.
It's a
That
roast.
was funny
Hey,
as
guys,
fuck.
this is the roast session.
No, you ate with that. I'm not gonna lie. You
Yeah.
ate with
Damn,
that. You ate. I'll give you that.
Just curious, what's your type in guy?
I don't really have
Did
a
you
type.
have a type?
I don't have a type. I like what I like.
What do you guys think her type is?
You said black men, right?
I have a pass.
The guys that she feels like she can fix.
Stop. Why are you so right?
She's a DIY.
I'm working on it.
She's a DIY babe.
Wood donated $20. If women stop the promiscuous activity, men will stop using naughty no words. Deal?
Naughty no words.
I don't care if somebody says.
Wait, what was the naughty no word I used?
I don't
Oh, okay.
One more E0169 donated $20. Hey Brian, this is worse than the blonde who thought a woman is better than a man. To chair 1/2/5 of a year all won't bow yet you get on your knees and gladly give face boom mic drop crazy.
What the fuck?
Lol Paladins donated
That's
$100.
Hey, Lol Paladins, thank you.
Number 2, you are the most racist piece of shit to have ever been on this show.
Oh,
You judge everyone because of the color of their skin. You think skin color is the most important aspect of someone's life.
Can I respond to that?
Never said that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, where did that come from?
Not that it's the most important
That's
aspect.
so opposite
That's
of you.
That's a little
very
that's an
far
assumption.
off, I would have to say.
What the hell?
Well, I think maybe, how about this?
That's a
Like the
stretch.
idea that you can target an ethnic group with a collective crime, regardless of the specific innocence or guilt of the constituent elements of the group, there's nothing more racist than that. So you're saying like essentially white people are like guilty of a collective crime, right?
I wouldn't say it in those words.
Okay. All right. Well, I tried to explain it, but we got to let these come through.
Okay.
Law Paladins, thank
Jack
you.
_M donated $20. Ladies,
$20
did
super
you
chat,
know
or
that the
TTS?
US government is mixing dihydrogen monoxide with our drinking water? I think this is important for Americans to be made aware of. We are consuming it every day.
That's just water. That's water. I did chemistry. I went to college. That's water.
Yo,
Thank you,
she's
though.
Smart.
I'm a smart hoe. That's why I make $3.
And sexy.
Well, okay.
Can't get
I feel
past
like there's like
me.
tension here. I don't know.
I think
like,
there is
you
too.
trying to hit?
Honestly,
Maybe.
I think there's some tension.
Are you
here.
bi? You like women? Or
Maybe, yeah.
Have you dated?
I've eaten coochie.
You've eaten.
How was it?
Did
It was okay.
It was good.
Yeah, I would do it again.
Okay.
Just wait until you add all the different kind of flavored lubes to it.
Wow.
That sounds
Doesn't it burn
exciting.
your tongue or
That
something?
is crazy.
That sounds so exciting.
Doesn't
That's
it make
crazy.
your like tongue
Wait,
kind of
Gianna,
numb
can
if
you
you
do
do
that, the
like
crazy
flavored
thing
lubes?
now?
Yeah.
On the table?
Not on the table, bro. Okay, hold on. Can you just do it in the chair, or no? It's not gonna work.
No, to do it on the table. Yeah.
What on the
Do you need
Do it on the
shorts?
Wait,
Do it.
Oh, contortion.
One more
wait, sorry, this one already
169
came through.
donated $20.
This one came through, right?
Hey Brian, this is worse than.
Sorry, my bad. Here, let me do the other one. Sorry, man. We have. Thank you, Vector.
Vector donated $20. I will not bow because that is disrespectful. However, I will gladly copulate with another person that isn't my lover. Perfectly reasonable. You're oppressing yourselves, ladies.
It goes back, bro. You guys within a few hours of meeting a guy, that guy will have his penis in and around your mouth. But you can't do a bow.
No. It's mutually beneficial when you're having sex.
Is it? But couldn't a woman sit here and say, no, I think giving oral sex is not mutually beneficial?
Sure, some women
Some
could argue
women,
that.
I mean, it's not called a blow yay. It's a job. It's called a blow job for a reason.
It's a blowy.
Yeah, but women like putting in the hard work too sometimes. The men aren't going to get down on their knees and suck the dicks.
I think.
I mean, some do.
Wait, some dicks?
But would it be straight though?
But they would not be.
Would it be straight if two men? But one's like transgender or whatever it is.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, that girl left because of that. I do. You know what's crazy though with the whole sex thing? Like, I actually think it's kind of unfair. Like, we gotta put in all this, like, a lot of work. And you guys be having like multiple orgasms and shit. That's unfair, man.
Sometimes it's actually really hard to make a woman.
And here's a double standard. Riddle me this. Why is it that if a woman comes really quick, that's dope, but if I come after 3 pumps, I'm a bad guy all of a sudden?
No,
what
I
the
don't think
fuck?
that at all.
No,
Like if I premature ejaculate, that's a problem, but you guys come
But we could come
right
multiple
away?
times in a row.
I know, I'm just being joking around.
7 is my max.
I don't care if you come after 3 pumps, but then like get me off when
Oh,
you're done.
like round 2 or whatever?
Yeah, round 2. Let's all eat sandwiches. I'll make some cookies and we'll get back on it. We'll
But
watch
it's not
Netflix,
fair, man.
some Arcanine
Like
for a
y'all
little
be
bit.
like this idea that like men get more from, bro, y'all literally be like spazzing out fucking when you're coming.
But the female body is a lot more complicated.
It is
like
true.
some women, sure, maybe they can
No.
just like
yeah,
that.
not all women.
Listen
Not
to
all
this,
women.
listen
Some
to this.
women.
This is a good story. So I had a horrible trip on mushrooms and I had to be put on Prozac for a while, but orgasming on Prozac is the hardest fucking thing in the world. So finally, when I was able to get off the Prozac, my orgasms, it was like somebody was throwing like barbells on me and I had a pump, but then now it's like somebody threw me a teddy bear and I was like, fucking yeet. Now I can come like a billion times.
But
in a row.
orgasming on mushrooms is really cool too. You should try
that.
I don't know about the psychedelic
That
stuff,
sounds so
but whatever. No, it's just not fair. Like, there's women, not all women, but some of y'all can come like 20 times. Like,
And it gets even crazier the more and more and more. I can tell
it's
you.
like shit, man.
With people that it's harder for them too, though, and
some
then
women struggle.
Yeah.
And that's kind of hard, especially if it really depends on, again, who you're doing it with. But if the person just ends up being like, well, I got mine, right? And then they don't really care about helping you finish as well, or they try for like 15 seconds and then they're like, well, I guess you didn't, because it takes a while for some people.
Look, my rule, I know you guys think I'm a terrible, toxic masculinity, misogynist, whatever the fuck. My philosophy when it comes to sex, she's got to come first.
That's awesome.
She got to come first, and if possible, multiple times.
Really?
You know,
Wow.
if she's able, not all women can do it.
Yeah.
But that's so cool that you're putting. I think
Am I turning into a fucking person from Boston?
That's really cool.
You're nice.
From fucking Boston.
Hey.
And that's what making
Hey,
love
I'm
is.
from fucking Jersey.
I had a really hard time orgasming within the beginning when I first started having sex, but it literally is a practice thing. Like if you really put your mind to it and kind of connect those brain cells, you'll be able to do it more often.
Yeah.
Practice makes perfect.
It's like the only redeeming thing I have is she's got to come first. You know? That's all I have.
No,
going
she has
on.
to bow first and then she can.
She bows. She
Does your laundry.
What if she can suck your dick and do your laundry at the same time?
She plows.
That's hot.
Wow.
Yeah, she bows.
She plows.
She
This
plows.
reminds me of that one Borat thing. She does good on plow, but then she gets a one hair on her chest. She's like, Borat, Borat. Do you remember that line? Do you remember that?
I do. That was I liked that one.
And then sure, it's like Sleeve of Wizard.
Yes.
Yes.
Whoa, you are.
Whoa, you are.
They're nice.
Very
Okay.
nice.
Very nice. How
High
much?
five. How much?
How much?
Oh my god.
Lol Paladins donated $20.
Thank you, man.
Absolutely shocked that the woke racist is faking her personality. She is as deep and as smart as her
love
fake
that all the roasts are
eyeglasses.
about me.
She wears eyeglasses to make people think she is smarter than reality.
I can
Actually,
fix
they're
her.
just cute.
I can fix her. I just
Fix?
yeah.
I don't need
I
to
can
be fixed.
I can fix her.
I think I'm okay.
Give us like 3 months and she'll be like the most like based misogynist. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Screaming. I don't know
You'll
about
be-
that.
Is this a common thing that when I said the word based after watching your podcast to my brother, he was like, okay, please never say that again. No one says based. That sounds so chronically online.
It's super online.
Yeah.
It's super online.
Because I said that and he cringed so hard, but he's able to like put me back to earth and be like, that's not what people say. Usually. A lot.
It's fallen out of favor.
Outside.
It was cool like 2 years ago or something, but that's like whatever.
I'm not wearing the glasses to look smarter. They're just cute and they're blue light glasses. So
They're really cute on you. They really frame
Best of both worlds.
your face.
Thank you.
Accessorize.
I don't know if I will bow for you if you put on the MAGA hat.
No, absolutely not.
All right. Just kidding. I wouldn't do
Beaten
that.
Cheeks
Hi.
donated $20. As a non-white male, the liberals should give white males reparations for the socialist policies that have been indoctrinated in America. Example, DEI. DEI equals didn't earn it.
Beaten cheeks there. Anybody response quick?
DEI?
God forbid we
What's
give opportunity to people who don't have it in the first place.
Yeah, like white men.
Wait, just as someone that hasn't heard DEI, what is DEI?
We need more. You know what? We need more
Diversity,
opportunities for
equity,
25% Asian women. It's fucking bullshit. Fucking Gianna over here, she's like a contortionist, but she's been totally like fucking screwed over and looked over by the modeling industry because she is 75%. Her 75% is oppressing her 25%.
My grandma's from
fucked
China.
up.
I'm Chinese too.
Oh shit!
I'm
really?
also part Chinese.
Whoa, I'm also part Chinese too.
Cool.
What do you think about that?
I think we're family now.
I'm also, you know what? Here's a crazy thing. You might actually like me a bit more now because, so get this, right? I'm technically, well, no, here, I'll say it first. My mom was born in America. My dad was born in Africa. I'm not making that up. My dad was born in North Africa, in Algeria. Technically, I'm African American.
No.
What's up, Desmond?
No.
What's up, Desmond? Hey, Desmond! And you like African Americans, right? Sorry, bro. So off the rails, bro. No, technically, I'm African American, right?
No, because your father came here when?
No, he was born in Africa and like lived there.
Okay, and then did he move here? Did your father move to the United States?
Later in life, much later in life, yes.
But he wasn't raised in America as a Black American.
No,
right?
but so okay, he's African, and my mom's American. African American.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure, but you're not Black American. There's a difference.
No, I'm no, definitely not Black American.
Yeah.
Technically African American.
Yeah.
Sure.
Technically.
Go off. Slay.
Okay, good talk.
Slay.
I'm gonna get canceled for. It's true though. I'm technically African American.
Chat.
Am I?
Wait, actually, yeah, let the chat.
No,
like,
think about
what
it,
do they
right?
think?
Like if your dad was born in Germany and your mom was born in America, and they had sex.
I mean, I consider myself Filipino American, so.
Yeah, like you're half Filipino, and half, like your dad,
My dad is.
Is Filipino?
No, white.
He's white.
Mhm.
And he's from America, born in America. Mom born in the Philippines. Yeah. You speak Tagalog? Is that what it's called?
A little bit.
Yeah.
There's more dialects as well, right?
Yeah.
Than just
I
Tagalog.
am African American.
All right. Well, there you go.
I don't believe it. Let's see your dick.
What? Okay, so here we go. Not the time, and here let's just.
Wow.
What time is it tonight? Okay.
Good talk. Good talk. Good times. Let's whip out the labia. Whip it out.
One more E0169 donated $20.
Oh, he did that
Hey
one.
Brian, this
I
is
think he
worth
sent
for
it
the blonde
like
who
3
thought a woman
times.
was
Why
better
so
than a
many?
man.
He was so
He did
angry.
send
Fair 1/2/5 of a year or won't I
so angry.
and gladly give O face boom mic drop craziness.
I think this
amount.
guy just wants to see my O face. No water in this. I need water.
Okay.
Giga Juan donated $20. Share 2, my Mexican ancestors lost half their land to your white ancestors. Can you apologize personally to me for manifest destiny?
I'm so sorry.
Giga One.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you for the.
Bubba donated $20. Booty, 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 rockin' everywhere, rockin' everywhere, rockin' everywhere. Get it right, get it right, get it tight, get it right, get it right, get it tight.
Whoa. Word.
That's a song.
It is? Wait, what is
Yeah.
Booty, 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 rockin' everywhere.
Rockin' everywhere.
Booty rocking
Of
everywhere.
course they know this song.
Found you, Miss New Booty. Bring it back to.
Somebody here's a singer. Who's a singer? Oh wait, that was never mind. Okay.
Ghost Logistics donated $20. A man is like a Dodge Ram. A woman is like a Honda Civic. You expect the 8-cylinder to run errands while the 4-cylinder pretends to attempt pulling a tree stump out. Dumb. Make sandwiches. Fold stuff.
I bet you can't even drive a stick. So,
Boom. Roasted Ghost.
Ghost Team my car. It's
Roasted.
WX STI and it's stick. So
Would you not date a guy if he didn't? Wait,
Wait, what?
If a guy didn't know how to drive stick, would that be a deal breaker?
no, I would just teach him.
There was a girl on the panel who's like, yeah, deal breaker if you can't drive stick.
My dad used to. We had a stick. Anyways, he would like when I was in like elementary school.
He beat you with it?
No,
my bad.
no.
Sorry, I
No, a
wasn't
stick.
sure where that was
Because
going.
we had a Range Rover, and then
Yeah.
it was the stick, and then he would
Yep.
like actually teach me each like setting of it.
It's
And then
fun.
sometimes when he'd like make, so he'd be like, "Which one do you do now?" And then I was doing it so much that like I literally like sometimes I would like do it.
There's nothing hotter than
Good
like I had a
memories.
girlfriend once and I grabbed her hand and put it on the stick and I was driving with an. Oh,
My mama drove stick.
Wow, that's
it's hot, man. It's hot.
that's like really just why can't I ever find? Never mind. Okay.
Vector donated $20. Brian, you got a nice set of AI sex dolls on the panel.
Which ones? Who are those? I don't know.
Probably the
OnlyFans creators.
the smart ones that have been able to answer pretty much all the questions. I'm just kidding.
Christopher Scott donated $20. Telling people that they are oppressed is like saying they're less than another group of people, so isn't playing Oppression Olympics counterproductive? Also, Brian, you have told the black square story.
Really? Maybe like one other. I'm pretty sure I never told that story, but maybe I told it one time. Anyways, I also had a girl end the date because I was drinking from a plastic water bottle. But I've told that.
Seriously?
Michael Smith donated $19.99. I hope all the women watching are taking lessons from seat 3. Lighten the makeup, smile, and you will find a great man. Listen to the rest of this, ladies, and enjoy lonely life.
As
In
the
end, men
woman
chose.
who's been with her man for 17 years, married, okay, I think she has the whole table on the back burner getting spanked when it comes to relationship advice.
You know you want to watch a swap with other couples.
You know-
Check it out. Avery Madison and Big Dick Dan on OF.
Biggest dick I've ever seen.
Biggest dick in the room.
He's like
always.
13 inches.
It's probably like 11 inches.
Okay, that's still fucking crazy.
You know, we were talking about you know, like getting women pregnant. And I do want to say, like,
that's why I stick to anal sex.
I love anal.
Of course I'm being safe. I pull out.
Of course. Okay. All right. Good talk.
Is that Van Wilder?
Double Agent donated $20. My husband is 50 years old. White. Conservative. Christian. He has been strategically made to be the enemy of society just for breathing. Women who talk about white male privilege need to leave Earth.
That's a little dramatic.
She should go to Mars with Elon Musk. Would you date?
No.
You wouldn't date Elon Musk?
Not my type.
The richest man in the world? You wouldn't
So
date the
secretly
richest
my
man in the world? Would you date?
Really?
Going around the table, would you date Elon Musk?
Mind you, he's a dark.
No.
What does that mean?
He's like Lex Luthor. So
Okay. No. Okay. No. Would you date Elon?
No.
Okay.
No, for a long time, my dream has been like I want to get high with Elon Musk and Grimes at the same time.
Oh, I love Grimes.
So that's
I
my
wanna meet
dream
Grimes.
rotation.
Would you date Elon?
I have a conversation.
Me, yes.
Would you date Elon?
No.
Really? I feel like he'd go for you, you know?
Wait,
Yeah,
date.
he so
Wait, okay.
would.
Difference
Like
between
the
date
God.
and marry, right? Just like you could go on, like you're saying, one date.
Either is fine, I guess.
Okay,
like
yeah,
he's got-
I'd go on one date.
You wouldn't
Just to
marry the
try-
richest man in the world that would like guarantee the like
Yeah, but
literally like
That's tough.
1,000-year dynasty?
Sounds fun to talk
here's
to.
Here's the reason why. Here's the reason why.
Just about.
Bro,
I think
if I marry-
I would date the richest woman in the world, and I don't even think I could have kids
I know,
with her, bro.
but
She's
for
old.
me, it's not about the money. Like I
I'll
want
date her.
Elon's never
Would you bow
around.
to her?
He's got a ton of women from
Wait,
a ton of different baby
yes.
daddies. It's true.
Here's the entailment.
I'm doing it for the money.
I get to marry the richest woman in the world. And she's like, I mean, obviously, like, will you grant that she's like cool and we get along and whatever?
Sure.
Yeah. All I have to do is bow and I can like marry the richest woman
and
in
you
the
have to have
world.
sex with her and make her happy.
Sure, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Have her babies.
Of course.
I don't
live
think,
on a
I don't
compound.
think I'm like really that attracted to Elon Musk like that though. So I don't really think even if.
Chat, what do you pick? Do you
I don't know.
would you bow to the rich? How old is the? Hold on, let me see. Richest woman in the world.
How old
is
is
it?
he?
Richest.
Dying to have a conversation with him. Not gonna lie.
Richest Francois Betancourt Mayers, 99 billion.
Whoa.
Good lord.
Who's that lady? I've never.
How old
heard
is
of her.
she?
Whoa.
Let me see. Hold on. Alice Walton, the Walmart. No, that's. Hold on. List of female billionaires. Ooh, she's 71. Hold on, let me think about this. She's French though, so we can talk French
What if
together.
She has small labia.
That, bro, for
You would. Okay, so you're saying she's like 71. You would be happy having a sexual relationship with. Is that your? Are you okay with that?
I mean, she probably doesn't have a sex drive anymore.
Oh,
like,
you'd be surprised.
No, it's different. Everyone's
yo,
different.
chat to marry into. So what? 71 billion. They're saying she's the richest. Damn, bro, you guys are slacking, man.
The richest woman?
She's 74 billion. Where's the who's the one who Mackenzie Scott? Only 24 bill. Yo, Mackenzie can get it.
Who's that?
Jeff Bezos' ex.
Isn't that because she keeps donating her money?
She is giving away a lot of money.
Yeah.
Mackenzie Scott. Wait, can you hear? Let me send this to you. Can you pull this up?
I'd rather
Yo, chat, you guys
date Mackenzie Scott.
Pull
What do
it.
they look like? I don't even.
Pull this shit. Pull that up. Pull it up. Pull up the list. Pull up the list.
Isn't Oprah Winfrey on
Wait, chat. Do you guys would you guys be willing to like date the richest? Hide the thing really quick. Can you make us bigger again? Francois Betancourt. Scroll down. So Julia Kosh.
Ooh, yeah.
She's pretty.
Wow, they're doing her a lot of favors in that photo. That must be from like 20 years ago. 62. Alice
She got the money
Walton,
to pay
75.
for her.
Alice is kind of a babe though, so she can get it. Jacqueline Mars, like the chocolate or the candy people.
Oh, the Mars
Bar?
Yeah.
She's 85, bro.
Is her name
Shit,
Miriam?
I mean, yeah, how
pretty
long
name.
can she like keep kicking? You know.
Hey, you'll probably
Jacqueline,
make her happy.
Jackie, hit me up. Miriam, Miriam's kind of hot, bro. I don't know. Click on that photo of Miriam,
Miriam
bro.
is pretty hot.
She's kind of hot, bro.
Damn.
I mean,
Wait,
it
her
was better
skin,
when it was small.
though.
This photo was a bit smaller, you know, like pretty from afar, but far from birth. You know? But
Wait, her
excellent.
skin,
I'm just
though.
kidding. I'm kidding, Miriam. Don't have
For 79 though.
Hitman kill me. Suzanne, damn, the hair's all fucked up. Gina, what's up, Gina? Shit.
Why do you say that
Gina,
about Suzanne?
I don't know, man. 27 bill, that's a lot.
Suzanne's hair is cute. Don't play with her.
Chick's a MILF.
Damn, man. I'm just thinking, like, look, I want to set up my kids. You can't look away from $1 billion. Like, these people got multi-billion dollar, like that is generational dynasty levels of wealth.
That's true.
So do you actually love this woman, or are you just using her for her money?
Oh yeah, just using them for that.
So you think it's completely okay when women marry for the money?
Oh my God, guys, I'm kind of like bantering here, but like, no, I'm not. I think like gold digging's like lame or whatever.
But it's okay if you do it.
Yes, you're right. I'm a fucking hypocrite. I'm a fucking hypocrite. I will marry a billionaire for the money. My DMs are open, billionaire ladies on that list. You know what? I'll fucking Betancourt Mayers. I'll take your last name, bro.
Mayers?
Mayers. I'll take the last name.
Brian Mayers.
Well, there you go.
I will take. Okay, all right. Let me let
Mayor
these come
of whatever
through.
town.
I'm not wrong _on_X donated $21. Woman in white might actually be outarded. Number 2, to reiterate, you are insanely racist. Look inward. This whole panel was illogical and confrontational rather than trying to understand.
Boom.
Share 3 based.
Boom, roasted. Yeah.
Boom.
On the billionaire thing, like I know people in the chat would be like, nah, I wouldn't do it. But I just think like, okay, so if I get together with a billionaire, I can stop working today and like live the most, like I could just travel, never have to work another day in my life. If all I have to do is like hit a bow like once a day.
Yeah, what if she wants you to submit and stay in the kitchen and do her laundry?
That.
And you can't
But
travel.
A bow? I'll hit a bow.
She's in charge. And it's not conditional.
Wait, honestly though, like I have to think about it. Like, okay, she wants me to cook.
Cook, clean, be a little woman.
Can you cook?
No, but hold on, she's a billionaire. What? I ain't cooking
You submit
shit.
to your woman.
She wants
a traditional house.
No.
Household.
No, she's a billionaire. She can hire a maid.
You don't know what
I
she
will hire a
wants.
maid. I will hire her staff. I'm just there to be her sex toy. What the fuck, bro?
Whoa.
What the fuck?
You heard it here today,
The
folks.
truth is coming out.
You heard it. Yo, heard it here. Brian's the gold digger. I'm
And
gold
a sex
digger.
toy.
I'm going to use you for your money. And this boy toy. That's not a bad deal, right? Boy toy for a billionaire?
Honestly, I would love that for you.
their own.
Thank you. This is the drizzle. Or whatever, the drizzle, what is the, I don't know, it's like from 7 months ago, some bullshit. Okay.
Sprinkle.
Brian's Burrito donated $19.99. Starting from Jade from Victorious opposite Brian, 3, without tattoo, 8, 3, 4, 6, 4, 5, low key 8. Sad that so many of you are 304s. F save me from Brian, please.
Oh, the burrito. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Lol Paladins donated $20. Number 2, Joyful have an inherent advantage because of their ethnicity. You don't need to apologize for being a puppy, but you have to acknowledge that it gives you advantages. This is literally what you said. Joe Murphy donated $20. Second lady on the right. This young lady has no idea what Marxist ideologies are. Don't play the victim card unless you are familiar what true oppression is. Don't be a group identity victim. Micah Carley donated $20. Second chick, you have no greater privilege than anyone with darker skin. You sound foolish. And racism removes accountability for blacks. Blame poor choices like children out of wedlock and fatherlessness.
Wow.
Ghost Logistics donated $20. I raise my 17-year-old son alone. Since 2.5 months old. Dated the girl for a week. She lied about birth control. 7 lawsuits, 2 jail stints, false claim, fighting the grandparents. No child support. Roth donated $20. It's perfectly fine to take pride in what you are, no matter what your ancestors did. in Italian, Irish, and French. Hashtag Mutt Lives Matter, hashtag Eyebrows Matter.
Lives Matter is
Joe
so crazy.
Murphy donated $20. Ladies, having multiple orgasms with a solid partner is a great sign of pair bonding. Sleeping with too many men will most certainly decrease a female's ability to pair bond with a partner.
That's not true.
Definitely
Big
not
Sass
true.
Energy donated $20. Share 2, the American Asian makes more on average than the American white. You're not a pressed door.
I never said
Quit
I
the
was,
laugh.
guys. I never said I was.
I want to go back to that pair bonding thing.
Santu_Claus donated $20. Brianne is on fire.
Oh my God, Brian is on fire. Thank you, Santa Claus. Appreciate it.
Santa Claus.
He's on fire.
Pair bonding is not a thing. It's not a thing.
That's definitely a thing.
It's not a no. Just because you
Look, just
sleep.
because you destroyed your pair bonding ability does not mean it's not a thing. Okay.
That's not true.
Just
Because
admit
I
it. Just admit it.
love
Hi.
my partner
name is
more than I've ever
Reg
loved anybody
Reed.
else in my life.
You what? Huh?
I love my partner more than I've loved anyone else in my life. I fight less
So you're
with my
pair
partner
bonded
more-
with your partner?
Absolutely.
Oh, so pair bonding is a thing.
I'm saying that
BTFO.
me being with multiple partners has not decreased my ability to pair bond. So the fact that
Really?
they're saying yes,
Really?
yes,
Body count?
still my body count.
Yeah. What is it?
currently,
Yeah.
I think it's like 29.
Okay.
I don't know. I have to sit and think about that for a second. More than 10.
More than 20?
More than 10.
More than 30?
I don't know about more than 20.
Yeah, more than 10 could be more than 1,000.
And that's 20 men and
It's
9
like-
women, by the way.
Thank you.
I would have to go back into my history, into my database.
Do you mean like
My database.
Your Rolodex.
How about do you keep a note thing? You keep,
No, I don't really think
You-
about
you
how
don't
many people I've been with.
yeah, just like start. Okay, there was Billy and there was.
Ew, that's my dad's name. Please never
Bart.
say that again.
Your dad's name would be Billy.
I know.
You're such a Billy daughter.
I Okay, you can go and I'll think about it.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Body count,
I'm not comfortable with saying. Am I allowed to please?
please.
You're allowed to do whatever
For
you
me.
want, girl. You don't
I
have to
just
say it, that's it.
I'm not
If you
comfortable.
say please enough, Brian might get red.
It's just within my morals to not share that with a ton of people. It's not like I'm ashamed. It's just that I just am not comfortable with it.
You know what? I will. No. Okay. What about you?
Ryan, what is your PIN number?
Huh?
What is your PIN number?
The point is, it's personal information.
It's really personal.
So if I share you my PIN number, you'll.
Actually, sorry,
reveal
the
your
last
account?
4 digits of your social security
Yeah.
number.
How about the whole social?
Right. Oh, yeah.
How about your routing number?
Or do you actually
Right.
does
Number.
everyone know yours though? Do you share that?
No, he doesn't.
Oh yeah. What's yours?
See? So it's okay if you don't
Is
share
Is
it
there a
if you
reason
don't
why
want
you haven't
to.
been pair bonded, Brian? Have you been sleeping around too much?
Listen, I don't know what
He's
you're
getting
talking
it, ladies and
See-
gentlemen. A
see-
lot.
I'm a virgin.
Okay.
I'm just looking for a girl to like be my first.
And if you don't want to like share
So
yours,
then-
I'm not going to assume that yours is automatically high. Maybe you're just not comfortable sharing.
maybe it's
So
really
that's
low.
okay.
Maybe like I'm a virgin or something.
Maybe
and
it's
I'm
in the
just not.
middle.
There's
But
nothing
it's
to be
no one else's
ashamed of.
business.
There's the internet now. It'll teach you.
35-year-old virgin. Body count?
What's your social security number?
Okay. Body count?
I will not disclose that for so many reasons. Where do you want me to start? I mean, you could subscribe to my OnlyFans. You could start counting.
All the men you've
That would
had
be
sexual
pretty
intercourse
damn
with
close.
publicly.
I mean, give or take a few. Yeah, it'd be pretty damn close.
Okay, body count?
6.
Thank you. You're a legend. Thank you for sharing.
Mine's between 0 and 5.
So 4.
Between there.
And you have to like, you're not counting like the times you were drunk and like the times you were like, oh, like he used a condom. That doesn't count. Just the tip.
And really, like, what difference does it make? Like, I could even tell you a number, but like, I could just pull that number out of my ass. You have no way of knowing whether I made that up or not.
Sure, yeah, you could lie about it.
Yeah,
That's true.
and you're not sharing yours. Part of the whole swinger lifestyle is being kind of balanced and even. So if you're not going to share, why would I share?
Can you boost
Yesterday,
it?
you
Is
said
the audio?
tomorrow. So just
Oh, this.
do it. Make your dreams come
Just
true.
do it. Make your.
Just do it.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
What's yours?
Some people dream of success.
Some people
while
dream-
You're gonna wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible.
Is that a ponytail?
It's a rat tail.
No, that's
You're
so
not gonna
funny.
Stop there. No, what are you waiting for?
He has a rat tail.
Do it.
That's crazy. I remember my 6th grade teacher. He had like 3 rat tails.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. And a wart.
Yes, you
I will-
can.
here.
What's your body count?
I will give you a $2 bill if you reveal body count.
No, thank
Do you know how much this is worth?
$2.
Don't.
It's not within my. It's not within my.
Saboteur.
It's
Fucking
not
sabotage over here.
It's not within my morals to share that to a bunch of people. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not just not comfortable with it.
What about you? You want a $2 bill? You know how much this is
I want
worth?
your social security number. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop.
Did you figure it out? You had to like do the fucking
feel like
math or
it's
whatever.
11, 12.
That was like a.
Yeah, I really had to go back in
11,
my
12.
brain somewhere around there.
I was at 10
Still
before I
going.
met my boyfriend, and we built
Multiply
those
by
numbers
3 and that's the
together.
real number.
I'm a horrible, dirty slut. I'm so sorry.
Hey,
Oh, why?
I found
mean,
value in that.
I guess it's cool that you're like self-aware or whatever, but
Yeah.
like, I don't know why you just said that. Do you want to say it again?
No,
Like,
I
look
mean,
into
they're
the
going to say
camera.
it in the
Wait,
chat
look into
already.
look into this camera and say it.
I'm a bad bitch, and my body count doesn't define who I
No,
am
say
as a
what.
woman.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
What's your body count?
Give us a ring.
Just do it.
I don't know.
Say
How about we sleep together and you tell me what you think it is after we have sex?
Ooh.
No comment.
Okay,
I think
good talk.
Brian has a type.
I only date black women.
I won't bow. I'm not bowing.
I'm not bowing.
If you bow, then maybe.
Double Hunks donated $19.99. Chair 2, being a midwit Reddit brain stuck in 2020 is no way to go through life. Absolute goober, like I'm in a tarded out time machine listening to you. Brian, thanks for whatever and all you do.
Yeah, thank you, man. Really appreciate it.
Goober is really cute.
OJ Simpson donated $20. Chair 3, you seem nice. You can put your dog collar back on.
Will.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, man.
Lol Paladins donated $20.
Good lord.
Chair number 2 won't give a real apology for appropriating the glasses, because woke ideology isn't actually about real oppression, it's just about having power, and she wants more power through any means.
Interesting take.
Interesting.
Some whatever stick driver 69 donated $20.69.
What was that?
That was me. So weird.
Can somebody do the sprinkler?
It sounds like they're doing the claw claw.
That sounds like you just said it.
Wow.
GMD Jim donated $20. DEI is not giving opportunity to people that don't have. It is lowering standards for people that will not work for it. If it is so great, ask for the DEI surgeon the next time you need surgery.
Sure.
Otis Stratwood donated $20. One time I bought a smart hoe at the store, didn't see you there. You must have been in the dumb hoe section.
Is that one about me too?
No, it's about her because she
Okay.
said she's a smart hoe. Right? Didn't you say that?
Yeah.
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 One more E0169 donated $20. No, definitely not Chair 1 and FYI when females are legit on their knees, that's technically bowing down.
That's what I said. I do that multiple times a day sometimes.
Lol Paladins donated $20. Just because I'm tired of dealing with the stupidity of chair number 2. Kiki is the second smartest Kiki to show up on this podcast. Ghost Logistics donated
Thank you,
$20.
Alan.
I'm all the sixes FYI. Learned on stick shift. I'm a good guy. Handsome they say but wanted a ride or die. You're all cute but until y'all understand you were built to help your men, we superb biking past y'all.
Thank
Toast
you guys.
donated
Toast, thank you.
$20. That's not a marriage, it's a mockery of one.
Well, it's been working out this far, so.
Yeah, how long is your marriage?
Boom, roasted toast. How long is your marriage, toast?
Joe Murphy donated $20.
Thank you, Joe.
The lady who braved in teaching a man to drive a stick. Just to be clear, are we talking about a 3-gear reverse mini Jeep? Sold at Tractor S for $2,500. I'm pretty sure that is for teenagers.
I mean, yeah, farm stuff is different.
Lol Paladins donated $20. Brian, hear me out. She's 71, but she's actually pretty good looking for 71. Probably not as good looking as she will be at 81, but that's a lot of money.
It's a lot. Dude,
Chaz
it's
donated
71
$20.
bill?
Elon is African American, so Chair to being the racist now not wanting to date him.
It's because
Wow.
he's a Trump supporter, not because
Oh.
he's African American.
Oh. Do you have a celebrity crush?
No, not currently.
Nobody.
Florence Pugh.
Chris Brown.
Wait, what?
Chris Brown.
Chris Brown? The whole like woman beating thing doesn't.
He could beat this pussy up any day.
Wait.
Whoa.
Here, can you see that camera right there? I want you to look into that camera and say, Chris Brown, you can beat that. Say it, go ahead.
For real?
Yeah, say it.
Chris Brown, you could beat this pussy up anytime.
Bro.
What?
Bro. What? Well, damn, I hope you're into fisting.
Oh, that was a good one.
That is a good one.
It was okay. It was all right. That's crazy. What's his song? His big song?
There is
There's
so
so many.
Did
There's
you
also
fall in love with him when he sang that song? It was, or it was something like
This was years ago.
something about like, oh, what's that song from that song? Or the lyric from that song?
So close.
Walter.
Which
Yeah,
one?
it's so
Wait,
good.
how does the melody go? It's on the
It
tip
was
of my tongue.
the Jose and Loyal song.
Oh.
Something about broke bitches, but I don't fuck broke bitches.
He
said that?
broke bitches.
I don't remember the lyrics.
What? How's it go? Chat. Help me out.
Oh my god, now it's gonna bug me.
It's
But I
like,
don't fuck with broke bitches. I know what you're talking about.
oh, can make a broke bitch rich, but I don't fuck with broke bitches.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes,
No,
yes,
yeah.
yes, it is.
Yeah. Was that when you just fell in love with him?
Like, you know.
I think it's something like that. I don't know. All right, we got more coming through. Sorry, guys, 1 sec. I'm getting these pulled up. Yo, guys, $20 TTS, streamlabs.com/ oh, what the fuck? Damn. Sorry, guys. 1 sec.
Michael Smith donated $20. Response: the lady in white getting lucky and finding a man that is okay with not being a provider is not how things are going to work for most women. Seat 3's mindset is going to work out way better. Thor donated $20. If Spider-Man was bitten by a spider to become Spider-Man, share it, can you bite me so I can be your man?
Oh.
Who's 8?
Who's 8?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Gianna, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's Gianna.
Ghost Logistics donated $20. It's my birthday. Nothing I'd rather do after a day of going faster than a helicopter and popping of at the range with my son than watching propagandized bots avoid the truth. Nice without dead weight.
You have free will.
Happy
Thank you.
birthday.
Ryan's Burrito donated $19.99. Jade, number 1, you said you are looking for girlfriend. Would your boyfriend be allowed to be with her? Would you be looking for another man? Or would it basically be a harem for your current man?
Yeah, I would love to have a girlfriend who also would fuck my man. That'd be great. I would also be open to having a couple relationship. So I'd be dating the girl, me and the girl play around with each other's dudes. That would be like my ideal relationship. But
Okay.
yeah. But it's not a guarantee. Like if they don't want to. it's just
Daniel
me, that's fine.
donated $20. On marrying the billionaire, kitten it, knock the dust off and chow down.
I just think like that amount of money is so you can't even fathom that amount of money.
Just throw some maple lube on it. You'll be fine.
Maple lube?
That's some pancakes, baby. He likes some.
Whoa,
he likes
really?
some thick.
Like just so you
Oh my
gotta think
God.
you gotta think on the individual level, like it totally frees you from ever having to work a day in your life again. Not only that, your quality of life is going to be like so absolutely insane. You never have any anxiety or any concerns about anything related to financials ever again. like hundreds, if not thousands of generations after you absent some sort of catastrophe, your financial, your children's and children's, et cetera, like generations down, their financial security is set. I mean, that's like you've just essentially won at life, basically.
What if she does OnlyFans? This 81-year-old lady that you're trying to get down with.
So like, how about like 25-year-old OnlyFans girl, but she's like a billionaire versus like old lady billionaire who's not a sex worker? This is an interesting one. Oh man, look, $1 billion is a fuck ton of money. It's a lot of money.
I ain't saying he a gold digger, but
he ain't messing with no.
It is interesting though, because if like, say, okay, the criticisms of the OnlyFans girls, like it's like, yeah, you're making good money. Well, some of them do, not all of them. You're making good money, like, but would a guy be willing to like date an OF girl? It's a bit different, I feel like. Still like an interesting hypothetical. Yo, chat, would you do it? Okay, billionaire OnlyFans girl. What's the extent of her OF, like fucked other dudes on camera type, or just like pussy pics or whatever?
Of it.
Everything?
Everything.
That's a tough one.
P in the V.
That's difficult.
DVP.
That's a tough one.
Billionaire, generations
but she's
worth
a
of money.
billionaire. Yeah, I don't know. That's
the rest of your.
And she'll let you come on her face, but
what the
like
fuck?
won't bow.
I'm not even into that. Really. It's not. That's a bad place to deposit. Semen / sperm.
Data upload.
Yeah. Oh no, chat. What do you do? Okay, so she does OnlyFans, but she's a billionaire. Like, do you accept that? Like, would you date her, chat? That is an interesting question. Let us know what you guys think. Hold on. Nope. Yes. No. No. Nope. Nope. No. Pass. She's a degen. No.
Okay, Letterkenny.
A lot of nopes. Some yeses, but a lot of nopes.
So does that just mean like no at all, or they're picking the old lady billionaire over the young OF?
I think they pick the old lady. Well, actually, yeah, I didn't really. Yo, chat.
Be specific.
Do you pick? Okay, here's your choice. Marry the 70-year-old billionaire, not sex worker, or marry the 25-year-old OnlyFans girl who's also a billionaire.
But you have to fuck both of them.
Yeah, sure. Which do you pick? Chat, do you pick the 70-year-old or the 25-year-old? And to be fair, should we grant like you can go and have kids with somebody else?
If that
seems fair.
It's the 80.
Well,
because
I mean,
like a lot of guys are going to be
you can get a
lot.
surrogate.
Yeah, but a lot of guys are going to say like, oh, okay, I can't have kids. That's going to be a deal breaker.
Adopt.
That's going to be a deal
You
breaker
guys
for
could definitely
guys.
afford a surrogate if you had that much.
Surrogate, adopt. There's other things.
Yeah, but like she has no eggs, so like.
So
what
adopt.
if she froze them?
Yeah.
I mean, so she's fine with me like inseminating another
Usually,
one.
like it's done at a medical center.
Yeah,
You
no,
don't just,
I wouldn't. Like I would.
Fuck the.
They don't load
surrogate.
your dick with a cum.
No, I
so.
know. But she'd be fine with me like.
Yeah.
I don't like just like, and I can pick like the like best surrogate or whatever. Well, yeah, she's a billionaire.
Probably pick it together, but yeah.
No, I get to pick.
Of course you do.
I don't know, guys. You 70-year-old or the OF girl? I don't know. Okay, I'll let the other chats come through.
Big Sass Energy donated $20. Chair 1 is so much of a 304 that she's completely abolished her ability to pair bond. Anyone she lays with is just as special as the previous.
That's not true, though.
Mythic Typhoon donated $20. Brian, I think I will take your advice and participate in Passport Brothers. Maybe then I can get an actual Christian wife, since they don't exist in America anymore.
There's some risk with the Passport Bro stuff.
OJ Simpson donated $20. Chair 1 is pretty chill. I'd never date or marry or engage in anything with her, but she'd be a decent friend. I wouldn't want to directly be her friend, but maybe an acquaintance I see once a year.
Wait, what? No, I agree. I understand that.
Joe donated $20.
That was funny.
Chair 2, that means you are discriminating based on a person's politics. That's politism, and you are engaged in systemic hate crimes.
Lock her up, boys. Lock her up.
Double Agent donated $19.99. FYI, seat number 2 is precisely why Trump won the election in a landslide. Her elitist liberal smugness was overwhelmingly rejected by the country. Woke is over. The trend is dead. Thank King God.
Tilt your mic down. Do you want to respond to that? Nah. He's blaming Trump's victory on you solely.
Only
it wasn't Kamala. It was your
Kamala.
fault. Oh, did I say her name?
Like a comma, like a punctuation mark.
Oh, okay.
Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to be a punctuation mark in history now.
Okay.
Joe Murphy donated $20. Ladies, hopefully you all can take away some knowledge from this whatever stream. Best of luck for you all. Hopefully the takeaway is to understand the fundamentals. Objective truth, ladies.
I did learn a lot.
Ex-Ghost Utah donated $29. Marry the 25-year-old but make her beau.
Make her bow.
Oh, make her
bow.
Oh.
So that he takes the OF girl over the, what's it called? The 70-year-olds. Gianna, actually, yeah, we'll have Gianna read these. Go ahead, Gianna.
So is number 2's white half racist towards her Filipino side?
No, I can say that there have been remarks made because I'm Asian. Stereotypes
but like
and jokes
internally,
that I don't.
are you racist against yourself? Like on the inside? Like is your the white part of you is like there's a secret battle inside inside you where it's like your white self is racist against your Filipino self. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but no.
Like that checks out, I think. Right?
No.
Okay. Here, go ahead. Read this one.
Please discuss what is ideal to you. I think everyone being virgins and get non-legally married. Shield Heart. What is that?
.org.
Oh, okay. Team VV. It's most masculine for a man to give oral, not to want it, although it's fun. But VV is number 1. I'll agree.
More masculine for a man to give oral? Bro, what drugs are you smoking?
Does that? Screw it, knock the dust off.
Yo, Daniel, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. I think he was talking about dating the billionaire old lady. So
And according to these 304s, it's men who sexually objectify them. Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
I love men. They pay all my bills.
Yeah.
Through your self-objectification, I guess?
Yeah. But there's a demand for it. I'm a businesswoman.
I think that's a compliment, actually.
Yeah.
Brian, why do you have a gay face? I think that's a compliment.
Can you? I didn't know faces could be gay.
That's a compliment.
No, that is a compliment
because
for
gay
sure.
men are typically very handsome.
Yeah.
It don't sound like a compliment, bro.
They're very good
I
together.
feel like to a straight man,
Oh
that's
my
not a
God.
compliment, you know.
I think
But
that's so
thank you,
sweet.
man. Thank you. You know, yeah.
It's like saying someone has a bi face. What does that mean?
Gonna have to go with neither. It's unrealistic that either woman would be a sugar mama and let a man live off of her money.
Thank you, Desert Joe. You're a fucking legend.
I don't know. I feel like your mom might not feel that way.
Would be a sugar mama and let man. I mean, that's just a hypothetical, Desert Joe. I'm more, where's Swamp Joe? I'm trying to meet see what Swamp Joe's up to. So that's terrible, Joe.
Women Beater donated $20.
Oh, wait. I gotta skip that. Hold on. I gotta, wait. Oh, he was doing the song.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait. Can a white person, I don't think they should, but like, can a white person say that word if it's in a song?
Say what?
I don't know if it's okay. I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's okay, but I'm just asking.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I know.
Like, do I just like bleep it? Like,
Just don't say it. It's not
Stop
hard.
singing for a second.
It's not that hard.
like I'm trying to think of like Coolio. Like, what's his been spending most our lives living it a gangster's paradise. You know that song?
Yeah.
Living in a gangster's paradise. Yeah.
Like,
Just skip over it. It's really not hard.
I'm trying to think of a song that.
Yeah, I don't think he says it in the song.
I don't think he says it in that song.
But I do know what song
I
he's talking
am
about.
thinking about, what about Fuck the Police by NWA? Can I sing that song?
You can sing every word except the one word that you're not supposed to
So
sing.
what part of the song says that word?
Or you could, if you're going to say that one song, it's, with instead of saying that word, you could say, well, civilians in Paris.
Because I'm brown.
Civilians in Paris.
Pedestrians in Paris.
Have you heard of BPT by YG?
Yeah.
The beginning of the song literally has it.
Women Beater donated $20. These hoes ain't loyal. Just got rich, took a broke flowers bish. I can make a broke bish rich, but I don't unicorn with broke bishes. These hoes ain't loyal.
Yeah, apparently this new thing on Streamlabs, it'll change, instead of just starring out the word, it'll change it so the okay, all right.
That's cool.
That's cool.
GMD Jim donated $20. Brixan, all the 304s are finally wearing off on you. The idea that your dignity and values may have a price is crazy, son. There is no amount of money in the world to make me drop my values.
Jim, here's the thing, Jim. Yo, Desmond, let me ask you a question, Desmond.
Yeah.
Would you... Desmond, that's not what you told me yesterday. Desmond, bro, why are you lying on camera?
I'll give you one reason why. If someone were to ask you, how did you come up with all this money, you would have to say, you're gay. Like, you're gay for pay.
No, you can say
You're gay
whatever
for
the hell
money.
you want.
It's different when you're gay for money.
No, that's embarrassing.
Why is that embarrassing? It's okay, bro.
It's okay to be
2024. You can be a little gay. It's cool.
It's just that it's just not what he wants.
That's kind of what you said, though. It's cool, man. You can do something a little gay for...
No, it's not what I said, but, I mean, yeah, I would rather just say, like, oh, I worked for this,
You can lie.
But like, how far do you push? Like, what would you not be willing to do for $1 billion?
Like one finger.
I'm good.
Well, there you go. That's his preference.
Like, because I think about that, right? I don't know. People like have.
I would
their
never.
price on shit.
I would never do anything to my dog for $1 billion. That's where I would draw the line. So if somebody was like, "Kill your dog for $1 billion," I'd be like, "Absolutely not."
I'm not thinking about it. Maybe this is greedy, but I'm thinking about it in a sort of like, okay, with $1 billion, I can set up my children. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would do things I don't want to do for my kids.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a price. So according to Andrew, you have a prostitute mentality.
But not for like necessarily like, I mean, maybe it can be viewed as greedy that I would do something for my kids.
Like, how bad are we talking?
I don't
murder?
Bro, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
If
I
you
don't
do
know where the
something
line
gay
is.
for $1 billion,
I don't know where the line is, bro.
would you do something gay for $1 billion?
I think most men would. They
man,
just
I'm
won't
not.
admit it
I
on the
wouldn't.
internet.
Men are doing
when
this for
everyone's
free.
watching.
Like,
I don't know, chat. Would you do something gay for $1 billion?
Absolutely. Come on.
Oh my God. You know what would
$1 billion.
be? What if you like tweezed by yourself every single ass hair you had for $1 billion?
I'll
Would
do
you do it for-
I'll do that. I'll do that for $1 billion, sure.
How long would it take?
Depends how hairy they get.
how hairy are you, Ryan?
Okay.
Hey, don't get too excited. Okay. Shit. You could pluck all the pubes for $1 billion.
I mean, women do it all the time, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, I don't think plucking is like that painful, so whatever.
With a tweezer. Not waxing.
Bro,
like plucking.
I'm
it with
just
a
saying,
tweezer.
man. Like
Each
$1
pube.
billion.
Okay.
So everyone has their price.
Well, you'll
That's what
pluck
we've
your
learned today
pubes.
on the Whatever podcast. Except for that one dude.
No gay, like nothing,
on the internet.
Bro, I'm just asking the chat. The chat's freaking out. The chat's freaking out, man. I'm just bantering, guys. Holy shit.
Big Sass Energy donated $20. Chair 2's half-white self is guilty of generational and systemic racism. She is part of the problem. She is also culturally appropriating people that are vision impaired.
Yep. Cultural appropriation.
There's a benefit to me wearing these glasses. They're protecting my eyeballs.
I'm just saying, bro, you owe me reparations, man. Like, as somebody who's has poor vision and
I
who
already
wears glasses.
said you should get free glasses for the rest of your free contacts for the rest of your life.
Yeah, you should pay for it though. I mean, that seems fair, you know. Just saying, you're very privileged.
Joe Murphy donated $20. Ladies, if you want the 50-50 split as feminist, please rest assured that after the dates as a feminist first dates, the men who are chivalrous will reimburse you for 50% after sexual access.
Joe Murphy, thank you for the message. We have this one. Hold on.
Michael Smith donated $20. Brian, Google Livia forked. Credit to you ladies for putting yourself on the show and deal with insults. I think this at least mean you are willing to hear different opinions and not trolling.
Shout out to them. Thank you for the membership. Dragon says, Chair 1, has your dad returned from getting milk in a pack of Marlboros?
Yes, he returned, and I had Thanksgiving with him, and he loves me very, very much. We have actually a really, really good relationship.
Awesome.
And on his birthday, I always leave him stuff in his house, and I take him places, and I love my dad very, very much. And my mom loves me too. She got me this bracelet for my birthday.
Nice. Yeah.
Really sweet.
Ghost Logistics donated $20.
Damn, bro.
Nice tets,
Body
Bricks.
shaming, man. What the
Easily
fuck?
the best tets at the table. Magnificent track. By the way, I'm curious. Can you touch your elbows together? Bet you can't. Shake that dumpy.
No, but Gianna over here has a certain talent that I think you want to try it. You said on the table or something?
Yeah.
We're going to have to do it at the end of the show, though, because if shit gets all fucked.
GMD Jim donated $20. And your children would know for the rest of their lives that you only married their mother for money. And another generation of Degens is born. Break the cycle, Brixan.
That's a good argument. That's a good argument. You could just not tell them, though.
That's true. People lie to their kids all the time.
You could just, oh my gosh, I loved her wrinkles. That's when I knew she was the one. When
They
she was
spelled
going
my
through
name.
menopause, I just knew.
No more periods. That's just
Yeah,
straight to
she
the
was
poo.
like, the menopause, I knew. Okay.
Otis Stratwood donated $20. Guess who invented glasses? Benjamin Franklin, some racist white dude who helps people see how horrible he is because of his skin.
Guys, I'm not saying white people are horrible. I'm saying we have inherent privilege.
I thought some guy in the Middle East created glasses way before Benjamin Franklin, but that was just an American invention.
I'm going to blast through a couple final notes here. Going to Rogue. You said that you have crazy stories of things you've sold on OF. Just tell us really quick, like what's some of the stuff you sold on OF?
I once used to sell my spit online to people. I had spit jars and people loved it. But then I was afraid, I don't know. I just felt like it was icky after a while. I didn't want to do it anymore. Then I once sold a teddy. So this guy wanted me to buy a teddy bear and then pee on it and then vacuum seal it and send it to him. And that was $800 is what he paid me to do that.
Holy
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Damn.
And then underwear, guys will pay for that. What else? Socks, guys will pay for that.
Yeah, so
That's fucking disgusting.
Men are gross.
why are we
but I
blaming
love you
her when
guys.
it's men that are paying for this shit and want this shit?
I can't believe they'd want exactly.
Oh,
You
I
can't
blame
yuck someone's
I
yum.
Ziploc bag,
I
that's
blame the men
disgusting.
too.
Oh, good.
Old pee
I blame
smells
you, men.
so bad.
That is so true.
This one guy wanted me to eat.
Put that on a Hallmark card.
This guy wanted me to eat sour candy and like Starburst and chew them up and then put them in a jar and send it to him.
Such a specific.
He used to put it in his smoothies in the morning, is what he told me.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I swear.
That's. So he has part of your DNA is in him.
Yeah, I think he likes that.
He's
part
like
of
eating it. Yeah.
Prison.
What the fuck are you doing here?
But you know what? The people that I did send spit jars to, I brushed my teeth really good and I
that's
flossed and I used mouthwash because I wanted to make sure that it was
So the
prime
spit smelled
stuff.
good.
That's amazing. I'm proud of you. Cool.
Thank you.
Madison, into your notes. We'll try to be quick on these. How you met your husband? Quick story.
Basically, we met because his reputation preceded him that he has a really large cock, and so I was assigned to get a photo of it, and because I wasn't just going to ask him to drop his pants in the middle of the party, so that became a fun little mission, and then we hooked up and really hit it off, and the rest is history.
Good for you.
It's true though.
And I met her because we were at a swingers place, Twist, and my boyfriend saw her with his dick and was like, holy shit, babe, look at that dude's dick.
It's always the guys that comment first. Even when they're straight, it's always the guys that point it out first. It's like they can't focus on anything else. They're like, holy shit, that's a big dick.
And then we became friends.
Yeah.
Guys commenting. Oh, you talked catfished by a couple in San Mateo. Is that?
Yeah, we were on Tinder and we found this couple that we matched with, and we're like, okay, let's go. And by the time we drove there, like, we both really had to pee. And so we knock on the door and they open it, and clearly these photos were like at least 20 years old. Not who they were representing themselves to be. I mean, it was them, but a very long time ago. But it was kind of like,
you got bamboozled.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it was like,
what did you
can
still
I use
pee?
your bathroom?
Yeah.
So my husband goes inside to use the restroom, and I'm like, this is super awkward. And so then I end up just like chatting with them. We didn't have sex with them.
Do you guys slowly leave?
Smash?
Like as they're like
they
talking,
ended up being cool people. We hung out with them and talked to them, but no, we did not fuck them. They were like grandparents.
Multiple IUD mishaps?
Oh yeah, that's just again because his penis is so large. There's been multiple incidences.
He knocked out the IUD.
Well, one of our
That's very
unicorns,
scary.
like he literally did knock it out of place, and
so
her
impressive.
doctor had to like fish it out of her.
He has to measure your
God.
cervix before he goes in you.
And then a different time, actually I think this happened twice, after having sex, even though there was a condom involved, there was like little red dots on the tip of his penis, and we were like, what is that? And then the girl's like, oh my gosh, I've seen this before, that's from my IUD, like stabbing you on the head of your dick. So
you know what though?
Yeah.
Wait, when you say IUD mishaps, like he knocked it out of place, or just like his pee was stabbing?
Well, there's a couple different stories. Once he knocked it out of place, and then a couple other times he got like little like bruises on the tip of his dick.
You know what though? Like, I also have this problem.
Hey.
I've encountered. Desmond, bro. No, look, I'm the first to admit, like, I'm totally average in the bulge, like totally average, unremarkable, whatever. Like, I've been hooking up with girls, and I've been.
I feel
stabbed.
like you have a type. You like small, submissive women.
What? What is that? I'm just saying, I've been with women who have IUDs and with different women.
Oh, okay. With different women.
I think they either don't cut the little thing far enough. Sometimes they gotta like wrap it around the cervix or something, but they like fuck it up. I've been stabbed, bro. That shit hurts, dude.
Yeah.
That hurts. I didn't have like.
How long did it hurt?
Like.
How long did it hurt?
Oh, it just hurt in the moment. Like there wasn't lingering pain, but it's like sharp. Have you felt it, Desmond?
Yeah, definitely.
It's like a bee sting.
Bro.
Needle to the fucking.
It hurts.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, man. Like the IUDs. I don't know. Sometimes you gotta like.
Well, they do soften
It's
over
like
time.
But it's a plastic. It's not like a.
Oh, the plastic one's not.
It's a wire, dude.
Yeah.
That shit stabs you, bro. Imagine if it like went into the urethra.
Yeah.
Luckily, I haven't had that, but bro, I've been stabbed, son. Y'all gotta get your.
I can't even
fucking-
find it, so I've never had
That's
a problem
crazy.
with someone else.
But it's not exclusive to men with large penises. I can attest. It's average. Okay, chill out, guys.
His is like a Costco hot dog soft.
Wait, mine?
No, hers.
Oh.
Like a Costco
Like
hot
the
dog,
length?
when it's soft,
Bullshit,
that's
bro. That's
the size.
Bro, like, look, I get that there's like showers and growers or
Yeah,
whatever.
there's
the fuck.
growers.
No, he's both.
Yeah, he's definitely both.
He's a grower.
Costco hot dog's like a foot long,
and soft
bro.
is bigger than most guys hard, and then he gets hard, and you're like, holy shit, it gets bigger.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of
I'm sorry for
intimidating?
your IUD.
Oh, it was definitely intimidating at first, but
Did that make him like a better or worse
Borat
person?
donated
Does he have, like, good energy because of
$20.
it, or
Wish
what?
Chair 7 would obey dog RP. ID pay a hefty amount for dat collar. By the way, Brian, one shot molten core in 2 weeks.
Oh, yo, molten core. Yeah, I don't know, dude. We'll have to see how the roster's looking. I mean, we have 36 signups, but whether people can actually hit 60. Look, we can clear molten core with like dog shit loot. Like molten core, it's super easy raid. Like we have good leadership, but I don't know if we'll have 40 60s. And then, I mean, we'll see. The dog collar, can I have your guys' dog collars?
No.
And I'll sell it and I'll give you half the profit.
I like my.
I can probably like cop $1,000.
I think it's.
You don't want
pretty.
500? You want $500?
No, I'm good.
Okay, they're $20 wish.com. Okay, right. The business women, you guys are great business.
I mean, I'll sell my
Nick
Louboutin
Fuentes
watch.
donated $20. Why do a act for $1 billion when I just got Destiny leaked showing it for free?
I saw that.
Destiny?
I'm a little disappointed in Pixie though.
Wait. Destiny?
Yeah, his gay. It leaked. He had some leaks. Let's just say.
Aw.
Who's
I
Destiny?
love him.
You're right, dude. You're right, dude. I don't know.
Brian, you should know this. What good does it do a man to gain the world but lose his soul?
That's true. That's true. That's a fair point. I'm not saying, dude. Like, look. I don't know what. I'm not selling my soul if I'm like gang with like a 70-year-old. You know. I'm doing charity, and charity is a virtue.
Well, there you go.
So actually,
You guys are both doing charity.
I am in the right on this, I guess, because she's a 70-year-old. She is a
Chick's a MILF.
Gilf probably more. Like
Marlboro Dad donated $19.99. Fake news. I'm still getting milk. Not coming back to that. Fake news.
Okay. I mean, I'll post a picture of him on my Instagram with me and my grandma, who's 100 years old.
Oh, shit. Alevra, Brian eats his... Oh, this is below the threshold. You got to do it. Sorry, you got to do it at the threshold. We got Joe Murphy here.
Joe Murphy donated $20. It's amazing how the of ladies will manifest experiences. Give it 10 years before the reality kicks in, searching for a long-term partner. Ladies, best of luck. Short-term actions have long-term results.
We both have long-term partners.
Are they listening? Yeah, they're not listening. She's been married for 17 years. That's a 1 and a 7 next to each other. If you don't know that.
Maths. Quick maths. Okay, getting through the final show notes. We're going to wrap in like 10 minutes. Ali J, you wrote a book?
Oh my God, that's funny. Yeah, I did.
The situationship?
Yeah.
What's it about?
Oh, my situationship. I met this guy. He was 34 when I met him, so I was 21. I was newly 21. And he made it seem like he loved me and he wanted to like be with me, and we were talking for 2 years and he never made me his girlfriend. So
and you wrote a book about it?
Yeah, dude, it's so much drama.
Good
oh
for
my
you.
God, no, there's a lot of drama.
Writing a book is not easy.
It took like a year to do it. I was writing it as I was with him. It was like my journal. It was like a diary. So I was just like writing out every day, like, and then I like fixed it up.
You travel for... Did you used to do OF or no?
No.
You travel for a living though?
Yeah, I'm a flight attendant.
And you said you just do domestic, right?
I do international too.
Oh, international too. Okay.
Yeah.
Where were you last?
Mexico.
How long did you get to stay in Mexico?
It just depends, like how long they want you for. It just depends how long they want you there for. Okay. I've done Costa Rica for 36 hours once.
Wow.
It's
Do you have hoes in different area codes?
Yeah. You have to. It gets boring.
How many different area codes?
How many different?
Do you have the hoes in?
Vegas.
The ludicrous song.
That's funny. The East Coast, Vegas, and that's pretty much it.
You got a hoe in Vegas,
Chicago, New York, Jersey.
What's your favorite airport?
Burbank. It's so small.
I love Burbank.
Yeah, just
Burbank's good.
easy.
Bob Hope.
Yeah.
I fuck with Bob Hope Airport.
I love Bob Hope.
That's my go-to.
Yeah.
Shit. Okay. You said you hate when men call you love.
Yes.
Like you said.
My bad love, you good love. Shut the fuck up, bro. Like, I hate the word love. I feel like I don't like it when anyone uses it. I'm gonna be quite honest, but I would rather have a gay man or a woman call me that rather than a straight man. I notice a lot of guys like when they talk to girls, they say love. I'm like, why?
And you said you hate sassy men, and you said if you're gay, that's completely fine.
I am, you know?
But if you label yourself as straight and you still act in sassy, girl, bye.
Only the girls and the gays can be sassy.
Am I sassy?
That's why you have a gay face.
That's exactly why.
It's true. And then you said you think dating nowadays is a joke. Dating apps are a joke. You've met guys in public. You shot your shot in public because you were told the love of your life isn't at the club. You got to meet them at the grocery store. So when you're at wholesome places such as the grocery store and you see someone fine as hell, I do shoot my shot. I don't care.
Yes.
I still turn out to be. They still turn out to be ain't shit.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter anymore. It really doesn't.
I feel like dating now is hard because everyone thinks they're getting played, and also because we have the internets, it's super easy to cheat, and it's also easy to move on.
Yeah. 100%.
So you shoot your shot at the grocery store. All right, pretend Alyssa is a fine as fuck dude. Shoot your shot. Pretend
You got this.
She's got a penis. Like a
big dick Dan dig.
Like a Madison. Oh, she's good. She's good. Wait, here. Let's do the split. Let's do the split. All right, do that. Do that thing.
Okay. Good with you, mommy.
Oh my god, I'm scared. Just kidding. No, it would be me shooting my shot with you.
Okay.
But
go ahead.
I'm not an actress. I suck at this shit.
Come on.
I can role play.
Okay, fine. I'll be her. Okay. Wait. Oh no. But
I would just like.
So I'll be the guy. You be the girl.
Yeah, you be the guy. I'll be the chick. Okay. I don't know what girls do. I'll just be like. Where's the soy latte?
You trying to fuck?
Perfect.
Sounds right?
Yeah.
Excuse you?
Is you trying to fuck or what?
Was you raised right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
That was my version of a toxic. Do you want me to be a gentleman?
Can you do the that thing? She's got that shit down good, man. What the fuck?
Hey, I noticed that you.
When your ex was doing fentanyl, was like his go-to.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
He was like, "Hey, yo, baby, hey, put it on me. Hold on." He was like, "Hey, yo, I'm about to OD." Oh my god! I'm sorry.
Stop! Don't do that to him.
So, I'm about to. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Dark.
Canceled. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, yo, baby, you trying to score this meth?
That was okay, but no, not quite accurate.
Why that?
That's something.
It's not that hard. You just have to be like, hey, I noticed that you had some pizza crust in your cart. You know, I would say the pesto goes better with that. You want me to come over and teach you how to make it?
Whoa.
I mean, if grocery store we're talking.
Did he ever try to get you to sell pussy?
No.
Oh, okay. Just.
I did date a guy that
tried to pimp you.
Not pimp me, but he was like, "You should definitely do OnlyFans. You would make hella money." Holy shit. I considered it.
What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, hey, that happens.
I think guys are always the ones that convince. I got convinced to do OnlyFans by a guy.
Yeah,
but I did it because my dog was dying of heart failure, and I divorced my ex-husband, and I had no money, and I didn't want my dog to die, so I started doing OnlyFans.
I don't get this thing. Well, I don't get the whole
warming up.
Hey,
do you guys know that song?
I know that song.
I'm trying to fuck with you. You feel me? I'm trying to fuck
or
with
the
you.
like this, like that.
Yeah. Ew.
That's
do it
so
again.
gross.
Do it again.
Ew, no.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know how any of that works. I think I'm pretty sure we're through most of the notes. Oh wait, flight attendant shit. But like, really, like, are you fucking a new dude every city beyond?
No, not all the time. I'm tired. I'm fucking tired. No, it's
okay,
draining.
Every other city, my bad.
It's not every single city. No, no, and it's not all the time either. I really do be tired. Like. The flights are draining. And then sometimes we only have like 10 hours, 11 hours of rest, and good night.
All right. I'm pretty sure we got through. Oh, Maya left, but she said she drank her ex's pee.
Oh.
Wow.
Ew.
Yeah.
I've not done that.
And then I'm pretty sure we got all of Alyssa. We got all your stuff. Sienna. Sorry, Sienna, I gotta skip.
Oh yeah, no, it's so long. I totally get it.
Kiki, I think we did Kiki. Okay, we're all caught up on that. The rest of the questionnaire, unfortunately, we can't get into it. I'll let the rest of the chats come through, and then we are gonna wrap up the show. Wait, did I, hold on. Did this one come through? Did this come through?
Joe Murphy donated $20. Yeah. It's amazing how the of ladies will manifest experiences. Give it 10 years before the reality kicks in, searching for a long-term partner. Ladies, best of luck. Short-term actions have long-term results.
Yeah, and then I explained what numbers were. I remember
Joe
that.
Murphy donated $20. Number 1 on the right. Just because your friend has been married for 17 years makes her the exception to the rule with a partner. Sorry, this doesn't justify sex work to finding a good long-term partner.
I don't know. I know a lot of sex workers. And they
BERATE
have
donated
partners.
$19.99. What do you call a sheep who can sing and dance? Lady Baba.
That was good.
That was good, Borat. Last call, guys. If you want to get one last in, $20 TTS, final call, and then we're going to wrap. We got 2 more.
Notaverage donated $20. Hey guys, can someone explain how I can get a GF being a conservative cuckold? I guess it's contradictory, but most libs now are intense.
What?
Brian's mum donated $30. Darling, I told you last week if you're going to use my butt plug to please wash it. So I have bought you a new butt plug. I hope you don't mind, but I tried it out to make sure it was your size. Love, Mom.
Oh my god, that's good looking out.
Yeah, thank you, man. That's an interesting one. She especially liked that one because it was talking shit about me.
Sure did.
What the fuck is this, dude? What? Gianna, read this shit. I can't read it. I don't even know what the fuck.
Bobbies for babies, men's privates, queer to talk about. Only vulva is politically correct. Vulva is the most beautiful. It's the real Jesus. Once you discover Goddess, you are saved. Life has meaning. A human flower.
Thank you, Shield Heart, for that. I do appreciate it. Okay, guys, final call on the TTS. We're going to wrap up the show here. Let's see. Any final thoughts from anybody before I wrap up? Anybody want to like talk some shit or whatever?
I would just like to add something. I know that all these conservative guys out there think that like my lifestyle is super degenerate and whatnot, and like swinging is taboo and it doesn't sanctify my marriage and whatnot. But the irony is a lot of these guys are going to turn around and subscribe to these OFs when they think it's so awful. And at the end of the day, these degenerate people that we're meeting have actually been some of the most like genuine, coolest people I've ever met in my life compared to some of the more like vanilla people that have been in my life for years. Like just be a little more open-minded and you could meet some really cool people out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a degen could be like a really great person. But I don't know if it's a fair statement to be like, oh, all these conservative men, like, they're going to be the, like, OF subscribers. So they're, like, engaging in
not all of them, but
degen.
plenty of them will.
Yeah, sure. Plenty of, like, conservative men watch porn and, like, pay for OnlyFans. I don't
know. I just feel like I feel like conservative men don't want conservative women. They think they want that, but they want to go for the liberal girl.
What? Conservative men don't want to date, like, liberal feminist chicks.
They want to marry the conservative woman, and then they're going to go fuck the other girl behind their wife's back.
Look, the reality is plenty of these conservative women are not, like, waiting until marriage. That's pretty rare, so.
Can I add something?
Sure.
I just have a question.
Cupcake? Go for it.
Who is this?
That's Ziz.
Who's Ziz?
Ziz ain't got no knees.
Ziz.
Oh my god.
Are you not? You're not aware? Are you?
That's why I asked.
Are you aware?
I thought he was attractive.
You're not aware of who Ziz is?
No.
Are you Myron?
What?
Are you Myron his aesthetics? Are you Myron his aesthetics?
Okay.
You don't.
Yes, I get it. Yeah. But I was just asking
you?
who. So I was just asking who that is.
I met him. He was on the show last time I was on.
Zezik donated $20.69. Liberal women are like well-done steaks. Have a good night, Brixan.
Thank you. Thank you, man. Really appreciate the TTS. Thank you. All right, who are going to raid?
That's only because you don't know how to barbecue,
Bobo
baby.
donated $20. Chair 4 looks like Walmart Amber Turd. BTW, booty, 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 rockin' everywhere. Rockin' everywhere, rockin' everywhere. I found you, Ms. New Booty. Get it right, get it right, get it tight.
Walmart Amber Heard?
Who's playing?
She's actually scientifically, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. They just wrote a paper about it. Like,
wait, who?
Amber Heard, actually.
Amber Heard.
I saw an article that said that she has her angles on her face are the most symmetrical, and that she's considered like
Currently,
very
or like
attractive.
young Amber Heard?
I would say like prime Amber Heard.
Oh, peak Amber Heard.
No,
yeah, she was attractive.
She dated Johnny Depp.
And falsely accused him of a lot of things.
Wasn't she talking about a bee?
And took a massive L in her lawsuit. Really, Amber Heard? You know who's like pretty peak? Brooke Shields.
Damn.
Stunning. Yeah.
Young Brooke Shields.
Yeah.
Not 80-year-old.
Calvin Klein, Brooke Shields.
I'd have to check. Okay.
Beautiful.
We're gonna do we do Frost or do we do Woe Grandma? We haven't done Woe Grandma in a while, but we're gonna raid. You know what? I'm gonna try Joker D. I haven't. Joker D TV. We'll raid him. So get that going.
Like you have.
Zezik donated $19.99. Amber Heard alert.
That's because the
what?
Amber Alert.
Oh, Amber Alert. Amber Alert.
That was good.
Big Sass Energy donated $20. LOL, conservative men do not want liberal women. Sure, we will F you, but that's because it's easy and available, not valuable.
Holy shit.
Isn't that kind of hypocrisy, though?
Yeah, that doesn't really align with your
traditional values. Yeah. It's okay. You can sub to my OnlyFans later.
Okay, guys. So I guess final thing here. I'd like to end the show by seeing if we can't use this as a moment, as an opportunity to give you and you a call to action. Would you consider stopping sex work tonight?
No.
Okay, I tried. So anyways, GG.
Well played.
To the panel. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Ew, don't do that.
Sorry. I wanted to do all podcasts.
Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously super chats, donates, and supports the show. We cannot do the show without you. This show is fan funded, audience funded. So I really appreciate your guys' generosity, and your patronage means the world. Could not do the show without you guys. So thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. You guys are all legends. You guys are.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
I haven't done that in a while. Okay.
What about the contortion?
Oh, you're right. Do you need shorts to do it, or?
Yeah, I just need shorts.
Can you get her the red shorts?
T-shirt.
And a t-shirt.
I've been wanting to see this.
Damn, bro, you're gonna
all
fuck
day.
my table. I don't know.
No,
if
it's fine. We can move it. Ladies,
yeah, okay.
Assemble.
Wait. Next time. So hold on.
We got
just stay seated for a second. We're about to wrap. Okay. So we will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Got a very good show coming on. Guys, I was finally able. I've been looking for months, for a femcel, a female incel. I found one. She's coming on the show Tuesday.
Is that the blonde one? Or is she like strawberry blonde? No?
No.
No.
Do you know a femcel? I don't know.
There was one going around on the internet.
Oh, well, send me her Instagram. I'll DM her, I guess, to be on the show. Any girls who want to be on the show, like I said, DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. 07's in the chat.
Micah Carley donated $20. Repent of our sins and place trust in Christ. He lived a perfect sinless life and died a death that you and I deserve. We broke the law, he paid the fine. His righteousness imputed to us and our sins imputed to us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not really like a gift that he comes back to life. Like I can, sell something and I get it right back. It's not really like sacrificing anything, in my opinion. But
so, wait, how about you want to just do the thing?
Yeah.
All right. Can we get her a T-shirt? Can we get her the Smash the Patriarchy? Here, you guys talk for like 30 seconds. I'll get you your gear.
When did you figure out you were a contortionist? Like, how do you figure that out?
My mom was a gymnastics teacher, so then I just grew up and she was like...
Always wanted to be one. I got a bad back, though. I got a really bad back.
I stretched a lot. Yeah.
Oh, goodness. All right, there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Cool.
Is there space here?
Yeah,
You're going to do it? Man.
Yeah,
maybe,
should we, I don't know, the microphones?
Can you do it on the floor right here?
Yeah, I can do it on the floor.
Like, I feel like maybe we could, like, see it.
Yeah.
If we go this angle, like, is there
Is there going
to be enough space? It's probably not enough space, but.
Shirt's on backwards.
It's backwards, FYI, just saying.
It's fine.
MBD, no big deal. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it here.
I think it's okay. Well,
This is going to be crazy. This is some crazy shit.
Okay, well, make sure you can... Or you want me to move this, huh? Go. Okay. You good?
Wait, you're doing it. Do I need to move? Are you going to, like, you're going to kick me or something?
No, I'll kick you.
Wait, what the? I'm getting out of here, bro. This is sketch.
Okay. I'm gonna move that then. Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Whoa! I've always wanted to do that. That's so cool. That is so cool.
That's amazing.
That is so cool.
You should be in horror movies.
Yeah.
They were like, the last time I was on here, they were like, oh, you should do the ring.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
But yeah.
Wait, can you do it again?
Yeah. I might need more space, but I can do it.
Whoa. Whoa.
What the?
That is so cool.
That is so cool.
That's so cool.
Picking up them legs.
Dang.
Oh.
That is so cool. Aye.
Alright, that was cool.
I love that.
Good job. Proud of you.
That's beautiful.
Wow. That's crazy. Do you ever get though like weird dudes who like you're trying to date them and they're like would you be put off if the dude was like, can you do some like weird shit during sex,
No.
Oh, you're like, oh, I get to show off my...
I'm almost always in the splits because it's like comfortable and easier for them too to like move around and stuff, You could bend me however you want and it's cool. It's all good. No problem.
Okay, cool. Rock and roll. All right, okay, no, we're all good. Okay, we're going to raid Joker D. Guys, thank you so much for watching on Twitch. Oh, wait, we have to do the Twitch shout out super quick. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Before you leave, check if you have a Prime sub available. Just drop us a Prime sub. Drop us a quick follow before we send over this raid to Joker D. He's playing, thank you. Guys, last check if there's a Prime sub available. Thank you for the follows, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much over there who are watching on Twitch. Okay, guys, we're going to raid Joker D. He's playing a orc shaman, hardcore World of Warcraft classic. Okay, I'm going to...
Reminds me of that South Park.
What's the DPS check? Exactly.
All right.
It's one of those fights where you just got to do damage. Yeah.
Tell him he needs to make a level 1.
It dies in like 10 seconds. Like legit. If you have a level 40,
guys, go over there and tell him to jump off and drown his orc.
How long?
In stream. All right, guys. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. I'm going to send the raid over. Okay.
52 seconds. 1 minute, 13 seconds.
By the way, this guy is
you could think about
world
this
first
as like an
classic in 2019.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Yo, whatever with the raid, man. Thank you.
Aww.
Could they have played a bit better? Maybe, but I think they were just against
He's in Stranglethorn Vale. He's in Booty Bay, guys. He's in Booty Bay. I'm sure you guys love that name for the little city or town.
Booty Bay.
Booty Bay. That's the name of the city. He's in the little
All right, so
Booty Bay, the area.
Chickens, guys.
You look at the top right corner,
And,
Booty Bay.
Or they hand them 2 of them.
All right, cool.
And then when you hand
All
them,
right. You can X out of that. Let me see if any chats came through. No, we're all good. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you guys have a really good night. 07s in the chat. Good night, guys. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Bye-bye. Eat well.